Upon being transported to a different realm, Lin Yi, once a top-tier bodyguard, unexpectedly finds himself in the role of a much-maligned, greasy alpha celebrity. Seeking to terminate his contract, he faces not only exorbitant penalties, but is also unceremoniously cast into a wilderness survival reality show. Partnered with the rising star Song Si, who harbors disdain for him, akin to viewing hazardous waste. While the entire internet eagerly anticipates Lin Yi's failure, they instead witness him constructing shelter and preparing meals in the wild, transforming the survival challenge into a masterclass in personal security. Meanwhile, the constantly catered Song Si begins to question his very existence. Is this formidable, composed man truly the same publicity seeker he once thought? Chapter 1. Awakening in the Abyss. The excruciating pain recedes like a receding tide, leaving behind a pervasive weakness and an indescribable sense of detachment. Lin Yi's consciousness breaks free from the endless void and the cacophony of explosions, his eyes snapping open to a blinding whiteness. The distinctive scent of antiseptic fills his nostrils, both foreign and hauntingly familiar. This is not any safe house or war-zone hospital he recognizes. His physical sensations are utterly deplorable. His muscles are slack and feeble, his joints throb with dull pain, his stomach convulses with a fiery ache from excessive drinking, and his throat is parched, as though abraded by sandpaper. This is far from the well-honed body capable of enduring extreme conditions. Just as Lin Yi grapples with confusion, a torrent of chaotic memories surges into his mind. In these memories, the original owner also bears the name Lin, a 25-year-old alpha star floundering on the fringes of the entertainment industry, mired in scandal. His pheromones exude a scent reminiscent of red wine, meant to convey elegance but instead serves as a label for mockery due to the original's flamboyant and greasy demeanor. The memories are rife with sycophantic smiles, subpar performances met with scorn from directors, feigned charm in front of the camera, and much more, self-exile and despair lurking in shadowy corners, accompanied by empty wine bottles. The last image crystallized in his mind is one of heart-wrenching agony. The original owner perished, a casualty of acute organ failure due to alcoholism. And he, Lin Yi, a 30-year-old elite security expert, awakens in this body, also named Lin Yi, after sacrificing himself during a mission. Transmigration? Or something else? Lin Yi swiftly suppresses his shock and disbelief. Years spent teetering on the brink of life and death have forged in him an extraordinary calmness and rationality. Analyzing the situation, assessing the environment, devising a strategy, these instincts are ingrained in his very being. He attempts to summon his muscle strength, only to be met with disheartening results. This body is frail, lacking balance, and still reeking of alcohol, a veritable ruin in desperate need of rehabilitation. Awake, a voice, tinged with impatience, breaks through at his bedside. Lin Yi turns his head to see a man in a well-fitted suit, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, engrossed in his phone. The man is handsome, exuding an elite aura, yet his countenance is overshadowed by an ever-present gloom and irritation. Su Xian, the original owner's beleaguered agent, an alpha, exhausted by the burdens of his troublesome client, his pheromones tinged with a faint bitterness reminiscent of orange blossoms. Lin Yi replies, his voice hoarse and fragmented. He braces himself on his elbow, rising slowly yet steadily, far from the demeanor of one who has just clawed back from the jaws of death. Su Xian glances up in surprise. The patient, though pale and with cracked lips, no longer bears the previous air of muddled, sycophantic frenzy. Instead, his eyes now reflect a tranquil depth, imbued with a penetrating scrutiny that seems capable of piercing through all facades. This a transformation born of near death. Su Xian suppresses his unease, adopting a businesslike tone, laced with a hint of harshness. Lin Yi, I truly don't know whether to commend your resilience or chastise you for your reckless behavior. The doctor said you were on the brink of no return. Do you have any idea how much effort the company expended to mitigate this mess? Lin Yi disregards the lamentations, cutting straight to the heart of the matter, his voice steady and unyielding. Su Ge, how long until my contract expires? Su Xian, momentarily taken aback, instinctively answers, 2 years left. Why? Do you wish to terminate it? Yes, I do not belong in the entertainment industry, Lin Yi states succinctly. What is the penalty for breach of contract? Su Xian, as if hearing a great joke, snorts derisively, tapping away on his tablet before presenting it to Lin Yi, the screen displaying a long string of zeros dripping with sarcasm. Have a good look? 800 million. This is already a friendly price, considering you've died once, and we haven't deducted for image damage or resource compensation. 800 million might not have seemed daunting to the former Lin Yi, but for the present greasy alpha, whose reputation is in tatters and whose commercial value is negative, it is indeed astronomical. The path to termination is blocked. Lin Yi silently scrutinizes the figure, his mind racing. The public outcry, the company's exploitation, overwhelming debts, a deteriorating body, the onset of despair. But despair is precisely the battlefield he knows best. Seeing him silent, Su Xian assumes he is cowed, his tone softening but still firm. Have you given up? Then accept your fate. The company has secured you one last job, Wilderness Conquest. Have you heard of it? Renowned for its authenticity and hardship. Don't expect a resurgence. It's merely to have you endure public ridicule for a final squeeze of your dwindling popularity. Prepare yourself mentally. Wilderness Conquest. A flicker of sharp insight flashes in Lin Yi's eyes. Wilderness, survival, challenge. These words resonate with him as naturally as breathing. Countless outdoor missions and experiences in extreme environments have equipped him to navigate any harsh terrain with ease. This is not a dead end. It is, in fact, a stage crafted specifically for him. All right, I will participate. Lin Yi responds without hesitation. Su Xian is taken aback once more. Isn't he the one who fears hardship the most? He has always avoided such programs like the plague. So why this sudden decisiveness? He adds skeptically, are you certain? This is no child's play. I've heard the guest list includes. Before he can finish, the door to the hospital room is knocked upon and opened. A nurse enters, brightening the atmosphere. Mr. Lin, it's good to see you awake. The staff from Wilderness Conquest is here to visit and discuss the process. Is this convenient for you? Su Xian casts a complex glance at Lin. Lin Yi nods slightly, adjusting his posture. Although his complexion remains pale, his back straightens almost instinctively, exuding an air of calm resilience forged through countless trials. The nurse steps aside to allow two individuals to enter behind her. The foremost is the assistant director of the show, wearing a professionally cheerful smile. However, Su Xian's expression shifts drastically upon seeing the person behind the assistant director. Lin Yi, too, quickly extracts a key piece of information from the jumbled memories of the original owner, Song Ci. At 19, a peak newcomer, an alpha of remarkable talent and beauty, the heir to the prestigious Song family. His pheromones carry a rich, slightly bitter chocolate scent, curiously aligning with his cold exterior and pure heart. More importantly, the original owner had maliciously attempted to exploit this distinguished individual. After an event, the original scheme to fall into Song Ci's arms for publicity, only to be ruthlessly rebuffed by Song Ci's studio, resulting in widespread ridicule and further detriment to his already tarnished career. Song Ci stands as the most prominent and unforgiving witness to the original's sordid history. And now, this young alpha stands at the threshold of the hospital room. Dressed simply in black athletic wear, he possesses a stature as upright as a pine tree, his strikingly handsome visage exuding an almost aggressive allure. Beneath tousled hair, his dark eyes, laden with frost and detachment, hold an enigmatic depth. He merely stood there, an overwhelming aura of a top-tier alpha silently permeating the air, exuding a rich, chocolate-like essence tinged with a hint of bitterness, subtly heightening the tension in the atmosphere. His gaze fell upon Lin Yi, who lay on the hospital bed, devoid of any concern for the visit, only revealing an unmasked indifference, scrutiny, and a trace of disdain buried deep. Within, stemming from that clumsy incident, the assistant director chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. Teacher Lin, I trust you are feeling better? Teacher Song Ci is also a regular guest on our current season of Conquest of the Wilderness. He happened to be nearby and came to see you upon hearing of your hospitalization. The pleasantries were elegantly delivered, yet those present were all too aware that this was far from a friendly visit. Su Xian felt a prickling unease at the back of his neck. Sensing the impending awkwardness, and even worried that Lin Yi might revert to his previous self. However, Lin Yi's response took everyone by surprise. He lifted his gaze, calmly meeting Song Si's cold, scrutinizing eyes. His expression devoid of the embarrassment of being caught, nor did it bear the ingratiating and guilty demeanor characteristic of the previous persona. His eyes were profound and composed, as if penetrating through superficial grievances to behold the essence of the other. Then, he inclined his head slightly towards Song Si and the assistant director, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a peculiar, convincing steadiness. "Thank you for your concern. Conquest of the Wilderness? I will participate as scheduled." His gaze lingered on Song Si for a fleeting moment, his tone unassuming yet unmistakably assertive. "Please guide me to I." In that fleeting instant, a barely perceptible surprise flickered across Song Si's ice-cold eyes. This Lin, his gaze, posture, and tone stood in stark contrast to the rumors of a greasy, restless alpha who resorted solely to cunning tactics. The calm and poise radiating from him even evoked a faint sense of the pressure that accompanies a true powerhouse. Meanwhile, Su Xian, observing the seemingly transformed Lin Yi on the hospital bed, felt a thought welling up within him that he found absurd yet could not help but anticipate. Perhaps this season of Conquest of the Wilderness would indeed witness something that had completely slipped from control. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Wilderness in the days following his discharge. Lin Yi exhibited an astonishing level of self-discipline that left Su Xian utterly astounded. The apartment, once resembling a disheveled refuse heap, transformed into a pristine sanctuary merely 3 days after Lin Yi's arrival. All empty bottles and scattered junk food had been meticulously cleared away. Lin Yi adhered strictly to the regimen he had devised for himself, engaging in fundamental physical recovery training. A stark contrast to the original occupant's reckless indulgence in alcohol and chaotic eating habits. When Su Xian arrived to deliver the detailed script and pertinent notes for Conquest of the Wilderness, he nearly questioned his own presence upon witnessing Lin Yi performing a steady plank on the mat. The man before him, with sweat-soaked hair at the temples, an unwavering gaze, and muscles taut with exertion, bore no resemblance to the lethargic and unkempt figure he had once known. Su Xian opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He instinctively inhaled the air, noticing that the cloying scent of red wine pheromones, once so overpowering in his memories, had significantly diminished, replaced by a richer, more restrained essence, reminiscent of an aged vintage quietly uncorked, leaving a lingering aftertaste. As Lin Yi completed a set of exercises and rose with an air of efficiency, his breathing slightly hurried, yet his eyes clear, he accepted the document from Su Xian with a polite nod of thanks before settling onto the sofa to peruse them diligently. The program would be conducted in a semi-live format, with a gathering set for a week later, destined for the primal rainforests of the southwestern border. Su Xian began to explain the basic rules out of habit, only to discover that Lin Yi was reading at an astonishing pace, his focus unwavering, occasionally pausing at critical points, as if swiftly analyzing and memorizing information about the terrain, climate, and potential risks. His demeanor resembled that of a special forces operative formulating a tactical plan, rather than a mere celebrity awaiting the spectacle. "Can you understand contour maps?" Su Xian could not restrain his curiosity. Without lifting his gaze, Lin Yi replied, "I have a basic understanding." Su Xian felt the need to reassess his perception of this artist under his management. The online discourse remained unchanged, so he shifted topics, attempting to regain a semblance of control as a manager. "Since you're participating in Conquest of the Wilderness, the prevailing sentiment is largely negative and mocking. Just make sure you don't end up crying for help and dragging down the other guests, especially." He paused, casting a glance at Lin Yi, Song Si. Lin Yi continued to turn the pages without interruption, his tone flat. Just an MM suffices?" Su Xian felt a surge of frustration. This man seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. He was impervious to persuasion, unervingly composed. All the admonishments and warnings he had meticulously prepared felt as though they had dissipated into thin air. Lowering his voice, Su Xian relayed instructions from the company. "Your directive is to generate conflict and topics of discussion, particularly with Song Si. even if you're met with disdain or retorts. As long as the cameras are rolling and there's dialogue, it's a success. Do you understand? Finally, Lin Yi lifted his gaze from the documents to meet Su Xian's eyes. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet it instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure in Su Xian. I will handle my own affairs in my own way, Lin Yi declared, closing the document. Thank you, Xu Yi. I have finished reviewing the script. As Su Xian observed Lin Yi's com profile, he suddenly realized that the company's formula for black and red notoriety might indeed encounter an insurmountable obstacle this time. A week later, in the VIP lounge, the production team of Conquer the Wilderness had arranged for the guests to gather here before their unified departure to the recording location. The arrival of Lin Yi immediately sparked hushed whispers among the staff and the fans who had been waiting eagerly. He was clad in the simplest of white t-shirts and military green cargo pants, his physique tall and well-proportioned. No longer was he in the tight-fitting attire that had once accentuated his muscles. Instead, he exuded a refreshing and sharp demeanor. A black baseball cap adorned his head, its brim slightly lowered to obscure part of his brow and eyes, leaving only his chin and pale lips visible. He moved alone, pulling a suitcase that appeared equally simple and practical, his steps steady, seemingly oblivious to the gazes and discussions around him. This understated and composed presence starkly contrasted with his previous style of extravagant makeup, staged poses, and a throng of followers, instead emanating an aura of coldness that discouraged approach. A faint, mocking murmur wafted through the air. Lin Yi remained unfazed, finding a corner to sit and close his eyes, ostensibly to rest, but in truth, he was mentally reviewing the key points of survival in the rainforest and the current limits of his body's endurance. The door to the lounge swung open once more, and a palpable stir ensued. Song Xi had arrived. He was dressed as before in all black, a hooded sweatshirt and black athletic pants, which accentuated his pale complexion. A black mask obscured his face, revealing only his deep-set eyes, which scanned the room with a detached gaze. His formidable alpha presence seemed to diminish the surrounding noise. Even his assistant and manager, who trailed behind, commanded a significant presence. When Song Xi's gaze fell upon Lin Yi in the corner, it hesitated for just a moment before discreetly shifting away, and he chose a seat as far from Lin Yi as possible in the opposite corner. In the air, the subtle yet potent scent of chocolate pheromones appeared more pronounced, imbued with an unspoken rejection and boundary. The other guests gradually arrived, including a beta athlete known for physical prowess, a lively omega singer, and a seasoned outdoor enthusiast who was also a beta. They exchanged pleasantries, creating a relatively harmonious atmosphere. Yet, to varying degrees, they instinctively maintained a distance from Lin Yi. The tarnished reputation left by the original owner of this body acted like an invisible barrier. Nonetheless, Lin Yi remained unfazed, relishing the tranquility. Upon boarding, perhaps by the production team's design or mere coincidence, Lin Yi found his seat adjacent to Song Xi's. Song Xi's brow slightly furrowed, and the atmosphere around him grew even more tense. He donned an eye mask and crossed his arms, clearly adopting a posture of refusal to engage. Lin Yi, on the other hand, naturally stowed his luggage, fastened his seatbelt, and took out a slim field guide on plans to peruse, not casting a glance at Song Xi throughout the journey. Once the flight stabilized, the cabin crew began distributing meals. When it was Song Xi's turn, he removed his eye mask and waved his hand, signaling that he did not require anything. His complexion seemed even paler than before, his lips pressed together tightly. Lin Yi accepted his meal box with a polite thank you, keenly observing how Song Xi's fingers curled slightly on the armrest, the knuckles whitening from attention, combining his refusal of sustenance with a slightly restrained breathing pattern. Lin Yi deduced that this young, top-tier alpha was likely suffering from a touch of motion sickness. As the aircraft encountered a moderate turbulence, it began to jolt gently. Song Xi's body tensed instantly, his hand gripping the armrest tightly, and he swallowed hard, suppressing his discomfort. Lin Yi closed the guidebook, turned his head slightly, and spoke in a calm, yet audible tone, just enough for the person beside him to hear, Try pressing the inner side of your wrist at the point 3 finger widths in. It's the Naguan acupoint. It may help alleviate nausea. Song Si opened his eyes wide in surprise, looking at Lin Yi. The latter's gaze remained serene, devoid of the flattery, scheming, or voyeuristic amusement that Song Si had anticipated. Instead, it bore a purity akin to that of a professional offering advice. How could he possibly know? And the Naguan acupoint? Driven by an inexplicable emotion, perhaps due to his discomfort or the untainted clarity in Lin Yi's eyes. Song Si hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Lin Yi's suggestion, pressing firmly on the Naguan acupoint on his other wrist with his thumb. A sensation of soreness surged through him, seemingly easing the turmoil in his stomach. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent, yet his rigid form relaxed just a fraction. Lin Yi, too, ceased speaking, reopening the guidebook as if he had merely made an inconsequential suggestion. This brief interlude escaped the cameras, yet it created an almost imperceptible ripple in Song Si's heart, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Lin Yi seemed to differ significantly from the rumors surrounding him. After several hours of flight and a lengthy, bumpy journey along mountainous roads, the group finally arrived at the base camp established by the Wilderness Conquest production team on the edge of the rainforest. The humid air enveloped them, imbued with the sense of earth, decaying vegetation, and an unknown wildflower. In the distance rose the undulating, lush mountains, resembling an endless green ocean filled with mystery and challenge. The director, wielding a megaphone, announced the rules. Welcome to Wilderness Conquest. For the next 7 days, you will reside in this primeval rainforest. The program will adopt a semi-live format, with a fixed broadcasting signal each day. You may choose to form teams voluntarily or act independently. The production team will provide only the most basic toolkit, which includes a machete, a water bottle, a bundle of rope, and a small supply of emergency medicine. Food, water, and shelter must all be procured by you. Should you find it unbearable, you may press the emergency bracelet at any time to withdraw. Upon concluding, the staff began distributing the toolkits. The other guests exhibited varying degrees of anxiety, pointing at the toolkits and their surroundings. Lin Yi received his allotted share, expertly inspecting the blade of the machete, testing the strength of the rope, and methodically attaching them to his waist and backpack, executing the process swiftly and with precision, devoid of any superfluous movements. His gaze had shifted towards the dense depths of the jungle, coolly assessing the terrain, vegetation density, and potential water sources. That look was no longer the icy demeanor from the airport, nor the tranquility experienced on the plane. It now embodied a sharpness and focus akin to a blade drawn from its sheath, as if a fierce beast had finally returned to its rightful domain. Song Si stood at a distance, keenly observing Lin Yi's series of swift and professional movements. His grip on the strap of the tool bag tightened slightly, and the gaze behind his sunglasses deepened with scrutiny and perplexity. What exactly was going on with this Lin Yi? The director's commanding voice rang out. Wild Conquest, commence. Without hesitation, Lin Yi decisively selected a direction and stepped forward, swiftly merging into the lush greenery surrounding him. Thus began his conquest of the wilderness. And all the skepticism and disdain directed at him would soon be systematically dismantled by his prowess in the days to come. Chapter 3. The rainforest unveils its brilliance the moment Lin Yi vanished into the rainforest. He resembled a droplet merging into the ocean. The cacophony of the outside world was rapidly silenced, replaced by the myriad rustles of the jungle and the heavy, damp scent of life intertwined with decay permeating the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi moved with steady and swift strides, his gaze swiftly scanning the surrounding foliage, terrain, and light conditions. His mind operated at high speed, synthesizing the topography he had observed from the base camp with the rudimentary tools at hand, quickly devising the optimal course of action. Safety, water sources, and shelter. These were the unyielding principles of wilderness survival. The immediate priority was to locate a relatively safe area near a water source suitable for establishing a temporary camp. He chose a seemingly more arduous path, one cloaked in denser vegetation, advancing toward a slightly elevated terrain. Lin Yi's experience dictated that higher ground often afforded better visibility. facilitated drainage, and made it easier to discover traces of water sources. The cameraman trailing him was a robust beta, struggling to keep up with Lin Yi's pace. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, breathing becoming increasingly labored. Internally, he lamented, how could this alpha, notorious for his lackadaisical demeanor, move through the forest with such ease? This speed, this endurance, this sense of direction. He was nothing like the pampered celebrity one would expect. Lin Yi occasionally paused, not to rest, but to observe. He meticulously cleared entangled vines with his machete, examined the moss growth on tree bark, leaned down to listen to the faint sound of distant water, and even pinched a bit of soil between his fingers to assess its moisture. The entire process was silent yet efficient, devoid of superfluous words. Each action imbued with a clear purpose. The live stream had begun once the guests entered the rainforest, branching into several channels. At that moment, Lin Yi's live stream attracted scant attention, with sparse, mocking comments populating the screen. Who is he trying to impress? Observing moss? Can he even tell directions? He'll likely be crying for help in less than half an hour. The camera shook violently. The cameraman struggled to keep pace with such a fool. However, a handful of comments began to express confusion. His walking posture seems remarkably steady. It doesn't look aimless. There appears to be a genuine objective. In stark contrast to Lin Yi's decisiveness, the other guests appeared somewhat flustered. The Omega singer closely shadowed the Beta athlete, exhibiting a cautious demeanor towards their surroundings. The seasoned outdoor enthusiast, Beta, opted for a relatively gentle path, albeit at a sluggish pace. Song Ci ventured forth alone, possessing exceptional physical fitness and agility. Though it was evident that he was not entirely acquainted with the wilderness, he advanced primarily on instinct and stamina. His direction clear, yet lacking a keen observation and utilization of environmental details. The route he selected subtly converged with Lin Yi's path in a certain area. Time slipped away unnoticed, the sun growing increasingly fierce, and the oppressive heat within the forest became more palpable. Suddenly, Lin Yi halted, crouching down, his gaze fixed upon the roots of a particular cluster of ferns. The soil there exhibited a slightly deeper hue, and the humidity was markedly higher. With gentle hands, he peeled back the surface layer of decayed vegetation, feeling a coolness beneath his fingertips. There was shallow groundwater present. He murmured to himself, perhaps explaining to the cameraman behind him. He retrieved a water bottle from his toolkit, but did not immediately begin to excavate for water. Instead, he stood, casting his eyes further afield, first to locate a campsite, then to return for water. The barrage of comments read, "Is this for real? Can you tell there's water just by looking? He must be bluffing. Is he so into acting that he forgot to drink? Isn't he thirsty?" Lin Yi pressed on, walking for another 20 minutes until he stopped at a relatively dry, open area backed by a massive rock. The stone provided shelter from the elements and protected him from falling debris, while the elevated terrain afforded a better vantage point. This is the spot, he decided. He set down his backpack, and rather than resting, he swiftly surveyed a circle of approximately 10 meters around the campsite, using his machete to clear away any underbrush that could harbor snakes or insects, meticulously inspecting the crevices in the rock and the surrounding trees. Only after completing this task did he return to the rock to commence constructing a shelter. He chose the simplest design, a single slope shelter. Utilizing the rock as a natural support, he cut several appropriately sized, forked branches to serve as the main frame, anchoring them firmly into the ground. He then fashioned thinner branches to lay across the frame, creating the roof. Finally, he gathered a plethora of broad palm leaves and ferns, layering them like shingles atop the roof and sides, resulting in a rudimentary yet effective shelter against wind and rain. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitance. Cutting, assembling, and covering, each step was executed with precision and efficiency, as if rehearsed countless times. Those hands, once mocked on stage for merely posing, now exuded strength. The cameraman, initially skeptical, had transitioned to a state of astonishment, instinctively capturing close-ups of Lin Yi's nimble and powerful hands. The tide of comments in the live stream began to shift. Wow, this craftsmanship. Is this truly the Lin Yi, who couldn't even open a bottle cap. This is better than many survival streamers I've seen. Why do I feel like he's a bit handsome? Just as Lin, he was engrossed in reinforcing the shelter. A series of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Song Si emerged from the thicket, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, his breath slightly labored. The cuffs of his black sweatshirt were snagged by the branches, lending him an air of disarray. He clearly did not anticipate encountering Lin Yi here, especially upon seeing the nearly complete shelter, which sparked a flicker of undeniable surprise in his icy gaze. Their eyes briefly met in the air. Lin Yi merely regarded him with a calm glance, nodding in acknowledgement before returning to his task, firmly securing a vine to stabilize the shelter's beam. Song Si pressed his lips together, choosing silence. He surveyed his surroundings, evidently recognizing the advantages of this location. Yet, he did not linger, continuing onward as if in search of a camp of his own. However, before departing, he could not resist casting another glance at the almost finished shelter and the figure seamlessly blending into the environment as he busied himself before it. The perplexity within him grew like entwining vines. This Lin Yi, not only adept at alleviating motion sickness, but also capable of locating water sources and constructing such a practical shelter in a mere span of time, was certainly no mere wastrel, consumed by self-indulgence and intoxication. The night in the rainforest descended swiftly, the sky gradually darkening. Lin Yi had completed the final fortifications of the shelter and, at the entrance, constructed a simple fire break using stones. He refrained from igniting a fire, aware of the risks posed by uncertain surroundings and the possibility of rain. Returning to the spot where he had discovered the water source, he cautiously collected the seeping clear water into an empty canteen. Although the water appeared pristine, he habitually added a purification tablet he carried with him. Back at the campsite, he sat at the entrance of the shelter, savoring the clear water while slowly chewing the only compressed biscuit provided in his toolkit. His movements were unhurried, as if he were relishing a gourmet delicacy. Under the live stream's gaze, his profile bore a hardened elegance, his calm eyes surveying the rainforest gradually shrouded in twilight, devoid of panic or complaint, embodying a chilling tranquility and adaptability. This starkly contrasted with the greasy, ostentatious persona he had exhibited during the day. Unbeknownst to him, his streaming popularity began to rise steadily. The comments had transformed entirely. Is this really Lin Yi? Have I been possessed? Such mental fortitude and survival skills, truly outclassing the others. From hating to loving him in a heartbeat. I apologize for my earlier outbursts. Only I noticed how considerate he was towards the cameraman, reminding him to watch his step. At that moment, the other guest streaming experiences presented a contrasting scene. The Omega singer and Beta athlete had awkwardly cobbled together a rickety shelter, lamenting about mosquitoes and hunger. Seasoned outdoor enthusiasts were making decent progress but appeared quite fatigued. Song Si, too, had located a spot and was attempting to construct a shelter. Yet his movements were noticeably clumsy and his progress was slow. The disparity in survival effort on the first day was glaringly evident. As night fully enveloped the rainforest, it succumbed to an even deeper darkness. Lin Yi inspected the distress bracelet, confirming its proper functionality, before retreating into the shelter he had constructed, preparing to endure his inaugural wilderness night in this new world. He understood that this was merely the beginning, and tomorrow's challenges would be even more daunting. Yet he remained unafraid. Not far away, in the enveloping darkness, Song Si sat within the makeshift refuge he had barely assembled, listening to the unfamiliar sound surrounding him. In his mind, Lin Yi's calm and focused gaze resurfaced unbidden. An ineffable emotion began to stir within him, mingling confusion, reluctance, and a subtle, unacknowledged respect for absolute capability. Chapter 4. The subtle light of night and emerging cracks. The night was as dark as ink, deepening the rainforest shadows. The heat that had simmered in the daylight slightly dissipated, replaced by an insidious chill that seeped into the bones. Lin Yi leaned against the rocks at the corner of his shelter, not fully asleep but rather alert, his ears attuned to every faint sound carried by the wind. The croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects formed a backdrop, punctuated by the distant murmur of an owl, while deeper still, a more perilous silence lay in wait. He needed fire, not only to fend off the cold, but also to instill a sense of security and illumination. Utilizing the dry twigs collected at dusk, he successfully kindled a bonfire within the meticulously cleared fire circle. The flames danced, dispelling small patches of darkness and illuminating the tranquility of his profile. The orange glow flowed across his sharply defined features, contrasting vividly with the shadows cast by the brim of his hat. As night descended, the live broadcast signal switched to nocturnal mode, rendering the image slightly blurred, yet the flickering flames and Lin Yi's composed figure painted a narrative-rich tableau. Surprisingly, the viewership of the night shift had not diminished. Rather, it had increased due to the fervent discussions that transpired throughout the day. The atmosphere was electric. He appeared utterly unperturbed, in stark contrast to a neighboring live stream, where another had screamed in fright at mere shadows. The difference was palpable. Honestly, I had previously criticized him. I now offer my apologies. In stark juxtaposition to Lin Yi's orderly demeanor, Song Si's night proved far more arduous. His chosen campsite lay at the edge of a lower depression. While proximity to water was advantageous, the humidity was overwhelming. The shelter he had hastily erected during the day swayed in the night breeze, as various unidentifiable sounds relentlessly tested his nerves. Song Si was a premier alpha, endowed with immense strength and willpower. Yet in the face of the sheer unknown of nature and the discomforts of his physiology, pride alone could not resolve his plight. What troubled him further was the faint glimmer of a distant firelight visible through the trees. It was Lin Yi. That individual possessed wilderness skills beyond his comprehension and could effortlessly ignite a bonfire in such an environment. In this moment of his own disarray, Song Si's prior disdain and condescension towards Lin Yi felt almost ironic. The rich scent of pheromones akin to fine red wine seemed to waft through the night air, no longer repugnant as in his memories, but rather imbued with an oddly soothing quality. Clenching his fists, he suppressed the tumult of complex emotions within and focused on the immediate predicament. He needed to find food swiftly. On the following morning, Lin Yi awoke with the first rays of dawn. He swiftly extinguished the fire, meticulously checking for any potential hazards, and then used the collected dew for a rudimentary wash. Today, he would continue his exploration of the eastern region, in search of a more stable water source and a source of protein. He succinctly outlined his plans to the camera before stepping back into the jungle. Lin Yi's path was considerably deeper than the previous day. Along the way, he adeptly avoided a thicket brimming with poisonous thorns, accurately identifying several warning-colored toxic mushrooms. By observing the traces on the ground, he even deduced that a medium-sized feline predator had recently passed through. The footprints were fresh, and while the creature was not large, it was prudent to take a detour. He calmly adjusted his course, exhibiting no inclination towards recklessness. This extraordinary vigilance and keen insight into his surroundings left the live stream audience in awe. Was he truly participating in a variety show, or was this an outdoor mission? His depth of knowledge was astounding. Following EG's wilderness survival tips was indeed a venture worth undertaking. Near a parched riverbed, Lin Yi found his objective. Clusters of specific plants indicated the possibility of an underground water source. He spent some time using his machete and branches to successfully excavate a seepage pit, watching as murky water gradually filtered through and settled. It would require time to clarify, so he marked the location and moved on. Just as he focused on setting new traps, he heard hurried footsteps and panting nearby. Lin Yi raised his guard, gripping his machete tightly. Out of the dense foliage emerged Song Si, somewhat unsteady on his feet, looking quite worse for wear. His complexion was even paler than the day before, his lips cracked, and strands of hair matted with sweat clung to his forehead. The once sharp glint in his eyes now held a barely perceptible weariness and irritation, while mud splattered his black athletic pants, and a tear marred his sleeve. He seemed surprised to encounter Lin Yi here, pausing momentarily, instinctively straightening his back in an attempt to uphold his usual indifferent demeanor. However, his slightly labored breathing and unfocused gaze betrayed his frailty. Lin Yi's eyes quickly scanned him, noting the parched lips and his somewhat subdued spirit. Without uttering a word, he silently unfastened the water container from his waist. Crafted from large leaves and vines, filled with the purified water he had treated earlier from the seepage point. Taking 2 steps forward, he extended the container towards Song Si. His movements natural, maintaining a respectful distance without unnecessary words. Song Si regarded him, then the rudimentary yet functional water container, as his throat convulsed violently. The urge to refuse surged forth, Alpha's pride roaring within him. Yet, the body's desperate thirst for hydration overwhelmed all else. He pressed his lips tightly together, struggling for a few seconds before finally raising his hand, awkwardly accepting the water container. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice hoarse and barely audible. Turning away, he quickly took a few sips. The cool liquid flowed down his parched throat, bringing an indescribable relief. Exercising restraint, he did not overindulge, returning the water container. Lin Yi took the item, reattaching it to his waist, as if it were merely a trivial task. He glanced towards the direction from which Song Si was approaching and calmly advised. "The forest you are heading towards has a type of vine with fine thorns that can easily cause injury. I suggest you take a detour." Song Si paused, instinctively looking at the torn cuff of his sleeve and the faint red marks on his arm, remaining silent. He had indeed been scratched. Moreover, Lin Yi added, his gaze falling upon Song Si's somewhat empty hands. "To the southwest, about a 15-minute walk, there is a wild banana grove. Although the fruits are not yet ripe, the tender heart of the stem can be harvested and is rich in moisture. If you follow the stream upstream, you will find edible lichens beneath the rocks." Having shared this, he did not linger, turning to continue his previous task of setting traps, leaving Song Si with a sharp and focused silhouette. Standing still, Song Si seemed to still feel the rough texture of the water bottle's leaf, the refreshing taste of the water lingering in his mouth. He gazed at Lin Yi's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. This was not an act of charity. It felt more like an unconditioned helping hand extended between kindred souls in distress, accompanied by an almost uncanny professional judgment. This individual was so starkly different from the image presented in the documents and from his recollections. A perplexing confusion intertwined with a hint of being seen through in his vulnerability, mingled with a small sense of gratitude, tugged at his heart. For the first time, he did not feel offended by the other's guidance. Instead, he felt an urge to delve into the truth. He stood in silence for a moment before finally walking towards the direction of the wild banana grove indicated by Lin Yi. His steps were no longer aimless. In a live stream, the comments erupted with excitement. What did I just witness? Song Si accepted Lin Yi's water. He even expressed thanks, albeit quietly. Lin Yi actually pointed out where to find food and drink. This relationship is becoming hard to comprehend. From enemies to strange allies? Am I the only one who thinks Lin Yi looked rather dashing while handing over the water? That calm and reliable demeanor. Sunlight filtered through the layered leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. 2 alphas, one focused on the immediate task of survival, steady as a mountain, the other bearing complex emotions, ventured towards an uncertain yet at least directional path. The formidable wall of ice between them quietly cracked, revealing a narrow fissure. Through this gap, not only hope for survival seeped through, but perhaps also unforeseen light. Chapter 5. Choices in the downpour following Lin Yi's directions. Song Si indeed found the wild banana grove. Although the unripe fruits were inedible, the tender heart extracted from the banana trees provided precious moisture and carbohydrates. This temporarily alleviated his urgent needs, yet deepened the clouds of doubt in his mind. Lin Yi's judgment was terrifyingly precise. With mixed emotions, he collected some banana hearts and followed the stream to locate the edible lichens. Though the process was not entirely smooth, he at least had a clear objective. No longer floundering aimlessly, returning to his somewhat uncomfortable campsite, he slowly chewed on the earthy food, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the direction of Lin Yi. That individual seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of this rainforest. Lin Yi's afternoon remained productive. He enhanced the traps, assessed the water quality of seepage pit, and gathered a substantial amount of dry firewood, meticulously stacking it in a rain-sheltered area of his refuge. He glanced up at the sky, where the dense canopy appeared to be gathering clouds at a languid pace, the humidity in the air reaching unprecedented heights. Rain was likely to fall that evening, necessitating reinforcement of the roof and drainage. Speaking calmly into the camera, he articulated what seemed to be an ordinary matter. Upon concluding his remarks, Lin Yi immediately set to work, collecting broader leaves to thicken the roof of his shelter and digging simple drainage ditches around it. His foresight and decisiveness once again earned the admiration of the audience in the live stream. This ability to prepare in advance was commendable. It felt as though following ego, one could survive anywhere. In contrast, it appeared that Song Si had made little progress in his preparations. Just as Lin Yi busied himself, the previously bright sky darkened at a noticeable pace. The wind began to intensify, rustling the trees, while distant thunder rumbled ominously. Song Si also sensed the sudden shift in weather, frowning as he surveyed his flimsy, slanted shelter. Before long, large raindrops began to sporadically fall, producing a pattering sound on the leaves, soon merging into a torrential downpour. In an instant, he became acutely aware of the vulnerabilities of his campsite. Water rapidly pooled at the edge of the depression, murky streams encroaching upon his dwelling. The covering of his roof proved inadequate against the fierce storm, as rainwater quickly seeped through, thoroughly soaking his already damp ground mat. Cold and dampness invaded relentlessly. He curled up in a corner, barely able to shield his head, listening to the deafening sound of the rain and wind outside, feeling his body heat gradually dissipate. Alpha was indeed robust, yet not impervious, particularly in such extreme conditions. The sensation of isolation had never felt so palpable. Song Si couldn't help but think of that sturdy refuge, the lively campfire, and most importantly, the tranquil gaze of that individual. Pride seemed so pale in the face of survival. Lin Yi's campsite also endured the deluge, but due to prior preparations and a favorable geographical position, the conditions were markedly better. The rocks shielded most of the fierce wind, while the reinforced roof and drainage ditches effectively diverted the rainwater. Although the interior of the shelter was somewhat damp, it remained fundamentally dry and comfortable. He sat at the entrance of his refuge, gazing at the white curtain of rain outside, his expression still calm. The cameraman took shelter in his protective tent, capturing Lin Yi's figure through the rain veil. Suddenly, Lin Yi's ears perked up, seemingly discerning another sound amidst the cacophony of the rain. He listened intently. The sound was faint, akin to a suppressed cough, emanating from the direction of Song Si's campsite. He rose to his feet and approached the edge of the camp, gazing into the distance. The torrential rain blurred his vision, yet he could envision the predicament unfolding on the other side. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi turned back towards the shelter, seized a large leaf he had set aside, gathered a small bundle of dry tinder and flint, carefully secured them in a waterproof wrap, and stepped resolutely into the deluge. The audience in the live stream was taken aback. "Where are you going, Iga? It's pouring." The cameraman was equally astonished, but duty-bound, he donned a raincoat and gritted his teeth to follow. Song Si felt as though he were on the verge of freezing, the rain seeping in relentlessly, soaking his clothes and clinging to his skin, robbing him of precious warmth. He wrapped his arms around himself, unable to suppress the chattering of his teeth. His consciousness began to waver, and he even contemplated pressing the emergency bracelet at that moment, when the sound of splashing through puddles grew nearer. Suddenly, Song Si looked up through the misty curtain of rain and beheld a tall figure trudging towards him with difficulty, yet determination. It was Lin Yi, drenched and wearing a hat. He maintained a steady gait, seemingly clutching something in his hand. Rainwater cascaded down his stern visage, and his eyes appeared exceptionally dark and bright, akin to guiding stars in the storm. Song Si was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for Lin Yi's timely arrival. As Lin Yi approached, raindrops dripped from his jawline, his voice cutting through the sound of the rain with clarity. "We cannot stay here. The flooding will worsen. Come with me." His words were not suggestions, but rather a calm assessment and directive. Song Si opened his mouth to refuse, wishing to uphold the remnants of his pride. Yet the biting cold and his dire circumstances rendered him speechless. Without waiting for a response, Lin Yi extended the large leaf towards him. Use this to shield yourself. Take only what is essential and let us go. His tone carried an undeniable authority, reminiscent of his commanding presence in a past life. Gazing at Lin Yi's resolute expression, despite being drenched in the offered leaf, the dam of pride he had built within himself crumbled in the face of the stark reality of survival and the other's unadulterated actions. Silently accepting the leaf, he awkwardly held it above his head, grasped his sodden backpack, and staggered to his feet. Noticing his struggle, Lin Yi reached out to steady him, offering support. Through the soaked fabric, Song Si felt the warmth of Lin Yi's hand, a stark contrast to his own icy chill. Stay close, Lin Yi instructed, releasing his grasp and taking the lead. Song Si pressed his pale lips together, holding the leaf aloft, and followed closely behind the steady silhouette, navigating through the downpour. The rain was frigid, yet the warmth lingering on the arm Lin Yi had touched remained, an indelible comfort. The stretch of road traversed in the storm was not long. Yet for Song Si, it felt as if he had journeyed for a century. He watched the figure ahead, shielding him from some of the wind and rain. Observing how Lin Yi chose the surest footholds amidst the mud, and his heart surged with an unprecedented complexity of emotions: embarrassment, gratitude, astonishment, and a subtle flutter he could scarcely define. Finally returning to Lin Yi's camp, despite the rain, the dry shelter and the pre-prepared firewood felt like a haven compared to the previous predicament of being inundated. Lin Yi instructed Song Si to take refuge in the shelter from the rain while he swiftly sought a sheltered spot behind the rocks, skillfully rekindling a small bonfire using dry kindling and flint. The orange flames flickered back to life, dispelling the chill and illuminating Song Si's pale and disheveled face. Take off your wet coat and warm yourself by the fire, Lin Yi said casually, adding kindling without turning his head, as if addressing an ordinary companion. Following his suggestion, Song Si removed his soaked coat and sat beside the fire, extending his hands toward the long-lost warmth. The dancing flames cast an ever-changing glow on his face. He dared to glance at Lin Yi, who was tending to the firewood. The rain had dampened his dark hair, accentuating the depth of his brows and eyes. The firelight softened his hard features with a warm hue. He focused intently on the flames, as if engaged in an important task. In the air, the rich aroma of red wine pheromones, intensified by Lin Yi's movements and the evaporating moisture, mingled with the scent of burning pine and the freshness of rain, creating a comforting and inexplicably alluring fragrance. Song Si quickly lowered his gaze, feeling a warmth creep to his ears, unsure whether it was from the fire or some other cause. The live stream signal flickered amidst the torrential rain. Yet the image of the two sharing the small space and warmth of the fire was still transmitted, causing a sensation. I cried, "What a beautiful redemption! Lin Yi is too kind, braving the downpour to come for him. The way Song Si looked at Lin Yi just now, I'm lost." I shipped this couple. Locked in. Outside, the torrential rain continued its relentless assault, but within the modest shelter. The presence of another person and the crackling fire imbued the space with a subtle tranquility and warmth, starkly contrasting with the chaos beyond. Chapter 6. The bonfire and the cracks the downpour relentlessly washed over the rainforest, and outside the shelter was a cacophonous and chaotic world, while inside, by the bonfire, it felt like an isolated realm. Song Si silently warmed himself by the fire, his soaked clothes releasing faint wisps of steam, bringing a chill. Yet the skin facing the flames felt slightly scorched. This interplay of heat and cold mirrored his complex and inexpressible emotions at that moment. He could distinctly sense Lin Yi seated not far away, their distance perfectly balanced, neither too close nor too far, yet impossible to ignore each other's presence. The air, infused with the rich and steady aroma of red wine pheromones, seemed to grow clearer due to the confined space and the warmth of the flames. It transformed from a distant, vague scent to a tangible presence, intertwining with the earthy scent of wet soil and the burning pine, creating an oddly warm cocoon. This fragrance was worlds apart from the sweet, extravagant scent he remembered, even causing the taut nerves from cold and fatigue to relax slightly. This realization stirred an inexplicable annoyance within him, prompting him to instinctively curl his fingers. Lin Yi did not pay much attention to Song Si's psychological state. After confirming the stability of the fire, he retrieved his backpack and extracted the rudimentary leaf-shaped water bottle, offering it with a succinct command, "Drink." Song Si hesitated momentarily, then murmured, "Thank you." He accepted the water bottle and cautiously sipped a few mouthfuls. The clear water, tinged with a hint of botanical astringency, flowed down his parched throat, refreshing his body and seemingly alleviating the tension in the atmosphere between them. "Your wound requires attention." Lin Yi's gaze fell upon Song Si's arm, which bore several fine red lines from where it had been scraped by thorny vines, starkly illuminated by the firelight. Instinctively, Song Si wished to retract his hand and dismiss the injury. But Lin Yi had already turned to retrieve a small bottle of emergency iodine swabs and waterproof bandages from his kit. In the complex environment of the rainforest, even minor wounds could lead to infection. Lin Yi's tone was calm, as if stating an objective fact, devoid of excessive concern, yet imbued with an undeniable professionalism. He tore open the packaging, extracted a swab, and gestured for Song Si to extend his hand. Observing Lin Yi's deft movements and focused demeanor, Song Si found his words of refusal caught in his throat. Silently, he extended his arm, exposing the wound to the other's gaze. Lin Yi worked swiftly, yet surprisingly gently. The cool iodine met the injury with a slight sting, quickly tempered by the gentle pressure of the swab. Lin Yi's fingers occasionally brushed against Song Si's skin, rough yet warm, contrasting sharply with his austere exterior. Song Si lowered his gaze, studying Lin Yi's furrowed brow and concentrated expression, the firelight casting delicate shadows upon his dense eyelashes. He could sense the flow of Lin Yi's breath and detect the scent of rain mingling with earthy pheromones. In such proximity, an unprecedented and subtle sensation began to blossom, like a faint current coursing along the skin where they touched, causing his heart to skip a beat, then falter in its rhythm. He quickly averted his eyes, his throat involuntarily constricting. All done. Lin Yi affixed the bandage, neatly organizing his supplies. The entire process was executed with precision and efficiency, as if the moment of closeness and contact had never transpired. Song Si replied softly, retracting his arm, feeling a warmth radiate from the bandaged area, far exceeding the sensation of the wound itself. The atmosphere once again fell into a delicate silence, punctuated only by the crackling of burning wood and the incessant sound of rain outside. The live stream's signal flickered intermittently amidst the downpour. Yet the brief yet tension-filled scene of bandaging had been captured and disseminated, igniting a frenzy of comments. "Ah, he bandaged it himself. Lin Yi is so considerate. Did Song Si just blush? What a vibe. Is this the feeling of a heartbeat?" The ECI couple is real, in an effort to shatter this disquieting silence. Perhaps driven by an innate curiosity, Song Si unusually took the initiative to speak, his voice tinged with a slight rasp. "You seem quite proficient at this." He referred to wilderness survival and wound care. Lin Yi's movement as he tended to the fire momentarily paused. Without raising his gaze, he replied in a flat tone, "I learned a bit before." "A bit?" Song Si probed, his tone carrying an unrecognized stubbornness, for this was surely more than a mere smattering. Lin Yi lifted his eyes to meet Song Si's gaze, the flickering flames reflecting in his profound depths, obscuring his true emotions. He fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing his words, before ultimately responding with a simple, personal interest. It was a response tinged with obvious dismissal, yet left no room for further inquiry. Song Si regarded him, aware of his reluctance to elaborate. This air of mystery, intertwined with the astonishing abilities he had displayed, acted like a colossal magnet, drawing Song Si ever closer to unraveling the enigma. He ceased his questioning, yet the knot of curiosity within him tightened. Personal interest? What kind of interest could reach such a level, rivaling that of a professional expert? He recalled Lin Yi's precise spear throwing, his adeptness in constructing shelters, and his familiarity with flora and fauna. These were not the pursuits of someone merely navigating the entertainment industry, consumed by revelry and excess. A silence fell between them once more. But this time it was not merely a void filled with embarrassment and distance. It was laced with the complexity of exploration, scrutiny, and a faint, suppressed allure. As the night wore on, the rain gradually subsided, eventually coming to a halt. The faint light of dawn struggled to pierce through the moisture-laden clouds and dense foliage, unveiling a world washed anew, glistening with dampness. The air was infused with the distinctive freshness and coolness that followed the rain. Leaning against the rock, Song Si dozed for a short while, awakening to find Lin Yi's half-dry coat draped over him. Lin Yi was no longer within the shelter. The fire pit had been carefully tended to, maintaining a flicker of warmth against the morning chill. He picked up the coat, which seemed to carry the calming aroma of red wine, causing his thoughts to waver. Just then, Lin Yi returned, his hands laden with fresh, dew-kissed wild fruits and tender shoots. Awake? Have something to eat to regain your strength, he said, extending the fruits to Song Si with a demeanor as natural as if nothing had transpired the night before. Song Si accepted the offering with gratitude, and they shared a silent, simple breakfast. After that night, something had undeniably shifted. The ice wall that had loomed between them had cracked, a gaping fissure formed by the tempest and the warmth of the fire. On one side of the divide lay Song Si's once unyielding disdain and cold scrutiny. On the other, Lin Yi remained steady yet felt less distant. The rain had ceased, and the standing water would recede. After finishing his fruit, Lin Yi rose, stating, "Your campsite needs to be reorganized, or perhaps consider relocating." Song Si looked at him, nodding. This time, he did not instantly dismiss Lin Yi's suggestion. When the sun finally broke through the clouds, casting light upon the forest, Song Si returned to his disordered campsite. He surveyed the soaked debris and the crooked shelter, then glanced back at the massive rock in the distance. A decision began to quietly crystallize within him. On the internet, discussions surrounding the intense night shared by ECI and Lin Yi personally tending to Song Si's wounds, have proliferated like mushrooms after a rain, dominating the headlines of various entertainment sections. A tempest, ignited by a survival challenge, is quietly making its way into the entertainment industry. Chapter 7. A new distance. The rainforest, rejuvenated by the torrential downpour, emanates an indescribable brilliance. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the foliage, casting beams of light in the air, reminiscent of fairyland. Yet, beneath this picturesque scenery, the lurking dampness and humidity become increasingly pronounced. Song Si stands before his disheveled campsite, the distressing memories of the previous night still fresh in his mind. He silently sorts through the drenched belongings, most of which are now rendered unusable. His gaze occasionally drifts towards a large rock nearby, where Lin Yi is busily clearing the accumulated water around the campsite and reinforcing the drainage channels washed away by the rain, his movements as steady and efficient as ever. After last night, Song Si can no longer simply define Lin Yi with disdain or contempt. That steadfast silhouette, the campfire flickering in the cold night, the focused gaze while treating wounds, and the comforting scent of rich red wine pheromones have all left an indelible mark in his heart. He takes a deep breath and makes a decision. Without hesitation, he gathers the few remaining useful items, primarily his toolkit and the emergency rescue bracelet, and strides towards Lin Yi's campsite. Upon hearing footsteps, Lin Yi looks up to see Song Si standing a few steps away, his expression still bearing its characteristic sternness. Yet the icy demeanor in his eyes has softened slightly, replaced by a hint of complex contemplation. To the southeast, approximately 50 meters away, lies a small patch of relatively dry and level high ground, sheltered from the wind and close to a water source. Song Si speaks, his voice steady and devoid of emotion, as though presenting an objective exploration result. "I intend to relocate the campsite there." He neither requests consent nor seeks assistance. He merely informs. This is a gesture, an attempt to re-establish equality and independence after having accepted substantial help from the other. He no longer clings to complete detachment, yet he does not intend to become dependent. Lin Yi looks at him, instantly comprehending his intention. He nods, offering no superfluous pleasantries. The location is good. Feel free to ask for help if needed. No need, Song Ci replies succinctly, turning to head towards the site he has chosen. His posture is upright, exuding the inherent pride of an alpha, yet unlike the previous blind and almost petulant distance, this time, his choice is grounded in rational judgment and a reassessment of his capabilities. The audience in the live broadcast witnesses this moment in its entirety. Is the cool guy now convinced that Yi is near a favorable spot? The new campsite is perfectly positioned. Not too close, not too far. It seems like Song Ci's attitude has changed. He's not so cold anymore. This is the correct survival mindset. Seeking support is not shameful. It's a strategic approach. In the following 2 days, life in the rainforest appears to have entered a new mode. Lin Yi adhered to his efficient and methodical routine, inspecting traps and maintaining the camp in the early morning, expanding his exploration range and seeking diverse food sources in the late morning, and processing food, stockpiling resources, and researching potential improvements to living conditions in the afternoon. He even utilized pliable vines and tree bark to attempt weaving rudimentary fishing nets and backpacks. Meanwhile, Song Ci, a new camp a few dozen meters away, commenced his reconstruction efforts. Learning from past experiences, he meticulously selected a site and emulated certain structural elements of Lin Yi's shelter. Although his craftsmanship remained unrefined and his building pace slow, the resulting shelter was markedly more stable than his first attempt. He also learned to set more intricate traps and identify edible plants, though his success rate paled in comparison to Lin Yi's. Nonetheless, his attitude was one of earnest concentration. A subtle and harmonious neighborly relationship developed between the two. They rarely ventured out together, often absorbed in their individual tasks. Yet occasionally, when Lin Yi discovered a copious amount of edible fungi, he would call out to Song Ci's camp. There are chicken mushrooms under the cedar to the west. Conversely, when Song Ci encountered difficulties while setting traps, he would silently move to a vantage point where he could observe Lin Yi's methods and then return to quietly refine his own techniques. At times, when Lin Yi lit a campfire in the evening, he would prepare extra grilled fish or foraged fruits, placing them on a clean rock. Initially hesitant, Song Ci would ultimately take his portion in silence and later, on another occasion, leave some of his gathered surplus edible tubers on the same stone as a gesture of reciprocity. Thus, a silent exchange of resources founded upon survival needs and mutual respect quietly took shape. Their conversations remained scarce, yet the palpable tension of hostility had dissipated. In the air, the rich scent of red wine mingled with the bittersweet aroma of chocolate pheromones, no longer fiercely repelling one another within the confines of their diminished space, but instead establishing a peculiar, interwoven balance of independence. Song Ci's gaze increasingly fell upon Lin, shifting from scrutiny and doubt to focused observation and learning. He watched how Lin Yi adapted to his environment, navigated crises, and consistently maintained an astounding calmness. He could not help but acknowledge a unique, subdued strength in Lin Yi, derived from absolute capability and unwavering will, an essence he had never encountered in his peers or even among many so-called elites. This realization rippled through his heart like a stone cast into a deep lake, creating intricate waves of admiration, curiosity, and a subtle attraction he had yet to fully comprehend. However, this rainforest was not inhabited solely by the two of them. The circumstances of the other guests varied considerably. Omega singer Liu Yun and beta athlete Tan Ji formed a solid alliance, supporting one another, though their situation was arduous yet barely sustainable. The seasoned outdoor enthusiast, Beta Yuhai, relied on his experience, managing to secure a steady footing amidst the challenges. However, another actor known for his tough guy persona, Li Jiyuan, succumbed to illness due to misjudgment and inadequate preparation after the torrential rain. Stricken with a high fever, he ultimately pressed the emergency button on the third morning, becoming the first contestant to withdraw from the competition. His departure served as a stark reminder to all, allowing the viewers in the live broadcast to viscerally perceive the harsh realities of the show. Meanwhile, the dynamic between Lin Yi and Song Ci transitioned from confrontation to a subtle coexistence, with each showcasing remarkable abilities, continuously evolving through the lens of the broadcast. Topics such as Lin Yi, the survival expert, and Song Ci, the quietly progressing participant, along with the respectful camaraderie of the ECI couple, maintained a steady buzz. Notably, the unspoken understanding and the distance coupled with mutual care between the two were meticulously analyzed by their fans, who imagined countless sweet details. Some fans even began crafting montage videos of their shared moments, accompanied by atmospheric music, garnering astonishing views. The producers and capitalists possess an astute sense for trends. Observing the steadily rising traffic, particularly centered around Lin Yi and Song Ci's livestream, and the explosive growth of discussions online, the director wore a knowing smile. He instructed the team to capture more interactions between the two, even if it was merely a distant glance or a scene where they were both busy within the same frame. A tempest sparked by wilderness survival was brewing outside the show, hinting at a larger force yet to manifest. Eventually, this energy would inevitably return to the two alphas within the depths of the rainforest. On the fourth evening, Lin Yi sat in front of the shelter, crafting a new spear. Song Ci quietly enjoyed roasted tubers by the fire at his campsite. The fading sunlight elongated their silhouettes, softening Lin Yi's hardened features with a golden halo while warming the refined profile of Song Ci. They were separated by several meters by past grievances and by unspoken curiosity and attraction. Yet at this moment, amidst the vast and perilous rainforest, they discovered a temporary, delicate equilibrium. Chapter 8. The edge of hunting and chaos. The new campsite layout brought unexpected tranquility, alongside fresh challenges concerning food. As time wore on, the easily accessible plant-based food and small fish from the nearby stream were insufficient to meet the substantial energy demands of each day. Although Lin Yi's traps yielded occasional catches, the vigilant small animals of the rainforest made such gains inconsistent. The compressed biscuits had long been depleted, and hunger began to stalk each participant like a lurking beast. Song Ci's situation was even more dire. His hunting skills remained rudimentary, and the efficiency of his traps was lacking, forcing him to rely predominantly on plant roots and a scant few fungi for sustenance, severely lacking the protein essential for his alpha physique. He appeared noticeably thinner, his jawline sharper. Though his gaze remained resolute and focused, he occasionally experienced fleeting dizziness upon rising swiftly. Lin Yi observed all of this. His own supplies were slightly better, yet they too would not last long, necessitating the need for larger prey. On that early morning, after meticulously examining the previously discovered feline tracks, Lin Yi made a resolute decision. Armed with the sharpest spear and machete, he prepared to venture deeper into the rainforest, towards an area where wild boars or other medium-sized animals might roam. Before setting off, he glanced at Song Ci, who was attempting to reinforce a trap several dozen meters away. His steps faltered momentarily, yet he approached her. "I'm going to check that lowland to the west." He succinctly informed her of his plan, a tacit understanding formed over the past few days. There is a likelihood of signs indicating wild boar activity in that area, posing considerable risk. Song Ci halted her task and lifted her gaze to meet his. Lin Yi's expression remained calm, yet Song Ci could discern the implicit warning within. Venturing alone into unfamiliar territory with the aim of confronting aggressive creatures was not a trivial matter. "I'll accompany you," she blurted out, almost without a second thought. The words surprised even her. This was not a planned action and exceeded the bounds of their current neighborly assistance. However, an inexplicable emotion compelled her. Perhaps it was concern for his solitary peril, perhaps a desire to avoid being a passive recipient of help, or perhaps merely a wish to witness how he would navigate a more perilous situation. Lin Yi regarded her without immediate rejection, instead assessing objectively, "Your stamina? No problem," Song Ci replied, standing tall and suppressing the weakness brought on by hunger, her tone resolute. Lin Yi regarded her in silence for 2 seconds, seemingly weighing the truth of her words, before finally nodding. "Very well. Stay close and remain silent. Follow my lead." His concern was minimal, directly issuing commands with an unprecedented seriousness that carried an undeniable authority. Rather than inciting resentment in Song Si, his tone instilled a sense of urgency, compelling her to set aside all distractions and enter a state of readiness. Okay, the two moved in silence, one behind the other, as they delved into the depths of the rainforest. Lin Yi, like the most seasoned of hunters, moved with agility, making scarcely a sound, his keen eyes scanning the environment for signs. Gnawed tree roots, hoof prints in the mud, and the disturbances in the underbrush. Occasionally he would pause, signaling Song Si to conceal herself, while he meticulously discerned the scents in the air and any sounds from afar. Song Si followed closely, striving to mirror his movements, striving to minimize her presence. Observing Lin Yi as he focused on tracking his prey, completely absorbed and harmonized with the surrounding environment, stirred something profound within her. This was not merely a skill. It was an instinct ingrained in his very being. The audience in the live stream held their breath. Wow, it's getting serious. They are on the move together. Lin Yi exudes the aura of a special forces commander. Song Si, obediently following orders, refrained from speaking. The cameraman was also fully alert, cautiously capturing every moment. Finally, near a muddy area with evident signs of disturbance, Lin Yi came to a halt, crouching down to examine the fresh, chaotic hoofprints and several tufts of coarse hair. He raised his head and signaled to Song Si to remain silent and prepare, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. The target was nearby. The two individuals concealed themselves behind a robust tree trunk and dense shrubs, the air thick with tension. Song Si could hear the strong thumping of his heart within his chest, his palms slightly damp around the makeshift sharpened stick. He instinctively glanced at Lin Yi beside him, who remained as steadfast as a boulder, breathing steadily, his gaze calmly fixed ahead, seemingly merging with the surrounding flora. The wait was brief. After a rustling sound, a robust wild boar, its tusks protruding, emerged from the depths of the thicket, accompanied by several half-grown piglets, making its way toward a muddy pit. Now was the moment. Lin Yi sprang into action. Like a coiled cheetah, he leapt from his hiding spot, muscles tensed. The meticulously crafted spear whistling through the air as it accurately targeted the vital spot on the boar's neck. A piercing scream erupted from the boar as the spear embedded deeply within its body, blood gushing forth. Yet, its vitality proved remarkably tenacious. Instead of collapsing immediately, it was ignited by fury, its crimson eyes locking on Lin Yi, hooves digging into the ground, lowering its head, tusks gleaming white, charging like an out-of-control war chariot. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Caution! Song Si's pupils dilated, and without a moment's thought, he instinctively dashed from the other side, attempting to disrupt the boar's charge with his wooden stick, buying Lin Yi precious seconds. His sudden appearance momentarily diverted the boar's attention. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Yi sidestepped while unsheathing his machete, the blade carving a cold arc in the dim forest, striking precisely at the exposed flank of the boar. The blade sank deep, inflicting a more grievous wound. The boar's momentum faltered, unleashing a more furious roar, its massive form writhing in agony, crashing about. In the chaos, Song Si, attempting to evade the boar's desperate thrashing, stumbled over tangled roots, falling backward onto the soft, decayed layer of earth. The boar's muddy, blood-soaked hind hooves were lunging toward his calf with ferocity. Just as escape seemed impossible, a figure surged forward. It was Lin Yi. In a split second, he exerted all his strength to shove Song Si aside forcefully. However, the intensity of his effort caused him to lose balance, and his arm was brutally scraped by the jagged edge of the boar's thrashing tusks. The sound of tearing fabric echoed clearly. An injury deep enough to expose bone appeared instantly on Lin Yi's left arm, blood gushing forth, rapidly staining his tattered sleeve. Lin Yi, shoved aside. Song Si tumbled onto the soft humus, unscathed, and looked up to witness a scene that nearly halted his heart. He saw Lin Yi's brow furrowed in excruciating pain, his face paling instantly, yet his gaze remained chillingly composed, his right hand gripping the machete tightly, vigilantly watching the now dying boar. In the air, The formerly rich and stable scent of red wine pheromones transformed into a potent, spicy aroma, intensified by the master's injury and the surge of adrenaline, exuding a powerful essence of blood and wildness. The aura that enveloped them was distinct from the usual oppressive presence of alpha pheromones. It was more intricate and restrained. It seemed to possess a hook that pierced directly into Song Si's perceptual depths, causing his very blood to boil for an instant. A fierce, instinctual desire to protect, intertwined with an ineffable sense of heartache, surged through him like a tsunami. Ultimately, the wild boar collapsed to the ground, lifeless from blood loss and grievous injuries. The forest was instantly restored to a profound silence, save for the heavy scent of blood and the labored breaths of the two individuals. Song Si scrambled to Lin Yi's side, his gaze fixated on the gruesome wound on Lin Yi's arm, from which blood flowed incessantly. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, each breath laced with a sharp pain. His voice trembled slightly with fear and a tumult of emotions. Yearning to touch, yet hesitating, his usually cold eyes now filled with unprecedented panic and sorrow. Lin Yi, pale from blood loss, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, managed to offer Song Si a faint, reassuring smile, albeit somewhat strained. "It's nothing, just a surface wound." He attempted to apply pressure to the injury with his uninjured right hand, but his movements were hindered by the pain. Suddenly regaining his composure, Song Si tore off a piece of relatively clean fabric from his inner lining and, with a near-violent urgency, pressed it against Lin Yi's wound in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. His fingers trembled slightly from exertion, brushing against the warmth of Lin Yi's blood and skin, enveloped by the rich and distinctive scent of red wine pheromones. He lifted his gaze to Lin Yi's face, mere inches away, which bore the stoic pain of his injury. And in his deep eyes, Song Si saw a reflection of his own panicked visage. An overwhelming, undeniable emotion surged forth, obliterating all reason and barriers. "How dare you push me away?" Song Si's voice was hoarse, laced with a fury born from survival and a deeper, more profound emotion. "Who gave you the right to push me away?" This was not an inquiry, but rather an outpouring of uncontrolled feeling. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by the complex emotions nearly spilling from Song Si's eyes. The live stream captured the moment, frozen in time. As Song Si pressed down firmly on Lin Yi's wound, their gazes locked in a close encounter. The comments section erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 9. Band-Aid time seemed to freeze at that moment. The blood gushing from Lin Yi's arm soaked through the fabric that Song Si used to apply pressure, the warm, viscous sensation searing through the fibers and igniting his nerves. The air was thick with the intensified scent of red wine pheromones due to the injury, forming an invisible net that ensnared him, laden with the metallic tang of blood and an indescribable, heart-stopping intensity. "How dare you push me away?" Song Si's low growl echoed through the stillness of the forest, trembling with an intensity and loss of control he had not anticipated. This was not merely fear. It was a rage akin to that of a violated possession, coupled with a deeper, piercing pain at the sight of someone so dear to him being harmed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Yi's pallid face, a testament to the gravity of the moment. He gazed at Song Si's face, which was tantalizingly close. The eyes that were usually frozen in ice, now swirling with an overwhelming tempest of emotions. Panic, anger, and concern intertwining in a chaotic dance that nearly threatened to engulf him. He had never witnessed such a side of Song Si. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily upon him. Lin Yi's voice, strained with pain, was deeper and more hoarse than usual as he attempted to convey the simplest of explanations, his gaze unwilling to shift from the tumultuous depths of Song Si's eyes. The subtle tremor emanating from the tips of his fingers, combined with the gaze that seemed to threaten his very being, stirred a long-buried solidity within Lin Yi, as if a crack had been gently pried open. "First, we must staunch the bleeding," he reminded himself, forcing his gaze away in an effort to maintain composure. Now is not the time to delve into the emotions of the other. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Song Si realized he was still pressing firmly on Lin Yi's wound. He took a deep breath, compelling himself to regain his calm, and with excruciating gentleness, he adjusted his actions. Swiftly, he retrieved iodine and the remaining bandages from Lin Yi's kit. Though his technique lacked the fluidity and expertise Lin Yi had displayed earlier, it was imbued with a focused caution. Carefully, he cleaned the jagged wound with iodine, observing the protruding flesh with a furrowed brow and a lower lip turned pale from biting. Each delicate touch of the cotton swab made his own heart constrict in sympathy. He tore the bandages, wrapping them methodically around the injury, his movements clumsy yet resolute. Throughout this ordeal, silence enveloped them, broken only by their labored breaths and the gradual resurgence of the cicadas' song from the distant jungle. Lin Yi bore the pain silently, allowing Song Si to tend to him, his gaze resting on the other's furrowed brow and focused expression. Meanwhile, Song Si devoted his entire attention to the wound, as if it were the sole matter of significance in the universe. The barrage of comments in the live stream chat had reached a frenzy, nearly obscuring the screen. "I am in tears. Song Si is heartbroken. The look while bandaging. Such delicate movements. What else could it be but love?" My heart stopped when Lin Yi pushed Song Si away. The pheromones. I can almost feel intoxicated through the screen. Blood red, wine forever. ECICP is sealed. I swallow the key. Once the wound was dressed, the carcass of the wild boar lay not far away, the pungent scent of blood likely to attract other predators. It was unwise to linger. "Can you walk?" Song Si rose, extending his hand to Lin Yi. His voice had regained its usual cool tone, yet a barely perceptible tension remained. Lin Yi glanced at the outstretched hand, hesitating only briefly before accepting it, using Song Si's support to rise steadily. A sharp pain shot through his left arm, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead, yet he merely pressed his lips together, maintaining an expression of calm. "I can manage. What about the prey?" Song Si queried, glancing at the robust wild boar, sufficient to sustain them for several days. Lin Yi quickly assessed the situation. "We cannot carry it all. Let's take the hind legs and some loin meat, then leave as swiftly as possible." Song Si offered no objection. Lin Yi's authority was absolute in this moment. He seized Lin Yi's machete and, with deft movements, commenced the butchering of their quarry. Despite his own considerable fatigue, his actions were remarkably agile, the power of an alpha evident in his efficiency. He meticulously removed as much of the prime cuts of meat as possible, wrapping them in broadleaves. Lin Yi, using his uninjured right hand, discreetly tidied the scene, particularly erasing any traces of blood. The two worked in harmonious synchrony, swiftly completing their task. Song Si hoisted the heavy meat onto his back and unceremoniously seized Lin Yi's lighter backpack as well. "Let us proceed," he said, positioning himself beside Lin Yi, neither leading the way nor trailing behind, but rather standing shoulder to shoulder, his vigilant gaze scanning their surroundings, forming an implicit protective stance. Lin Yi glanced at him, remaining silent, and together they made their way back towards the camp. The return journey felt particularly protracted due to Lin Yi's injury and the burden of the substantial catch. His steps wavered from loss of blood and pain, yet he remained resolute, silently regulating his breathing and stride. Song Si intentionally slowed his pace to match Lin Yi's, focusing his attention primarily on him, ready to offer assistance at any moment. The potent, sanguine scent of the wild boar pheromones lingered in the air, and Song Si found himself oddly unrepulsed. Instead, he experienced an inexplicable sense of reassurance and an intensified urge to protect amidst this aura. Stealing glances at Lin Yi's pale profile and tightly pressed lips, his heart felt as though it were filled to the brim with something soft yet burdensome, tinged with a hint of discomfort. This unfamiliar, overwhelming emotion left him disoriented yet strangely content. When they finally returned to the confines of the camp, weary yet triumphant with their bountiful haul, the setting sun had painted the horizon in shades of orange and red. Song Si first settled Lin Yi beside a rock, carefully inspecting the bandage on his arm to ensure there was no further significant bleeding before commencing the preparation of the meat. He kindled a fire, slicing the majority of the meat into strips to cure for storage, reserving only a portion for their evening meal. Throughout the process, he was silent yet efficient, seemingly having matured overnight, seamlessly taking charge of the camp's various tasks. Lin Yi leaned against the rock, observing Song Si's industrious silhouette. The flickering flames illuminated the contours of the young alpha, gradually shedding his youthful innocence and becoming more resolute. The focused expression he wore while processing the game, his serious demeanor while tending the fire, and even the fleeting, concerned glances he cast in Lin Yi's direction were vividly etched in Lin Yi's mind. Though the wound on his arm throbbed with persistent pain, an unusual tranquility settled in some corner of his heart. He closed his eyes, conjuring memories of Song Si's determined gaze as he rushed to distract the wild boar, the slight tremor in his fingers as he bandaged Lin Yi's injury, and his silent guardianship on their return journey. This 19-year-old youth appeared strikingly different from the spoiled prodigy and aloof celebrity he had imagined. That evening, Song Si presented Lin Yi with the perfectly roasted wild boar meat, its exterior crisp while remaining tender within, along with a bowl of fresh water cradled in leaves at his side. "Thank you," Lin Yi accepted gratefully. Song Si paused momentarily, lowering his head, his voice subdued. "I should be the one to thank you." Though the words remained unspoken, both understood the sentiment shared between them. They silently partook in the most sumptuous meal they had enjoyed in days. The atmosphere no longer bore the deliberate distance that had characterized their earlier interactions, nor did it resonate with the subtle awkwardness of their shared moments during the tempestuous night. Instead, it embodied a profound tranquility, one that had emerged from their harrowing brush with mortality, imbued with exhaustion, gratitude, and an indescribable intimacy. After the meal, Song Si noticed the glaring white bandage adorning Lin Yi's arm. Suddenly rising, he rummaged through his somewhat damp and disheveled backpack, eventually retrieving an object. It was a cartoonishly patterned adhesive bandage, emblazoned with images of chocolate beans, an incongruous item amidst the harsh rainforest environment, yet meticulously preserved. He knelt before Lin Yi, tore the bandage open, and gingerly affixed it to the outer side of the bandage on Lin Yi's arm, choosing a spot that bore no significance. His touch was tender, as if handling a fragile treasure. This waterproof bandage was applied with averted eyes, his ears tinged pink in the firelight, his voice striving for a calm demeanor, yet betraying a hint of clumsy concern. Lin Yi looked down at the incongruous yet charming chocolate bean bandage on his arm, momentarily taken aback. He then lifted his gaze to the awkward youth before him, and in his deep eyes, a fleeting softness flickered, so subtle that he himself was unaware of it. He replied softly, uttering no superfluous words. Yet, much like that small bandage, which could not conceal the grievous wound beneath, it firmly adhered to his heart in a clumsy yet direct manner. That night, the rainforest was silent, save for the crackling of the campfire, illuminating the fragile barrier that had been silently pierced by life and death, and beyond it, the flames of burgeoning connection. Chapter 10. The twilight of return in the ensuing days. Lin Yi's arm injury became the focal point of Song Si's attentiveness at the campsite. Song Si undertook nearly all physically demanding tasks, rising before dawn to inspect traps, fetch water, gather firewood, and prepare smoked meat. His movements transitioning from initial awkwardness to a methodical routine. He himself grew increasingly taciturn, yet this silence diverged from the initial cold detachment. It was a concentrated focus, one that regarded the care of Lin Yi and the maintenance of the camp as his solemn duty. His gaze would often drift, almost imperceptibly, toward Lin Yi, particularly when Lin Yi furrowed his brow ever so slightly due to the strain on his wound. In those moments, Song Si would halt his activities, watching intently until he assured himself that Lin Yi was unharmed before resuming his tasks. Lin Yi was not entirely idle, although he refrained from vigorous movements. He utilized his spare time to weave stronger ropes and baskets, or to etch the characteristics and habits of the rainforest flora and fauna onto the bark with sharpened charcoal. This served not only to pass the time, but also as a habitual means of information organization. Occasionally, he would instruct Song Si on more efficient methods of processing game or assessing the readiness of smoked meat. Song Si would listen intently, executing the instructions with meticulous care. Their exchanges remained scarce, yet an invisible yet sturdy bond had begun to intertwine their lives. The sensation is akin to that of comrades who have weathered the ravages of war together, where words are rendered superfluous. A mere glance or gesture suffices to convey one another's needs. In the air, the rich pheromones of red wine, nurtured by its proprietor's tranquility, have relinquished their former aggression, returning to their habitual steadiness, albeit now imbued with a hint of softness born from reliance on one another. Conversely, Song Si's subtly bittersweet chocolate pheromones have become more robust and stable, as if silently proclaiming and safeguarding their little encampment. The viewers in a live broadcast room are captivated by this nearly cohabitative daily life. With the fervor of CP fans reaching a crescendo, what a vivid portrayal of post-marital life. Song Si clearly cherishes Yi as if he were the very apple of his eye. Despite Yi's injury, his presence radiates a commanding aura, sitting like an unwavering anchor. They scarcely need to exchange words. The ambience is palpably charged. Oh, how one wishes the show would never conclude. Time slips away quietly amidst the intertwining of busyness and tranquility. The production team, utilizing locators and the occasional drone, monitors the status of each guest and, through satellite phone, announces a new update. Only one day remains until the program's conclusion. This news ripples through each participant's heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring varied emotions. For the beleaguered Omega singer Liu Yunyan and Beta athlete Tan Jai, it signifies a glimmer of hope. For the steadfast outdoor enthusiast Yuhai, it is a harbinger of impending success. As for Lin Yi and Song Si, at the moment the news is revealed, Song Si is delicately changing Lin Yi's bandages. His movements momentarily falter before resuming their fluidity, though his lowered eyelashes conceal a fleeting complexity in his gaze. This secluded life in the rainforest, shared solely between them, though arduous, possesses a purity that evokes deep yearning. Lin Yi's response is markedly more composed. He glances at the scabbed wound on his arm, then surveys the ample supplies in the corner of the camp and the considerably steadier Song Si than when they first arrived. This journey represents, for him, a miraculous survival, a pivotal turning point. As for Song Si, the wound is healing well. After a meticulous inspection, he rewraps it with a clean bandage. His tone consistently cool, yet his movements exceedingly gentle. For the last day, avoid water, do not exert yourself. Alright, Lin Yi. His gaze resting on Song Si's focused profile. You've worked hard these past few days. Song Si's fingers, tightening as they secure the bandage, do not lift. Yet a faint blush creeps to his ears as he mutters, "It's only right," swiftly tying off the knot and tidying the medical refuse. He rises to tend to the smoked meat over the fire, his retreating figure carrying a hint of haste. Lin Yi watches him depart, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips before they revert to neutrality. On the final day, the rainforest seems to soften as well. The sunlight is just right, and the gentle breeze is soothing. Song Si continues to undertake the bulk of the labor, yet Lin Yi begins to engage in restorative activities, taking leisurely walks and stretching. As evening descends, they occasionally sit together in front of the camp, watching the sunset paint the sky in vibrant hues while sharing a pot of fresh water. They spoke little, yet the tranquility and understanding that enveloped them surpassed the potency of any spoken words. Song Si would surreptitiously observe Lin, admiring the silhouette of his face bathed in golden twilight, the harsh lines softened by the light, as his profound gaze wandered into the distance, lost in thoughts unknown. Yet, he recalled Lin Yi's resolute push against him, the calmness in his eyes even after injury, the plain yet effective instructions he offered, and the silent acceptance of his childish band-aid. A feeling akin to infatuation burgeoned within him like a vine, entangling his heart with fervent intensity. He was acutely aware that his feelings for Lin Yi had long transcended initial disdain, curiosity, and even admiration. It was a deeper, more fervent emotion, intertwined with adoration, reliance, protection, and an undeniable thrill of affection. Lin Yi, too, was not entirely oblivious. He sensed the focused, burning gaze of Song Si upon him, felt the boy's clumsy yet sincere concern, and increasingly recognized the magnetic pull between them, a growing attraction. This 19-year-old, with his purity, determination, and emerging sense of responsibility, cast ripples upon the still waters of Lin Yi's long-dormant heart. However, the barriers between them were not solely defined by gender. They were also hindered by the remnants of the original owner's mess, the tumult of the entertainment industry, and the unspeakable secret from another world that Lin Yi carried. The future loomed ahead, shrouded in mist. As the recording concluded, the staff sent to retrieve the guests arrived punctually at their campsite. Upon witnessing the well-equipped camp of Lin Yi and Song Ci, replete with ample supplies and even smoked meat reserves, the staff wore expressions of disbelief. Especially striking was the contrast between the typically perceived burden of Lin Yi, who bore an injury yet remained composed, and Song Ci, embodying the cool persona he was known for, adeptly arranged their belongings, hefting the heaviest backpack upon himself. Teacher Lin, Teacher Song, thank you for your hard work. The recording has officially concluded. We are here to take you back. A staff member approached, their tone laced with respect. Song Ci nodded, moving closer to Lin Yi, whispering, "Let's go." Lin Yi rose, casting a final glance at the place he had called home for the past 7 days, the rock that shielded him from the elements, the makeshift shelter he constructed, and the embers of the fire that had illuminated their nights. This was the starting point of his new life. He redirected his gaze to Song Ci, whose stature stood tall, his eyes now imbued with greater resolve and an ineffable depth. "Let's go," Lin Yi replied. They walked side by side, following the staff, embarking on their journey away from the rainforest. Behind them lay the fading wilderness and serenity. Ahead awaited the din and uncertainty. Yet this time, they were no longer alone. The live broadcast signal had ceased upon the arrival of the retrieval team, but discussions online regarding conquering the wilderness, Lin Yi's remarkable comeback, and the burgeoning ECI couple were spreading like wildfire, intensifying with each passing moment. Countless cameras and eyes were fixated on the exit of the rainforest, eagerly anticipating their return. Chapter 11. The storm stepping out of the rainforest and re-entering modern society felt like a mere fleeting moment. As Lin Yi and Song Ci settled into the SUV bound for the airport, the view outside transitioned from an overwhelming canopy of green to orderly roads and the occasional town whizzing by. The fatigue in Lin Yi's body and the subtle throb from his arm wound served as poignant reminders of the past week. While the cool air from the car's air conditioning and the softness of the seat distanced the wilderness survival experience into the realm of a bizarre dream. Beside him, Song Ci remained silent, though his gaze occasionally flickered to the bandage on Lin Yi's arm, his brow slightly furrowed. He retrieved his phone, and, as the signal restored, a cacophony of notifications and missed calls clamored for his attention, the screen flashing incessantly, most messages emanating from his management team and family. After a quick glance, his frown deepened, and he promptly silenced the device, tucking it back into his pocket, then turned his attention to the fleeting scenery outside, his profile tense. Lin Yi found himself in a similar predicament. His nearly forgotten phone, returned to him by the staff, was similarly inundated with messages and missed calls. A cursory look revealed a barrage of notifications, predominantly from Su Xian, along with a multitude of unknown numbers and countless social media alerts. He chose to disregard them, simply opening Su Xian's chat to send a brief message, "Let's discuss in the office," before silencing his phone as well. He needed a moment to readjust to the rhythm of this world and to process the monumental changes brought about by the past 7 days. However, the external world granted them little respite. Outside the airport's VIP entrance, journalists and fans had already encircled the entrance, creating a near-impenetrable barrier. Cameras were poised, and an array of support banners and light signs swayed within the crowd, with those displaying ECI, CP, even outnumbering Song Ci's individual support. As Lin Yi and Song Ci appeared, escorted by the program's security personnel, the scene erupted into a deafening cacophony of screams and the clicking of camera shutters. The flashes of light resembled a relentless storm of lightning, nearly overwhelming. "Lin Yi, over here. Song Ci, how's your health? What are your thoughts on the wilderness survival experience? It's rumored that you two broke the ice during the show. Is that true?" "Lin Yi, Is your injury serious? Questions surged forth like a tide, prompting Lin Yi to instinctively shift his body, using his uninjured right arm to shield Song Ci from the encroaching crowd. Song Ci, standing beside him, instinctively raised a hand to lightly support his back, his gaze coldly sweeping over the intrusive cameras. The alpha aura surrounding him radiated a silent warning, causing several reporters attempting to breach the security line to falter momentarily. This brief yet tacit understanding between the two ignited another wave of excitement among the fans both on-site and those watching the live stream. He is protecting him. He is supporting him. It's real. It's real. What a damn sense of security. Lin Yi maintained his silence, his eyes calm and unwavering beneath the brim of his hat, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding clamor. Song Ci, in contrast, donned sunglasses and a mask, thoroughly isolating himself from the outside world. At last, with the diligent efforts of the security personnel paving the way, the two individuals struggled through the crowd, each being met by their long-awaited teams. Once seated in Su Xian's vehicle, the cacophony of the outside world faded away, allowing Lin Yi to exhale a sigh of relief. As Su Xian started the engine and departed from the airport, he observed Lin Yi in the rearview mirror, his gaze imbued with a complexity akin to that of an extraterrestrial being. Lin Yi appeared somewhat darker and thinner than before, yet the tranquility and sharpness in his eyes shone more brilliantly than ever. The white bandages wrapped around his arm added an air of battle-scarred beauty to his presence. "You rascal," Su Xian began, his mouth opening as a torrent of words lodged in his throat, ultimately escaping as a long sigh, infused with disbelief and a hint of relief. "What on earth can I say to you?" He activated the vehicle screen, displaying several pages. See for yourself. On the screen, headlines from various social media and entertainment platforms flashed before them. Lin Yi, the wilderness deity ECICP, Lin Yi injured while rescuing Song Ci. The ultimate romance among alphas. Did you ship ECI today? An abundance of edited videos, GIFs, and analytical posts proliferated. Lin Yi was seen constructing shelters, fishing, identifying plants, and crafting tools, particularly the poignant moment where he selflessly pushed Song Ci to safety, which was replayed and dissected repeatedly. His Weibo followers surged exponentially. The comments section transformed from a realm of vitriol into a chorus of admiration, with messages like "I'm sorry for ever criticizing you," and "Ego is so handsome." Public opinion had turned completely on its head. The phones at the company were nearly overwhelmed with calls. Su Xian's tone bore a mix of excitement and concern. Endorsements, variety show invitations, and scripts. Many are specifically requesting you and Song Ci together. This time, you have truly soared to great heights. He paused, glancing at Lin Yi's unflappable demeanor in the rearview mirror. Of course, trouble will not be absent. Your former company is unlikely to let go of this cash cow easily. Moreover, Su Xian rubbed his temples. Song Ci's brother Song Bai has contacted me. Lin Yi raised his gaze to meet Su Xian's weary eyes in the mirror. Song Bai? He inquired. Song Ci's elder brother, one of the actual leaders of the Song family, a top enigma, known for his prowess in racing and reputedly difficult to deal with. Su Xian's tone turned grave. He wants me to discuss matters concerning you and his brother. What was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. Lin Yi understood. The interaction between him and Song Ci on the show, especially the climactic moment of self-sacrifice, undoubtedly struck a sensitive chord with the Song family. A once controversial alpha, notorious for attempting to exploit Song Ci, had now transformed into his brother savior and a widely discussed pairing online. The Song family could not remain indifferent. When? Lin Yi asked, his voice betraying no emotion. "Tomorrow afternoon," Su Xian replied. "Prepare yourself. This young master Song is not someone easy to fool." Lin Yi nodded, his gaze drifting to the rapidly receding cityscape outside the window. The neon lights flickered, and the streets bustled with traffic, a battlefield starkly different from the rainforest. He was already poised for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Song Ci had boarded a vehicle dispatched by her family. The atmosphere within the vehicle was stifling, with the assistant and agent cautiously observing his expression, hesitant to utter a word. Song Ci removed his sunglasses and mask, revealing a face that remained stern, yet could not conceal the fatigue etched upon it. He leaned back against the chair, eyes closed, but his mind incessantly replayed the resolute gaze of Lin Yi as he had pushed him away, along with the warmth of blood and trembling he had felt at his fingertips while tending to his wounds. He retrieved his phone, disregarding other notifications, and opened the chat interface he had pinned, dedicated to Lin Yi. His finger hovered above the screen, hesitating for an extended moment before he sent a terse message. Wound. Remember to change the dressing. There were no salutations, no expressions, just a stark, dry statement. Almost the instant the message was dispatched, his phone chimed, the screen illuminating the word brother. Taking a deep breath, Song Ci answered the call. On the other end, a deep, resonant male voice, imbued with an undeniable air of authority and accompanied by the faint roar of an engine, spoke. Xiao Ci, after you return home, come to my study. After a brief pause, the voice continued, devoid of any discernible emotion. We need to have a serious discussion regarding that, Lin Yi. Song Ci tightened his grip on the phone, his knuckles turning pale. Understood, brother. The storm had indeed arrived, and they were at its epicenter. Chapter 12. Negotiation. The following afternoon, in a private tea room of a premier club situated in the city center, Su Xian arrived 10 minutes early. Clad in a meticulously tailored suit, his sharp and cautious gaze peered over the draft of terms he might soon discuss, along with responses to potential challenges. Faced with the legendary enigma of the Song family, he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. The door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. Dressed in a simple black leather jacket over a casually unbuttoned dark shirt, the newcomer exuded a lean and commanding presence. He appeared to be merely 24 or 25, bearing a resemblance to Song Ci, yet with a more profound intensity. A rebellious air and an aura of authority lingered around him. Unlike Song Ci's icy demeanor, his eyes possessed an insight that seemed capable of piercing through to one's very soul, causing Su Xian's spine to stiffen involuntarily. This was Song Bo, an enigma whose scent was reminiscent of crisp pine. Good day, Mr. Song. I am Su Xian, he proclaimed, rising promptly to extend a hand with an air of respectful assertiveness. Song Bo shook his hand casually, their palms meeting briefly, his grip dry and firm. He then took a seat, legs crossed, relaxed yet exuding an invisible command. Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, he replied in a languid tone. But I have limited time, so let us get straight to the point. Without any pleasantries, he delved directly into the matter at hand. I watched Conquering the Wilderness. What are your thoughts on Lin Yi? Su Xian felt a chill run down his spine, aware that the true confrontation had begun. Adjusting his glasses, he chose his words carefully. Lin Yi's performance in the program was nothing short of remarkable. He demonstrated extraordinary perseverance, expertise, and charisma, garnering an overwhelmingly positive public response. I believe this marks a new beginning for his career. A new beginning? Song Bai let out a light chuckle, his fingertips rhythmically tapping on the mahogany desk. The sound, though soft, resonated deeply within Su Xian's heart, a reminder of the perilous game of matchmaking involving his younger brother, culminating in a heroic rescue that seemed to bind them irrevocably. His tone was far from harsh. Rather, it carried a hint of playful intrigue, yet the sharpness and skepticism embedded within his words were unmistakable. Su Xian steadied his mind and responded calmly, Mr. Song. All interactions on the show arose organically from the circumstances at hand, devoid of any preconceived sensationalism. It is a fact that Lin Yi rescued Mr. Song Ci, and I believe Mr. Song Ci himself is best positioned to speak on this matter. As for the popularity of the pairing, it is a spontaneous response from the market and the audience, unforeseen by both our teams. However, it is evident that this has significantly enhanced the popularity and commercial value of both artists. Significantly enhanced? Song Bai leaned forward slightly, his piercing gaze fixed on Su Xian. Once an alpha attempting to elevate his status through petty schemes, he had now transformed into a savior and an object of adoration across the internet. Mr. Su, do you genuinely believe that the Song family will accept this narrative? Doi. He paused, his tone remaining even yet laden with an immense weight. I require a guarantee. Lin Yi must keep his distance from Song Ci. The previous grievances can be overlooked, and appropriate compensations can be made concerning certain resources. However, the promotion of this pairing must cease immediately. I do not wish to witness any further entangled marketing, nor do I want him to appear near Song Si again. In the study of the Song family, the heavy wooden door shielded them from the outside world. The elegantly arranged room exuded an atmosphere of solemnity. Song Si stood before a grand desk, while his parents and elder brother sat on a nearby sofa, their expressions serious. Song Si commanded Song's father, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Song Si remained standing, his posture erect like a pine tree, meeting the gaze of his family with calm determination. "Father, if you have something to say, please do so directly." His mother looked at him with concern in her eyes. "Song Si, Lin Yi's mother has seen the program and is aware that you owe him a great deal. However, his past actions and the current rumors circulating online could negatively impact you. Our family cannot afford such a scandal." "Mother," Song Si interjected, his voice clear and resolute. "Lin Yi is not what you think. The person on the show is the authentic him. He indeed saved me. He saved you, and we are grateful." Song's father's tone grew somber. "But gratitude is one matter. Allowing him to exploit this connection to cling to you is another. Look at what is being said online. Two alphas. How utterly inappropriate. As the heir of the Song family, you must not become entangled in such absurd gossip." Song Si's jaw tightened, a wave of indescribable frustration and defiance surging within him. They had no true understanding of Lin Yi, yet they dismissed everything based on past impressions and so-called family honor. "He did not cling to me, nor did he exploit me." Song Si's voice grew cold. "It was I who approached him. It was I who needed him." The last few words were spoken with difficulty, but were unervingly clear. A profound silence enveloped the study. Song Bo leaned against the edge of the desk, arms crossed, observing his typically aloof and taciturn younger brother, who was now so unequivocally expressing his stance for the sake of an outsider. A flicker of profound astonishment and intrigue crossed his eyes. He slowly broke the silence. "Xiao Si, how well do you truly know him? Beyond what you have seen on the show, do you understand the origins of his past controversies? Are you aware if there are ulterior motives behind his proximity to you? Do you comprehend the societal scrutiny and pressure two alphas face when they come together?" His inquiries were increasingly incisive, piercing to the core. Song Si lifted his gaze, meeting Song Bo's eyes, which seemed to see through everything without a hint of retreat. "I do not need to know his entire past. I only believe in what I see and feel. I am more aware of the kind of person he is than anyone else." He paused, his voice imbued with a resolute finality. "I can bear the pressure." This declaration reverberated like thunder within the study. The expressions of their parents shifted dramatically, while Song Bo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the unwavering determination and an unfamiliar brilliance in Song Si's gaze. In the tea room, the atmosphere remained thick with tension. Faced with Song Bo's near ultimatum, Su Xian fell silent for a moment, then raised his head, his demeanor shifting from mere caution to a newfound resilience befitting his own alpha nature. "Mr. Song, I comprehend your protective instincts towards Mr. Song Si as a family member. However, Lin Yi is my artist, and I bear the responsibility of safeguarding his legitimate rights. The popularity of their pairing is a market choice that we cannot forcibly extinguish. A crude separation may instead provoke adverse effects." He inhaled deeply and continued, "Moreover, from my observations, the friendship between Lin Yi and Mr. Song Si established on the show is genuine. Should we not respect their own wishes?" "Wishes?" Song Bo scoffed, as if he had heard something amusing. "Xiao Si is merely 19. What does he understand? Once he sets his mind on something, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. But now is not the time for his capriciousness." The playful nonchalance on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by a deeper, more serious scrutiny. He gazed again at Su Xian, his eyes sharp as knives. "Mr. Su, you are quite eloquent, but mere words will not resolve the issue." Rising to his feet, he looked down at Su Xian. "Tell Lin Yi to keep his distance from my brother. This is both a warning and a final opportunity. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to make him understand that certain boundaries must not be crossed." With that, he cast Su Xian one last glance before striding out of the tea room, leaving behind a chilling presence that lingered in the air. Su Xian sat alone in the tea room, gradually exhaling a sigh of relief, his back already soaked with cold sweat. He knew this game of chess had only just begun, and the challenges that Lin Yi and Song Ci would soon face were far more intricate than the depths of a rainforest. Chapter 13. Undercurrents. When Su Xian returned to the company, burdened by fatigue and the weight of Songbow's pressure, Lin Yi was in the temporary lounge, engaged in a simple rehabilitation routine. His left arm moved with caution, while the strength training of his right arm and core had returned to normal. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, his gaze unwavering. How'd it go? Lin Yi paused his actions and picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, his tone calm, as if he had long anticipated the outcome. Su Xian threw himself onto the sofa, massaging his temples, relaying Song Bai's warning verbatim, and sighed at the end. This young master Song is even more difficult than rumored. He is impervious to both soft and hard approaches, fiercely protective of his kin with no rationale whatsoever. He looked at Lin Yi, convinced that you harbored ulterior motives, using the act of saving Song Ci to create hype and bind you together. Lin Yi walked to the window, gazing down at the incessant flow of vehicles below. The city's neon lights flickered in the depths of his profound eyes. I saved him because it was imperative at that moment. His voice remained as steady as ever. As for publicity, I have no interest, nor do I require it. His confidence stemmed from absolute strength rather than ephemeral popularity. Su Xian had discerned this clearly during the live broadcast in the rainforest. I know you lack interest. Su Xian straightened his posture, his tone turning serious. But the Song family does not believe, or rather, they are unwilling to accept it. He hesitated, recalling the vague rumors circulating within the industry regarding the Song family, which seemed quite resolute. This might prompt Song Bai to act decisively. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment. Although he had not witnessed Song Ci's determination firsthand, he could easily imagine it. Once that youth set his mind on something, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. What about the company? Lin Yi changed the subject. Compared to the potential threat from the Song family, the pressing exploitation from the company required immediate attention. Su Xian's spirit lifted, a glint of competitive fervor appearing on his face. I was just about to tell you. The company, seeing your current popularity, is eager to extract every last bit of your remaining value, inundating you with a plethora of shoddily crafted business deals and variety shows. Sticking to the same old black-red route, which I have temporarily suppressed, they still hold contracts and some past leverage against you. He lowered his voice. Termination is inevitable, but it requires timing and strategy. 8 million is not a trifling amount. I understand. Lin Yi nodded. In his past life, he had dealt with far more complex contract disputes and public relations crises, fully aware of the importance of patience and evidence. First, stabilize the situation and gather information, particularly evidence regarding the company's taxation and coercion of artists. A glimmer of surprise crossed Su Xian's eyes before he comprehended. I shall remain vigilant on that front. In the following days, Lin Yi's life was filled with various engagements. Su Xian filtered through and secured several high-quality media interviews, conducting in-depth dialogues regarding his performance in Wilderness Conquest. Lin Yi spoke with poise, his logic clear. His professional interpretation of outdoor knowledge and his nonchalant attitude toward personal changes further solidifying his new image as hardcore, composed, and profound. The unremoved bandages on his arms silently testified to the reality and brutality of that experience. Simultaneously, he began to peruse several scripts handed to Su Xian. Most were idle dramas or variety show roles that capitalized on his current popularity. Lin Yi found little interest. What he sought were projects that could genuinely showcase his abilities and offer depth. His name, alongside Song Ci's, remained firmly anchored at the forefront of trending searches. The fervor surrounding the pairing of Yi and Song has not waned with the conclusion of the program. Rather, it has intensified due to a dearth of new material, prompting fans to delve into archaeological pursuits and engage in secondary creations with fervor. Any slight shift can incite fervent discussion. For instance, it was unearthed that Song, in an early interview, professed a dislike for sweets, while Lin Yi's pheromone was likened to the scent of red wine. Furthermore, when Lin Yi was queried about his ideal type in a particular interview, he responded with descriptors such as calm and independent, which fans interpreted as veiled references to Song. Although these interpretations may seem far-fetched and evoke laughter, they do little to dampen the fans' exuberance. Amidst this clamor, Lin Yi and Song have not engaged in any public interactions, nor have they followed each other on social media. However, a seemingly inconspicuous financial news piece briefly ascended the trending charts, announcing a strategic collaboration between a multinational corporation and the Song family business. Shortly after this news surfaced, Su Xian received an unexpected invitation. The film Blade of Justice? Su Xian gazed at the impeccably crafted project proposal in his hands, and his pupils trembled at the illustrious name listed among the production companies. This was a long-prepared, heavily funded action blockbuster centered around dual A-list agents, with a director and production team that were among the finest in the industry. Indeed, the producer's enthusiastic voice on the other end of the line expressed, "We have taken note of Mr. Lin Yi's outstanding performance in Wilderness Conquest. His physical prowess, calm demeanor, and potential for action align perfectly with the character of Gray Falcon in our narrative. We would like to invite him to audition." Su Xian suppressed his excitement and cautiously inquired, "May I ask about the casting for the other lead role, Nighthawk?" The producer chuckled, his tone laden with significance. "Mr. Song is our primary choice, and we have reached a preliminary agreement. We believe that the combination of Mr. Lin Yi and Mr. Song, in terms of image chemistry and market appeal, is the optimal selection for Gray Falcon and Nighthawk." Indeed, Capital swiftly caught the scent of profit. They disregarded the Song family's warnings and the shadows of past controversies, focusing solely on the immense commercial potential embodied by this pairing. After hanging up, Su Xian felt a tumult of emotions. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity for Lin Yi to transition into a formidable actor, gaining access to top-tier resources. Yet, it also meant he would once again be entwined with Song, and this collaboration would occur in the wake of Song Bai's explicit warning, akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. He relayed the news to Lin Yi, who examined the project proposal for Blade of Justice, his gaze lingering on keywords such as dual A-list agents and allies turned adversaries. This was indeed a rare opportunity, both in terms of the role itself and the caliber of the collaborative team. "What do you think?" Su Xian inquired. "The opportunity is excellent," Lin Yi replied, closing the proposal, his eyes clear, though aware of the inherent risks. The pressures from the Song family were not the sole concern. There were also contractual issues with his former company. Should he boldly accept Blade of Justice at this juncture, his original company would undoubtedly pounce like sharks scenting blood, seeking exorbitant profit shares or erecting obstacles. "We must weigh our options," Lin Yi concluded, demonstrating that he had not succumbed to the overwhelming temptation. The night deepened. Lin Yi returned to the apartment Su Xian had temporarily arranged for him, where security was stringent, effectively shielding him from the tumult of the outside world. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, the screen of his phone illuminating the dim room, paused at the chat interface with Song CI. That terse, desolate message, a reminder to change the dressing, lay there unanswered. It was not a matter of desire, but rather an inability. Until the situation clarified, any unnecessary communication might lead to complications for both parties involved. He recalled Song Ci's focused gaze amidst the rainforest, his clumsy yet earnest care, and the resolute stance he took in front of him against the wild boar. Somewhere deep within him, a slight shift occurred. He had to concede that the 19-year-old boy had carved out a unique space in his heart. Just then, the phone screen flickered to life. A new message appearing from an unfamiliar number. The content was a succinct phrase, "Be cautious of the original company regarding the Blade project." There was no signature. Lin Yi gazed at the message, his eyes sharpening with the keenness of a hawk. The undercurrents ran deeper and swifter than he had anticipated. And this anonymous message, was it a warning or a form of assistance? He tucked away his phone and glanced out at the boundless night. The chessboard of this game seemed to be expanding. Chapter 14. Audition. The audition invitation for Blade fell like a colossal stone into the dark currents, provoking ripples far beyond expectations. Su Xian utilized every connection at his disposal to verify the project's authenticity and glean further information. Indeed, discussions on Song Si's side had reached the final negotiation stage, while the character of Grey Falcon, due to its intricate persona, demanded exceptional physical prowess, temperament, and acting skills, making the casting process rather arduous. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's performance in the rainforest, the production team deemed his maturity beyond his years. Along with his remarkable physical attributes and keen, composed gaze, to be highly compatible with the character, thus extending the audition invitation despite the prevailing dissent. However, risks accompanied these opportunities. Just as the anonymous message had warned, the original company was quick to respond. They had caught wind of it. Su Xian entered Lin Yi's temporary apartment with a grave expression, placing a document on the table. It was a reminder letter from the company, couched in polite language. Yet the intent was unmistakable. All your commercial activities, including additions and contracts, must go through the company, with profits divided per the contract. They emphasized that during the contract period, without the company's written consent, he was prohibited from engaging in any work independently. Lin Yi glanced at the letter. Finding the contents unsurprising, their reaction was swift, too swift, it seemed. Su Xian adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp. We kept the news of the Blade project tightly under wraps. For them to learn of it so quickly, someone must have leaked information. He paused, adding, moreover, I've caught wind that they might be covertly contacting the financiers of Blade, attempting to exert pressure, claim a share, or even sabotage your chances. Lin Yi's expression turned icy. The original company's tactics were merely threats and temptations, seeking to exploit contract loopholes and any potentially damaging information they possessed about the original owner. The warning from that anonymous message was far from baseless. I will attend the audition as scheduled, Lin Yi declared, his tone unwavering. This was an opportunity not to be forsaken due to their intimidation. He turned to Su Xian. Regarding the contract issue, expedite the evidence collection. Additionally, investigate who is relaying information to the original company. Su Xian notet understood. The audition is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at the Xingyao Media Center. I have already sent you the script excerpt, featuring a highly charged scene where the Grey Falcon confronts the Nighthawk for the first time in a safe house. The atmosphere in the waiting area for Blade of Command is markedly different from that of typical film crews. The actors auditioning for the role of the Grey Falcon are either well-known action stars or trained professionals renowned for their combat skills. And the air is thick with a subtle sense of competitive tension and a blend of pheromones. The arrival of Lin Yi captured considerable attention. Clad in a simple black training outfit, he stood tall, with the bandage on his left arm removed, now only adorned with a skin-colored waterproof dressing, which lent him an air of resilient tenacity reminiscent of a battle-hardened warrior. His demeanor was calm, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny around him as he sat alone in a corner, eyes closed in meditation, mentally reconstructing his character and refining his movements. After a while, a slight commotion arose at the entrance. Song Si had arrived. Dressed entirely in black, with a hat and mask, he entered briskly accompanied by his manager and assistant. It appeared he noticed Lin Yi in the corner, his steps faltering imperceptibly as his gaze locked onto Lin Yi through the crowd. In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Though they had parted ways in the rainforest only a few days prior, it felt like an eternity. Song Si's eyes remained piercing. Yet beneath the surface swirled a more intricate mix of emotions: concern, curiosity, perhaps even a hint of irritation brought on by familial pressures and public scrutiny. Lin Yi met his gaze with serene composure, his eyes deep and knowing, as if to convey an unspoken understanding. There were no words, no gestures, merely a fleeting exchange of glances that seemed to encapsulate a silent communication. Soon after, Song Si averted his gaze, guided by the staff into the adjacent preparation room. The other attendees in the waiting area observed the scene with varied expressions. The appearance of these two individuals, both at the center of public attention, at the audition for Blade of Command spoke volumes. The audition commenced in earnest. Lin Yi's number was in the middle. He stepped into the audition room, which was spaciously arranged to resemble a makeshift safe house. At the front sat the notoriously exacting and sharp-eyed director, Li Mo, alongside the producer and several key creative personnel. Surprisingly, Song Si was seated next to the director, with a script before him, clearly tasked with assisting the auditioning actors in portraying the Nighthawk. As Lin Yi entered, Song Si lifted his gaze, and their eyes met once more. This time, free from external distractions, the connection was more direct. The complexity had faded from Song Si's expression, replaced by a focused intensity befitting his role as the Nighthawk, tinged with an air of scrutiny and provocation. Lin Yi, is it? Director Li, in his 50s, fit and with an eagle-like gaze, prompted. Without pleasantries, they dove straight into the performance segment. This scene depicted the first meeting between the Gray Falcon and the Nighthawk. Two elite agents grappling with betrayal in a temporary safe house, each probing the other, tension palpable. The dialogue was concise, yet each line concealed a sharp wit, heavily reliant on eye contact, subtle expressions, and the tension of body language. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and when he reopened his eyes, his entire presence transformed dramatically. No longer the composed and serene Lin Yi of everyday life, nor the survival expert of the rainforest, he slightly arched his back, resembling a poised cheetah, his gaze vigilant and sharp, imbued with the weariness and distrust born for betrayals faced in the throes of life and death, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He approached the center of the scene, confronting the Nighthawk, who lounged upon a tattered sofa. "Where are the items?" The Nighthawk initiated, his voice deep, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp and an oppressive weight, his eyes ensnaring the Gray Falcon like hooks. The Gray Falcon did not respond immediately. His gaze meticulously traversed the entirety of the safe house, leaving no corner unexamined, before finally returning to the Nighthawk, the corners of his mouth curving into the faintest semblance of a smile. "Before you ascertain that this place is sufficiently secure?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, yet his body remained in a state poised for either sudden action or evasive maneuvering, a primal instinct honed through true peril. The Nighthawk's eyes narrowed, his body leaning forward, a formidable alpha presence amplified by the subtly bitter scent of chocolate pheromones, pressing invisibly upon the Gray Falcon. "Are you doubting me?" The atmospheres of the two elite alphas clashed within the confined space, rendering the air thick and viscous. Behind the monitor, Director Li leaned slightly forward, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Under the weight of that immense pressure, the Gray Falcon did not retreat. Instead, he took a small step forward. He refrained from releasing pheromones in defiance, choosing instead to consolidate all his strength, manifesting it through his gaze and posture. He stared directly at the Nighthawk, his eyes as frigid as the iciest ice, yet ablaze with the intensity of the fiercest fire. "I question everyone, including you." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with an undeniable force, as if declaring a bloody truth. In that moment, he was no longer merely an auditioning actor. He embodied the Gray Falcon, navigating the shadows, burdened with secrets and scars. In the ensuing exchange of lines, their dialogue danced back and forth with precision and palpable tension. Lin Yi's performance was understated yet layered, vividly showcasing the Gray Falcon's vigilance, skepticism, fatigue, and a flicker of undying belief buried deep within. More astonishing were the nuances of his movements. Each stance, every wary glance, even the subtle curvature of his fingers, radiated the unmistakable essence of professional training, far surpassing that of an ordinary actor. When the performance concluded, silence enveloped the audition room momentarily. Director Li was the first to break the stillness, applauding with unabashed admiration. "Excellent. Lin Yi, your comprehension of the character, especially the embodiment of that ever-alert body language, is impeccable. It hardly seems like acting." He turned to the action director beside him. "Old John, what do you think?" The action director, a muscular man, scrutinized Lin Yi, his eyes alight. "Kid, have you trained?" That reaction, that gaze, is undoubtedly forged in the crucible of real combat. Lin Yi inclined his head slightly, his breath now steady. "I have had some prior exposure to related training." His response remained vague, yet it only added to the air of mystery. Song Si also emerged from the Nighthawk state, turning to Lin Yi, the focus in his eyes not yet dissipated, mingled with an indescribable astonishment. He personally experienced the powerful and professional aura that Lin Yi exuded, an intensity that transcended that of an ordinary actor. This man was akin to an unfathomable treasure trove. Each excavation revealed new and delightful surprises. "Thank you, director and esteemed teachers," Lin Yi politely acknowledged as he exited the audition room, fully aware that he had exerted his utmost effort. The remainder lay in the hands of fate and the intricate dance of capital and various forces. As he stepped out, his phone vibrated, displaying that same unfamiliar number. "Well done. Exercise caution moving forward." Lin Yi gazed at the message, his expression momentarily tightening. It seemed this individual had been observing him from the shadows. Were they a friend or a foe? Meanwhile, behind him, within the audition room, Director Li was exuberantly announcing to the producer, "He is the one. The role of the Gray Falcon belongs to him. That kind of vigor cannot be replicated by anyone else. Let us initiate discussions immediately." The gears of capital began to turn with increasing velocity, heralding the impending storm. Chapter 15. Confrontation. The formal invitation to join the cast of Blade reached Su Xian 3 days post-audition. The terms were generous, and the role was second only to the Nighthawk portrayed by Song Ci, with the production timeline clearly outlined. Capital had affirmed Lin Yi's worth in the most resounding manner. Yet, this seemingly light piece of paper bore the weight of immense consequence. The atmosphere in Su Xian's office was tense as he slid the invitation across the table to Lin Yi, who sat opposite him. Beside the invitation lay a sternly worded letter from Lin Yi's original company, declaring that his unilateral acceptance of Blade constituted a severe breach of contract, demanding an immediate cessation and compensation for damages. The production team hoped to finalize the contract within a week. Su Xian rubbed his temples. After a pause, he continued, "However, the original company has made it abundantly clear that should we dare to sign, they will not hesitate to sue, freezing all your accounts and notifying the production team, accusing you of contractual disputes and significant performance risks. Under such pressure, the team may well opt to replace you." This was a venomous strategy aimed at undermining him. The original company had calculated that Lin Yi could not afford the exorbitant penalty for breach of contract, also wagering that the production team would prefer to avoid complications. Lin Yi's voice remained calm as he dissected their intentions. "What they desire is not merely to prevent me from acting. They aim to pressure me into renewing my contract or to tear off the largest piece of the lucrative Blade pie." Su Xian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, they have reached out to me, suggesting that if you agree to renew and increase the profit-sharing ratio or pay a hefty cooperation fee, they could facilitate your smooth transition into Blade." "That is out of the question," Lin Yi firmly rejected. "Compromise exists only in the realms of zero and infinity." "I know." Su Xian Yinan deeply. "Thus, we must devise countermeasures before they act. The mole you asked me to investigate is showing some promise. It is a vice president of the company, related to the original company's owner. We are still tracing the source of the anonymous messages. The sender is quite cautious." At that moment, Su Xian's assistant interrupted with a tense voice over the intercom. "Xiangu, the front desk reports that Mr. Songbai has arrived and wishes to meet with you and Brother Lin Yi." Su Xian and Lin Yi exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity in each other's eyes. The inevitable had finally come to pass. Songbai retained his signature rebellious demeanor. His black leather jacket casually unfastened as he strode into the office with an air of familiarity, as if he were entering his own backyard. The sharp scent of pine and cypress accompanied his arrival, instantly saturating the modest space with a palpable sense of aggression and oppression. His gaze lingered momentarily on Lin Yi, piercing and unyielding, scrutinizing him unapologetically, particularly fixating on the old injury on Lin Yi's left arm before shifting towards Su Xian, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Mr. Su, it is good to see you again." "Mr. Song, please take a seat," Su Xian replied, rising to maintain a facade of politeness. Songbai, however, chose not to sit. He approached the desk, his fingers tapping lightly on the invitation to Blade of the Edge, his tone inscrutable. "Quick actions, I see. The production team values Lin Yi's capabilities." Su Xian responded with calm assurance. "Capabilities?" Songbai let out a light chuckle, his gaze once again honing in on Lin Yi, this time imbued with an intensified pressure. It seems you did not heed my previous words, Lin Yi. Lin Yi met his gaze with unwavering calm, refraining from emitting any pheromones in defiance. Nor did he show the slightest sign of retreat. He merely contained his rich, steady aura like a silent deep sea. Mr. Song, I respect your concern as an elder brother. However, Blade of the Edge presents a professional opportunity. My relationship with Mr. Song CI is strictly that of colleagues, nothing more. Colleagues? Song by stepped closer, the distance between them narrowing, his formidable enigma presence almost tangible. Do you believe I would accept that? Little CI nearly fell out with his family for you. And now you are both entangled in the same production. What is your intention, His tone was not fierce, yet it bore a sharpness that seemed capable of unraveling all facades. Lin Yi's expression remained steadfast, his voice steady. I cannot control the thoughts or decisions of others. All I can do is excel in my own duties and portray my character well. As for Mr. Song Si's thoughts, that is his prerogative. Such dedication to your duties. Songbai scrutinized him, as if searching for even the faintest hint of insincerity. Then tell me, how did a good-for-nothing who once relied on scandal for attention and drowned his days in alcohol suddenly transform into an expert in survival and a rising star in acting? Where did you acquire such skills? This question struck at the core of the matter, embodying the greatest mystery from the outside world. The air in the office felt almost stagnant as Su Xian held his breath. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment. And just as Songbai assumed he had been stumped, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and clear. Experiencing life and death inevitably reveals certain truths and clarifies some matters. The past was indeed absurd. I do not seek to justify it. But standing here now, I simply wish to live for myself, to let my abilities and my work speak for me. He did not directly address the origin of his skills, but offered an explanation that appeared reasonable, yet left much unsaid. This kind of honesty bore a peculiar persuasive power. Songbai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. The young man before him was a stark contrast to the ostentatious, greasy persona he had encountered in his investigations. His calmness, composure, and even the restrained strength he exhibited in the face of Songbai's pressure were clearly not mere acts. Is it truly as Xiao Ci has suggested, that the Lin Yi of the past is not the authentic Lin Yi? A cool, detached voice permeated the air from the doorway. The three turned simultaneously to see Song Ci standing there, having arrived without notice. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, he stood tall, his expression neutral, yet his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Songbai. What brings you here? Songbai inquired with a furrowed brow, his tone softened albeit still laden with an air of authority. This is my affair. I shall handle it myself. Song Ci stepped forward, positioning himself not far from Lin Yi, though he exhibited no overt protective stance. His allegiance was unmistakable. He then addressed Songbai. I wish for work to remain professional. Ji Run is a project I endorse, and for the role of the Gray Falcon, Lin Yi is the only choice. Observing the two standing side by side, one resolute and unyielding, the other steadfast as a mountain, Songbai took in the atmosphere. The bittersweet aroma of chocolate mingled with the robust scent of red wine, while still distinct. They no longer clashed violently, instead forming a delicate and stable equilibrium. Suddenly, he let out a scoff, the oppressive demeanor retreating like a receding tide, returning to a seemingly nonchalant facade, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of inscrutable contemplation. All right, it seems you've grown some wings, he remarked to Song Ci. Before shifting his focus to Lin Yi, his gaze sharp. Lin Yi, I care not for your past or any secrets you harbor. Heed my warning. Keep your distance from Xiao Ci for your own sake. As for this production, he paused, his tone laced with an air of condescension. I can refrain from interference. Indeed, I can choose to overlook the trivial matters between you and your former company. However, should you overstep boundaries or allow Xiao Ci to come to any harm under the pretense of filming, he left the threat hanging, the unspoken menace resonating more profoundly than any explicit warning. Having said this, he cast no further glance at the two, patted Song Ci on the shoulder, and strode out of the office, the chilling aura of the cypress lingering long after his departure. The office fell into a heavy silence. Song Si turned to Lin Yi, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately he merely murmured, "I'm sorry," for his brother's aggressiveness and for the tangled web of their current predicament. Lin Yi shook his head, meeting his gaze. "It's unnecessary. I earned the role on my own merits." His tone was calm, imbued with a formidable confidence. Su Xian observed the two, one extending an apology, the other accepting yet drawing a line, and felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Song Bai's ambiguous stance seemed to offer concessions while simultaneously leaving greater risks unaddressed, and the troubles from the former company still loomed overhead. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone vibrated once more, the same unfamiliar number displaying on the screen. This time, the message was even briefer. "Evidence has been sent to your email. Use it with caution." Lin Yi's pupils constricted. An unseen ally had emerged again, and this time it could potentially hold the key to breaking the stalemate. Chapter 16. Counterattack. The anonymous email resembled a meticulously wrapped Pandora's box. After Su Xian employed professional equipment and techniques to repeatedly verify the file's safety, he finally proceeded to open it. The contents within elicited a sharp intake of breath, revealing not only meticulous copies of the original company's tax records from the past 2 years, riddled with glaring discrepancies, but also several clandestine, menacingly worded supplementary agreements concerning artist collaborations, involving multiple talents under their purview. The stipulations were harsh, teetering on the brink of legality. Furthermore, a screenshot of an internal email surfaced, indicating that the company's executives had explicitly directed the maximum extraction of Lin Yi's commercial value, irrespective of the means employed. If wielded adeptly, this evidence could compel the original company to face severe repercussions, akin to a poison dagger poised at their vulnerable core. The sender exhibited remarkable professionalism, leaving behind no trace. Su Xian gazed intently at the screen, his expression a blend of gravitas and excitement. The authenticity of this evidence was notably high, particularly the tax-related documents, which could withstand scrutiny. Lin Yi stood behind him, his gaze traversing the cold figures and text. His prior experiences had taught him that while these documents were indeed potent, timing and strategy held greater significance. An outright disclosure was inadvisable. Lin Yi calmly analyzed it, for such an action would precipitate chaos, ensnaring them in a maelstrom that could jeopardize the contract for Blade. The original company, in desperation, might resort to any means. Indeed, Su Xian nodded, affirming that their goal was a smooth dissolution of the contract, not mutual destruction. This evidence served as their leverage in negotiations. A glimmer of calculation shone in his eyes. Perhaps a cordial discussion could be arranged. As Su Xian meticulously strategized on how to leverage their assets in dealings with the original company, news arrived from the Blade production team. To ensure authenticity, principal actors were required to report to the set 2 weeks in advance for a closed, militarized training regimen at a highly confidential training facility located in the suburbs. This presented an exceptional opportunity, not only to evade the original company's harassment, but also to immerse themselves in their roles and further solidify their value in the professional realm. Su Xian promptly finalized the itinerary with the production team and temporarily took control of Lin Yi's communications, filtering out all unnecessary distractions. On the eve of their departure to the training base, Lin Yi received a succinct message from Song Si. "See you at the base tomorrow." Though it appeared merely a confirmation of plans, amidst the tumultuous season, those few simple words seemed to carry an additional weight of meaning. Lin Yi replied with a single word, "Good." The training base proved to be more demanding than anticipated, characterized by towering walls, barbed wire, omnipresent surveillance, and the pervasive scent of sweat mingled with metal. The training was conducted by a retired Special Forces instructor, hired at great expense by the production team, whose sharp gaze and near-cruel standards left little room for leniency. The first day's foundational physical conditioning and combat assessments left several stunt performers lamenting their plight. Yet Lin Yi's performance once again drew the attention of all present. His physical recovery was swift, his core strength formidable, and his combat fundamentals remarkably solid. exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary actor. He even managed to exchange a few moves with the instructor. The instructor's initial demeanor, marked by professionalism, gradually shifted to surprise, culminating in unabashed admiration. During a break, the instructor handed him a bottle of water, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Kid, have you really spent time in the military?" Lin Yi accepted the water with a smile, yet refrained from providing a direct answer. "It was a past interest. I practiced a bit more." Not far away, Song Si had just completed a series of high-intensity obstacle courses, sweat soaking his black training attire, accentuating the smooth and powerful contours of his muscles. Breathing heavily, he cast a glance in Lin Yi's direction, his gaze laden with complexity. He understood Lin Yi's formidable prowess, yet each time he witnessed it firsthand, the impact remained strikingly fresh. This man resembled an iceberg. The visible portion above the surface was already astonishing, while the vastness lurking beneath remained a mystery. The subsequent training focused primarily on weapon handling and tactical coordination. Lin Yi's familiarity with firearms astonished once more. His grip, aiming rhythm, and evasive maneuvers exuded a deeply ingrained muscle memory. He could even identify subtle design flaws in the prop firearms that deviated from genuine equipment, leaving the prop master astounded. When it came time for paired tactical training, the spotlight naturally fell on the duo of Lin Yi and Song Si, the Gray Falcon and the Night Eagle. The instructor's first assignment was basic CQB coordination, with crossfire cover and breach. The Gray Falcon initiated the breach, while the Night Eagle was tasked with covering and neutralizing lateral threats. "Mind the rhythm and trust each other," the instructor bellowed from the sidelines. Lin Yi and Song Si exchanged a glance, swiftly entering the zone. The Gray Falcon pressed close to the doorframe, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, signaling readiness to breach with a quick hand gesture, covering the 3 o'clock position. The Night Eagle instantly understood, adjusting his firearm to lock onto the vacant right corridor. Responding in a low voice, "Cover is set." There were no superfluous words, only precise commands and unwavering focus. Lin Yi burst through the doorway, his footfalls light, the muzzle of his weapon sweeping rapidly across every corner. Song Si followed closely, like a shadow, perfectly filling Lin Yi's blind spots and firepower gaps. Their movements, halts, and vigilance appeared as if choreographed through countless rehearsals, their synergy astonishingly seamless. Even the stringent instructor couldn't help but nod in approval. Excellent. These two seemed less like actors and more like seasoned operatives. The day of intensive training stretched on, leaving everyone utterly exhausted by evening. Lin Yi's old injury in his left arm throbbed slightly due to the extensive firearm handling and tactical maneuvers. He leaned against the equipment, gently moving his joints. Suddenly, a bottle of functional beverage was thrust toward him, its cap unscrewed. He looked up to find Song Si before him. A flush of post-exercise warmth lingered on his face, sweat cascading down his defined jawline, yet his gaze remained as piercing as ever. Though beneath that sharpness lay an almost imperceptible hint of awkward concern. Lin Yi accepted the drink, taking a sip. "Thank you." Song Si settled on the step beside him, their proximity a mere half-arm's length apart, as they gazed at the gradually illuminating training field. "Is your hand all right?" Song Si asked, his voice somewhat hoarse, still staring ahead. "It's nothing, just an old injury. I'm used to it," Lin Yi replied calmly. Silence enveloped them once more, yet this time, it was not the coldness of their initial encounter in the rainforest, nor the restraint of returning to the city, but rather a serene calm that emerged from their shared exertion and the rigors of training, imbued with fatigue and a mutual recognition of their struggles. In the air, the salty tang of sweat, the metallic scent of equipment, and the slightly bitter aroma of chocolate intertwined with the rich, restrained essence of red wine emanating from the two individuals, creating a peculiar, yet powerful harmony that was no longer distinctly separate. "You are strong." After a moment, Song Si suddenly spoke, his voice low yet remarkably clear. This sentiment seemed to have been brewing in his heart for quite some time. Lin Yi turned to look at him. The profile of the young alpha appeared especially earnest in the twilight. "So are you," Lin Yi replied sincerely. acknowledging Song Si's rapid progress and earnestness. Taken aback by such direct affirmation, Song Si blinked in surprise, then awkwardly turned his face away, his ears seemingly flushed in the dim light. He abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "I'm going to take a shower." As Lin Yi observed Song Si's almost frantic retreat, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. This 19-year-old youth, in certain aspects, was adorably pure. The floodlights of the training ground illuminated, elongating and intertwining their shadows. The seclusion of training insulated them from the harshness of the outside world, providing an ideal, nurturing ground for the blossoming of certain emotions. The overture of Counterattacks had already begun to resonate within the city, yet here, the tale belonging to the Gray Falcon and the Night Hawk was only just commencing. Chapter 17. Night training and uninvited guests. The days of isolated training were rigidly routine, yet they allowed for a singular focus. The sweat and fatigue of daylight settled in a muscle memory and quietly nurtured something deeper by night. Lin Yi's old injury on his left arm became a minor interlude within the training, while it did not affect the overall scheme. The sensation of soreness would become pronounced after explosive movements and prolonged steady aiming. He himself paid little heed to it, as years of habit had accustomed him to endure and self-adjust. However, someone did take notice. After a night of intensive training, Lin Yi returned to the assigned double-occupancy dormitory, having just removed his sweat-soaked training attire and preparing for a shower, when Song Si's voice resonated from behind him, laden with an undeniable chill. "Sit down." Lin Yi turned to see Song Si standing in the light, holding a blood circulation spray and bandages, his brow slightly furrowed as he regarded Lin Yi's old injury. "It's a minor issue," Lin Yi replied. "Sit down," Song Si reiterated, his tone firmer, his typically icy gaze reflecting an unwavering insistence. After a 2-second pause, Lin Yi acquiesced. Settling onto the edge of the bed, Song Si approached and crouched down, his movements somewhat awkward yet imbued with an earnest seriousness as he began to tend to Lin Yi's injury. The cool spray met his skin, delivering a brief jolt, followed by Song Si's fingers applying just the right amount of pressure around the surrounding muscles of the old wound. His fingertips still retained the warmth from training, a stark contrast to the chill of the spray. The dormitory enveloped in silence, broken only by the faint sound of the spray and their gentle breaths. Lin Yi lowered his gaze, taking in the sight of Song Si's thickly lashed eyes and the tense line of his lips, which appeared particularly earnest. In the air, the slightly bitter chocolate pheromones, heightened by Song Si's focus and proximity, became even more pronounced than during the day, no longer merely oppressive, but instead emanating a strangely soothing sense of stability. "There's no need for such trouble," Lin Yi spoke, his voice resonating with a certain somberness in the quiet room. Song Si continued his actions without pausing, his head remaining lowered, his voice muffled. "I don't want your old injuries to hinder our progress." The reasoning was grandiose, yet could not conceal the underlying clumsiness of his concern. Lin Yi chose to remain silent, allowing him to continue. He could feel the pressure of Song Si's fingertips shift from a somewhat rigid grip to a steady rhythm, gradually becoming more assured. A subtle warmth seemed to seep through the points of contact, soothing the ache of old wounds while quietly stirring certain heartstrings. During their time in the rainforest, Song Si suddenly broke the silence with a low murmur, akin to an unconscious whisper or a long-held question. "Did you push me away out of responsibility?" Or, his voice trailed off, leaving the unasked question suspended between them, laden with a cautious probing. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Song Si would pose such a question at that moment. The situation then had been electric, his actions stemming from a honed instinct to protect his comrades and defuse the crisis. Yet now, in the tranquil night, confronted with Song Si's rare display of inquiry, the answer based solely on responsibility felt rather insubstantial. He paused, and just as Song Si appeared ready to abandon hope of a response, his eyes dimming, Lin Yi's deep voice emerged. "I didn't think that much at the time." He hesitated before adding, "But looking back now, I have no regrets." It was not a direct answer, yet bore more weight than any affirming declaration of affection. "No regrets in pushing you away," No regrets in being injured for you. The depth of this sentiment made Song Si's heart leap, his fingers trembling almost imperceptibly. He lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yi's eyes, which were as deep and calm as an ancient well, seemingly harboring a vortex that could draw one in. Startled, Song Si quickly averted his eyes, a visible blush creeping up his neck, warmth radiating through his skin. "I understand," he mumbled, hastening his movements as he wrapped the bandage, almost in a flurry, before swiftly gathering his belongings and standing up. All done. Without waiting for Lin Yi's reply, he hurriedly retreated into the bathroom with a change of clothes. Moving almost in a clumsy haste, Lin Yi watched the closed bathroom door, hearing the water soon rush within. He lifted his freshly bandaged left arm, his gaze settling on the slightly crooked yet evidently well-secured knot of the bandage, and deep within his eyes, a trace of softness flickered, unnoticed even by himself. Meanwhile, the urban night was far from the purity of the training base. Su Xian had just concluded a round of informal negotiations with representatives from his former company. He subtly showcased some inconsequential yet startling materials, expressing a desire for a friendly resolution while firmly establishing his non-negotiable stance. Lin Yi must be allowed to withdraw completely and take Jiren. The other party's attitude evidently softened, shifting from initial hardline threats to a need for further discussion. Su Xian was aware that this was merely a tactic to buy time. The other party was assessing risks and seeking countermeasures, and he had to act swiftly. Dragging his weary body back to the apartment building, it was already late at night. He rubbed his aching temples and was about to ascend the stairs when he was startled by a figure leaning against the shadowy doorway. The person wore a simple black t-shirt and cargo pants, standing tall, with a half-burned cigarette pinched between his fingers, its crimson ember flickering in the night. The crisp scent of pine and cypress, even from a distance, unmistakably signaled the identity of the newcomer, Songbai. Su Xian halted, a warning bell ringing in his mind. How did this gentleman find his way here? Upon noticing Su Xian, Songbai extinguished the cigarette in a nearby trash bin, his casual motion imbued with an inexplicable force. He approached, his gaze sweeping over Su Xian's slightly fatigued face, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk that bore a hint of both amusement and pressure. "Mr. Su, returning so late? It seems you are quite concerned for your artist." His tone was ambiguous, neither mocking nor anything else. "Mr. Song." Su Xian swiftly adjusted his expression, donning a professional smile. "Is there something urgent at this hour? Can't I come and check in?" Songbai stepped closer, his formidable aura amplifying the tension in the stillness of the night. "I heard that your recent discussions with your former company have not been particularly pleasant." Su Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Songbai's information was indeed well-informed. He maintained his composure. "You need not worry, Mr. Song. It is merely routine business communication." "Business communication?" Songbai let out a low chuckle, his gaze penetrating as if to see through Su Xian's facade of professionalism. "Are you using the materials I provided for your discussions?" Su Xian's pupils constricted as he abruptly looked up at Songbai. "Is it you?" Those anonymous emails were sent by Songbai. Seeing Su Xian's barely concealed shock, Songbai appeared satisfied. He raised a hand, seemingly nonchalantly brushing away non-existent dust from Su Xian's shoulder, a gesture light-hearted yet imbued with an air of undeniable authority. "Do not be so surprised, Mr. Su." His voice lowered, carrying a dangerous allure. "What I value is the future of Xiao Ci and the success of the project you're in. As for Lin Yi," he paused, his gaze deepening. "He is a surprising delight, but merely that." His fingertips grazed Su Xian's neck, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. "Resources must be wielded judiciously." Songbai retracted his hand, as if the previous intimacy had been a mere illusion, his tone returning to a casual indifference, yet laced with a clear warning. "Know your limits. If things go awry, it will implicate Xiao Ci." He did not finish his thought, but cast Su Xian a significant look before turning away. His steps measured as he vanished into the night. Su Xian stood rooted to the spot, the night breeze brushing past him. Yet he felt a cold sweat bead down his back. Songbai's sudden confrontation and warning had thrust an already complex situation into a deeper whirlpool of uncertainty. What indeed did Songbai intend? Was he truly only concerned for his brother's future and the project's success? Su Xian gazed towards the direction in which Song-Bai had vanished, for the first time sensing that he was perhaps confronting a more cunning and dangerous predator. Within the training base, the tender warmth that had quietly flourished stood in stark contrast to the surging undercurrents hidden beneath the urban nightscape. The gears of fate continued to turn mercilessly amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Chapter 18. Adaptation and Fracture. Song-Bai's revelation struck Su Xian like a colossal stone cast into a deep pool, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart, yet allowing him to discern fragments of the prevailing situation. The objective of this enigma was not merely to obstruct, but to exert control. He needed to ensure the smooth progress of the Blade of Governance project and safeguard Song Ci from harm. Simultaneously, he seemed to be scrutinizing Lin Yi, assessing his value and potential threat. This observation, tinged with an air of superiority, unsettled Su Xian. Yet he could not deny the critical nature of the ammunition provided by Song-Bai. With Song-Bai's tacit approval, if not outright encouragement, Su Xian intensified his negotiations with the original company. He no longer resorted to mere bluster. Instead, he strategically released fragments of evidence in batches, akin to a precise surgical operation, inflicting palpable pain and a genuine threat upon the other party, without provoking a desperate backlash. The company's stance indeed softened further, transitioning from a need for discussion to a willingness to sit down and converse. The stalemate began to show signs of fracture. Life at the training base continued to flow amidst sweat and fatigue, yet certain dynamics had subtly shifted. The injury to Lin Yi's left arm became an unspoken connection point between the two. Without the need for Song Ci to insist, Lin Yi would naturally sit on the edge of the bed each evening after training, while Song Ci would instinctively retrieve the spray and bandages. Their actions evolved from initial awkwardness into fluidity, and within the silence lingered an unspoken intimacy. Song Ci no longer pursued the reason behind Lin Yi's decision. Lin Yi's assertion of no regrets seemed to construct a formidable fortress within Song Ci's heart, calming all unease and probing. He began to immerse himself more intensely in training, particularly in their paired exercises. He observed every subtle habit of Lin Yi, contemplating how to align his movements more perfectly with his partner's, akin to the most intricate instruments seeking optimal coupling. The instructor, noting all of this, rarely smiled, yet after one tactical drill, he unexpectedly broke into a grin. Gray Falcon. Nighthawk, your synergy is so remarkable that if you keep this up, I might start to question whether you truly emerge from the same special forces. Lin Yi merely nodded slightly, while Song Ci pressed his lips together, a flicker of barely perceptible light glimmering in his eyes, a sense of fulfillment derived from striving for recognition, particularly one that he shared with the person beside him. However, not all adaptations proceeded smoothly. During an intense simulation of a building breach, the script required Nighthawk to descend from a height under Gray Falcon's cover, with timing that had to be flawless. Song Ci's physical prowess and courage were beyond reproach. Yet when it came to a maneuver that necessitated rapid turns powered by the core muscles, his technique fell just short, resulting in movements that lacked fluidity and timing that lagged behind the instructor's demands. Nighthawk, center of gravity. Engage your core. It's not just about your arms. The instructor's commanding voice reverberated across the vast training ground. Once more, if this were a real combat scenario, your sluggish half-second delay would suffice for the enemy to turn both you and the Gray Falcon into Swiss cheese. Sweat trickled down Song Ci's jawline as he pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination, intertwined with a hint of frustration and agitation birthed from repeated failures. He made another attempt, yet the outcome remained unsatisfactory. In his haste, he stumbled slightly upon landing. Enough. Take a 10-minute break. Nighthawk, reflect on the essential techniques of exertion, the instructor declared sternly. The team dispersed temporarily, with others seeking solace in hydration and rest. Song Ci retreated to a corner of the training ground, turning his back to the crowd, and delivered a forceful punch into a nearby padded mat, producing a dull thud. He loathed this feeling of impotence, particularly in the presence of Lin Yi, the one with whom he aspired to stand shoulder to shoulder, as he laid bare his inadequacies. A bottle of water appeared before him. Startled, Song Si turned to find Lin Yi standing silently behind him, his demeanor calm. "Drink some water," Lin Yi suggested. Song Si averted his gaze, a suppressed anger lacing his voice. "No need." Lin Yi did not withdraw his hand, nor depart. Instead, he observed Song Si's taut profile and the subtle rise and fall of his chest, stating matter-of-factly that motions core lies not in the waist, but in the hips. Song Si paused, turning to face him. Lin Yi pressed the water into his hand, and then approached the training apparatus, demonstrating the descent and turn maneuver. His movements were deliberate, yet they clearly illustrated the sequence of exertion. Observe here, at the moment of initiation, the hip joint rotates first, engaging the waist, abdomen, and upper limbs, thereby forming a cohesive chain of power. You previously relied too heavily on the localized strength of your waist and arms. Hence, the chain was broken, leading to slowness and instability. His explanation was succinct and precise, addressing the crux of the issue without unnecessary consolation, offering only the most pragmatic guidance. As Song Si watched Lin Yi's fluid and powerful demonstration, the previous sense of stagnation in his mind was instantaneously illuminated. He followed Lin Yi's advice, intentionally focusing on the initiation of power from his hips. Though still somewhat uncoordinated, the sensation of obstructed force transmission was markedly diminished. "Shall we try again?" Lin Yi inwitted. Looking at him, Song Si inhaled deeply, nodding affirmatively, a renewed fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. This time, as Song Si pivoted from the rappel rope and took aim, his movements appeared significantly more fluid, and his timing was notably more precise. Although perfection was still a distance away, the progress was visibly apparent. The instructor observed from the sidelines, raising an eyebrow, not uttering a word, but his gaze reflected an understanding. After training concluded, while walking back to the dormitory alongside Lin Yi, Song Si remained silent for an extended moment before murmuring, "Thank you." Lin Yi turned his head to look at him. In a nighttime ambience, the young alpha's ears seemed to flush slightly. "We learn from one another," Lin Yi replied calmly. "Your observational skills and learning speed are impressive." This was no mere politeness. Song Si's focus and comprehension displayed during training indeed surpassed that of an ordinary person. Song Si momentarily hesitated, casting a glance at Lin Yi, seemingly searching for any trace of insincerity upon his face. Yet all he found was a visage of honesty. A subtle, cherished feeling quietly surged within him, more stirring than any direct compliment could ever be. He swiftly turned away, quickening his pace, leaving Lin Yi with a somewhat hasty silhouette and a whisper carried off by the night breeze, nearly inaudible. "You too." The rigorous training isolated them from the storms of the outside world, filtering out many impurities. In this realm, capability served as the sole passport, while sweat constituted the most genuine language. Two elite alphas, amidst continuous clashes and reconciliations, sought to explore each other's boundaries, simultaneously constructing a world uniquely their own. Outside the base, Su Xian perused the email from the original company regarding the formal negotiation of the contract termination, aware that the true battle was about to commence. The outcome of this negotiation would directly impact the two individuals within the training facility, as well as the future of the entire project. Chapter 19. The heartbeat. The negotiation venue was set in an elegantly styled tea house, renowned for its privacy. Su Xian represented Lin Yi, seated opposite the original company's owner, Mr. Zhao, and his legal counsel. The air was suffused with the rich aroma of premium pu'er tea, yet it could not conceal the palpable tension. Mr. Zhao was a lean, middle-aged man, his eyes reflecting a merchant's shrewdness and calculation. He leisurely poured the tea, initiating the conversation. "Brother Su, we are all sensible individuals here. Lin Yi was nurtured by us, and now that he has shown promise, he wishes to go solo. Both in sentiment and reason, this is simply unacceptable. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Xian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his smile poised. Yet his tone left no room for debate. "Mr. Zhao, one cannot frame it this way. During Lin Yi's most challenging times, the company's support was minimal, and unreasonable terms nearly jeopardized his future. Now, with his own abilities and opportunities leading to new developments. We hope for an amicable parting, with a reasonable termination fee ensuring mutual well-being. A reasonable termination fee? Mr. Zhao scoffed, setting down the teapot. The contract is explicit. 80 million, not a cent less. Or, his tone shifted, leaning forward and lowering his voice, we can negotiate a 5-year renewal, and the profit-sharing ratio is open for discussion. This lucrative opportunity, the company could assist in managing, sharing the benefits, of course. Their intentions remained clear. They sought to tightly grasp this cash cow. Su Xian's smile faded, and he slowly retrieved a slender folder from his briefcase, placing it on the table without opening it. Mr. Zhao, Su Xian's voice turned colder, his fingertips lightly tapping the folder. I too possess some information regarding profit sharing that you might find intriguing. For instance, the covert transaction between the company and Xingyao Media in the third quarter of last year. Through which account did it flow? Furthermore, the supplementary agreements signed by the recently terminated artists. How would the labor arbitration perceive those clauses? Mr. Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, and his legal counsel immediately straightened up. The two matters Su Xian had highlighted were core secrets the company desperately wished to keep hidden, especially the tax issues, which, if exposed, could lead to catastrophic consequences. Where are you from? Zhao's voice was somewhat hoarse, his gaze oscillating uncertainly between Su Xian and the slender file folder. Zhao, the source is inconsequential, Su Xian interjected, nonchalantly lifting his teacup and taking a sip. What truly matters is whether we possess the sincerity to resolve this issue. 8 million is simply unattainable. Lin Yi cannot afford it, and we shall not pay it either. Our bottom line is to calculate a legally compliant termination fee based on Lin Yi's actual income, alongside a company statement acknowledging the unreasonable nature of certain past clauses, facilitating a peaceful dissolution of the contract. He set down his teacup, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Zhao. This is a win-win situation. The company secures a reasonable compensation, thus evading greater risks, while Lin Yi can smoothly terminate the agreement and concentrate on development. If you insist on adhering to the contract. He paused, his tone laced with unmistakable menace. I would not hesitate to deliver these materials, along with more intriguing content, to the appropriate parties. At that point, it is likely that 8 million will not suffice. A profound silence enveloped the tea room, beads of sweat forming on Zhao's forehead as he fixated on the file folder, appearing as if it were some monstrous threat. The legal counsel behind him leaned in, whispering hastily, causing Zhao's expression to darken further. He realized that Su Xian was not merely posturing. The information he held could inflict serious damage upon the company, potentially leading to irreparable consequences. To gamble the entire company for the sake of one Lin Yi was hardly justifiable. After a lengthy silence, Zhao seemed drained of all strength, slumping in his chair as he waved wearily at the legal counsel. Proceed with their proposed plan and draft the agreement. Su Xian inwardly sighed with relief, though his demeanor remained inscrutable. Zhao, you're truly sagacious. Meanwhile, as Su Xian engaged in a final tug-of-war over the terms with the original company, Lin Yi and Song Ci faced the last assessment of their training period at the training base, a scripted combat scenario. They were divided into red and blue teams, engaging in a timed contest within a simulated urban environment, aiming to capture the opposing team's flag. Naturally, Lin Yi and Song Ci were on the red team, a culmination of all their training efforts and a significant test of their synergy. The confrontation escalated immediately, with abandoned factories and narrow alleyways, each corner ripe for an eruption of conflict. Lin Yi, like the most seasoned hunter, utilized his remarkable insight to anticipate the opponent's movements, commanding with unwavering confidence. Song Ci flawlessly embodied the role of a spearhead, swift in action and precise in marksmanship, seamlessly aligning with Lin Yi's directives. As they approached the final barrier guarding the blue team's flag, a complex, multi-level abandoned office building, the red team encountered fierce resistance from the blue team, their firepower suppressed at the entrance, rendering them nearly immobile. Gray Falcon, the frontal assault incurs too great a loss, requesting a flanking maneuver. Song Ci's voice crackled urgently, yet calmly through the earpiece. Lin Yi swiftly assessed the terrain, his mind racing. Agreed. Night Eagle. Lead Team B through the east ventilation duct to create a diversion. Team A, engage head-on with me to draw their fire. Be mindful of the time. We have only 10 minutes left. Understood. The orders were issued swiftly, and Song Ci had an unwavering trust in Lin Yi's commands. Without a moment's hesitation, he led Team B quietly away from the main battlefield, disappearing like a wraith into the shadows of the east. Moments later, the interior of the office building erupted with the sounds of fierce gunfire and explosions, simulated training rounds. Fake, 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 disrupting the defensive rhythm of the blue team. Now was the time. Team A advance. With Lin Yi's commanding shout, he leapt from behind cover, unleashing a torrent of fire that quickly quelled the startled blue team members. With the pressure from the front diminished, the operations of Song Ci's group proceeded with greater ease. As Lin Yi and Team A forcefully breached the frontal defenses and ascended to the top floor, he witnessed Song Ci elegantly dispatch the last blue team guard with a swift close-quarters combat maneuver, raising the blue flag triumphantly with one hand. The young Alpha stood amidst the rubble, sweat cascading down his resolute jawline, his chest heaving slightly from exertion. He held the flag aloft, his eyes sparkling like stars, radiating a victorious brilliance, coupled with an imperceptible yearning for Lin Yi's acknowledgement and validation. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Lin Yi posed, gazing at the radiant figure illuminated against the light. The dust kicked up by the training ground danced in the beams, outlining Song Ci's statuesque form. An indescribable emotion, akin to a silent thunderclap, erupted within the depths of his tranquil heart, sending ripples of clarity that resonated with a newfound awareness he had never before experienced. He comprehended that this young man before him was not merely a teammate to protect or a harmonious partner, but an undeniable presence that captivated him, transcending the bounds of duty and admiration, rooted in a profound stirring of the soul. Song Ci also caught sight of Lin Yi, flag in hand, approaching him step by step, halting just a pace away. Both were dust-covered and sweaty, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet an invisible aura seemed to isolate them from the surrounding chaos. "We did it," Song Ci said, his voice slightly hoarse from exertion, yet his gaze was strikingly bright. Lin Yi met his gaze, remaining silent, but slowly, with utmost gravity, extended his right hand. This gesture was not a celebratory high five, but rather a deeper offering imbued with recognition and an unspoken promise. Song Ci hesitated momentarily as he regarded the calloused, training-marked hand before him, but without any reluctance, he firmly clasped it with his left hand. Their hands intertwined tightly. The warmth of their palms, the dampness of sweat, and the palpable rhythm of their heartbeats transmitted through their skin spoke volumes in that instant, surpassing any words. The whistle signaling the end of the assessment sounded. Team Red had emerged victorious. Yet, the cheers of victory felt distant. Lin Yi and Song Ci remained rooted in place, their hands firmly clasped, gazes entwined. In the air, the rich aromas of red wine and bittersweet chocolate seemed to intertwine, having undergone the ultimate trial of confrontation and cooperation, becoming inseparable. The intensive training had concluded, and they were about to return to a world filled with clamor and competition. Yet some things have silently taken root in the stillness. Chapter 20. The Journey Home and the New Battlefield. The gates of the training base slowly closed behind them, encapsulating 14 days of sweat, fatigue, adaptation, and unspoken thrills within that secluded space. On the ride back to the city, the atmosphere was markedly different from their initial departure. The same business vehicle arranged by the production team remained, with them seated side by side, yet the invisible barriers had dissipated long ago. Lin Yi leaned against the car window, eyes closed in restful contemplation, his left arm still tingling with the lingering sensation of Song Ci's fingertips from the previous night's bandaging. Song Ci, adorned with headphones, gazed out at the fleeting cityscape, his seemingly austere profile softened by the shifting light and shadows, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. The warmth of their intertwined hands felt as though it had yet to fade, an unspoken confirmation that infused the confined space of the vehicle with a serene and stable ambience. They're pheromones, rich like fine red wine, yet tinged with the bitter sweetness of chocolate, silently mingled within the cramped quarters, transforming from opposition into a harmonious and intimate realm, akin to a well-aged vintage. The car did not head directly to their respective homes, but rather made its way to Su Xian's studio. For Lin, he needed to personally confirm and sign the final text of the termination agreement. Inside the studio, Su Xian bore the weariness of days spent in relentless toil. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He handed a thick document to Lin Yi. It's all set. The termination fee has been negotiated down to 20 million, to be paid in 3 installments. The company has waived all rights to priority renewal and additional claims, promising not to engage in any further disputes regarding past contracts. This is the best deal I could secure. This figure, compared to the initial exorbitant sum of 80 million, represented a significant victory. Lin Yi swiftly reviewed the key terms, and upon confirming their accuracy, he inscribed his name at the bottom of the page. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper echoed, like the conclusion of an era. Thank you for your hard work, Su Ge. Lin, he said sincerely as he set down the pen. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, rubbing his brow. The road ahead will be even more arduous. Holding the blade officially commences next week, and your schedule for joining the cast is set for 3 days from now. There are a few necessary media interviews and costume fittings in the meantime. I'll send you the itinerary to your phone. He paused, looking at Lin Yi, his tone laced with caution. Additionally, regarding your situation with Song Ci, the crew is large and the eyes many. Be mindful of your boundaries. Lin Yi nodded, understanding Su Xian's concerns. His relationship with Song Ci could remain tacit at the training base, but should it be exposed to the limelight, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest. Especially since the obstacles from the Song family had yet to be surmounted. As if to affirm Su Xian's worries, Lin Yi's phone vibrated. An incoming message from Song Ci. My brother wants to see me tonight. Brief yet laden with an impending tension. Lin Yi replied, Do you need me? After a moment, Song Ci responded, No need. I can handle it. Followed by another message. Just be careful. In the Song family's old residence, the study. The atmosphere this time was markedly more solemn than the last. Songbai did not recline casually against the table as he usually did. Instead, he sat upright in the main seat, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the mahogany armrest, his penetrating gaze fixed on Song Ci, imbued with scrutiny and a hint of subtle intrigue. Has the training concluded? Songbai inquired, his voice betraying no discernible emotion. Yes, Song Ci replied, standing tall in the center of the study, his posture reminiscent of a well-trained soldier, his calm eyes meeting the scrutiny with poise. It appears you have made considerable gains. Song Bai's gaze swept over him, as if he could penetrate the veneer of composure and glimpse the quiet transformations within. I heard that during the final assessment, you and Lin Yi worked together seamlessly. He is the best partner, Song Ci stated, his tone unwavering, yet laced with undeniable certainty. Partner? Song Bai chuckled softly, his tapping halting. Xiao Ci, I have watched you grow up. When you lie, your right eyebrow raises ever so slightly. For a fleeting moment, Song Ci's body tensed imperceptibly, yet his gaze remained steadfast. Song Bai rose and approached him, an imposing aura of enigma enveloping the room, suffused with both pressure and inquiry. Tell me, is it merely a partnership? The study was so quiet that they could hear each other's breaths. Song Ci felt the weight of his brother's gaze and the vigorous beating of his heart within his chest. He recalled Lin Yi's steady commands on the training ground, the fluid strength of his demonstrations, the bottle of water he had handed over, his words of no regret, and more vividly, the hand that had clasped his tightly, warm and damp with sweat. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head, his gaze clear and resolute as it met Song Bai's. Brother, I understand your and our parents' concerns. However, I am no longer a child. I am aware of what I am doing and what it signifies. While he did not directly admit anything, the implication was unmistakable. Song Bai scrutinized him for an extended period, long enough for Song Ci to almost believe he would erupt in anger. Yet, unexpectedly, Song Bai's lips curled into a smile. tinged with a complex nuance that seemed to blend resignation with a sense of settled acceptance. Fine was all he said. He raised his hand, seemingly intending to pat Song-Si's shoulder, but ultimately let it hover in the air before withdrawing. The path you choose is yours, and the consequences must be borne by you. He turned away, heading towards the window, his back to Song-Si, and waved his hand dismissively. Go on, the crew awaits. Focus on your acting. Song-Si stood momentarily stunned, watching his brother's retreating figure, which starkly contrasted with the vehement opposition he had anticipated. After a brief silence, he murmured, "Understood." As he exited the study, Song-Si did not feel a sense of relief. His brother's stance was too ambiguous, and that phrase about bearing consequences felt more like a caution veiled in tacit approval. The road ahead remained fraught with thorns. Lin Yi returned to the new apartment arranged for him by Su Xian, a tranquil environment with stringent security. He had barely set down his luggage when the doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, he saw Su Xian standing outside, his expression somewhat peculiar. As the door swung open, Su Xian entered, holding a tablet with an air of incredulity. Take a look at this. The screen displayed a trending topic, songbos like. Following it was a Weibo post from an entertainment blogger, featuring a grid of images capturing the interactions between Lin Yi and Song-Si from Conquest of the Wilderness. Particularly moments of Lin Yi's injury, Song-Si tending to him, and the two walking side by side through the rainforest. The accompanying text read, "Such sexual tension, such synergy. Truly the pinnacle of dual A-listers." Drooling. What sparked the uproar was Songbo's personal verified account, which had surprisingly liked this post. Although the like was swiftly retracted, quick-witted netizens had already taken screenshots as keepsakes. What does this mean for Songbo? Su Xian found himself utterly perplexed by this enigma's actions. On one hand, he warned them to keep their distance from Song-Si. Yet on the other, he liked a post that clearly fanned the flames of speculation about their relationship. Lin Yi gazed at the screenshot of Songbo's like, his expression calm. He recalled Song-Si's words, "My brother is meeting me tonight," and Songbo's ambiguous demeanor. He was making a statement. Lin Yi spoke slowly, his voice low, in a manner unique to him. It was neither outright support nor clear opposition. This conveyed a more intricate signal, suggesting a transition from an unequivocal obstructor to a detached observer, and perhaps even a reluctant approval, as long as his bottom line remained unchallenged. Moving to the window, Lin Yi gazed at the dazzling city lights below. The purity of the training base had come to an end. They had returned to the realm of reality. The filming of Blade was imminent, heralding another battleground where they would continue to embody the roles of Grey Falcon and Night Eagle, while also cautiously concealing the burgeoning sentiments that had taken root. The end of their journey home marked the beginning of a new quest. Chapter 21. Inside and outside the frame, the opening ceremony of Blade was understated yet solemn. Under the lights, director Li Yi led the creative team in a ritual and unveiling. As dual male leads, Lin Yi and Song-Si naturally occupied the focal point. Both donned impeccably tailored black suits. Lin Yi exuded calm restraint, while Song-Si radiated a cold, sharp intensity. Standing side by side, their presence spoke volumes without uttering a word. During the press Q&A, the spotlight inevitably fell upon them. Lin Yi, this is your first major film project after the storm, and such an important role. Do you feel pressured? Lin Yi accepted the microphone, his demeanor composed. Pressure stems from the significance of the role. I will give my utmost to portray Grey Falcon and live up to the expectations of both the director and the audience. Song-Si, how does it feel to collaborate with Lin Yi again? How does it differ from your experience during Conquest of the Wilderness? Song-Si responded succinctly. He is a very professional actor. After a brief pause, under the expectant gazes of the audience, he added, expressionless, pleasant collaboration. A light chuckle arose from the audience, as this cool, stoic persona remained steadfast. However, when a reporter attempted to delve deeper into the chemistry between them, director Li Yi promptly seized the microphone, his tone unequivocal. Blade is a meticulously crafted action blockbuster. Our focus is on the allure of the characters themselves and the professional performances of the actors. Please direct your attention to the work. All gossip was decisively silenced. The crew's life was both intense and orderly. The first scene to be filmed depicted the initial confrontation between the Gray Falcon and the Night Eagle in a safe house. The very scene from the auditions. The clapperboard snapped. Blade of Justice, Scene 1, Take 1, Action. The lights illuminated and the camera focused on the dilapidated safe house, where the air seemed to thicken with tension. The Gray Falcon leaned against the corner, his gaze alert like a solitary wolf, bearing the weariness and scrutiny of betrayal. The Night Eagle lounged on the only tattered sofa, appearing relaxed, yet every muscle was coiled, exuding an invisible, potent alpha aura. "Where are the goods?" the Night Eagle inquired, his voice deep and imposing. The Gray Falcon hesitated, his eyes sweeping the room before settling on the Night Eagle, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Not until you confirm this place is truly safe." "Do you doubt me?" The Night Eagle leaned forward, his eyes sharp as blades. The Gray Falcon stepped closer, disregarding the oppressive atmosphere, and met his gaze directly. "I doubt everyone, including you." The dialogue mirrored their audition, yet through the refinement at the training base. Their performances had become more relaxed, yet charged with tension. Each exchanged glance, each breath, vividly portrayed their intricate relationship of adversaries and allies, testing one another while being inexorably reliant on each other. "Cut. Excellent. That take is a success." Director Lee, fixated on the monitor, wore a satisfied expression. The emotions were on point, and the tension palpable. Maintain this energy. During the break, the two sat on their respective chairs, carefully maintaining an appropriate distance. An assistant offered water. Song Si took the bottle, twisted it open, but did not drink, his gaze drawn to Lin Yi, who was discussing the next shot with the action director. Lin Yi seemed to sense his stare and looked up. Their eyes met briefly in silence, devoid of excessive expression. Song Si subtly averted his gaze, lowering his head to take a sip of water, his Adam's apple bobbing, ears slightly flushed. An unspoken current, understood only by them, silently coursed through the bustling film set. The evening scenes marked their first collaboration on a nighttime infiltration mission. The action sequences were challenging, requiring numerous takes to meet director Lee's standards, finally wrapping up in the dead of night. Upon returning to the hotel, secured by the production team, the corridor was quiet and empty, with their rooms on the same floor, adjacent to one another. Arriving at his door, Lin Yi produced his room key. With a beep, the green light of the lock illuminated. However, he did not immediately enter, but turned a glance at Song Si beside him. Song Si was also looking at him, the warm yellow light of the corridor softening the angles of his pale skin. His lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, he simply murmured, "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Lin Yi replied. In the brief silence, it felt as if something intangible was tugging at the air. Just then, footsteps and laughter from other crew members approached from the direction of the elevator. Startled, Song Si quickly withdrew his gaze, swiped his room card, slipped inside, and closed the door with a hint of barely perceptible haste. Lin Yi gazed at the firmly shut door for a brief moment before pushing open his own and stepping inside. The world outside was abruptly severed, leaving the room enveloped in silence. He shed his coat and approached the window, gazing at the distant city's neon lights. Yet unbidden, images of Song Si flickered in his mind, her ears faintly flushed under the corridor's light, and those eyes, perpetually icy, yet capable of revealing a myriad of emotions when alone. He retrieved his phone and opened a familiar chat window. The last conversation had lingered from a few days prior. His fingers hesitated on the screen before he ultimately sent 3 simple words: "Get some rest." Almost instantaneously, the top of the chat indicated the other person was typing. After a few seconds, a reply appeared. "You too." After a brief pause, another message followed. "How's your arm?" Lin regarded this message, a faint smile glimmering in his eyes. "It's fine," he replied. The conversation did not continue, yet an invisible connection was forged through these simple words, tightly binding 2 solitary rooms together in the stillness of the night. The film's set was a battlefield brimming with performance and rules, while in this unseen corner, the reality belonging to Lin Yi and Song Si was quietly taking root, awkward yet resolute. The camera captured the tale of the gray falcon and the night hawk. While beyond its lens, another narrative was slowly unfurling along its own trajectory. Chapter 22. Immersion and exit. In the following days of filming, the pace quickened. Action sequences and dramatic scenes alternated with great intensity. Lin Yi and Song Si seemed to truly embody the gray falcon and the night hawk. Their synergy before the camera seamless. A mere glance or subtle movement conveyed a wealth of intricate emotions and messages. Even the exacting director, Li, privately remarked to the producer, "These two seemed destined for these roles." On this particular day, they filmed a pivotal emotional confrontation scene, set against the backdrop of the Night Hawk's reckless actions leading to the sacrifice of an informant, igniting the Gray Falcon's long-simmering rage and disappointment within the safe house. The dialogue was fervent, imbued with tremendous emotional tension. As the scene marker clapped, the Gray Falcon struck a nearby metal cabinet with a fierce punch, producing a thunderous sound. His eyes reddened, and his voice trembled, strained by suppressed anger. Why? Why didn't you follow the plan? That old cat. The Night Hawk stood opposite him, his jaw clenched tightly, his gaze a tumultuous blend of guilt, stubbornness, and the pain of being misunderstood. His voice was hoarse. The situation at that time rendered the plan unfeasible. Unfeasible? So you gambled with the life of the old cat? The Gray Falcon interrupted, stepping closer, nearly nose to nose with him. An overwhelming sense of pressure, coupled with the fiery scent of red wine pheromones, surged toward the Night Hawk. Do you have any idea how close we came to losing everything? Under that oppressive aura and questioning, the Night Hawk's pupils constricted, his body swaying imperceptibly. Yet he stubbornly held his ground. He met the Gray Falcon's nearly incendiary gaze, his voice low yet resolute. I understand the consequences, but if given the chance to do it again, I would still choose the same path. Some risks must be taken. Cut. Perfect. The emotion was spot on. Director Li exclaimed with excitement. This scene is perfect. Let us take a 20-minute break to prepare for the next one. As the performance ceased, the palpable intensity that had permeated the air dissipated instantly. Lin Yi swiftly retracted his aura, stepping back as he rubbed his knuckles, slightly reddened from a forceful impact against the prop. Meanwhile, Song Si remained rooted in place, his head bowed slightly, breathing somewhat erratically, seemingly still entangled in the fervent emotions of the fierce confrontation they had just enacted. The lingering intensity of Lin Yi's fiery gaze and pheromones seemed to resonate within him, causing his heart to race in an irregular rhythm. Are you all right? Lin Yi inquired, his voice returning to its usual calm demeanor. Startled, Song Si lifted his head, meeting Lin Yi's concerned gaze, before swiftly averting his eyes and clearing his throat in an attempt to mask his unease. He approached his resting chair, grasping a water bottle, though his fingers trembled subtly, betraying his composure. In that moment, the pressure Lin Yi exerted was overwhelmingly real, nearly suffocating him. Yet, paradoxically, beneath that intense impact, an indescribable thrill surged within him. He felt a shiver at the thought of the Gray Falcon's fury, but also an unsettling satisfaction that such fervent emotion was directed towards him. Observing Song Si's slightly tense silhouette, Lin Yi fell into contemplation. He sensed that Song Si had momentarily lost focus. Such immersive performances exact a considerable toll on an actor. After wrapping up for the night, Song Si chose not to return directly to his room. Instead, he found himself alone on the expansive rooftop terrace of the hotel. The night breeze swept through, alleviating the tumultuous heat that clouded his mind. He needed to regain his composure. The boundaries between his role and his reality with Lin Yi seemed to blur increasingly. The extreme confrontation and reliance they shared, oscillating between the lens and their true selves, left him feeling somewhat adrift. Soft footsteps approached from behind, and though Song Si did not turn around, he could sense that familiar presence drawing near. Lin Yi stood beside him, both gazing down at the twinkling city lights below. Is it too immersive? Lin Yi's voice, calm amidst the night wind, broke the silence. After a brief pause, Song Si quietly affirmed with a soft hum. He was reluctant to admit it, yet he could not conceal it from Lin Yi. It's normal. Lin Yi reassured him. Good actors all go through this. The key is knowing how to emerge from it. How do I emerge? Song Si instinctively asked, a hint of unrecognized dependence lacing his tone. Lin Yi turned to him. In the moonlight, the contours of the young man's profile appeared somewhat indistinct, yet still bore that unmistakable tenacity. Distinguish between him and yourself, Lin Yi instructed softly, his words penetrating clearly into Song Si's ears. The gray falcon's anger stemmed from distrust towards the night hawk and the sorrow of a comrade's sacrifice. After a moment's pause, he added, you need not feel guilt over the night hawk's choices. Song Si shivered slightly, turning to face Lin Yi. The other's gaze, deep as the ocean in the night, radiated a reassuring strength. I understand, Song Si replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. It's just that you were too close earlier. The pheromones were difficult for him to articulate. The sensation of being entirely subdued, yet inexplicably drawn to Lin Yi was overwhelmingly intense. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment, surprised by the striking realism of the simulated pheromones used by the production team. That was work, he explained, his tone remaining steady. If it makes you uncomfortable, there is no discomfort. Song Si abruptly interrupted him, his voice tinged with urgency. After speaking, he felt as though he had inadvertently revealed something, pressed his lips together, and turned his gaze back to the night view, leaving Lin Yi with a glimpse of his slightly flushed ears. Observing his awkward demeanor, Lin Yi couldn't help but let a faint smile flicker in his eyes. He chose not to pursue the topic further and redirected the conversation. Have you memorized the safety points for tomorrow's explosion scene? Song Si responded sullenly. The feeling of being someone who needed reminders was oddly gratifying. That's good, Lin Yi replied, not lingering. The wind is strong. Don't stay out too long. He turned and departed from the terrace. Standing alone, Song Si felt the night breeze brush against his heated ears. It seemed Lin Yi's few words had somewhat unraveled the tangled thoughts in his mind. He reflected on Lin Yi's words. You and I. Indeed, he was Song Si, not a nighthawk. His feelings for Lin Yi were not the complex entanglements akin to a gray falcon's emotions toward a nighthawk. Rather, it was a pure, more direct attraction that he found utterly irresistible. Taking a deep breath of the cool air, he sensed his chaotic thoughts becoming clearer. The performance must be executed well. Yet his relationship with Lin Yi was another matter entirely. Upon returning to his room, he found his phone illuminated with a message from Lin Yi, containing a subtle adjustment suggestion for tomorrow's explosion scene. Professional, composed, just as always. However, as Song Si gazed at the message, he could almost perceive the steadiness in Lin Yi's eyes through the screen, hearing his calm, yet powerful voice from earlier on the terrace. He replied, received, understood. After a moment's thought, he added a line, tinged with a hint of testing and an unrecognized anticipation. See you on set tomorrow. Chapter 23. The ambiguity after drinking in the following days. The filming focus shifted to some scattered supporting roles, granting Lin Yi and Song Si a lighter schedule. To accommodate an important daytime shoot, the crew decided to concentrate on filming a few night scenes with veteran actors, allowing the two of them a half-day of leisure. What should have been a rare moment of respite was disrupted by an unexpected social engagement. A senior executive from the investors requested to meet the two male leads during a visit to the set. In such circumstances, even Song Si could not entirely refuse. The dinner was set in a highly private room at an upscale restaurant. The financier, Mr. Wang, was a middle-aged man with a rosy complexion, exuding an air of dominance in his speech. It was evident that he was well informed about the production of Wilderness Conquest and the current filming of Blade of Justice, subtly conveying his emphasis on the project and his optimism regarding the pairing of Lin Yi and Song Si. Director Lee has assured me that you two are the most electrifying duo he has ever encountered, Mr. Wang exclaimed, raising his glass. To the success of Blade of Justice, I propose a toast to you both. Lin Yi lifted his glass, his expression calm, his demeanor neither servile nor haughty. Thank you, Mr. Wang. We will do our utmost. Song Si also raised his glass. It was evident he was not fond of such gatherings. His brow slightly furrowed as he merely touched his lips to the rim before setting it down. Oh, young Song, that won't do, Mr. Wang remarked upon noticing his action. Half jokingly, half seriously. Is my toast not worthy enough? Is it that I can drink with Lin Yi, but not with you? The remark was laced with provocation and a hint of ambiguity. Song Si's expression turned colder, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Yi gently pressed his hand onto the table. That fleeting touch felt like a soothing command, prompting him to swallow his words. Lin Yi lifted his glass with poise and replied, "President Wang, you jest. Song Si has a low tolerance for alcohol. He caught a chill while filming the rain scene a few days ago. Allow me to toast you on his behalf, expressing our gratitude for your support of the project." With that, he drained the remaining contents of his glass. Observing this, President Wang felt compelled to relent, chuckling, "Lin Yi, you are quite considerate. Very well. Let it be so." Throughout the dinner, Lin Yi adeptly navigated the conversation, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively while shielding Song Si from excessive drinking. His eloquence and composed demeanor left even the notoriously difficult President Wang with no room for criticism, garnering him a newfound respect. Sitting beside him, Song Si watched Lin Yi handle the situation with ease, blocking one drink after another on his behalf, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. He despised the insincerity of such social obligations and loathed the fact that he required Lin Yi's protection. Yet, there was something about Lin Yi's steadfast reliability, as if he could resolve any trouble, that softened a part of Song Si's heart, evoking an inexplicable sense of reliance. As the dinner concluded and they bid farewell to President Wang, the calmness on Lin Yi's face dissipated. He rubbed his temples, revealing a trace of barely perceptible fatigue in his eyes. Though Lin Yi possessed a commendable tolerance, he had consumed a fair amount, and the effects were now weighing on him. In the car back to the hotel, they sat side by side in silence. The enclosed space was filled with the mingled scent of alcohol and Lin Yi's more pronounced pheromones, which wafted around Song Si's nostrils, pleasantly intoxicating rather than unpleasant. Turning to gaze out at the swiftly retreating lights, Song Si suddenly spoke in a low voice, "You need not do that." Lin Yi, hearing him, turned his head to look at him, his voice deeper and more gravelly from the alcohol. "Do what?" "Shield me from drinking." Song Si continued to stare outside, his tone muted. "I can handle it." Lin Yi remained silent for a moment before responding thoughtfully, "I know you can manage, but it is unnecessary." He paused before adding, "People like that are not worth your emotional investment." His words were delivered plainly, yet they resonated within Song Si like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake. He understood that Lin Yi was protecting him, shielding him from the taint of such gatherings, safeguarding his aversion to socializing. The car fell into silence once more, but it was no longer uncomfortable. Rather, it flowed with an unspoken understanding. Upon reaching their hotel floor and exiting the elevator, the dimly lit corridor was particularly tranquil. As they approached the door, Song Si took out his room card but hesitated, not immediately swiping it. He turned to look at Lin Yi, who stood before the door, also preparing to unlock it. Sensing Song Si's gaze, Lin Yi turned back. In the subdued light, their eyes met. Song Si's cheeks were flushed from the alcohol and the warmth of the car, his expression less cold than usual, glimmering with a hint of dreamy allure as he looked directly at Lin Yi. "Lin Yi," he murmured, his voice soft yet strikingly clear. "Yes?" Lin Yi responded, his grip on the room, card tightening slightly. He sensed that something was amiss with Song Si. "Thank you for today," Song Si said, taking a small step forward, the distance between them shrinking instantaneously to the point where they could feel each other's breath laced with the scent of alcohol. "And thank you for what happened earlier in the rainforest." His gaze was focused and sincere, as if he had shed all icy facades, revealing his most genuine self to Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained motionless, clearly observing the slight tremor of Song Si's eyelashes and the tiny reflection of himself in his eyes. The bittersweet aroma of chocolate mingled with the remnants of alcohol became strikingly vivid and assertive, enveloping him with an air of tentative allure that was impossible to ignore. It seemed that Song Si wished to express more, yet the effects of alcohol and tumultuous emotions rendered him momentarily speechless. He leaned in just a little closer, nearly brushing against Lin Yi's nose. At that moment, the sounds of other guests conversing and footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Like a startled creature, Song Si abruptly stepped back, the dreamy haze in his eyes swiftly replaced by panic, his cheeks flushing crimson, even his neck tinged with scarlet. With an air of fluster, he turned around, hastily swiped his card, darted into the room, and slammed the door shut, moving as if fleeing from a great beast. Lin Yi stood frozen in place, gazing at the closed door, the lingering scent of bittersweet alcohol still clinging to his senses. He raised a hand, gently pressing his knuckles against his temple, which throbbed slightly from the impact of the alcohol and the moment that had just transpired. Taking a deep breath, he too unlocked his room and stepped inside. Leaning against the cold door, Song Si's heart raced wildly, nearly leaping from his chest. Covering his flushed face with his hands, he let out a muffled groan of frustration, realizing how close he had come to crossing a line. Meanwhile, Lin Yi approached the bar and poured himself a glass of ice water, downing it in one swift motion. The icy liquid slid down his throat, yet it failed to extinguish the fervent heat within. He took out his phone, opened a conversation thread, and hovered his finger for a moment before ultimately sending nothing. Some words are best left unsaid after a night of drinking, and some boundaries must not be crossed in a state of inebriation. Yet tonight, the door nudged ajar by alcohol seemed impossible to close securely again. Chapter 24. Conversation. The following morning, Song Si awoke with a throbbing headache, plagued by the haunting memory of how he had leaned toward Lin Yi in the corridor. The scene replaying in his mind like a high-definition film, every detail sharp enough to suffocate him. He had almost, burying his face into his pillow, he let out a suppressed groan. Alcohol truly is the most detestable substance in the world. His phone buzzed with a notification from his assistant reminding him of his schedule for the day. No engagements in the morning and an afternoon script reading session. He irritably raked his fingers through his hair, feeling disoriented for the first time by the lack of plans. How was he to face Lin Yi? In contrast, Lin Yi appeared remarkably composed. He had risen early to complete his daily workout, and after a refreshing shower, sat by the window catching up on the news. His phone rang. It was Su Xian. How was last night? Nothing went awry, I hope. Su Xian's voice was laced with concern. All went well. Managed to get through it. Lin Yi replied in a neutral tone. What about Song Si? He appeared to be somewhat averse to such situations. He is fine. Lin Yi paused momentarily and added, I am observing him. On the other end of the line, Su Xian fell into a brief silence, as though he had discerned a different nuance. However, he ultimately refrained from further inquiry, simply advising, all right, as long as you are aware. Don't be late for the afternoon read-through. After the call ended, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the screen of his phone, where his conversation with Song Si remained frozen on the message he had sent last night, urging her to rest early. His fingertip lingered on the screen for a moment, yet he ultimately took no action. In the afternoon, during the script read-through, the atmosphere was rather delicate. When Lin Yi arrived at the conference room, punctually, most of the key creators were already present. Song Si sat at the opposite end of the long table, her head bowed as she intently focused on the script, so absorbed that she did not even glance up when Lin Yi entered. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Lin Yi greeted the director and producer before taking his seat. As the reading commenced, the lines were recited in order of the characters. When it was time for Lin Yi and Song Si's scene together, the palpable tension became increasingly apparent. This scene depicted a fierce argument between the Gray Falcon and the Night Hawk following a failed mission, the dialogue brimming with hostility. Teetering on the brink of physical confrontation, Lin Yi declared, I have warned you repeatedly that the intelligence source is unreliable. Why do you persist in your obstinacy? His voice was steady yet tinged with suppressed fury. According to the script, the next line was to be a more vehement retort from the Night Hawk. However, as Song Si gazed at the script, her lips moved, yet the confrontational line caught in her throat, failing to emerge immediately. Director Li furrowed his brow, calling out, Song Si? Startled by the director's call, Song Si snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply before hastily and somewhat awkwardly delivering her line. A reliable source? By the time your bureaucratic processes are complete, the target will have vanished. Her voice was higher than usual, imbued with a deliberate sharpness, as though she sought to mask her inner discomfort with an exterior ferocity. Throughout the ensuing exchange, Song Si consistently avoided eye contact with Lin Yi, either fixating on the script or directing her gaze at the director. Her pace of delivery hastened, as if she were merely fulfilling a task. Directolis fråndapanat. And after yet another stumble, he could not refrain from rapping on the table. Hold on. Song Si, you're not in the right state today. The Nighthawk is filled with rage, defiance, and a sense of unjust grievance, not guilt. Why is your gaze wandering? Are the lines too hot to handle? Let us do it again. The conference room fell silent, all eyes trained on Song Si. Her face flushed a deep crimson, gripping her script tightly, her knuckles turning white. I'm sorry, director, she murmured, her voice dry. Observing her demeanor, Lin Yi suddenly spoke up, his tone calm and unruffled. Director Lee, perhaps it's because she caught a chill during last night's shoot and hasn't fully recovered. Her state seems to be affected. Shall we first rehearse the subsequent segment where the emotions ease? He was providing Song Si an opportunity to regroup. Director Lee glanced at Song Si's visibly unwell complexion and, with a resigned sigh, finally relented. Very well, let us start with scene 78. In the 78th scene, following a quarrel, the two characters fell into silence. It was the Gray Falcon who first shattered the stillness by offering a glass of water. The dialogue was simple, yet imbued with complex emotions, tinged with helplessness, compromise, and a subtle hint of concern. This time, Song Si's demeanor appeared slightly more natural, though his expression remained somewhat rigid as he uttered a stiff thank you upon receiving the water. The reading session ultimately concluded in a somber atmosphere, prompting Song Si to spring to his feet, eager to be the first to exit the conference room. Song Si, Lin Yi's voice called out from behind him, not loud, yet instantly halting his steps. With his back turned to Lin Yi, Song Si's body tensed. Lin Yi approached him, maintaining a respectful distance, and spoke in a calm tone, "Are you still troubled by last night's events?" Song Si's body stiffened momentarily, yet he did not turn around. Instead, he muttered, "No." "What about your current state?" Lin Yi inquired, his tone devoid of reproach, merely inquisitive. Suddenly, Song Si whirled around, his face flushed with lingering embarrassment, his eyes reflecting a mix of discomfort and anger. "I'm perfectly fine. It's none of your business." Lin Yi regarded him quietly, unperturbed by his hostile demeanor, and replied with a hint of detachment, "Work is work. Do not let personal emotions interfere." These words pierced through Song Si's fragile facade like a needle, striking a sensitive spot. His voice rose in exasperation. "I am not letting personal emotions interfere. He faltered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, ultimately bursting out in frustration. "You know exactly why." After exclaiming this, he fell silent, taken aback by his own outburst. As he gazed into Lin Yi's deep, tranquil eyes, a wave of profound grievance and helplessness surged within him, prompting him to turn away. "I understand." Lin Yi's voice resonated once more, compelling him to halt. Song Si did not look back. His heart raced like a drum. Lin Yi observed his tense silhouette and gently continued, "But as I mentioned yesterday, it's not worth wasting your emotions over such matters. Likewise, do not allow past events to disrupt your current work." "I am not affecting my work," Song Si countered defiantly, though his voice had diminished in intensity. "You heard Director Lee's words just now," Lin Yi stated matter-of-factly. Song Si fell silent, unable to refute this. Lin Yi s'était put closer. Looking at Song Si's bowed head and tightly pressed lips, softening his tone, "Song Si, you are a talented actor. Do not let trivial matters disturb you." Song Si lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yi's eyes, which bore no mockery or sarcasm, only acceptance and pure trust in his abilities. In that moment, the awkwardness and regret from the previous night seemed to wash away, replaced by calm. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as his tense shoulders relaxed. "I understand," he murmured, his tone finally regaining its usual coolness, albeit with a hint of gentleness. Lin Yi nodded. "You have no scenes this afternoon. Go rest." "Okay," Song Si replied, this time choosing not to flee but to walk alongside Lin Yi, both exiting the conference room with a sense of tranquility. Some boundaries, once crossed, can never fully revert to their original state. However, How to approach this altered boundary, whether to succumb to chaos or to discover a new order within it, depends on the individuals caught in its throes. Clearly, Lin Yi has chosen the latter. It seems that Song Si is also beginning to learn and follow in his footsteps. Chapter 25. Boundaries in the days following the script reading. The filming intensified, entering a critical phase. Song Si appeared to have absorbed Lin Yi's words. Striving to detach personal emotions and wholeheartedly immerse himself in the character of Nighthawk. His performance gradually returned to form, even deepening in intensity due to the suppressed authenticity of his emotions. Today, they were set to shoot a pivotal scene in the middle of the film. Nighthawk, in a desperate bid to cover Gray Falcon's evacuation, found himself surrounded in an abandoned factory, battling against pursuing enemies and teetering on the brink of despair. After successfully relaying vital information, Gray Falcon defied orders to return alone for a rescue mission. The scene was set with an overwhelming sense of oppression, dim lighting, scattered steel and concrete, and an atmosphere thick with the sense of gunpowder and rust. Action. Nighthawk leaned against a cold concrete pillar, his left shoulder stained crimson, struggling for breath as beads of cold sweat and grime marked his forehead. His gun hand trembled slightly, yet his gaze remained sharp and vigilant. Footsteps echoed ominously, and Gray Falcon's figure emerged at the entrance of the ruins, equally disheveled, with bruises etched across his face, but his eyes resolute. Upon seeing Nighthawk, who had lost all color, his pupils dilated in shock. "Weren't you supposed to leave?" Nighthawk's initial surprise quickly morphed into a torrent of urgency and anger as he hoarsely bellowed, "Are you here to throw your life away?" Gray Falcon disregarded his outburst, rushing to his side to assess his injuries with professional swiftness. "Be quiet, conserve your strength." His voice was low and commanding, as he deftly applied a makeshift bandage. Nighthawk attempted to protest, but a fierce glare from Gray Falcon silenced him. That look conveyed concern, undeniable authority, and an instinctive protective urge that transcended mere partnership. "Listen," Gray Falcon said quickly while bandaging, his voice low. "The third ventilation duct on the east side leads to the underground drainage system. I've cleared the path. I'll draw them away. You need to escape through there." "No." Nighthawk grasped his wrist, his fingers, chilled from blood loss, tightened around him, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented panic and determination. "If you go, I go with you." Gray Falcon met his blood-streaked yet stubborn gaze, pausing for a moment. Outside the ruins, the footsteps and shouts of pursuers grew ever closer. He clasped Nighthawk's icy hand firmly, his gaze profound as the sea, as if to imprint the man before him deep within his soul. His voice, though hoarse, bore a reassuring strength. "Trust me, I will find you." Those words transformed from a mere cold command into a promise imbued with warmth and humanity. Nighthawk stared at him, the grip on his wrist unconsciously loosening. He watched as Gray Falcon resolutely turned and charged toward the direction of the approaching danger, drawing the lethal threat toward himself without hesitation. As the camera zoomed in, a close-up of the Nighthawk revealed a pair of cold, piercing eyes, now swirling with a tumult of emotions, alongside an intense heat that even he could not define, born from a reckless devotion in the face of despair. A drop of tear, mingled with blood and grime, slipped from the corner of his eye, striking the hearts of everyone before the monitor like a sudden thunderclap. "Cut! Perfect! Absolutely flawless!" Director Lee exclaimed, rising in excitement, nearly shouting, "Song Si? That looked that tear! Extraordinary!" And Lin Yi, "Your unwavering belief was just right. This scene is a success." Though the scene concluded, the profound emotions of life and death intertwined lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Song Si maintained his leaning posture, breathing slightly heavier, ensnared by the almost suffocating tragedy and thrill of the moment. Lin Yi's declaration of faith and his resolute departure were etched into his mind like a brand. As Lin Yi returned to his side, observing Song Si's dazed expression and the tear stains still fresh at the corners of his eyes, he extended his hand, asking, "Can you rise?" Song Si lifted his gaze to Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi had shed the persona of the Gray Falcon, his eyes regaining their usual steadiness. The sense of reliability undiminished. Instinctively, Song Si placed his hand in Lin Yi's. With a gentle pull, Lin Yi helped him to his feet. Song Si, overwhelmed by emotion, felt unsteady, swaying slightly. Lin Yi instinctively grasped his waist to steady him. Their hands, separated only by the thin fabric of their costumes, made contact with the warmth of each other's skin, and both paused. Startled, Song Si straightened abruptly, evading Lin Yi's support, his ears flushed with crimson as he murmured, "Iem fine." Lin Yi naturally withdrew his hand, as if the earlier touch were merely instinctual. Go remove your makeup and rest." The two made their way toward the resting area, a subtle silence enveloping them. The stark contrast between the profound dependence and trust exhibited in the scene and their restrained interaction offstage brought certain latent feelings to the fore. That evening, Lin Yi received a phone call from Su Xian, his tone somewhat grave. "There's a situation," Su Xian began, "during the negotiations to terminate your contract. The former company's vice president Zhao, who has always been at odds with you, has recently been seen getting close to someone from Xingyao Weekly. Xingyao Weekly is notorious for unearthing celebrity scandals to create sensational headlines." Lin Yi's expression turned frosty. "Is this aimed at me?" "Uncertain, but the timing is sensitive." Su Xian analyzed. As filming for Jiren enters its latter half, your and Song Si's popularity is at its peak. If they were to expose some of your past misdeeds or fabricate rumors now, it could lead to significant trouble. Understood. Lin Yi replied calmly. "Keep an eye on it." "I will." "You be careful too. There are many eyes in the crew," Su Xian cautioned, particularly regarding Song Si. Lin Yi grasped Su Xian's implication. If their relationship were to become fodder for gossip at this critical juncture, the consequences would be dire. After ending the call, Lin Yi approached the window. The city's nightscape remained resplendent, yet he felt the undercurrents of turmoil lurking in the shadows. He and Song Si could portray an unbreakable bond on screen. Yet outside of it, they had to tread cautiously. The tender sprouts of emotion have just broken through the soil, only to confront the tempestuous trials of reality. He recalled the tear-filled, yearning, and fervent gaze of Song Si during today's filming. That was not mere acting, at least not entirely. And for him, that spontaneous utterance of "trust me," that unwavering resolve to divert danger, was it truly solely because of the character of the Grey Hawk? Lin Yi slowly tightened his grip on the windowsill. Some boundaries are becoming increasingly indistinct. The external pressures may hasten this process or utterly obliterate the nascent feelings. Chapter 26. Chaos and control the atmosphere on set the following day was taut, akin to a string pulled to its limit. Song Si arrived almost precisely on time, meticulously avoiding any eye contact with Lin Yi, and directly slipped into the makeup room. Lin Yi, as ever, was punctual, his expression calm, as if the unexpected closeness of the previous night had never transpired. Today, they were to reshoot several scenes featuring the Grey Hawk acting alone, devoid of Song Si's involvement, which inadvertently alleviated the awkwardness of their encounters. Lin Yi executed various high-difficulty stunts in front of the green screen, focused and precise. During a break, he accepted a bottle of water from his assistant, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the entrance of the set, yet failing to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure. "Looking for Teacher Song?" the assistant whispered. "He seems to have taken a sick day today," claiming he wasn't feeling well. Lin Yi's hand holding the water bottle paused momentarily, then he nodded calmly. Understood. Not feeling well was an excuse. Or had he truly caught a chill last night? Lin Yi's mind flickered with the image of Song Si's reddened ears and hurried footsteps as he had left in haste. He lowered his eyes to conceal a flicker of complex emotion. Indeed, Song Si had taken a leave of absence, but it was not due to illness. He had confined himself in his hotel room, pacing restlessly like a caged beast. His mind replayed the fleeting yet vivid touch from the previous night. Lin Yi's south breath so close, the warmth and solidity of his chest, and the genuine flutter within him. He suddenly threw himself onto the bed, burying his face in the pillow. Why was it Lin Yi? Why did this person, once the object of his disdain and aversion, now leave him so utterly disconcerted? From the rainforest to the training base, and now to the film crew, Lin Yi loomed like a mountain that had suddenly risen, steady, powerful, and dependable, occupying his vision with an irresistible presence that stirred his heartstrings. That formidable strength, that subtle yet omnipresent care, ensnared him completely. Yet they were alphas, bound by societal expectations, familial aspirations, and Lin Yi's enigmatic past, coupled with his perpetually composed demeanor. These all felt like cold chains, wrapping around him, preventing him from moving forward. A gentle knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Song Si jolted upright, alertly glancing toward the entrance. "Who is it?" "Room service," came a slightly unfamiliar female voice from outside. Song Si frowned. He had not called for room service. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole, spotting a female staff member pushing a cleaning cart, her head bowed, her features obscured. Perhaps it was the hotel's routine cleaning. Without further thought, Song Si opened the door. At the very moment the door swung open, the attendant abruptly lifted his head, swiftly aimed a compact camera at Song Si, and captured several rapid shots. Simultaneously, another shadow darted from the side, brandishing a voice recorder and hastily approaching Song Si, firing questions at a rapid pace. "Mr. Song Si, it is rumored that you and Lin Yi developed feelings for each other during filming, engaging in a close relationship within the crew. Is this true? How do you perceive the public's acceptance of same-sex relationships?" Song Si's pupils constricted as he instantly realized the presence of paparazzi, who had somehow reached the hotel room door. A surge of indignation at the breach of privacy ignited within him, mingling with the instinctive provocation of an alpha, causing his pheromones to uncontrollably diffuse, the slightly bitter scent of chocolate transforming into a sharp and aggressive aroma. He forcefully swatted away the recorder that was nearly poking his face. His voice icy and piercing. "Get out." The two paparazzi were momentarily startled by his sudden outburst, yet their seasoned experience rendered them undeterred. Instead, they pressed in closer, their camera shutters clicking even more fervently. "Mr. Song, does this imply your acknowledgement? Is Lin Yi present in the room?" Amidst the chaos, a strong arm unexpectedly extended from behind Song Si, forcefully pressing against the door that was about to be pushed open. The arm, with its smooth contours, exuded an undeniable strength. "You are not welcome here." A deep, calm voice resonated, akin to a stabilizing anchor, instantly restoring order to the tumult. Startled, Song Si turned to see Lin Yi, who had appeared behind him unannounced, dressed in a simple t-shirt and trousers, clearly having rushed over. His expression was composed, yet the storm brewing in his eyes hinted at a looming tension. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the two paparazzi, devoid of excess emotion, yet it instinctively compelled them to step back a fraction. He did not release pheromones in defiance. Rather, his mere presence and aura constructed an invisible barrier. Unauthorized intrusion into a hotel room, harassment of an artist, and clandestine photography. Lin enunciated slowly, his voice measured yet resonant, striking at the nerves of the paparazzi. "Do I need to remind you which laws you are violating and what the consequences may be?" His tone was disconcertingly calm and steady, exuding a chilling authority far more intimidating than Song Si's fury. It was a palpable sense of control founded on absolute strength and clear boundaries. One of the paparazzi, blustering yet cowardly, exclaimed, "We were merely conducting a routine interview. The public has a right to know." "The right to know does not encompass the invasion of privacy and the fabrication of rumors," Lin Yi retorted, producing his phone and displaying the screen towards them, revealing a recording in progress. "From the moment you impersonated room service, every dialogue and action has been documented. Shall I contact my lawyer and hotel security immediately?" As the two paparazzi gazed at the fluctuating sound waves on Lin Yi's phone, their expressions shifted. They exchanged glances, realizing they had encountered an immovable obstacle. This Lin Yi was nothing like the greasy, attention-seeking figure portrayed in their materials. He was terrifyingly composed. We must have taken a wrong turn." One of them hastily picked up the fallen recorder, tugging at his companion to leave in a flurry, even forgetting to take their cleaning cart with them. The corridor swiftly returned to silence. Lin Yi closed the door and locked it, then turned to face the still tense Song Si, whose pheromones were still in a state of agitation. "All is well," he reassured. As Song Si gazed at him, his chest heaved violently, the emotions of anger, trepidation, and the indescribable sense of reassurance that enveloped him upon Lin Yi's arrival intermingled, rendering him momentarily speechless. Lin Yi approached the window, slightly drawing back the curtain to ensure no suspicious vehicles or individuals lurked below. He then retrieved his phone and succinctly conveyed the situation to Su Xian. The hotel's security was compromised. We managed to deter the intruder for now. Please address this matter promptly and ascertain the source, especially concerning Zhao, the vice president from the original company. His voice was as calm and composed as if orchestrating a military operation. After ending the call, Lin Yi turned his attention back to Song Si, who stood there, lips pressed tightly together, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. How they find us here? Song Si's voice was somewhat hoarse. They're after me, Lin Yi replied candidly. The original company was reluctant to relent and sought to create trouble. However, I did not expect them to trace you directly. His honesty momentarily stunned Song Si. He wanted to inquire how Lin Yi knew about the incident. Yet the question lingered on his lips before he swallowed it back. Was it his assistant who informed him, or did he merely sense something amiss? Seemingly perceiving his uncertainty, Lin Yi offered a calm explanation. The assistant mentioned you were unwell and took leave. I felt a bit uneasy and came to check on you. He paused, his gaze settling on Song Si's still pale face, indicating that his visit was indeed timely. The concern in his words brushed against Song Si's heart like a feather. He observed Lin Yi's composed visage and recalled the unwavering calmness and control he exhibited in front of the paparazzi, as well as the protective arm that shielded him. An unprecedented impulse surged forth, overwhelming all doubts and struggles. He stepped closer, bridging the gap between them, lifted his chin, and met Lin Yi's profound gaze. His voice quivering ever so slightly, yet remarkably clear. Lin Yi, what do you truly mean by this? Chapter 27. The answer the air seemed to freeze the instant Song Si posed that question. The hotel room enveloped in silence, so profound that each heartbeat resonated. Song Si could even hear the rush of blood coursing through his veins, his eyes fixated on Lin Yi, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expression. Akin to a prisoner awaiting final judgment. Lin Yi did not respond immediately. He regarded Song Si, noting the flicker of reckless courage and barely perceptible vulnerability igniting in the young alpha's eyes. The tension was palpable, evident in his tightly pressed lips and the subtle rise and fall of his chest. Time trickled by, each second stretching into what felt like centuries for Song Si. Just as he felt overwhelmed by the weight of the silence, anticipating a cool dismissal or evasion, Lin Yi finally moved. He stepped forward, irrevocably shattering the last vestige of distance between them. He refrained from releasing any pheromones or displaying aggressive gestures. He merely gazed quietly at Song Si, his deep-set eyes swirling with complex emotions that Song Si had never before witnessed. I believed, Lin Yi began, his voice deeper and more husky than usual. Imbued with an indescribable magnetism, I have made my feelings quite clear. Song Si's heart raced. Lin Yi lifted his hand, his movements slow and tentative, as his fingertips gently brushed against Song Si's taut jawline, a result of his own anxiety. The touch was cool, yet electric, sending a shiver coursing through Song Si's body. In the rainforest, when I pushed you away, I never contemplated the consequences. Lin Yi's gaze locked onto him, each word pronounced with crystal clarity. At the training base, witnessing your gradual progress brought me immense joy. On set, when I observed you immersed in your role, burdened by trivialities, I couldn't help but wish to shield you. Just now, upon hearing you might be in trouble, I rushed over without a second thought. His fingertips lingered beside Song Si's cheek, refraining from advancing further, yet touching with utmost reverence. Song Si, Lin Yi called his name, his voice imbued with a near-sighing tenderness. I mean precisely what you think I mean. Boom! Song Si felt as if his mind had been struck by a bomb, leaving him momentarily blank. All his apprehensions, speculations, and struggles were shattered in an instant by this unequivocal affirmation. A surge of indescribable ecstasy and bittersweetness flooded his heart, causing his eyes to burn. He parted his lips, intending to speak, but found himself choked, unable to produce any sound. Lin Yi observed the redness in his eyes and the slight tremor of his lips, and the last vestige of hesitation within him vanished. He no longer held back. His arms encircled Song Si's waist, gently pulling him into an embrace. A profoundly solid embrace. Initially stiff, Song Si's body soon melted into the hold. He buried his face in the crook of Lin Yi's shoulder, feeling the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, the scent of red wine enveloping him with a sense of comfort and exhilaration. The icy facade he had maintained for so long crumbled in that moment. He reached out, tightly wrapping his arms around Lin Yi's waist, the pressure nearly embedding him into the very marrow of his being. Song Si, came his muffled voice, thick with emotion. You knew all along, yet let me suffer in silence for so long. This plaintive murmur, tinged with grievance and accusation, elicited a low chuckle from Lin Yi, a gentle vibration resonating in his chest. He tightened his embrace, nuzzling his chin against Song Si's soft hair. It was my fault, he admitted candidly. Infused with a sense of indulgence, it won't happen again. The two remained enveloped in silence for an extended duration, as if striving to reclaim all the repressed moments of the past. The room was filled solely with the sound of their mingling breaths and heartbeats, a profound tranquility and contentment permeating the air. After what felt like an eternity, Song Si gradually pulled away, lifting his head. His eyes were still reddened, resembling a distressed rabbit, yet sparkled with an astonishing brightness. He gazed at Lin Yi's face, so close, suddenly recalling something, his brow furrowing. What about the paparazzi? And your former company, will they? Leave those matters to me. Lin Yi interrupted him, his voice steady and imbued with a persuasive strength. Just focus on your acting and pursue what you wish to do. He raised his hand, gently brushing his thumb across the slightly reddened corner of Song Si's eyes. Whatever happens, I will be here. This promise bore more weight than any romantic declaration. Song Si gazed at him, and the last trace of anxiety in his heart dissipated. He nestled back in a Lin Yi's embrace and murmured, Then you must be careful too. The warmth of their embrace lingered until a sudden, urgent ringtone shattered the tranquility of the room. It was Lin Yi's phone, the screen flashing with Su Xian's name. Lin Yi patted Song Si's back, signaling him to wait. Then answer the call on speakerphone. Lin Yi, I've figured it out. Su Xian's voice brimmed with anger and urgency. It's Vice President Zhao's doing. He bribed the paparazzi from Xingyao Weekly, hoping to capture some scandalous footage of you and Song Si. Ideally something intimate or suggestive, to tarnish your reputation and drag Song Si down with you. Damn, such dirty tactics. Song Si, listening intently, felt his expression darken, instinctively clutching Lin Yi's shirt. Lin Yi's gaze turned somber, yet his tone remained composed. Is the evidence conclusive? Absolutely. I managed to obtain the anonymous contact numbers and transaction records they used. While it may not be enough to pin them down directly, it's sufficient to make them think twice before acting recklessly. Su Xian spoke BD. I've already contacted some media friends to prepare a counter-strategy, exposing their malicious intent and fabricating rumors. Additionally, a lawyer's letter is in the works. Well done. Lin Yi affirmed. Proceed with your plan, but exercise caution. Our aim is to intimidate and eliminate the threat, not to provoke an all-out confrontation. Understood. Rest assured, we will make them feel the pain this time. Su Xian Ziplit gone feed in. By the way, is Song Si all right? Lin Yi glanced at Song Si in his arms and replied, He fine. He with me. There was a brief silence on the other end, as Su Xian seemed to grasp something, but ultimately refrained from probing further. All right, stay safe and keep in touch, he said before ending the call. As Lin Yi set down his phone, the room returned to silence, yet the atmosphere was palpably different from before. Song Si looked up at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with reliance and trust. You will handle everything, won't you? Lin Yi lowered his head and pressed a gentle yet solemn kiss on his smooth forehead. Yes, he promised. This was not the youthful bravado of a romantic confession, but rather the vow of a mature man, grounded in his own capabilities and unwavering determination. Outside, The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, enveloping the two in a warm halo. The path ahead might still be fraught with thorns. But in this moment, they had each other, and thus the courage to face whatever challenges lay ahead. A new chapter officially began at this very instant. Chapter 28. Cake Time. Su Xian's counterattack did not resort to a grandiose lawsuit, but rather utilized several closely knit, credible media outlets to unveil a portion of the evidence in the form of insider revelations. Though somewhat indistinct, the surveillance footage featuring Vice President Zhao's silhouette engaging in transactions with paparazzi, along with the unmistakably indicative analysis of anonymous transfer records, has come to light. The report is worded with caution, refraining from naming anyone directly. However, those within the circle can readily discern whom it implicates. Concurrently, the law firm commissioned by Su Xian issued a sternly worded letter to both the original company and Xingyao Weekly. This correspondence is not directed at the false reporting, but rather at the malicious scheming of covert photography that severely invades the artist's privacy, with a warning against the fabrication of false information intended for defamation. They demanded an immediate cessation of all related activities, reserving the right to pursue legal accountability. This formidable response yielded immediate results. The once eager Xingyao Weekly abruptly fell silent, and an internal emergency halt was called on all in-depth investigative plans concerning Lin Yi and Song Ci. They harbor no fear of defamation lawsuits from celebrities, but the apprehension of being caught with irrefutable evidence of their maliciously orchestrated scandal was enough to tarnish the publication's credibility. Internally, the original company experienced significant turmoil, with Vice President Zhao summoned for an urgent board meeting, leaving him flustered and temporarily silenced. They have come to realize that Lin Yi is no longer the pliable figure they could easily manipulate. His rising momentum is backed by a seasoned and responsive team. A crisis that appeared imminent was forcefully subdued before surfacing. The filming of Song Ci and Lin Yi's scenes continued unabated, unaffected by the undercurrents swirling beneath. However, the atmosphere on set underwent a subtle yet profound transformation for both Lin Yi and Song Ci. They remained dedicated actors, flawlessly portraying the bond between the Gray Falcon and the Night Hawk before the camera. Yet beyond the lens, the distance they once consciously maintained has been quietly replaced by an unspoken intimacy. During breaks, Lin Yi would naturally reach for the thermos that Song Ci had set aside, checking the water temperature before handing it to him with the remark, "It's just right." As Song Ci accepted it, his gaze would involuntarily drift toward Lin Yi, and upon meeting Lin Yi's equally curious eyes, he would hastily look away, his ears flushing red, yet suppressing a smile that threatened to break free at the corners of his lips. Prior to a scene involving an explosion, the action director reiterated the safety protocols. After listening intently, Lin Yi approached Song Ci, who was performing final checks on the wires, and seemingly casually adjusted a slightly twisted safety strap at his back, his fingertips gently pressing against him as he softly advised, "Don't be nervous, follow my lead." That gentle touch seemed to carry an extraordinary soothing power, instantly alleviating the barely perceptible tension within Song Ci. He responded with a soft acknowledgement, feeling a warm current surge through him. These subtle gestures were almost imperceptible, and to an outsider, they might simply marvel at the camaraderie and synergy between the two leading men. Yet only they understood the fervent emotions surging beneath the calm surface. That day concluded early, and upon returning to the hotel, as Song Ci emerged from his shower, he heard a gentle knock at the door. His heart skipped a beat as he hurried to open it. Lin Yi stood outside the door, holding a delicately crafted paper bag. Passing by a dessert shop, he found it appealing. He stepped inside, placed the bag on the table, and spoke with a casualness akin to discussing the weather. Song Ci closed the door and curiously leaned in. "What is it?" Though not particularly fond of sweets, the significance of Lin Yi's purchase made it special. Lin Yi retrieved a transparent box from a bag, revealing two uniquely shaped chocolate lava cakes accompanied by a small box of fresh raspberries. Their signature dish, rich in dark chocolate, yet not overly sweet. Lin Yi opened the box and pushed it toward Song Ci. "Would you care to try?" As Song Ci gazed at the cake, with its rich chocolate sauce flowing, He looked back at Lin Yi, feeling the shadows of his identity and external pressures dissipate, replaced by this unexpected sweetness. He took a small spoon, scooped a bite, and tasted it. It was slightly bitter, aromatic, and velvety, with a hint of the raspberry's refreshing tartness. The flavor's beautifully layered and certainly not cloying. Is it delicious? Lin Yi asked, his gaze gentle. Song Si nodded, scooping another bite and offering it to Lin Yi. His movements somewhat awkward, but his eyes shining with anticipation. You should taste it. Lin Yi paused, slightly taken aback by the spoon held to his lips. Then a soft smile graced his features. He leaned down, taking the bite from the spoon. Quite good, he remarked, his eyes never leaving Song Si's. The atmosphere thickened with sweetness as Song Si withdrew his hand, the lingering sensation of Lin Yi's lips still palpable on his fingertips. His cheeks flushed. He focused intently on his own cake, too shy to meet Lin Yi's gaze again. Lin Yi remained silent, simply sitting beside him, quietly keeping him company. Outside, the night deepened, and the room was illuminated by a warm yellow wall lamp, creating a serene and cozy ambience. After finishing the cake, Song Si wiped his mouth and hesitated before softly asking, "Is everything really all right over there?" referring to his former company and the paparazzi. There won't be any issues for now, Lin Yi assured him, confident that Su Xian had handled the matter deftly. They were too preoccupied to extend their reach anytime soon. That's a relief, Song Si sighed, not fearing confrontation, but wishing to avoid causing Lin Yi endless trouble due to his circumstances. Don't overthink it, Lin Yi said, reaching out to gently tousle Song Si's slightly damp hair, the gesture intimate and natural, as if to say, I am here for you. Those simple words felt like the most effective balm for his anxious heart. Song Si lifted his head, gazing at Lin Yi's soft features illuminated by the warm light. A sudden impulse surged within him. He leaned forward swiftly, planting a fleeting kiss on Lin Yi's lips, infused with the slight bitterness and richness of dark chocolate. As quickly as it began, he retreated, his face flushed as though it might bleed, his gaze darting away as he stammered, "A reward for your cake." Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, the soft, ephemeral sensation lingering on his lips. He looked at the boy before him, blushing yet attempting to maintain composure, and felt a deep stirring in the softest corners of his heart. He chuckled quietly, drawing Song Si into his embrace, his voice filled with delight. Yes, it is very sweet, sweeter than the sweetest cake in the world. Chapter 29. A visit to the set as the filming of Blade reached its halfway point. The promotional phase quietly commenced. The production team timely released a selection of meticulously edited behind-the-scenes footage and stills. With the seamless interactions between Lin Yi and Song Si naturally capturing the spotlight. Discussions online regarding the ECI couple and the film itself surged in popularity, much to the delight of investors. On this particular day, a pivotal indoor scene was being filmed, depicting a profound conversation between the characters Grey Falcon and Nighthawk. After enduring numerous life and death trials, took a moment to recuperate at a safe haven, deepening their bond of trust. The emotional weight of the dialogue was substantial, demanding a high level of nuance in the actors' micro-expressions and delivery. Director Li's standards were exceedingly high. A single take was shot 7 or 8 times before it was deemed barely acceptable. After calling cut, he stroked his chin, fixated on the monitor replaying the footage. His brow furrowed with lingering dissatisfaction. The emotions conveyed were appropriate, yet he felt there was a slight deficiency in intensity. Murmuring to himself, his gaze flitted between Lin Yi and Song Si, urging them to seek a deeper resonance that transcended mere camaraderie. Let us take a 20-minute break, and then we'll aim for another take. The two actors nodded and moved to the resting area. The intensity of the emotional investment left Song Si feeling somewhat fatigued. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Lin Yi twisted open a bottle of water and offered it to him. Are you all right? He asked softly. Song Si opened his eyes, accepted the water, took a sip, and shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit drained. He paused, looking at Lin Yi with a curious gaze. What do you think? How should we portray this soul-level attraction that director Lee mentioned? Lin Yi fell silent for a moment. His eyes locked onto the unusually bright gaze of Song Si, reflecting his deep engagement. Perhaps it doesn't require acting. Song Si was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a slight commotion arose at the entrance of the set. They turned to see a tall man clad in a sharply tailored racing suit, casually leaning against the doorframe with his hands in his pockets. Who else could it be but Songbo? A signature smile graced his lips as his gaze skillfully navigated through the crowd to rest upon Song Si and Lin Yi. Beside him stood Su Xian, evidently brought along against his will, his expression revealing irritation and unease. Brother? Song Si stood up in surprise. What brings you here? Songbo strode over, scanning Song Si's face as if to assess his condition before leisurely shifting his attention to Lin Yi. His penetrating gaze lingered on Lin Yi for a couple of seconds, the curve of his lips deepening slightly. I heard you were working hard on set, so I thought I'd pay a visit. Is that not permissible? His tone was casual, yet an aura of commanding presence emanated from him, causing several crew members nearby to instinctively soften their movements. Lin Yi maintained his composure, rising to his feet and nodding politely yet distantly. Mr. Song. Songbo raised an eyebrow, disregarding his greeting and instead directing his attention to Su Xian with a hint of playful mockery. Mr. Su, are you not welcoming? Su Xian adjusted his glasses, striving to maintain a professional smile. Mr. Song, you jest. It is indeed our honor to have you visit the set. Yet, the smile appeared somewhat forced. He discreetly shifted half a step to the side, attempting to create distance between himself and Songbai. Unperturbed, Songbai closed the gap, leaning in close enough for Su Xian to feel his breath. In a whisper meant only for their ears, he remarked, dressed so formally, "Were you aware of my arrival?" Su Xian felt a flush of warmth rise to his ears and swiftly turned to glare at him, lowering his voice in warning. Songbai, this is a film set. Oh, Songbai raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. Is talking prohibited on set? Su Xian was exasperated by his audacity, yet mindful of the setting. He could only glare at him once more and create more distance. He then turned to Director Li, engaging in a formal discussion about the upcoming promotional arrangements, striving to disregard the significant distraction beside him. This minor altercation went largely unnoticed, as most attention remained focused on the enigmatic Songbai. Song Si observed her brother's evident intent to provoke and tease Su Xian, feeling a slight headache as she rubbed her temples. She glanced at Lin Yi and whispered, "My brother means no harm." "I am aware," Lin Yi replied calmly. He sensed that Songbai's presence today was more about observation than obstruction. This enigma appeared to be confirming something in his own manner. As the break concluded, filming resumed, perhaps due to the unspoken pressure of Songbai's presence, or perhaps because Lin Yi's comment had awakened Song Si. Both actors found themselves more invested in their roles. When the character Gray Falcon declared, "I never believed in fate, but I am beginning to think some encounters are destined," his gaze was calm and profound, as if piercing through the script to reach the very depths of Nighthawk's soul. Nighthawk, upon hearing these words, did not immediately respond. Instead, he gazed quietly at Gray Falcon, his eyes slightly reddened, reflecting shock and emotion, as if he had found a sense of belonging. After a long pause, he hoarsely replied, "Then I shall accompany you to the end." There were no exaggerated gestures, no dramatic expressions, merely a look, a pause, and a line of dialogue that profoundly conveyed their soul connection. "Cut! Perfect!" Director Li exclaimed, slapping his thigh, finally displaying a satisfied smile. "This is the feeling. We nailed it." A wave of relief and gentle applause rippled through the set. Standing beside the monitor, Songbai crossed his arms, observing the two alphas on screen as if they inhabited a world of their own, his gaze inscrutable. He turned to Su Xian, who had unwittingly returned to his side, and quietly remarked, "It seems a great deal of intriguing events have transpired during my absence." Su Xian, disinterested in engaging with him, focused intently on the playback. Yet he could not deny the remarkable chemistry between the two actors. As filming concluded, Song Si and Lin Yi approached. Songbai's gaze flitted between them before settling on Lin Yi, his tone still laced with playful intrigue, though the sharpness had softened considerably. Good performance. This marks the first instance of affirmation from him to Lin Yi since their initial encounter. Lin Yi nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Songbai refrained from further commentary, instead patting Song Ci on the shoulder. Let us go. Focus on your performance. With that, he turned and, without room for argument, clasped Su Xian's shoulder, compellingly leading him away from the set. Su Xian's protests faintly echoed. Songbai, let go of me. I'll leave on my own. Song Ci observed their departing figures, a hint of exasperation escaping her lips, before turning her gaze to Lin Yi, her eyes clear. It seems my brother is not as opposed as before. Lin Yi's gaze lingered in the direction of Songbai's exit, his expression contemplative. The attitude of this enigma was ambiguous, rather than genuine approval. It seemed to be a temporary acquiescence, based on an assessment of capabilities. He withdrew his gaze and turned to Song Ci, his tone calm, yet resolute. What matters is us, regardless of the storms that may arise from the outside world. As long as we remain steadfast together, we shall fear nothing. Songbai's visit was akin to a breeze that rippled the surface of a pond. It also allowed them to see each other's hearts more clearly. Chapter 30. The confrontation of Pine and Orange Blossom Song by nearly escorted Su Xian out of the set, then shoved him into a sports car. The motion was not overtly rough, but it bore an undeniable assertiveness. What exactly do you intend to do, Songbai? Su Xian et Gulim, yanking at the tie that was constricting his neck, glaring furiously at the instigator in the driver's seat. In the cramped confines of the car, the piercing aura of Pine was palpable, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Songbai rested one hand on the steering wheel, delaying the ignition. Instead, he turned to Su Xian, observing his flushed cheeks and wide, incredulous eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Is Mr. Su so irate? I merely wish to find a quiet place to discuss work. Work? Su Xian Vito, Folat, but what business do we have to discuss? Mr. Song, if this pertains to Song Ci and Lin Yi, I believe my stance has been made abundantly clear. They're now partners, enjoying a good rapport, which is beneficial for the Blade Project. I assume this is something you would support. He attempted to draw a line with a tone of professionalism. Songbai let out a low chuckle, suddenly leaning towards Su Xian, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the space. Support? Su Xian, do you find it amusing to play these games in front of me? His gaze was sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through the veneer of professionalism to the core beneath. The way my brother looks at Lin Yi, and how fiercely Lin Yi protects him, do you think I am blind? Su Xian was momentarily breathless from the sudden proximity and bluntness of Songbai's words, instinctively wanting to retreat, but finding himself against the car door. He forced himself to remain composed, adjusting his glasses. An actor's immersion in their role reflects their professionalism. As for personal relationships, as long as they do not interfere with work, our team has neither the authority nor the inclination to meddle. Neither the authority nor the inclination? Songbai echoed, his tone laced with amusement. He extended a hand, his fingertips nearly brushing against the gold-rimmed frames of Su Xian's glasses, startling Su Xian into sharply turning his head away. Who was it just earlier on set, watching over me like a mother hen, terrified I might devour your precious artists? Su Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he had indeed been on guard against any sudden outburst from Songbai. Observing Su Xian's discomfiture, Songbai appeared to be in a rather better mood. He retracted his hand, straightened his posture, and finally ignited the engine. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Let's find a quiet spot to sit down and discuss some intriguing information I have uncovered regarding Vice President Zhao. The mention of Vice President Zhao and intriguing information immediately put Su Xian on high alert. As an agent, he remained acutely aware of any potential threats. And after a moment of silence, he tacitly acquiesced. Songbai maneuvered the vehicle to a secluded private tea room, where the fragrant aroma of tea momentarily dispelled the tense atmosphere. Su Xian cradled his teacup, striving to regain his composure. Mr. Song, what have you discovered? Songbai leisurely poured the tea, taking his time to respond. First, let us discuss your strategy regarding Lin Yi and the remnants of the former company. Merely intimidating them will not resolve the core issues. Su Xian furrowed his brow, carefully selecting his words. We have our own plans and pacing. For now, stability is paramount. Ensuring the smooth filming and release of Ji-Run is our top priority. Stability? Songbai scoffed, sliding a cup of tea towards Su Xian. Are you really going to talk about stability when they have a knife to your throat? Su Xian, you are not that naive. Leaning forward, his gaze intense, he continued. That Vice President, Zhao, has embezzled considerable fund from the company to cover his own deficits. Now, in a desperate state, he wishes to extract one last profit from Lin Yi. He has promised substantial benefits to the Starry Weekly. Do you truly believe such a person will back down after a mere scare? Su Xian felt a sharp pang of concern. Songbai's findings were far more profound than he had anticipated. Moreover, Songbai paused, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. It appeared that there were others involved behind the scenes, individuals who were not particularly friendly to the Song family and who also sought to undermine Lin Yi. This revelation deepened Su Xian's seriousness. If the matter involved adversaries of the Song family, the situation would undoubtedly become convoluted. Who are they? Su Xian pressed for answers. Yet, Songbai remained enigmatic, reclining against his chair and savoring his tea leisurely. Information is not dispensed freely, Mr. Su. Seeing his demeanor, Su Xian discerned that Songbai was up to something and responded curtly, What do you want? Songbai set down his teacup, his gaze fixed upon Su Xian with a predatory intensity. It is quite simple. First, you are aware of and have, to a certain extent, acquiesced to and even facilitated the matter concerning Lin Yi and my brother, correct? Su Xian pursed his lips, neither confirming nor denying, which was tantamount to acceptance. Songbai smiled with satisfaction. Secondly, I wish to be informed of any troubles Lin Yi encounters, especially those underhanded schemes. When necessary, I will intervene. Su Xian immediately objected. That is our responsibility. Your duty is to make him famous, to navigate the overt rules of the game. Songbai interrupted, his tone commanding. However, for the murky dealings lurking in the shadows, you may not be able to act swiftly or decisively enough. That is where I excel. He looked deeply into Su Xian's eyes. Ensuring Lin Yi's safety, in a certain sense, is ensuring Xiao Ci's safety. Is that reason not sufficiently compelling? Su Xian fell into silence, compelled to acknowledge the veracity of Songbai's assertions. Within the entertainment industry, a realm of fame and fortune, beneath the glimmering facade lies a plethora of sordid machinations. The presence of an ally like Songbai, one endowed with profound connections, ruthless tactics, and a willingness to operate in the shadows, offers immense support to Lin Yi and the entire team, despite the allies' dubious motivations and the challenges in maintaining control over him. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Xian reluctantly uttered 2 words of agreement. Yet he understood that any intervention must be communicated in advance to avoid jeopardizing Lin Yi's public image and our overarching strategy. Deal, Songbai readily acquiesced. As if he had anticipated this outcome, he retrieved his phone, performed a few operations, and sent an encrypted file to Su Xian's device. This document contained preliminary information regarding Vice President Zhao and the individuals behind him. I urge you to review it, and I shall provide further details subsequently. Su Xian opened the file and skimmed through it, his expression growing increasingly grave. It seems you have come to recognize the severity of the situation, Songbai remarked, observing Su's demeanor, his tone regaining its previous languor. So, Mr. Su, does this mean we are now strategic partners? He emphasized the term partners with an unmistakable hint of mockery. Su Xian tucked away his phone, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to disregard the infuriating tone, rising to his feet. If Mr. Song has no other matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. The crew has pressing obligations. He had no desire to remain alone with this perilous enigma a moment longer. Songbai made no attempt to detain him, merely watching as Su Xian almost fled the scene. Oh, and Su Xian, he called out leisurely. Su halted momentarily without turning back. That suit you are wearing today, Songbai's voice carried a barely perceptible amusement, suits you remarkably well. Su Xian felt a flush of warmth at his ears, nearly gritting his teeth as he hastened away from the tea room. As Su's figure disappeared, The playful smile on Song Bai's face gradually faded, his gaze turning deep and sharp. He took out his phone and dialed a number, his tone icy. Keep a close watch on Xingyao Weekly and Zhao Deming, as well as that Wang individual he has been in contact with. Inform me immediately of any developments. Yes, Mr. Song, came the reply. After disconnecting the call, Song Bai gazed out the window. The city remained as boisterous as ever, yet unseen currents surged with increasing velocity. He had promised Xiao Ci not to intervene directly, yet he had not vowed to passively observe as certain vermin in the shadows encroached upon those he cherished, whether it be his brother or the ever more intriguing manager. Meanwhile, Su Xian settled back into his vehicle, massaging his throbbing temples. Engaging with Song Bai proved to be more taxing than managing 10 obstinate partners. Nevertheless, there was no denying the immense value of the information and potential protection that Song Bai offered. He cast a glance at the encrypted file on his phone, his expression solemn. Chapter 31. The impulsive kiss. Having established that delicate yet perilous strategic alliance with Song Bai, Su Xian felt as though he were traversing a tightrope. On one hand, he intensified efforts to address the threats posed by Vice President Zhao, leveraging the information provided by Song Bai to exert greater pressure. On the other hand, he exercised heightened caution in maintaining Lin Yi and Song Ci's standing within the crew, ensuring that the filming remained undisturbed. As Lin Yi and Song Ci continued their lives on set, woven between tension and sweetness, their relationship, once confirmed, seemed to envelop them in an invisible barrier that shielded them from the external chaos, leaving only the clear reflections of each other in their eyes. They remained professional and restrained, yet the subtle interactions that only they could comprehend blossomed like flowers in the dark of night, exuding a secret fragrance. On this particular day, they were filming a scene where the Grey Hawk was injured and the Night Eagle urgently tended to his wounds. The setting was a dilapidated safe house on a rainy night, the atmosphere heavy and urgent. The Night Eagle knelt on the ground, his movements swift yet subtly gentle as he cleaned, medicated, and bandaged the wound on the Grey Hawk's arm. His fingertips occasionally brushed against Lin Yi's warm skin, the calluses from training providing a distinct sensation. The Grey Hawk leaned against the wall, his face pale from blood loss, rain-soaked hair clinging to his forehead. He closed his eyes, brow slightly furrowed, seemingly enduring pain, yet his relaxed posture, allowing the Night Eagle to work, revealed an utter trust. Does it hurt? The Night Eagle asked softly, his voice hushed beneath the sound of rain, carrying a rasp only the two could understand. The Grey Hawk slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the Night Eagle, who was focused on tending to him, and shook his head, his voice faint yet clear. I'm fine. His gaze was calm, yet beneath it flowed a current of vulnerability and trust intertwining. Watching him, Song Ci felt his heart clench tightly, a mixture of ache and swelling. He became even more gentle in his bandaging, as if handling a rare treasure. Cut. Excellent. The emotions were spot on. Director li exclamat, satisfia. As soon as the scene ended, Song Ci reached out, pulling Lin Yi up from the ground. His palm was warm, exuding undeniable strength, supporting Lin Yi steadily. Are you all right? Song Ci asked softly, his gaze falling upon Lin Yi's still somewhat pale face. Lin Yi replied, using Song Ci's strength to stand upright, and instinctively tried to withdraw his hand. However, Song Ci subconsciously tightened his grip, not letting go immediately. His eyes lingered on Lin Yi's lips, which appeared slightly dry from the earlier performance, yet still held an enticing curve. A potent mix of possessiveness and protectiveness characteristic of an alpha surged forth, overwhelming the dam of rationality in that moment. The crew was still busy tidying up, the lights not yet fully extinguished, and the chatter of voices filled the air. Under the scrutiny of many, Song Ci suddenly lowered his head and, in a swift and decisive motion, pressed a brief yet unmistakably clear kiss onto Lin Yi's lips. It was imbued with undeniable assertiveness and the fiery passion unique to youth. The moment they touched, time seemed to freeze. Lin Yi's pupils dilated, completely taken aback by Song Ci's boldness. He felt several astonished and probing gazes directed at him, as well as the sudden, intense scent of bittersweet chocolate pheromones thickening in the air. Song Si himself was momentarily stunned, as if just grasping the magnitude of his actions, his ears turning visibly red, with even his neck tinged in crimson. He abruptly released Lin Yi's hand, his eyes flitting away from Lin Yi's gaze in a state of panic, almost stammering a hasty, I need to remove my makeup," before turning on his heel and retreating, his back betraying a sense of disarray. Lin Yi remained rooted to the spot, the domineering and heated sensation of the kiss lingering on his lips. He watched the direction in which Song Si fled, raising his hand to gently brush his fingertips across his own lower lip, a profound sense of helplessness flickering in the depths of his eyes, along with an unnoticed indulgence and excitement. This foolish boy. The surrounding whispers and inquisitive glances pricked at him like needles, yet Lin Yi appeared oblivious. His expression returned to its usual calmness as he walked steadily toward his resting area, methodically beginning to remove his makeup, as if the kiss had never transpired. Nevertheless, the rich and restrained scent of red wine that usually enveloped him seemed to ripple with newfound intensity due to the unexpected kiss. Song Si dashed back to his own dressing room, locking the door behind him and leaning against it, gasping for breath, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. He raised a hand to touch his still warm lips, where the soft, cool sensation of Lin Yi's mouth seemed to linger. Had he really kissed Lin Yi on set? A wave of intense fear and regret washed over him. He had been too impulsive. If someone captured that moment, or if rumors began to circulate, what trouble would it bring Lin Yi? Just as his mind spiraled into chaos, his phone rang sharply, an incoming call from Su Xian. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice, answering, "Su Ge." Song Si. Su Xian's voice was tinged with an unprecedented seriousness and urgency, interrupting him. "What happened between you and Lin Yi on set just now?" Song Si felt a jolt of anxiety. I couldn't hold back," he admitted, his voice dry and filled with regret. "You couldn't hold back?" Su Xian's tone escalated, nearly a shout. "Do you have any idea how many eyes were watching? Witnesses have already spread the word. While they didn't explicitly mention a kiss, the descriptions are extremely suggestive. There are already whispers online suggesting that you two were behaving intimately, hinting at a romance." Song Si's heart plummeted. Moreover, Su Xian's tone grew heavier just now. Starshine Weekly leaked news that there will be a sensational scandal involving Lin Yi on the front page tomorrow. I suspect this is linked to Vice President Zhao. They are likely trying to muddy the waters, solidifying your rumors while casting even more dirt on Lin Yi. A dual crisis descended upon them like two colossal nets, ensnaring the recently confirmed relationship and the careers they were striving to protect. Song Si clenched his phone, his knuckles turning white. The excitement and confusion brought on by the kiss were instantly eclipsed by a surge of anger and concern. "Su Ge." Song Si's voice turned icy. Imbued with the resolute and fierce determination characteristic of an alpha, "Tell me what we need to do now." He would not allow anyone to harm Lin Yi. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dressing room, Lin Yi also received an urgent call from Su Xian. He listened intently as Su Xian swiftly outlined the situation, his expression remaining composed, though a chilling intensity gradually enveloped his deep-set eyes. Casting a glance toward the direction of Song Si's lounge, he spoke in the phone with a voice so steady it brought reassurance. "Do not panic. Respond according to the plan. First, quell the ambiguous rumors circulating online and redirect focus onto the actors' dedication and their authentic performances. As for Xingyao, weakly he paused, a sharp coldness lacing his tone. Let them proceed. It is time to settle old and new accounts alike." Chapter 32. The storm and the counterattack. Su Xian's call shattered the serene surface like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake. Upon hearing the mention of Xingyao weekly and the explosive scandal, Song Si felt his blood nearly reverse its course. Regret, anger, and concern surged within him like tumultuous waves, prompting him to wrench open the door and nearly sprint to Lin Yi's lounge. Lin Yi had just concluded his conversation with Su Xian, his demeanor calm as if they had merely been discussing the weather for the following day. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Song Si. His eyes reddened and breaths rapid. "Lin Yi, Song Si's voice was hoarse, tinged with an unmistakable panic and self-reproach. Lin Yi reached out, pulling him into the room and closing the door, effectively shielding them from any potential prying eyes outside. His movements remained steady, exuding a reassuring strength. "Do not panic." Lin Yi regarded him, his voice deep and clear, emphasizing that what had occurred could not be undone. Their focus must now shift from self-blame to resolution. But they're set to expose everything tomorrow. "It's because of me," Song Si exclaimed, gripping Lin Yi's arm with such force that his knuckles turned pale. The thought of the filthy accusations staining Lin Yi was unbearable. He would rather bear the brunt himself. Lin Yi grasped his wrist firmly, his steadiness radiating through their skin. "Song Si," he called his name, locking his steadfast gaze on his Song Si's frantic eyes. "Look at me. This is not solely your burden." He paused, his tone imbued with an undeniable calmness. "And do you truly believe I would be unprepared to let them manipulate the situation?" Song Si faltered, gazing into Lin Yi's eyes, his racing heart strangely beginning to settle. Su Xian was already addressing the online rumors, redirecting the narrative toward professionalism and acting prowess. As for Xingyao Weekly, Lin Yi paused. "If they wish to play, we shall indulge them to the end." Meanwhile, Su Xian's studio was ablaze with activity. The sounds of ringing phones, clattering keyboards, and urgent dialogues intermingled, creating an atmosphere as tense as a command center in the midst of battle. "Contact all collaborating media and influencers, unify our message, and emphasize that Lin Yi and Song Si are professional actors, with their on-set interactions stemming from character requirements and profound rapport. Release the behind-the-scenes footage of their diligent script study and the meticulous honing of their actions at the training base and on set." Su Xian spoke Zapd, issuing directives over the phone. "What about the legal team? Is the statement prepared?" he inquired. "It must be resolute, clearly stating that malicious filming and rumors have been fabricated. Send a legal notice to Xingyao Weekly immediately. We shall seize the initiative before they can break the news tomorrow. Furthermore, the orchestrated online discourse must keep pace, emphasizing Lin Yi's diligence and transformation in wilderness conquest and blade of command, thereby shaping a portrait of his dedication and resilience." A series of directives were issued with clarity and precision, prompting the entire team to operate like a finely tuned machine. Just as Su Xian concluded one call, another rang in. It was Song Bai. His voice resonated through the ether, imbued with a cold essence, concise and to the point. Su Xian rubbed his temples and swiftly relayed the situation, including Song Si's unexpected actions and the impending revelations from Starry Weekly. A silence lingered on the other end for a few seconds before Song Bai's emotionless voice returned. "Understood. Please provide me with the editor-in-chief's number." Su Xian was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" "Just a courtesy call," Song Bai replied in a flat tone, yet with an undercurrent of unspoken pressure, and to see who dares to act recklessly at this juncture. In that moment, Su Xian comprehended that Song Bai intended to exert pressure from the source in his own way. Without hesitation, he relayed the number. In times like these, an additional ally, another avenue, is invaluable. "Thank you," Su Xian murmured. "No need for thanks," came Song Bai's voice, tinged with a faint hint of mockery. "I am merely clearing away the obstructions. Take care of your people and refrain from adding to the chaos." The call was abruptly ended, and Su Xian listened to the dial tone, exhaling a resigned sigh, though a semblance of calm settled within him. With Song Bai's sharp blade wielded in the shadows, at least a portion of the nefarious would be deterred. Meanwhile, online discussions regarding the intimate interactions between Yi and CI on set began to gain momentum. However, thanks to Su Xian's team's swift response, public sentiment did not overwhelmingly tilt towards scandalous speculation. An abundance of released behind-the-scenes footage showcasing their professionalism and collaborative chemistry successfully redirected the focus back to the actors' artistic integrity. "Oh, my ship is just so dedicated. Look at that gaze. This is clearly camaraderie, not romance. Some people need to stop over-interpreting. Take my ego away, focus on the work, and reject the rumors. Am I the only one who thinks their chemistry is so strong that not winning an award would be a travesty? Of course, There were discordant voices and incendiary comments interspersed, but these were swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming positive guidance. Yet, everyone was aware that this was merely the appetizer. The true tempest lay in the explosive scandal promised by Starry Weekly the following day. In a hotel room, Lin Yi and Song Si sat side by side on the sofa, the screen of the tablet before them rapidly scrolling through the online discourse. Song Si's lips were tightly pressed, his body still tense. He turned to Lin Yi, who was intently focused on the screen, his profile appearing somewhat austere under the lighting. Yet his gaze remained remarkably clear and composed. "Are you really not worried?" Song Si couldn't help but ask softly. He was unsure of what Starry Weekly possessed, but the very notion of a scandal carried immense destructive potential. Lin Yi turned to him, his eyes deep. "Worrying does not resolve issues," he paused, his tone imbued with an unusual certainty. "I know what they have." Song Si was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yi picked up his personal phone and, after a few swift maneuvers, accessed an encrypted folder, presenting it before Song Si. With a perplexed expression, Song Si accepted the device and opened the files within. Upon discerning the contents, his pupils constricted in shock. The folder contained several processed audio files alongside clear screenshots of transfer records. The audio captured Lin Yi in boisterous revelry with dubious companions, rife with vulgar boasts and ambiguous insinuations regarding sycophantic dealings with the powerful, as well as snippets of conversations where Vice President Zhao coaxed Lin in assigning unfavorable contracts under the pretense of providing resources in return. The transfer records unambiguously illustrated Zhao's remittances to various marketing accounts and so-called informants. Should these materials be taken out of context and maliciously edited, they would undoubtedly crucify Lin Yi on the pillar of disgrace for his alleged and scrupulous ascent to power. "When did you gather this?" Song Si's voice trembled with astonishment. He had never envisioned that Lin Yi wielded such incriminating evidence. "I've been collecting it for quite some time," Lin Yi explained calmly, as if recounting an event detached from his own life, initially hesitating to use it, considering its disreputable nature. He referred to the original owner's disgraceful conduct. Turning his gaze to Song Si, his eyes candidly revealed, "This is my past, an authentic part of my history, albeit magnified and distorted maliciously. Are you afraid?" Song Si shook his head vigorously, grasping Lin Yi's hand with unwavering strength. "No, I know that I sent you." His eyes were ablaze with unreserved trust and empathy, directed at the vile tactics employed by those individuals. Observing the unabashed concern and loyalty in Song Si's gaze softened a once unyielding part of Lin Yi's heart, as if it were gradually warmed by gentle waters. He reciprocated the grip, tenderly squeezing Song Si's hand. "Thus, there is nothing to fear." Lin Yi spoke in a deep, steady tone. "If they intend to use this detritus against me, they must be prepared for the backlash." He then dialed Su Xian's number, his tone resembling that of a commander orchestrating a battle meticulously rehearsed. "Brother Su, it's time to deliver our prepared gift to Xingyao Weekly in advance. Furthermore, contact those marketing accounts that have accepted payment and inform them that there is still time to retract." The storm had already begun, yet they were no longer isolated and vulnerable. They were each other's staunch support, a blade capable of cleaving through the darkness. That night was destined to be sleepless, and when dawn broke, the true loser remained to be unveiled. Chapter 33. Striking back the following morning, the entertainment industry seemed to have been struck by a depth charge. The official website and headlines of Xingyao Weekly blared the sensational title, unveiling the true face of tough guy Lin Yi. Alcoholism, hype, and unscrupulous ascendancy? Accompanied by images of blurred bar backgrounds and pixelated so-called transaction scenes, the article portrayed Lin Yi as a consummate opportunist, suggesting that he secured resources by flattering the elite while sidelining others. It even insinuated that his performances in Wilderness Conquest and Blade of Justice were meticulously orchestrated publicity stunts. The article concluded with a solemn declaration of possessing irrefutable audio evidence. This report resembles a decaying carcass, instantaneously attracting a multitude of bloodthirsty flies. The online realm erupted in a cacophony of outcry, skepticism, derision, and vitriol, inundating Lin Yi's social media accounts, with many previously neutral bystanders beginning to waver. Good heavens! Is this for real? This is utterly revolutionary. Indeed, one cannot trust the personas crafted in the entertainment industry. The more they were lauded before, the more devastating their downfall now. Was Conquer the Wilderness also staged? Such remarkable acting, huh? My heart aches for Song CI, being tethered to such a person for publicity. However, just as this wave of negativity began to swell, a more formidable and precise counterattack descended with a resounding impact. At precisely 9 in the morning, Lin Yi's personal studio Weibo, along with the verified Weibo of Su Xian acting in his capacity as agent, simultaneously released an exceptionally forceful lawyer's statement, stamped with an official seal. The statement directly targeted Starry Weekly and its author, asserting that the reported content was gravely inaccurate, maliciously fabricated, and constituted pure defamation. It included a notarized judicial application regarding the so-called audio evidence mentioned in the report, demanding that the opposing party immediately cease infringement, delete the false report, publicly apologize, and announce that legal proceedings had been formally initiated. This was merely the beginning. Almost concurrently with the release of the lawyer's statement, several authoritative media outlets, renowned for their rigor and impartiality, as well as well-known legal bloggers, published a more comprehensive clarifying article and supporting evidence. This detailed exposition, structured around a timeline, meticulously unraveled the contractual disputes between Lin Yi and his former company, explicitly naming Zhao Deming, the deputy general manager. The article included clear screenshots of bank transfer records, demonstrating Zhao Deming's multiple remittances to various accounts, including those of individuals within Starry Weekly, marked with suspicious labels such as public relations handling and collaboration fees. Following this were several segments of audio, technically restored and bearing clear timestamps. The first segment featured Zhao Deming coaxing the then naive Lin Yi into signing a stringent contract, his voice laced with evident deceit and threats. "Little E, trust me, sign this, and I'll definitely help you secure major resources later." The second segment captured a conspiratorial recording between Zhao Deming and an editor from Starry Weekly, detailing how to edit and manipulate previously leaked damaging audio, how to take things out of context, and how to steer public opinion against Lin. It just cut out the part where he complains about work. Remove the flattering remarks about the company, and it will sound like he is extremely dissatisfied. Then, we'll recruit some online trolls to guide the narrative towards ingratitude. The final segment even featured a brief conversation between Zhao Deming and an individual referred to as Mr. Wang, discussing how to leverage the scandal involving Song CI and Lin Yi for further pressure and how to gain support from the opposing faction of the Song family. These complete, clear, and logically coherent pieces of evidence struck like a series of resounding slaps across the faces of Starry Weekly and Zhao Deming. Public opinion instantaneously reversed. What the hell? An astonishing turnaround. This is outright framing. That deputy general manager, Zhao, is utterly repugnant, coaxing into signing and then turning the tables. Starry Weekly is merely a pay-for-play operation, devoid of journalistic ethics. It deserves to be shut down. Is Lin Yi truly the victim? For being ruthlessly vilified online to making a remarkable comeback, what trials has he endured? Previously, those who hurled insults have now emerged to offer their apologies. Moreover, the final segment of the recording featuring Wang and the Song family is chilling upon reflection. The depths of this situation are unfathomable. The official website of Xingyao Weekly was instantly overwhelmed by furious netizens and gossipmongers, with the comments on their official Weibo account being utterly distressing. Those marketing accounts that once thrived on sensationalism have quietly deleted their posts and vanished. Meanwhile, in the office of the editor-in-chief of Xingyao Weekly, the phone rang incessantly like a death knell. The editor stared at the computer screen, which displayed a deluge of negative public opinion and a plummeting stock price for the magazine, his complexion ashen and beads of sweat streaming down his face. He had received an intimidating warning call from Song by the previous night, but blinded by greed and confident in his backing, he believed he could withstand it. Little did he expect that when the other party struck, it would be with such a lethal blow. Where did they procure such conclusive evidence? Lin Yi was far from a lamb to the slaughter. He was a formidable beast with hidden fangs. Editor, this is dire. Multiple partnering brands are calling to terminate contracts, questioning our credibility. Editor, the technical department reports that our website server is on the brink of collapse. Editor, get out. All of you leave. The editor swept the documents off his desk in a fit of rage. Just then, his personal phone rang, displaying a hidden number. Trembling, he answered, and a chilling voice emerged from the other end. It was Song-Bai. I gave you a chance. The editor's legs buckled, and he slumped into his chair, his face ashen. Meanwhile, on set, the crew members who had previously regarded Lin Yi with skepticism now looked upon him with sympathy and admiration after the evidence was revealed. To rise from such a mire, enduring immense pressure, and to deliver such a stunning counterattack at a crucial moment required remarkable resilience and intellect. Song Ci, whose nerves had been taut, finally relaxed upon witnessing the complete reversal of public opinion. He glanced at the ever-composed Lin Yi, his heart swelling with an indescribable emotion, pride, concern, and an uncontrollable affection. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he quickly grasped Lin Yi's hand and whispered, "Well done." Lin Yi turned to him, a hint of a gentle smile gracing his eyes as he firmly returned the handshake, replying, "It's not over yet." Indeed, around noon, Su Xian called again, his tone tinged with fatigue but predominantly excitement. Zhao Deming has been taken away by the police. He is suspected of embezzlement and defamation. The evidence regarding the misappropriated funds is irrefutable. Several key personnel at Xingyao Weekly are also under investigation and will certainly face severe repercussions. As for the elusive Wang, Song-Bai is currently monitoring the situation. There are no clear updates yet, but following this incident, they will undoubtedly refrain from further interference for some time. In what seemed an inescapable predicament, the tide had turned completely within mere hours. Moreover, Su Xian paused, his tone slightly nuanced. Song-Bai instructed me to convey that you did well. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly gaining a bit more approval from his elder brother-in-law. After hanging up the phone, he gazed out at the bright sunlight streaming through the window. The clouds had dissipated, revealing a clear blue sky. This time, he had not only cleared his name, but had also declared to everyone that he, Lin Yi, was no longer the pliable original character he once was. Standing beside him was a partner willing to face the storms together. Song Ci approached him, standing shoulder to shoulder, his voice resolute. From now on, no matter what happens, we face it together. Lin Yi turned to meet his fervent and focused gaze, nodding gently. All right. Chapter 34. An invitation home. As the dust of the public uproar began to settle, a thoroughly reshuffled landscape emerged. Xingyao Weekly had suffered significant damage, its reputation tarnished, and it would be difficult for it to stir up trouble in the near future. Zhao Deming found himself ensnared, unable to secure his own safety. Faced with immense public pressure and irrefutable evidence, the original company finally capitulated, symbolically offering a compensation far below the initial extortion amount, merely to swiftly conclude this debacle that had cost them their dignity. The enormous burden that had weighed upon him was completely lifted. The filming of Blade of the Righteous was now in its final stages. Having weathered this storm, the crew's perception of Lin Yi had drastically changed. No longer did they view him as a mere fortunate former celebrity who had experienced a reversal of fate, but rather with a newfound respect for a strong individual. Awed by his calmness and tact amidst the tempest, Lin Yi remained unfazed, maintaining his composure and professionalism. With his collaboration with Song Ci in front of the camera becoming increasingly seamless. On this day, they were filming a scene of emotional release. The character Nighthawk, after completing a mission, was alone in the training ground, relentlessly striking the sandbags to vent the complex emotions pent up within him. Guilt over fallen comrades, anger at his own impotence, and a hint of confusion regarding the bond he shared with his comrade, the Gray Falcon. Song Ci, bare-chested, had sweat glistening on his taut muscles, each punch infused with raw power and suppressed emotion, his gaze fierce like that of an injured cub. This scene demanded immense physical and emotional stamina. Cut. Director Li called, pausing the shoot as he observed Song Si's explosive performance through the monitor, nodding in satisfaction. Great emotion. Take a break. Preserve your strength. Breathless, Song Si halted, and his assistant promptly approached with a towel and water. He wiped the sweat off casually, but his gaze instinctively searched the set for that familiar figure. Lin Yi stood not far away in the shadows, quietly discussing the next shot's positioning with the action director. Sensing Song Si's gaze, he looked up, meeting those eyes still imbued with the remnants of the character's ferocity, and offered a slight nod along with a calm and reassuring look. With just a glance, the turbulent emotions of ferocity belonging to Nighthawk within Song Si strangely began to settle. He took a few sips of water and walked over to Lin Yi. Are you all right? Lin Yi's voice was low, imbued with his characteristic steadiness. Song Si replied with a soft hem, his eyes tracing the striking contours of Lin Yi's profile illuminated by the light, and suddenly whispered, I struggled to rein it in just now, referring to the emotional intensity of the scene. Occasional release is beneficial, Lin Yi gently remarked, handing him an unopened, functional beverage to replenish his electrolytes. Song Si accepted it, his fingertips brushing against Lin Yi's cool fingers, stirring something within him. He twisted off the cap and took a sip, casually inquiring, shall we go over the lines for tomorrow's rooftop scene after work tonight? The rooftop scene, a poignant farewell dialogue between the Gray Falcon and the Nighthawk before their final battle, was imbued with profound emotion and demanded exceptional skill in delivery. Lin Yi glanced at him, not missing the flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He nodded. All right, shall we go to my room? Song Si's ears subtly flushed, and he feigned calmness, yes. The hotel room at night was a sanctuary from the day's clamor. Lin Yi had just finished showering, clad in a simple cotton t-shirt and long pants, his hair still damp. He opened the door, allowing Song Si, clutching the script, to enter. Only a floor lamp cast a warm, yellow light, creating an intimate and tranquil ambience. The air was imbued with the rich, crisp scent of red wine that lingered on Lin Yi's skin, silently teasing Song Si's senses. They settled on the sofa, spreading out the script. Lin Yi pointed to a segment. If this is the end, his voice resonated distinctly in the hushed room. Song Si continued. Then I am fortunate that the one journeying with me is you. As he recited the lines, his gaze inadvertently wandered from the script to Lin Yi's face, which was achingly close. The light cast delicate shadows beneath his eyelashes, enhancing the depth of his eyes. Lin Yi appeared oblivious to Song Si's distraction, continuing to deliver his lines with a steady voice, perfectly embodying the Gray Falcon's calm resolve and reluctant sorrow. Song Si struggled to rein in his thoughts, striving to maintain the rhythm of the scene. Yet, as they continued, his focus began to waver again. He watched Lin Yi's lips slightly parted as he spoke, and the subtle movement of his Adam's apple with each phrase, feeling his heartbeats grow louder in the silence of the room. Trust me, I will find you. Lin enunciated the pivotal line, lifting his gaze, only to find Song Si staring blankly at him, eyes slightly unfocused. Lost in thought, Lin Yi archet aneyebro. Song Si jolted back to reality, his cheeks flushed, awkwardly lowering his head, mumbling, no, I just think you deliver the lines beautifully. Lin Yi observed the flush on his ears, understanding all too well. He chose not to address it directly, merely closing the script and reclining into the sofa, adopting a relaxed posture. We've matched the lines well enough. The rest will rely on the feel of the scene. Song Si also set down the script, and the room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by their soft breaths. The rich aroma of red wine seemed to intensify, mingling with the faint, bittersweet scent of Song Si's chocolate, creating an unspoken tension in the air. Lin Yi, Song Si suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tautness. Now that everything has been resolved, what are your plans for the future? He inquired about Lin Yi's career, yet his gaze harbored a deeper curiosity. Lin Yi, fully aware of the unspoken implications, turned his attention to Song Si, whose youthful alpha gaze was earnest and focused, imbued with an almost stubborn purity. He fell into a momentary silence before slowly speaking. First, let's ensure the completion of Jiren. He paused, his gaze meeting Song Si's steady eyes. Then, I will establish my own studio, take on the projects I desire, and pursue my passions. His words were clear and resolute, imbued with a sense of liberation and strength that comes from breaking free from constraints. No longer bound by others, he would only follow his heart. Song Si felt a warmth bloom in his chest at Lin Yi's declaration. This was the Lin Yi he admired, one who, regardless of circumstances, possessed a clear vision and an indomitable spirit. "I will support you," Song Si exclaimed, his tone firm and unwavering. "Whatever you wish to do, I will be by your side." This was not merely a promise, but a proclamation. Lin Yi gazed into his eyes, where fervor and determination shone without reservation. In that moment, the quiet expanse of ice within him seemed to ignite, slowly melting away. He remained silent, extending his hand to gently clasp Song Si's resting on his knee. Their palms met, warmth exchanged. Song Si responded by gripping tightly, his hold almost painful. Yet Lin Yi did not withdraw. Just then, Lin Yi's phone, which lay nearby, rang, shattering the serene and enchanting atmosphere. It was Su Xian. Lin Yi glanced at Song Si, released his hand, and answered the call on speaker. "Lin Yi, wonderful news." Su Xian's voice crackled with barely contained excitement. "I just received word that the post-production of Jiren will accelerate, aiming to meet the year-end awards deadline. Director Li is exceedingly confident in the final cut." This was undoubtedly exhilarating news. The Golden Award was one of the highest honors in the domestic film industry. Moreover, Su Xian continued, the high-end endorsements we previously discussed after the recent turmoil have not only remained, but have also increased their sincerity. Additionally, 2 leading directors have submitted new scripts, both major productions, specifically requesting to collaborate with you. One of them is a historical drama by director Chun, with a role that presents a significant challenge. This indicated that Lin Yi's acting career, having undergone a rigorous crucible, was now truly on the fast track to rapid advancement. "I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Sugu," Lin Yi replied, his tone still calm. "You can filter the scripts, and we will discuss the endorsement details later." After hanging up, tranquility enveloped the room once more. However, unlike the earlier intimacy, this moment was suffused with anticipation and vigor for the future. Song Si gazed at Lin Yi, his eyes brimming with pride for someone he cherished. This person, whom he deeply admired, was destined to stand in the spotlight, attracting the gaze of thousands. "Congratulations," he said sincerely. Lin Yi turned to him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Thank you." Their eyes met, and no further words were necessary. They understood that a new journey had commenced, and this time, they would walk together. Suddenly, Song Si recalled something and looked at Lin Yi with bright eyes. "When a movie is released and the promotional period ends, will you come home with me for a meal?" His question came somewhat unexpectedly, laced with cautious probing, yet brimming with an irresistible hope. Meeting the parents, Lin Yi remarked, momentarily taken aback as he met Song Si's eyes, which seemed to say, "I want to introduce you to all the important people in my life." The once frozen expanse of his heart melted entirely, transforming into a spring of warmth. He fell silent for a few seconds, and under Song Si's almost breathless gaze, he slowly nodded. "Good." This single word resonated with clarity. In an instant, Song Si's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance, as if they were filled with the entire galaxy. He suddenly lunged forward, enveloping Lin Yi in a tight embrace, burying his face in the crook of his neck. Muffled laughter escaping him like a child who had just received the most wondrous gift in the world. Lin Yi was slightly pushed back by the force of his embrace, but he raised his hand, gently reciprocating the affection of this sun-like youth. Chapter 35. The Promised Good. Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, a wave of immense joy erupted in Song Si's mind like a dazzling firework, overwhelming him to the point of dizziness. He clutched Lin Yi tightly, his arms gripping as though he wished to merge him with his very being, his cheek nestled in the neck that bore the crisp scent of red wine. Greedily inhaling the essence of this person, Lin Yi found himself slightly breathless from the embrace, yet did not push him away. Instead, he tenderly stroked the damp nape of Song Si's neck and the slightly coarse hair. silently indulging the youth's exuberant emotions. After a while, Song Si began to regain his composure, though he still refused to release his hold. He lifted his head slightly, his eyes radiating a remarkable brightness, and his lips curving upward uncontrollably. "You promised. No backing out." Observing the rare childlike innocence in his demeanor, a faint smile graced Lin Yi's eyes. "Indeed, no backing out." With this affirmation, Song Si felt a profound sense of satisfaction, yet he couldn't help but start to worry. "I need to inform my mother in advance. She will surely be delighted. No, I must first discuss it with my brother, though it seems he is not entirely opposed now." He rambled on, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently as he began to earnestly plan. Lin Yi listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. He could sense the sincerity and anticipation in Song Si's words as he earnestly included him in his future, warming Lin Yi's heart, which was accustomed to cold calculations and risk assessments. However, before he could dwell on this further, Song Si suddenly shifted the conversation, his gaze sharpening as it focused back on Lin Yi's face, infused with a hint of mischief and assertiveness. "You must first complete the filming of Ji Run, and then establish your studio. I want everyone to know just how extraordinary the person I, Song Si, have chosen is." Though his words were commanding, they brimmed with unabashed pride and support. Lin Yi gazed at him, his heart stirred. He realized that he was beginning to relish the feeling of being so fervently cherished and esteemed by this young man before him. "Good," he replied again, his voice softer than before. In the days that followed, the atmosphere on set seemed to be infused with new vitality. The filming remained intense, yet the rapport between the two grew increasingly harmonious and natural. Song Si evidently prioritized supporting Lin Yi's career. No longer content with mere on-screen chemistry, he consciously began to leverage his connections and influence to pave the way for Lin Yi. He would casually mention Lin Yi's professionalism and potential in front of familiar producers and directors, and share scripts he received that he deemed suitable for Lin Yi's consideration. These gestures were executed effortlessly, yet they proved to be remarkably effective. Within the industry, individuals are astute and perceptive. The young master of the Song family is notably advocating for Lin Yi, and coupled with Lin Yi's formidable talents and his surging popularity and reputation, an increasing number of prestigious opportunities are beginning to extend towards Su Xian. Lin Yi observes all of this without interference or undue reliance. He understands that while he appreciates Song Si's goodwill, the foundation of his success ultimately lies in his own capabilities. Thus, he immerses himself more intensely into the final stages of filming for Blade of Destiny, while simultaneously maintaining close communication with Su Xian to prepare for the preliminary affairs of his personal studio. On this particular day, they are shooting a night scene, depicting a climactic reconnaissance between the characters Gray Falcon and Night Hawk atop the city's neon-lit skyline before their final showdown. The setting is constructed on a high platform within the studio, with simulated city lights below, creating a tense and suspenseful atmosphere. Following an intense action sequence, the camera is required to capture close-ups of the two during a brief respite. Night Hawk leans against the cold metal railing, breathing heavily, his vigilant gaze sweeping over the scene below. Meanwhile, Gray Falcon crouches nearby, swiftly checking his gear, his profile appearing stern and focused under the shifting neon lights. According to the script, there are no dialogues here. All communication relies on glances and subtle expressions. As the camera zooms in on Lin Yi, he raises his eyes, ready to engage in a silent exchange with Song Si. However, Song Si suddenly reaches out, deftly and discreetly brushing aside a stray lock of hair that had fallen on Lin Yi's forehead during their earlier scuffle, tucking it behind his ear with a swift motion that almost seems illusory, imbued with an undeniable intimacy. Lin Yi pauses momentarily, meeting Song Si's gaze. Yet, Song Si has already returned to the stoic demeanor of Nighthawk, as if the previous gesture had never occurred. Only in his eyes, directed at Lin Yi, does a fleeting glimmer of triumph flicker, strikingly illuminated by the neon glow. Cut. Director Li, fixated on the monitor, strokes his chin, his voice laced with delight. Wonderful. Was that impromptu from Song Si? It feels splendid. That instinctive concern and camaraderie, transcending mere friendship, is exceptionally poignant. This take is a keeper. The surrounding crew members exhale in relief, beginning preparations for the next scene. At this moment, Song Si approaches Lin Yi, lowering his voice with a hint of pride. "How was that? Quick reflexes, right?" Lin Yi, gazing at him from such close proximity, his face brimming with a desire for praise, feels a mix of exasperation and amusement. He is well aware that Song Si is intentionally blurring the lines of their professional interaction under the guise of acting. Nonsense, Lin Yi murmurs, though the tone of his voice betrays little reproach. Song Si chuckles, leaning in closer, whispering in a tone only they can hear, "I only act this way with you." The warm breath caresses Lin Yi's ear, laced with a hint of bittersweet chocolate pheromones, causing a barely perceptible flush to rise at the nape of his neck. He glances at Song Si without responding, turning towards the break area, yet his slightly quickened pace reveals that he is not entirely unaffected. Observing Lin Yi's retreating figure, Song Si feels elated, akin to a cat that has successfully stolen a treat, leisurely following behind. By the time they wrap up and return to the hotel, it is already deep into the night. Song Si lingers in Lin Yi's room, refusing to leave, under the pretext of discussing the pivotal rooftop farewell scene scheduled for the following day. After their bath, the two donned comfortable loungewear and leaned against the headboard. The script spread across their laps, yet neither spoke first. The room was softly illuminated by a dim bedside lamp, creating an atmosphere that was both tranquil and intimate. The rich aroma of red wine exuded from Lin Yi, becoming particularly vivid and warm after his bath, intertwining silently with the refreshing scent of shower gel and faint chocolate pheromones emanating from Song Si. Lin Yi. Song Si suddenly set the script aside and turned to face him, his gaze particularly intense in the dim light. "Once the film wraps and the promotional period concludes, is there something special you desire to do, aside from work?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment and shook his head. He had always lived his life like a tightly wound string, rarely contemplating what he might wish to pursue beyond work. Song Si appeared to have anticipated this response. He leaned in closer, his voice soft and enticing, carrying an air of persuasion. "Then let us go on a date, shall we?" His eyes sparkled with eagerness, reminiscent of a child impatiently wishing to share a secret hideaway. Lin Yi gazed into those bright, shining eyes, and the words of refusal that danced on his lips were ultimately swallowed. He found himself increasingly unable to resist Song Si's straightforward and fervent invitation. "All right," he heard himself say. Instantly, Song Si's eyes curved into delightful crescents, and he moved a fraction closer to Lin Yi, their shoulders nearly touching. Satisfied, he picked up the script. "It's settled then. Now, let us rehearse our lines. Tomorrow's scene is crucial." His voice gradually softened as he began to read the lines with earnestness, as if the one who had just proposed an escapade was not himself. As Lin Yi observed his serious profile, feeling the warmth of his presence and the cleanliness of his scent, a corner of his heart seemed to fill gradually with the serenity of the night and the unreserved passion of youth. He picked up his script, his gaze falling upon the familiar lines. Yet for the first time, he felt that life beyond the script was equally worthy of anticipation. Chapter 36. Wrap-up time flew by amid a blend of tension and sweetness, and the filming of Blade's Edge finally reached its conclusion. The final scene depicted the parting of the Gray Falcon and the Night Eagle at dawn on the rooftop, a farewell marked by life and death, mission accomplished. Yet the future remained uncertain as they were destined to part ways. The morning light faintly illuminated the hazy contours of the city. The Gray Falcon and Song Si's Night Eagle stood side by side at the edge of the rooftop, bearing the marks and fatigue of battle. "What are your plans next?" the Gray Falcon asked, gazing into the distance, his voice calm. The Night Eagle paused for a moment, turned to him, his expression complex. "I don't know. Perhaps a change of scenery, a fresh start." His voice carried a subtle hint of confusion and an unwillingness to part from the person before him. The Gray Falcon also turned his head, their eyes meeting. His usually composed gaze seemed to harbor a multitude of unspoken words, which ultimately distilled into a single phrase. "Take care." "You too," the Night Eagle replied, gazing deeply into his eyes as if wishing to etch his image into his heart. He extended his hand, not for a handshake, but with his palm open. The gray falcon looked at his hand, hesitated for a moment, then extended his own, delivering a resounding high five. Smack! A crisp sound reverberated through the tranquil morning sky, devoid of embraces or further words. It was simply a high five laden with trust, tacit understanding, and unspoken promises shared among warriors, where all emotions were conveyed in silence. Cut. Perfect. That's a wrap. Director Li's excited voice echoed through the speakers, infused with a sense of relief and profound accomplishment. The entire film set erupted in fervor, applause and cheers intertwining as everyone basked in the jubilant atmosphere of a successfully completed project. Song Si remained immersed in the emotions from the scene they had just filmed. His eyes slightly reddened. He turned to Lin Yi beside him, discovering that Lin was also gazing at him with gentle eyes. It's over, Lin Yi murmured softly. Taking a deep breath to quell the sting at the tip of his nose, Song Si nodded and then broke into a radiant smile, infused with the youthful vigor unique to him. Yes, we wrapped. Suddenly, he opened his arms wide and embraced Lin Yi wholeheartedly, this time not as a character in a play, but as Song Si himself. The embrace was firm, imbued with an irresistible warmth and a hint of relief akin to surviving a calamity. The surrounding crew members responded with good-natured laughter and playful jeers. After months of collaboration, especially following previous turmoil, most of the crew had developed a fondness for these two dedicated and talented lead actors, and they regarded the closeness that transcended mere colleagues with understanding and blessings. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected embrace, but soon, he raised his hand to gently pat Song Si's back, his gesture imbued with reassurance. All right, many are watching, Lin Yi softly reminded, his tone devoid of reproach. Reluctantly, Song Si released his hold but remained beside Lin Yi, their shoulders touching as if creating an invisible barrier that kept others at bay. The wrap party was set for the evening, with the crew reserving a Chinese restaurant in a luxurious hotel, where the atmosphere was vibrant and filled with laughter. Director Li approached their table, his face aglow with joy, lifting his glass. He heartily patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Lin Yi, I truly didn't expect this collaboration to be such a delightful surprise. From your role as the Gray Falcon to your remarkable transformation. In the future, I shall seek you first when I have a good script. Thank you, Director Li. Your guidance was exceptional, Lin Yi replied, modest and gracious. Director Li then turned to Song Si, his gaze filled with the affectionate teasing of an elder. Little Si, you were quite impressive, showing tremendous growth. Especially in those last emotional scenes, the depth truly shone through. But he lowered his voice with a hint of jest. Next time, please refrain from improvising on set. My heart cannot withstand it. Song Si felt a flush creep up his neck, a hint of embarrassment causing him to touch his nose, though he refused to concede, saying, that depends on the situation. Director Li erupted in hearty laughter, offering a few more words of encouragement before moving on to toast other tables. Leaning closer to Lin Yi, Song Si discreetly grasped his hand beneath the tablecloth, whispering, did you hear? Director Li praised me. Lin Yi felt the warmth and strength of Song Si's hand, choosing not to pull away. Instead, he slightly tilted his head to gaze at Song Si's subtly triumphant profile and replied softly, yes, I heard. His indulgence brought a delightful mood to Song Si, who, with fingers inching forward, intertwined his hand with Lin Yi's. As the banquet reached its midpoint, Song Si's phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Song Bai. He signaled to Lin Yi and stepped into a relatively quiet corridor to take the call. Brother, has the filming wrapped up? Song Bai's voice came through the line, the background noise suggesting he was outdoors. Yes, the banquet just concluded. All right. Mother has mentioned several times, asking when you will bring someone home for dinner. Song Bai's tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. A knot tightened in Song Si's heart, mingling with anticipation. Soon, once the promotional period is over. Have you spoken to Mother about it? Yes. Song Bai paused, then added, she has no objections, just curious. As long as you manage your boundaries. The implication was clear. At least their mother was not opposed, though Songbai had not mentioned their father or the extended family. Song Si understood that might be the true test. However, he felt content with his brother's attitude. Understood. Thank you, brother. Cut the formalities. Songbai chuckled, ending the call. I have matters to attend to. Holding his phone, Song Si leaned against the cool wall, unable to suppress a smile. He returned to the banquet hall, sat beside Lin Yi, and leaned in a whisper, brimming with excitement. My brother called. My mother said once you're done, she wants you home for dinner. Lin Yi posed it, his hand holding the wine glass, slightly trembling as he turned to face Song Si. The youth's eyes sparkled with bright confidence in him and their future. After a brief silence, Lin Yi nodded gently. All right. This time, his agreement carried a weight of solemnity. The wrap party gradually dispersed amidst the revelry. Upon returning to the hotel, Song Si lingered in Lin Yi's room. With the burdens of filming lifted, both felt a pleasant fatigue wash over them. Song Si sprawled on the sofa, watching Lin Yi pack his belongings, suddenly inquiring, how is the studio preparation going with Sugu? Almost there. Lin Yi neatly folded a shirt and placed it into his suitcase. The address is set, and the team is being assembled. It should officially operate once the movie's promotional period starts. Do you need my help? I know some excellent PR and legal professionals. Not for now. Lin Yi turned to him, his gaze calm and confident. Su Xian can handle it well. If anything arises, I will let you know. He wished to avoid being overly dependent on Song Si's resources, aiming to establish himself through his own strength. Song Si understood his sentiment, nodding without pressing the issue. All right, just let me know whenever you need. He moved closer to Lin Yi, watching him organize his luggage, then suddenly embraced his waist from behind. Resting his chin on his shoulder, his voice muffled, we will be apart tomorrow. With the film completed, each would have their own engagements and schedules, making it impossible to share the same proximity as during shoot. Lin Yi paused, feeling the warmth and reliance emanating from behind, a sense of reluctance blossoming within him. He gently patted Song Si's hands around his waist. We will see each other again soon. The promotional period is about to commence, and as dual male leads, they will have numerous opportunities to share the stage. So it's settled. Song Si tightened his grip. During the promotional period, you must compensate me. Lin Yi chuckled softly. Compensate for what? For all those days we couldn't be alone together. Song Si asserted confidently, tilting his head slightly, his warm breath caressing Lin Yi's neck, imbued with a hint of playful persuasion. You'll have to listen to me then. Lin Yi offered no reply, merely tilting his head slightly, his lips brushing against Song Si's cheek, which was tantalizingly close. This gesture was a silent acquiescence. Song Si's heart raced, a wave of warmth flooding through him. He ceased speaking, holding the person in his arms even tighter, as if embracing the entire world. Outside, the city's night remained bustling, yet within the room, an atmosphere of tranquility and affection enveloped them on the eve of parting. A new chapter was about to unfold, one that promised a grander stage awaiting them. Chapter 37. A new journey. The post-production of Blade is progressing rapidly, with the promotional period officially commencing. As a highly anticipated dual A-list blockbuster, coupled with Lin Yi's sensational comeback story and the palpable chemistry between him and Song Si, the film has garnered immense excitement even before its release. With invitations pouring in like snowflakes, Su Xian, an experienced manager, understands the principle of moderation and meticulously selected a few heavyweight interviews and variety shows, ensuring visibility while maintaining Lin Yi's increasingly multifaceted and robust image. The first significant announcement is for a top domestic interview program, Dialogue in Light and Shadow. The host, renowned for her incisive questioning and ability to delve into the actor's inner worlds, welcomed Lin Yi and Song Si as dual male leads to the recording. Under the focused lights, Lin Yi donned an elegantly tailored deep blue suit, exuding a calm demeanor, while Song Si appeared in a striking black velvet gown, radiating an air of aristocracy amidst his cool demeanor. Seated side by side on the sofa, they presented a relaxed posture, yet emanated an undeniable aura of exclusivity. The host, a poised middle-aged woman named Su Qing, greeted them with a smile before swiftly transitioning to the main topic. Firstly, Congratulations on the wrap of Blade. I glimpsed some behind-the-scenes footage, and the fight scenes were truly spectacular, especially yours, Lin Yi. Su Qing gazed at Lin Yi with admiration, noting how many professional moves appeared effortless. I heard you underwent extensive training for this role. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his tone composed. Yes, I appreciate the stunt team. I had some prior exposure to related training, so I had some foundation. It remained that vague, yet reasonable explanation. Indeed, it seems that interest is the best teacher, Su Qing remarked with a knowing smile, not probing further before turning her attention to Song Ci. In this film, you portray Nighthawk. How does this character differ from your previous roles? I hear there are many challenges involving inner conflict. Facing the camera, Song Ci maintained his characteristic cool demeanor, but answered earnestly, Nighthawk is more complex, bearing a heavier burden. His relationship with Grey Falcon transcends mere camaraderie. It embodies a bond that validates their existence in the face of despair. As he spoke, his gaze occasionally flickered towards Lin Yi beside him. Though it quickly shifted away, that fleeting moment of eye contact was keenly captured by the high-definition lens. The intricate bonds of mutual validation. Su Qing repeated this phrase, her eyes darting between the two, before suddenly posing a somewhat pointed question. Can such profound ties truly be achieved solely through acting? After all, the chemistry between the two has been a topic of much discussion among audiences since Wilderness Conquest began. A subtle stir of anticipation and soft laughter rippled through the crowd, and all waited with bated breath for a response. Song Ci's brow furrowed slightly, and just as she was about to speak, Lin Yi calmly took over the conversation. The actor's duty is to believe in their character, to become that character. Lin Yi's voice was steady, betraying no hint of turmoil. During the filming, Song Ci and I were like the Grey Falcon and the Nighthawk. We believed that each of us was the other's sole support in that world. This trust is genuine. It stems from respect for our profession and recognition of our partner's capabilities. With a deft touch, he distilled the delicate chemistry into a matter of professional trust and competence, answering the question while elevating the discourse, leaving no room for critique. A glimmer of surprise and admiration flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Realizing that the topic had reached its conclusion, she seamlessly transitioned to other aspects of the film. The interview concluded in a professional and harmonious atmosphere. Once back in the backstage lounge, Song Ci couldn't help but exhale in relief, adjusting his bow tie, and quietly remarked to Lin Yi, that question was quite the conundrum. Lin Yi unfastened his suit jacket, his demeanor unchanged. It was to be expected. As long as the response was appropriate, that suffices. Observing Lin Yi's ever-composed demeanor stirred a mix of feelings in Song Ci, an itch of curiosity and a hint of inexplicable frustration. Leaning in closer, nearly whispering into Lin Yi's ear, he voiced his discontent. Is it really that simple to acknowledge a partner's capabilities? The warm breath, tinged with a faint hint of bittersweet chocolate, brushed against Lin Yi's ear, causing him to momentarily stiffen. He turned to meet Song Ci's face, which bore an unmistakable hint of jealousy, and sighed with mild exasperation. What else would you have me say? Should I declare you my boyfriend in front of the cameras? Song Ci was momentarily silenced, aware of his own unreasonable outburst, but unable to restrain himself. He huffed softly, stepping back and turning away. As long as you understand it in your heart, that's sufficient. Lin Yi regarded his awkward demeanor, a faint smile flickering in his eyes, choosing not to respond further. At that moment, Su Xian entered, his face alight with joy. The interview went splendidly. Su Qing reported that your final remarks on professional trust were nothing short of textbook material. Once aired, it will surely attract a wave of fans to your career. He paused, glancing at Song Ci with a teasing tone. But Song Ci, your mention of mutual validation is likely to send the CP fans into a frenzy for days. Song Ci shrugged nonchalantly. I merely stated the truth. Su Xian shook his head in resignation before shifting to more pressing matters. Next, there's an invitation for you both to participate as flying guests in an outdoor competitive variety show, Extreme Challenge. It's one of the hottest shows right now, with immense exposure. The production team hopes you two can join for the next episode. Outdoor competitive variety shows? Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, showing little interest in such programs. As Song Si's eyes sparkled with excitement, he recalled having seen this program, which featured numerous physically demanding and team-based activities, an impeccable opportunity for a sponsor date. "Count me in," he declared almost immediately, turning to Lin Yi with a gaze brimming with expectation. "Shall we go together and consider it a chance to unwind?" Lin Yi met his bright eyes, and the words of refusal danced on his lips. Remembering his previous promise to make amends, and acknowledging that this indeed presented an opportunity to maintain their rapport and showcase a different side of themselves, he ultimately nodded in agreement. "All right." A radiant smile blossomed across Song Si's face, and he proudly gestured to Su Xian with a tilt of his chin. Su Xian, observing the unspoken chemistry between the two, wisely chose to ignore it and began organizing the itinerary. A few days later, at the recording venue of Extreme Challenge, a show renowned for its high-intensity physical trials and amusing games, besides Lin Yi and Song Si, several regular guests and other special guests were present. One of the segments involved a high-altitude balance beam confrontation, where each team would designate one member to compete on a narrow beam several meters above the ground, utilizing skill and strength to unseat their opponent to claim victory. Without hesitation, Song Si volunteered to represent their team. With his exceptional physical prowess and keen sense of balance, he easily dispatched the opposing team member after several rounds. The host, fanning the flames of excitement, exclaimed, "Ah, Song Si, our youthful champion is truly agile. It seems this round is already decided. Is there anyone among our guests willing to challenge our young Master Song?" The crowd erupted in cheers, yet the other guests hesitated, eyeing the lofty balance beam and the formidable aura emanating from Song Si. Just then, a calm and resonant voice broke through. "I'll give it a try." All turned to see Lin Yi, who had silently approached the balance beam, deftly donning protective gloves. He lifted his gaze, steadily meeting Song Si's from across the beam. The audience erupted into even louder cheers and whistles, reminiscent of an epic showdown between a falcon and a nighthawk. The program's excitement reached its zenith. Standing atop the beam, Song Si gazed down at Lin Yi's composed figure, momentarily taken aback before an uncontrollable smile crept onto his lips, his eyes igniting with exhilaration. "Mr. Lin, I look forward to your guidance," he called out to Lin Yi below, his tone laced with playful provocation and camaraderie. Lin Yi offered no reply, but ascended the balance beam with remarkable steadiness, his movements fluid as if honed by rigorous training. He positioned himself at the opposite end of the beam, facing Song Si from a distance. The wind at such heights tugged at their clothing, and under the sunlight, Lin Yi's gaze was sharp and focused, while Song Si resembled a leopard poised to pounce on its prey, exuding a fierce determination. "Begin." With the host command, both moved toward each other almost simultaneously. The beam was narrow, and each step they took was fraught with peril. Arms blocked, bodies swerved, their actions swift and dazzling, displaying a synergy as if they had rehearsed countless times. Following a vigorous clash of bodies, they found themselves briefly locked in a stalemate at the center of the beam. Arms entwined, their bodies drawn close enough for their breaths to intertwine. As Song Si gazed at Lin Yi, mere inches away, he observed the faint flush on Lin's cheeks from exertion and the depth of his eyes, reflecting both the sky and an unspoken connection between them. His heart raced. In a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, laced with breathlessness and a hint of mirth, he remarked, "Teacher Lin, this certainly qualifies as physical contact." Feeling the warmth and strength emanating from Lin Yi's arm, and noticing the glimmer of competition intertwined with flirtation in Song Si's gaze, Lin did not shy away. Instead, he met Song's eyes and softly replied, "Then you'd best brace yourself." Before the words fully left his lips, Lin Yi executed a swift maneuver, causing Song Si to lose his balance and instinctively grasp Lin's arm tighter to steady himself. Suspended high above, their silhouettes intertwined, reminiscent of a cinematic scene, yet more vivid and exhilarating than any film. Below them, the audience's gasps, shrieks, and laughter coalesced into a cacophony of excitement. Su Xiang, standing alongside the production team, watched the two captivating faces, their energies colliding and merging, and could not help but cover his forehead in exasperation. Well, this is splendid. Once the show airs, the shippers will likely go into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the two men, amidst the numerous cameras and the so-called competition, shared an exchange that only they could comprehend. Under the spotlight, beneath the undercurrents of emotion, their narrative began to unfold in a manner that would be witnessed by a broader audience. Chapter 38, establishing the studio, the recording of Extreme Challenge, yielded unexpectedly stellar results. Lin Yi showcased his agility and remarkable core strength on the high beam, creating a unique atmosphere of both rivalry and synergy with Song Ci, which became the program's most significant highlight. Upon the release of a trailer, the topic of their aerial duel surged into the top 3 on trending searches, transforming the comment section into a jubilant celebration for their fans. Oh my, this sexual tension. Is this something I can watch without paying? Don't they look like a movie poster up there? I'm already anticipating Blade of Destiny. I bet 5 dimes that Song Ci definitely went easy. That gaze was practically glued. Su Xian, witnessing the soaring popularity and overwhelmingly positive feedback, could hardly contain his delight. He expertly directed his team to guide public sentiment without veering into excessive marketing that could backfire, while hastening the completion of Lin Yi's personal studio. Amidst the clamor of attention, the two men found a rare pocket of tranquility. Following the conclusion of the variety show recording, they enjoyed a brief respite with no pressing engagements. Lin Yi devoted nearly all his energy to the final preparations for the studio. Its location was chosen in a serene, creative park in the city center, occupying an entire floor. The design embraced a modern minimalist style, characterized by stark lines that exuded a sense of quality, mirroring Lin's own essence. He meticulously oversaw every detail, from the selection of office furnishings to the final interviews of team members. Song Ci, too, kept himself occupied, declining several unnecessary invitations and spending most of his time in Lin Yi's studio, under the pretext of overseeing the operations. He possesses a remarkable sense of propriety, refraining from meddling in specific affairs, and instead finds solace in the confines of Lin Yi's office. Occasionally, he tends to his work emails, yet at times, he simply leans back on the sofa, observing Lin Yi's diligent figure. Wouldn't it be better to place a potted plant here? Song Ci suggested, pointing towards an empty corner of the office. The color scheme here is rather cold. It could use a touch of vitality. Lin Yi lifted his gaze from the computer, glanced at the corner, and nodded in agreement. That's fine. You choose. Song Ci's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly pulled out his phone to search for large greenery. Mumbling to himself, it should be easy to care for. You surely lack the time for maintenance. The fiddle leaf fig or the monstera will be splendid. Lin Yi observed the earnestness etched on his profile, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips as he returned to his emails. The sensation of having someone thoughtfully involved in the planning of his future space was rather pleasant. As evening descended, the warm glow of the setting sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden hue over the cool-toned space. The two sat side by side on the sofa, enjoying takeout for dinner. The studio's inauguration is set for next Wednesday. Sugo will invite some media and friends from the industry, Lin Yi said, swallowing a mouthful of food. Upon hearing this, Song Ci set down his chopsticks and turned to him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Do you need me to be there? Given his current status and popularity, his presence at Lin Yi's studio inauguration would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, albeit at the cost of public endorsement. Lin Yi met his gaze but hesitated to respond, fully aware of Song Ci's implication and the implications that lay beneath. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. Aren't you attending a signing event for an overseas brand that day? Focus on your own matters. He did not wish to overly rely on Song Ci's radiance, for the foundation of the studio ultimately rested upon his own capabilities. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Song Ci's eyes, but quickly dissipated as he recognized Lin Yi's pride and determination. He leaned in closer, nudging Lin Yi's shoulder playfully and adopting a light-hearted tone. All right, I'll heed your advice. After all, he drawled with a hint of mischief, what's mine is yours. Lin Yi chuckled softly, choosing not to engage with the banter. and instead posed a different question. Has your mother mentioned anything recently? Referring to the prospect of dining at home. Song Si immediately straightened his posture, his expression turning earnest. My mom called just yesterday, asking what you like to eat and if you have any dietary restrictions. He paused, studying Lin Yi's face. I told her you don't need any special preparations. You eat anything, easy to please. Lin Yi found himself puzzled by Song Si's thought process at times. Noticing Lin Yi's somewhat perplexed expression, Song Si laughed and clarified. I was joking. I told her you prefer light dishes. Seafood is also good. Don't worry. My mom is an excellent cook, and she is incredibly gentle. She'll definitely like you. His tone brimmed with affection for his mother and unwavering support for Lin Yi. As Lin Yi gazed out at the setting sun, the notion of family, a realm somewhat foreign and intricate for him, seemed to grow less daunting, influenced by Song Si's words. He murmured softly. So it's settled then? As the ceremony for the unveiling of the studio approached its conclusion, Song Si proposed that they return to their hometown on a weekend once the promotional period eased. His voice, tinged with an almost imperceptible blend of tension and anticipation, resonated in the air. This time, Lin Yi did not hesitate for long. He turned to meet Song Si's gaze and replied clearly, all right. Instantly, a radiant smile spread across Song Si's face, as if he had received the most precious promise in the world. He leaned in abruptly, planting a quick peck on Lin Yi's lips before withdrawing swiftly, his ears tinged with crimson but feigning composure as he picked up his chopsticks. Let us eat. The dishes will get cold. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by this sudden act, the fleeting softness of the kiss lingering on his lips. He watched as Song Si, bowing his head and fervently digging into his meal to mask his shyness, caused the last remnants of Lin Yi's tension, born from the prospect of facing an unfamiliar environment, to dissipate quietly. This sun-like youth was gradually drawing him into a world filled with warmth and humanity, each moment a step deeper into a vibrant life. A few days later, Lin Yi's personal studio was officially inaugurated. The event attracted numerous media representatives and notable figures from the industry, with Su Xian bustling about, gracefully handling social interactions. Lin Yi, the star of the occasion, donned a tailored deep gray suit, exuding an air of confidence as he engaged with guests. He was no longer the struggling artist reliant on a company for survival. He had emerged as a new force, possessing his own domain. The ceremony was a resounding success, and media coverage was predominantly positive. Standing in his own office, Lin Yi gazed out at the bustling city below, a sense of long-forgotten control over his destiny welling up within him. His phone vibrated, an incoming message from Song Si. The event on his end had just concluded, and he sent a photograph featuring a grand brand logo in the background, dressed in exquisite attire while making a victory sign. Yet his eyes, captured in the image, conveyed a poignant longing. Was it successful? I miss you. The words were straightforward yet fervent. Lin Yi looked at the message, then back at his own office, and replied, It went well. I'll wait for your return. He set down his phone, his gaze drifting back to the window as the city lights began to twinkle, illuminating the night sky. The studio was established, and the next challenge lay in crossing the threshold into Song Si's home. In both career and romance, he was gradually advancing toward deeper realms, and he knew that regardless of what lay ahead, he would no longer be alone. As night descended and the lights began to shimmer, a new chapter was poised to unfold. Chapter 39, meeting the parents the day for dinner at the Song family home, was set for a Saturday evening. Although Lin Yi was typically composed, the arrival of this day brought an inexplicable tension, akin to a delicate spider's web quietly ensnaring his nerves. This feeling was distinct from the composure he maintained in front of camera or during crises. It was a subtle discomfort at the prospect of stepping into an entirely unfamiliar realm with unknown standards of judgment. Song Si, perceptive to Lin Yi's silence, glanced at him occasionally as they drove to the Song family residence. Feeling nervous? He asked, his voice laced with a playful cheerfulness that pierced the stillness of the car. As Lin Yi gazed out at the swiftly retreating streets, he offered no denial, merely responding with a faint, "It's fine." Song Si, freeing one hand, reached across the center console to gently cover the back of Lin Yi's hand resting on his knee, her palm warm and dry. "Don't worry. My mother is truly kind. As for my father," she hesitated, maintaining a light tone, "he doesn't say much, and with my mother present today, he wouldn't dare to show a sour face." Though her words seemed to offer comfort, they subtly hinted that Song's father might indeed be the real challenge. Lin Yi grasped Song Si's hand in return, giving it a gentle squeeze, a silent acknowledgement. He required no excessive reassurance, merely the affirmation of her presence beside him. The car departed from the clamor of the city and entered a serene villa district, ultimately stopping before a residence that seamlessly blended modern design with traditional Chinese charm. The house was unassuming, yet the nuances of its details quietly conveyed the homeowner's stature. Song Si was the first to exit the vehicle, naturally circling to the other side to open Lin Yi's door, then effortlessly taking his hand with a firm grip that brooked no refusal. "Let's go," she said, her gaze bright and resolute, as if imparting strength. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, nodded, and allowed himself to be led as they stepped into a home that symbolized the pinnacle of success for many. At the entrance, a graceful woman, bearing a resemblance to Song Si, awaited them. Dressed in an elegantly simple qipao, she wore a perfectly measured smile, her soft gaze settling upon the two of them. Or rather, more so on Lin Yi. "Mom, we're back. This is Lin Yi," Song Si announced cheerfully, pulling Lin Yi forward. "Lin Yi, this is my mother." Lin Yi inclined his body slightly, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Hello, auntie, Lin Yi. I apologize for the intrusion." "Hello, Lin Yi. I've heard so much about you from Xiao Si." Song Si's mother replied warmly, her voice imbued with an innate affability. She scrutinized Lin Yi with genuine curiosity and appraisal, yet devoid of malice. Indeed, quite the fine young man, even more so than on television. "Please, come in and sit down. Don't linger at the doorway," she added, her manner so natural that it made Lin Yi feel as though he were merely a regular friend of her son, alleviating some of his tension. The living room was spacious and bright, elegantly arranged yet invitingly warm. On the sofa sat a middle-aged man exuding an unspoken authority, Song Si's father. Dressed in casual home attire and holding a financial newspaper, he glanced up briefly at the commotion, his eyes sweeping over Lin Yi before offering a nod. A silent greeting without further words. "Dad," Song Si called out casually. "Uncle Song," Lin Yi greeted politely once more. Song Si's father acknowledged him with a grunt, returning his attention to the newspaper. Yet Lin Yi sensed an invisible pressure enveloping him from behind that seemingly focused reading. "Don't mind him. That's just how he is," Song Si's mother chuckled, smoothing over the moment as she guided them to the sofa, where a servant promptly presented hot tea. After exchanging a few pleasantries about the weather and traffic, Song Si's mother pivoted the conversation toward Lin Yi. "I hear from Xiao Si that you've recently established a personal studio." Young man quite ambitious. Indeed, at the outset of his journey, there remains a vast expanse of knowledge yet to be traversed. Lin Yi responded with humility and grace. Establishing an independent path is commendable. It affords one freedom. Song's mother nodded, her tone gentle, acknowledging the trials he had endured to reach this point, a feat not easily accomplished. Though her words appeared commonplace, they were imbued with deeper significance. Lin Yi understood that she was probing his character and assessing his disposition. Unfazed, he maintained a steady demeanor and replied, "The past serves as a valuable experience. I cherish the opportunities one currently possess and intend to forge ahead with diligence." He refrained from self-pity or ostentation, merely stating facts and affirming his stance. A flicker of approval glimmered in Song's mother's eyes, prompting her to shift the conversation toward cinema. "I watched the trailer for The Blade. It's remarkably done. Both you and Xiao Si delivered stellar performances." "Mother, you watched the trailer too?" Song Si expressed surprise, knowing her mother typically held little interest in commercial action films. "Of course, I must pay attention to the film my son stars in," she chided lightly, then turned to Lin Yi, adding with a smile, "Especially you, Lin Yi. Your glance over your shoulder was profoundly expressive." At that moment, Song's father, who had remained silent, suddenly set down his newspaper and directed his gaze at Lin Yi, his voice low and imbued with the weight of authority acquired through years of experience. The entertainment industry is akin to a vast cauldron. It is rife with temptation and conflict. It is no simple task to maintain one's footing, and to do so consistently is even more challenging. His words resonated like a thunderclap, shattering the seemingly tranquil atmosphere. Song Ci's countenance darkened instantly, and as he opened his mouth to speak, Lin Yi gently pressed his hand beneath the table. Meeting Song's father's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Yi's eyes shone with clarity and forthrightness, devoid of any evasion. Uncle Song speaks the truth. This realm is indeed complex. Yet, I firmly believe that, irrespective of one's surroundings, the foundation of one's standing lies in personal capability and character. If one's heart remains steadfast, external temptations and disputes cannot undermine one's core. He eschewed grandiloquence and did not shrink from contention, articulating his views with calmness and poise. Song's father regarded him for several seconds, his sharp eyes betraying no discernible emotion. Finally, he simply remarked, "Everyone understands the principle. Few can truly embody it." With that, he resumed reading his newspaper, dismissing them from his attention. The atmosphere momentarily thickened. In an effort to ease the tension, Song's mother quickly steered the conversation towards Lin Yi's preferences, inquiring about his culinary tastes and daily life with a warm and natural demeanor. Lin Yi responded with equanimity. As dinner commenced, the ambience at the table was notably more relaxed than in the living room. Song's mother was chatty, continually serving Lin Yi dishes and asking about his work and life's minutiae, her demeanor friendly and inviting. Song Ci also became animated, occasionally making light-hearted jests that elicited laughter from his mother. While Song's father remained reticent, he would interject briefly on occasion when a topic of interest arose, indicating that he was not entirely disengaged. His gaze would occasionally rest on Lin Yi, imbued with a subtle scrutiny. Lin Yi sensed that this dinner was more than a mere meal. It was a silent assessment. He navigated the evening with caution, neither overly enthusiastic nor coldly distant, ensuring that his demeanor remained appropriately respectful. After the dinner concluded, Lin Yi lingered for a while before graciously bidding farewell. Song's mother personally escorted them to the door, gently grasping Lin Yi's hand and saying, "In the future, do come back for dinner whenever you have the time." This sentiment could be regarded as a preliminary acknowledgement. "Certainly, Auntie, thank you for your hospitality," Lin Yi replied with a slight bow. Beside him, Song Ci could hardly contain her delight. On their way back, the atmosphere in the car noticeably lightened. "See, I told you, my mom is very easygoing," Song Ci exclaimed, her tone exuberant, brimming with pride, as if to say, "Look, my family likes you." Leaning against the back of the seat, Lin Yi gazed out at the flickering lights beyond the window, feeling the taut strings of anxiety within him slowly begin to relax. He understood that tonight was merely the first hurdle. There was evidently a long road ahead with Song's father. Yet at the very least, the initial step had been taken, and the outcome was not unfavorable. "Indeed, Annie is truly kind," Lin Yi softly responded. Song Ci turned to him, her curiosity piqued, and suddenly inquired, "What do you think of my family?" After a brief silence, as if contemplating earnestly, Lin Yi replied, "It has a homely essence." This response caught Song Ci off guard. She paused momentarily before breaking into a radiant smile, shining as brightly as the most luminous star in the night sky. She reached out her hand once more, firmly grasping Lin Yi's. "From now on, it will also be your home." Outside the car window, the neon lights rushed by, illuminating their joined hands and reflecting in Lin Yi's eyes, which were gradually softening. The essence of home. Perhaps he could begin to acclimate to and embrace such a sentiment. Chapter 40. The banquet the day after returning from the Song family's ancestral home. Lin Yi's life appeared unchanged. He remained engrossed in the initial operations of his new studio, reviewing scripts and preparing for the impending intensive promotional period of Jiren. However, subtle ripples had begun to quietly spread beneath the calm surface. Firstly, Su Xian received a noticeably increased number of calls. including several from brands and producers previously beyond their reach. Beyond expressions of admiration for Lin Yi himself, there was an unmistakable hint of consideration for the Song family's background. Su Xian was acutely aware of this and handled the situation with greater caution, applying even stricter selection criteria than before. With great stature comes great scrutiny. The scripts and endorsements coming our way vary greatly in quality, some clearly aimed at leveraging the Song family's reputation. We must tread carefully to avoid any insinuations of nepotism. Su Xian conveyed to Lin Yi over the phone, his tone a mixture of fatigue and exhilaration. Just make the decisions. Lin Yi's voice resonated through the line. Calm as ever. I am solely responsible for delivering a stellar performance. He comprehended Su Xian's apprehensions and recognized that he must counter any potential biases and skepticism with exceptional work and undeniable talent. This, in turn, ignited a fiercer determination within him. As for Song Ci, the changes were more direct. Her mother frequently sent messages, ranging from inquiries about Lin Yi's preferred tea to reminders about staying hydrated due to the recent dry weather, displaying a meticulous concern that suggested Lin Yi had been embraced as part of their family. Each time Song Ci received such messages, she would gleefully share them with Lin Yi. "Look, my mother adores you," Song Ci remarked, holding her phone and resting her chin on Lin Yi's shoulder, her tone brimming with pride. Lin Yi was engrossed in a newly presented film script, and upon hearing her words, he glanced at the screen, a hint of warmth flickering in his eyes as he softly acknowledged her with a hum. The sensation of being cherished by an elder was both unfamiliar and intriguing to him. With her phone now tucked away, Song Ci's tone turned slightly more serious as she spoke to her father. Though unspoken, it was evident that after that day, he had not voiced any further objections. Likely observing the situation, Lin Yi nodded, anticipating Song father's stance. A man who commanded a vast commercial empire would not easily endorse his son's alpha partner based on a mere dinner. Such silent scrutiny was already a promising beginning. There was no rush. Lin Yi closed the script and turned his gaze to Song Ci, knowing time would reveal all truths. His calmness and conviction served as a soothing balm for her. Song Ci leaned in and kissed the corner of his lips, exclaiming, "Exactly. I have chosen you for life. And anyone's dissent is inconsequential." The fervent affection of youth often burns brightly and unreservedly, infused with a touch of innocent obstinacy, yet possessing the courage to challenge reality itself. A few days later, an invitation to a commercial gala arrived at Lin Yi's studio, hosted by a prestigious fashion magazine. The high-end soiree was attended by luminaries, top artists, and business magnates, presenting an excellent opportunity to expand networks and elevate one's stature. Given Lin Yi's recent establishment of a studio, he would typically not meet the threshold for such an event. The invitation's significance was unmistakable. "Are you going?" Su Xian inquired, holding the gilded invitation and seeking Lin Yi's opinion. It was both an opportunity and a test. In such an environment, countless eyes would scrutinize him, assessing whether he truly deserved to stand alongside Song Ci, whether he was worthy of his sudden elevation in status. Without hesitation, Lin Yi responded, yes. He feared no challenges and had no intention of evading anything. The nature of his relationship with Song Ci would inevitably confront the scrutiny of a broader world. On the night of the gala, Lin Yi opted for a subtly luxurious deep blue velvet suit, eschewing excessive embellishments. His superior physique and composed demeanor sufficed to secure his place among the stars. Song Ci, in a classic black suit, embodied a perfect fusion of youthful vigor and aristocratic heritage. Their entrance together instantly captivated the audience, eliciting curiosity, scrutiny, envy, and perhaps even disdain. Instinctively, Song Ci reached for Lin Yi's hand, only to be gently restrained by a fleeting glance from him. In such contexts, overtly intimate gestures could easily be misinterpreted. Understanding immediately, she adjusted to walk alongside him, maintaining a natural posture and an appropriate distance. Yet the unspoken understanding and aura between them proved far more persuasive than any display of affection. They gracefully engaged with those who approached to exchange pleasantries. Lin Yi spoke with poise, neither subservient nor arrogant, deftly steering the conversation toward films and their professional domain, deftly deflecting probing questions. Meanwhile, Song Si stood beside him, occasionally interjecting, her gaze consistently lingering on Lin Yi, radiating unabashed admiration and support. Mr. Lin is indeed a promising young man. A sou gentilman, esporting a belly, approached with a glass in hand, addressing Lin Yi while his gaze subtly drifted toward Song Si. Mr. Song possesses exquisite taste. There was a hint of barely discernible levity in his tone, reducing Lin Yi to a mere collectible of Song Si. Lin Yi's eyes grew slightly frosty. Before he could respond, Song Si stepped forward, casually positioning himself half a body's length in front of Lin Yi, wearing a polite yet distant smile. Mr. Wong, you jest. I am merely fortunate to have encountered such an exceptional partner in Lin Yi. He deliberately emphasized the term partner, and though his tone was soft, the intent to defend was unmistakable. Mr. Wong, caught off guard, wore a strained smile before retreating with a sense of defeat. Only then did Song Si turn his head, whispering to Lin Yi, "Pay no mind to such individuals." Observing the top profile and lingering displeasure in Song Si's gaze, Lin Yi felt a warmth blooming within him. He gently touched the back of Song Si's hand, murmuring, "I am unbothered." He was no longer the original, vulnerable self who sought refuge behind another. Yet, Song Si's instinctive defense still bestowed upon him a cherished warmth. At that moment, a teasing voice rang out nearby. "Oh, you seem quite protective." They turned to see Song Bai, who had approached unbeknownst to them. Clad in casual attire that starkly contrasted with the surrounding formal wear, he commanded respect nonetheless. With a glass of whiskey in hand, he shifted his gaze between Song Si and Lin Yi, finally resting on Lin Yi. "Mr. Song," Lin Yi acknowledged with a nod. Song Si frowned slightly. "Brother, what brings you here?" He recalled that Song Bai loathed such social gatherings. "Just came to enjoy the spectacle," Song Bai replied, sipping his drink lazily, though his sharp gaze scanned the onlookers who were either overtly or covertly assessing the trio, emitting an unspoken warning. He leaned closer to Lin Yi, lowering his voice to a volume only the three of them could hear. "You've performed admirably. You Haven Tea brought shame to the Song family." While these words still lacked warmth, they were a far cry from the initial scrutiny and warning. Could this be considered a form of indirect approval? Lin Yi nodded slightly. "Thank you." Song Bai said no more, giving Song Si a light pat on the shoulder before seamlessly blending into the crowd, as if he were merely passing through. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Song Si exhaled in relief and couldn't help but comment to Lin Yi, "My brother is just stubborn." Lin Yi contemplated Song Bai's departure, pondering the enigmatic manner in which he offered his approval. As the cocktail party approached its conclusion, Lin Yi found himself in a relatively quiet corner of the terrace, where he encountered an investor from his previous collaboration on Jiren. The individual expressed high regard for him and subtly advised him to exercise caution, suggesting that he should be mindful of his relations with Song Si to avoid providing anyone with leverage against him. In a flourishing forest, the wind shall inevitably strike down the tall trees. Lin Yi, your momentum is commendable, but you have also attracted many watchful eyes, the investor remarked earnestly. Lin Yi sincerely expressed his gratitude, understanding that this was a well-intentioned admonition. His relationship with Song Si resembles a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, where the ripples that ensue inevitably conceal treacherous reefs that seek to pull them beneath the surface. Upon returning to Song Si's side, he immediately sensed a faint gravity in her expression. "What is it?" she inquired with genuine concern. Lin Yi shook his head, gazing at the dazzling lights of the opulent world around them before casting a glance at the pure-hearted youth beside him. In a hushed tone, he replied, "It's nothing. I merely feel that the road ahead may not always be so smooth." Following his gaze, Song Si grasped his hand firmly, this time refusing to let go. His palm was warm and strong, his gaze resolute as a rock. "What is there to fear?" Song Si's voice carried the youthful courage of unwavering determination. "If the path is uneven, I shall accompany you to level it." As the night deepened, the clamor of the banquet receded into the background. Their hands clasped tightly together, as if they held each other's worlds and summoned the courage to face any storm that the future may bring. Chapter 41. Song Si's overnight stay. The uproar of the banquet ebbed away like the tide, leaving the city in a serene midnight hush. Inside the car, Lin Yi leaned against the passenger seat, his eyes closed in repose, the flickering lights outside casting shadows across his chiseled profile. Although he had navigated the soiree with ease, it had nonetheless drained considerable mental energy to contend with the probing gazes and subtle tests. Song Si focused intently on the road, occasionally glancing at him, her eyes reflecting a lingering protectiveness and concern. She gently placed a hand over his, which rested on his knee. "Are you tired?" Her voice resonated softly within the confines of the vehicle. Lin Yi did not open his eyes, but clasped her hand in return, his fingertips lightly grazing her palm as a response. "I'm all right." This subtle gesture stirred something within Song Si, causing a smile to unconsciously grace her lips. She observed Lin Yi growing increasingly at ease in her presence, revealing small, unguarded habits that filled her with delight. "That Mr. Wang. You needn't bother with him in the future," she mentioned, recalling the man with the beer belly, her tone tinged with displeasure. Lin Yi finally opened his eyes and turned to her, a hint of amusement glimmering in his gaze. "I'm not that fragile, Song Si. I know." She tightened her grip on his hand, "but I detest the way he looks at you." The gaze that objectifies Lin Yi and regards him as an accessory ignited her alpha instincts of possession and protectiveness. Noticing the tension in her profile, Lin Yi's heart softened, and he chose to shift the conversation. "Your brother was quite rare today." Mentioning Song Bai elicited a smile from Song Si. "Yes, just like that. He never speaks sweetly, but his actions tonight were meant to support us. Just his presence alone serves as a deterrent to those with ulterior motives." Lin Yi understood. Someone of Song Bai's caliber was an enigma whose mere existence exerted a formidable influence. He noted this seemingly casual yet thoughtful protection. As the car smoothly glided into the underground parking lot of Lin Yi's apartment, Song Si hesitated while unbuckling her seatbelt, casting a lingering glance at Lin Yi, infused with unmistakable reluctance. As the hour grew late, Lin Yi cast a composed glance at him and calmly replied, "It's time to go back." Song Si bit his lip, suddenly leaning closer, his arm resting against the back of Lin Yi's chair, enclosing him within a confined space. With ardent eyes, he implored, "Can I stay tonight?" The bittersweet aroma of chocolate enveloped Lin Yi due to their proximity, leaving no reserve. He could clearly see his own reflection in Song Si's eyes, along with the unabashed yearning within them. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, yet his face remained impassive. "I only have one bedroom," he stated. "I can sleep on the sofa." Song Si immediately responded, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of desperate hope. "Or I could sleep on the floor." He paused, lowering his voice to a husky whisper, "I just don't want to go back alone." Faced with such candidness tinged with a hint of childlike appeal, Lin Yi found it difficult to articulate his refusals. He silently met Song Si's gaze, and in the air, the rich pheromones of red wine intertwined with the subtle bitterness of chocolate, as the temperature seemed to rise imperceptibly. Ultimately, Lin Yi let out a barely noticeable sigh, lifting his hand to gently brush over Song Si's brow, which was slightly furrowed in tension. "There's only one bedroom," he reiterated, though his tone lacked any refusal, instead carrying a trace of reluctant acquiescence. Song Si momentarily froze, then his eyes sparkled with immense delight. He nearly leapt up, forcing himself to suppress his rising smile. Nodding with feigned calmness, "Yes, I sleep very soundly. I promise I won't disturb you." Lin Yi found amusement in Song Si's suppressed excitement as he opened the car door, saying, "Let us go inside." This marked Song Si's first official overnight stay at Lin Yi's apartment, which, much like its owner, was tidy, minimalist, and adorned in cool tones, devoid of a lively atmosphere. Yet at this moment, the intrusion of another person infused it with a newfound vibrancy. Like a curious child, Song Si, despite his efforts to restrain his enthusiasm, couldn't help but gaze around, seemingly eager to imprint every detail of Lin Yi's life into his memory. The bathroom cabinet held fresh towels and a toothbrush. Lin Yi retrieved a change of clothes from the bedroom and handed them to Song Si. As Song Si accepted them, the soft cotton fabric seemed to carry Lin Yi's crisp scent, causing a faint flush to rise to his ears. "Thank you." After they took turns washing up, they stood at the bedroom door clad in matching pajamas of different colors, the atmosphere inexplicably thick with tension and intimacy. The master bedroom boasted a large bed, yet the two pillows placed side by side in the center silently proclaimed the closeness they were about to share, far surpassing that of a training dormitory or hotel room. Lin Yi was the first to lie down, positioning himself on the window side with his back to Song Si, stating calmly, "Turn off the light." Song Si complied, dimming the overhead light while leaving on a soft bedside lamp. He awkwardly climbed under the covers, his body rigid, even his breathing deliberately softened. Though they had shared space comfortably in the wilderness and during training, here, on this bed, symbolizing intimacy and belonging, he felt as nervous as a young novice. In the darkness, his senses were heightened infinitely. He could distinctly hear Lin Yi's steady breathing and catch the alluring scent of wine pheromones wafting from the pillow and bedding, wrapping around him like a comforting embrace. Lin Yi, Song Si couldn't help but softly call out, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness. "Are you asleep?" "No." Lin Yi's voice replied from beside him, still calm, yet upon closer listening, it carried an almost imperceptible tension. Song Si turned over to face Lin Yi's silhouette, hesitating for a moment before he could no longer resist the urge to reach out, gently placing his hand on Lin Yi's waist. Through the thin fabric of his sleepwear, he felt the warmth of Lin Yi's body and a fleeting stiffness. "I'll just touch for a moment." Song Si's voice was laced with tentative exploration and a hint of coaxing. Lin Yi remained still, neither moving nor pushing him away. After a few seconds, just as Song Si thought there would be no response and began to withdraw his hand in disappointment, Lin Yi suddenly turned to face him, their gazes locking in the dim light, breaths mingling, their pupils reflecting each other's blurred outlines. "Did I disturb you?" Song Si swallowed, his voice dry. Lin Yi looked at him, offering no answer, but instead reached out, gently pulling him closer, an unspoken invitation to draw near. Song Si's heart raced, quickly engulfed by overwhelming joy. No longer hesitating, he surrendered to that pull, burying himself in Lin Yi's embrace, his arms wrapping tightly around Lin Yi's lean waist, his cheek resting against Lin Yi's warm chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Lin Yi let out a satisfied sigh, akin to a wild beast that had finally found its home, sheathing all its claws and revealing nothing but complete reliance and gentleness. Lin Yi's chin rested softly atop Song Si's delicate head, the warm and solid sensation in his arms, the rich aroma of chocolate lingering at his nose, gradually filling and softening his heart, which was accustomed to aloofness and restraint. He tightened his embrace, holding the youth securely. "Sleep," he murmured, his voice unusually tender. That night, there were no more words exchanged. They simply held each other tightly in the darkness and tranquility. Those aspects that needed to be concealed under the spotlight, those that must be avoided in the eyes of society, were laid bare in this intimate space, without reservation. The closeness of their bodies and the mingling of their pheromones conveyed their feelings more profoundly than any vow could. The following morning, Lin Yi awoke first. His biological clock had him opening his eyes at the usual hour, and the sight that greeted him was Song Si's peaceful sleeping face. In slumber, the boy shed his usual sternness and sharpness, his brows and eyes relaxed, long eyelashes casting gentle shadows beneath them like delicate fans, his lips slightly pouted, exuding a youthful charm. His arms were possessively wrapped around Lin Yi's waist, his head nestled in the crook of Lin Yi's shoulder, sleeping soundly and serenely. Lin Yi remained still, quietly observing, a softness blooming deep within his heart. He had never imagined that one day he would allow another to so deeply invade his personal space and find such sweetness in it. Sensing the gaze upon him, Song Si's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. As the initial haze of slumber dissipated, he beheld Lin Yi, who was mere inches away. Momentarily taken aback, memories swiftly returned, and a radiant yet bashful smile blossomed upon his face. "Good morning," he said, his voice still husky from sleep, scratching at Lin Yi's heart like tiny claws. "Good morning," Lin Yi replied, his tone imbued with an unrecognized warmth. Song Si leaned in, bestowing a fresh, airy good morning kiss upon Lin Yi's lips, a fleeting touch that felt as natural as if they had performed this ritual countless times before. "I believe I prefer waking up to find you by my side," Song Si remarked, his eyes sparkling with unabashed joy as he gazed at Lin Yi. Lin Yi offered no verbal response. Instead, he reached out to tousle Song Si's slightly disheveled hair. After rising, the two prepared a simple breakfast together: fried eggs, toasted bread, and milk. Such commonplace fare transformed into a delightful feast, enriched by the company they shared. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the once lonely apartment, imbuing it with a sense of homely vitality. Upon finishing breakfast, Song Si received a call from his agent, requiring his presence for an impromptu magazine shoot. Though reluctant, he knew he must depart. "I'll come by after I'm done tonight." Song Si stood at the door, clasping Lin Yi's hand, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. "Alright." Satisfied with the response, Song Si left with a contented heart. After bidding farewell to Song Si, Lin Yi returned to his study to tend to studio documents and review scripts. His phone rang. It was Su Xian. "Lin Yi, are you awake?" The event last night was quite successful. Several high-end brands have reached out today, expressing strong interest. Su Xian's voice radiated excitement, but soon shifted to a serious tone. Furthermore, Director Chun has been inquiring again. He places great importance on that historical drama script and hopes for your prompt clarification of intent. Lin Yi picked up the script titled The Winds Rise in Longxi. It narrates the struggles of a humble strategist during tumultuous times amid a changing dynasty, filled with profound internal conflict and a significant age span that would pose a considerable test to an actor's craft. Starkly contrasting with the tough action roles he had previously undertaken, it was undoubtedly an exquisite opportunity for transformation, yet carried immense risk. Failure could jeopardize his hard-earned reputation. "I understand, Xu Yi. I will read it thoroughly and provide you with a response soon," Lin Yi replied solemnly. After ending the call, he took a deep breath and opened The Winds Rise in Longxi. He realized that an important crossroads lay ahead, one that not only pertained to the direction of his career, but perhaps also to the complex public scrutiny he and Song Si would face together in the future. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, within a private club, Song Bai perused the information sent by his subordinates, his brow furrowed in concern. The data revealed that Wang, the executive previously colluding with Vice President Zhao to tarnish Lin Yi's reputation, had recently been in frequent contact with several remaining high-ranking officials from Xingyao Weekly, seemingly concocting something sinister. Truly relentless, Song Bai scoffed, tossing his phone onto the table, his gaze sharp as a blade. He grasped his car keys and rose to step outside. It seemed that some individuals would not comprehend the essence of moderation without being imparted a profound lesson. He had promised not to intervene directly, yet he had not pledged to remain a passive observer while these pests incessantly revolved around his brother and the rather agreeable Lin Yi. A new tempest was silently brewing in the shadows. Meanwhile, the two who had just affirmed their feelings for one another remained blissfully enveloped in the warmth of shared morning light, blissfully unaware of the impending challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 42. Lin Yi's confusion after Song Si departed. Tranquility returned to the apartment, the silence even more pronounced than before. The air still bore a trace of the subtly bitter scent of chocolate, mingling with Lin Yi's own essence of red wine, creating a soothing aftertaste. Standing in the center of the living room, Lin Yi momentarily lost his focus, his fingertips seemingly lingering with the sensation of an embrace and the fervent warmth of youth. He shook his head, attempting to dispel these distracting thoughts that threatened his work efficiency, before turning to enter his study. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting alternating bands of light and shadow across the dark wooden desk. The script of The Wind Rises in Longxi lay quietly there, its unadorned cover weighty with significance. Lin Yi took a seat, inhaled deeply, and opened the script. This time, he approached it not merely as a potential job opportunity, but aimed to genuinely immerse himself in the tumultuous era and delve into the psyche of Gu Huaijin, the impoverished strategist. Within the text lay ambitions for family and nation, the chilling calculations of power, the helplessness of being ensnared, and the tragic clash of ideals against the harshness of reality. The character of Gu Huaijin lacked the robust prowess and outward brilliance of the Grey Falcon. All his strength remained contained within, relying instead on intellect, cunning, and a quiet resilience, a steadfastness that traversed the quagmire without becoming soiled. For Lin Yi, accustomed to resolving issues through sheer strength and assertive action, this represented an entirely uncharted territory. In his previous life, he was a security expert, and in this life, he had turned the tides with his formidable physicality and wilderness skills. Whether as the Grey Falcon or in his public persona, he bore the hallmark of a hardened individual. In contrast, Gu Huaijin embodied gentleness, concealment, and the necessity of conveying the tumult of his inner world through subtle expressions, intricate gazes, and tension-filled dialogue. Lin Yi's brow furrowed involuntarily as he endeavored to envision Gu Huaijin's reactions to accusations in the court, to construct his state of inner turmoil during solitary nights. An unprecedented sense of stagnation surged within him. This was far more challenging than confronting beasts in the rainforest or balancing on a beam against Song Si's challenges. It was a pressure stemming from the unknown and his own shortcomings. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, pressing his fingers firmly against his temples. Accepting this role would mean shedding the hard-won facade of the tough guy, exposing the potential imperfections and vulnerabilities inherent to the actor Lin Yi before the scrutinizing gaze of the camera and audience. The risks were immense. Should failure occur, all previous efforts may be rendered futile, potentially jeopardizing the nascent studio and the young man who staunchly stands by his side, brimming with pride. Are you reviewing the script? A familiar, somber voice resonated from the doorway of the study. Lin Yi opened his eyes to find Song Si, having returned unbeknownst to him, leaning against the doorframe. Visibly rushed, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, yet his gaze remained clear, tinged with a subtle concern. Yes, Lin Yi replied, closing the script in an attempt to mask the gravity etched upon his brow. Has filming concluded? We wrapped early. Song Si entered, seamlessly approaching his side. His eyes landing on the cover of The Wind Rises in Longxi. Director Chen's play? I've heard the script is excellent. It is indeed, Lin Yi affirmed without reservation, though the role presents significant challenges. Song Si, perceptibly attuned to the unusual hesitation in his tone, leaned down, his hands resting on the edge of the desk, encircling Lin Yi between the chair and his own form, his gaze penetrating as he observed Lin Yi's eyes. What troubles you? Do you dislike it? The proximity was disconcerting. Lin Yi could distinctly see his own reflection in Song Si's eyes, along with the unabashed focus therein. He slightly averted his gaze, evading that intense scrutiny, and responded calmly, It's not that I dislike it. Rather, I lack confidence. The weight of this admission from Lin Yi was rare. He had always exuded calmness and confidence, as if everything were within his grasp. This moment of honesty tugged at Song Si's heartstrings. After a brief silence, Song Si unexpectedly reached for the script, casually flipping through a few pages. His eyes scanned the dense lines of dialogue and scene descriptions before he closed it and turned back to Lin Yi. I recall, Song Si began, his voice softened and laden with an instructive undertone. The first time I encountered you in Conquering the Wilderness, everyone believed you were incapable of even pitching a tent. Lin Yi raised his gaze, perplexed by the sudden recollection. At that time, did you feel assured about surviving the wild? Song Si inquired, his eyes sharp, as if seeking to penetrate Lin Yi's composed facade. Lin Yi hesitated briefly. Assurance. He had just traversed into this new realm, inheriting a body on the brink of collapse and a career mired in chaos, confronting an entirely alien entertainment industry and the harshness of the wilderness. He had relied on instincts deeply ingrained from his past life and an unwavering will to survive, rather than any sense of assurance. No, he replied candidly. At the training base, when I first picked up a prop gun and couldn't even locate the safety, you guided me in proper stance and imparted shooting techniques. Song Si continued, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. Did you believe I could succeed then? Lin Yi reflected on the young man before him. now perfectly synchronized with him in front of the camera, each movement precise and fluid, recalling the initial spark of defiance and confusion in his eyes. Not initially, Lin Yi admitted once more. I was simply driven by a sense of responsibility and the basic expectations of teamwork. Yet Song Si smiled, a blend of pride and earnestness illuminating his features. You see, you taught me in the very pursuit where I felt most uncertain. Now, it is merely a shift in roles. He set aside the script, cradled Lin Yi's face in his hands, compelling him to meet his gaze. His tone imbued with unprecedented gravity. Lin Yi, look at me. Tell me, who in this industry can transform from a universally reviled figure into a robust spokesperson in just a few months? Who, while assuming the lead role in their debut film, could earn unreserved praise from someone as exacting as Director Lee? His fingertips were warm, imbued with an undeniable strength. The success of Grey Falcon was not mere fortune. It was your prowess. You are capable of excelling in action scenes and embodying the archetype of a tough guy. Why should you doubt your ability to portray a character with intricate inner conflicts? Song Si's voice resonated deeply, each word striking at Lin Yi's heart. Does Gu Huaiqin's restraint and cunning truly demand a higher standard than your experiences shaped by personal interests? Lin Yi's pupils constricted. Indeed, was Gu Huaiqin's endurance and strategizing more challenging than his past life, where he walked on the edge of a blade, perpetually concealing his true emotions and intentions in security tasks? It was merely a change in expression, requiring him to interpret it through the lens of an actor. He had grown accustomed to relying on tangible strengths, survival skills, and calm judgment. Yet, the essence of an actor's prowess lies in empathy, understanding, and the ability to mold characters. He was not devoid of these qualities. He had simply succumbed to self-doubt in an unfamiliar realm. Lin Yi parted his lips, only to find his throat parched. Song Si's gaze was fervent and resolute, as if possessing a certain enchantment that dissipated much of the uncertainty clouding his heart. Do not fear. Song Si lowered his head, gently resting his forehead against Lin Yi's, their breaths mingling. His voice soft as a whisper, yet laden with a weighty promise. Pursue whatever you desire. If you falter, I shall bear the burden alongside you. But I believe you will excel, surpassing anyone else. This was not blind flattery, but rather a profound understanding of Lin Yi's intrinsic nature and unwavering trust. Lin Yi gazed into those eyes, which vividly mirrored his hesitation, his struggle, and the flicker of hope gradually reigniting within him. The wall erected within him, fortified by the unknown and risk, began to tremble and crumble under the earnest and candid onslaught of youth. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them again, the confusion had receded, replaced by the clarity and composure he was accustomed to. I understand, he murmured, placing his hand over Song Si's that cradled his cheek, gently grasping it. Thank you. Thank you for your trust, for your reminder, for your presence. Seeing Lin Yi's eyes regain their determination, Song Si felt a wave of relief wash over him. Unable to contain himself, he leaned in and pecked Lin Yi's now rosy lips before quickly retreating, his ears flushing red, though he feigned nonchalance as he straightened. Well then, Teacher Lin, what are the next instructions? He asked, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he reverted to a slightly mischievous demeanor. Do you need lines? Although I hail from an idle background and may not possess your level of grit in acting, assisting in a scene is certainly within my capabilities. As he observed Song Si's deliberately whimsical antics, a faint smile flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. He picked up the script from the table and handed it to Song Si, gesturing toward the scene depicting the poignant rift between Gu Huaiqin and his closest friend. Let us commence with this scene. Lin Yi's voice regained its usual calmness, imbued with a subtle warmth that was hardly perceptible. You shall portray the spirited friend who ultimately chooses a different path. Song Si accepted the script, swiftly perusing the lines, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. All right. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the two figures standing in the study. One, composed and introspective, had rediscovered his direction. The other, fervent and exuberant, willingly offered himself as the most steadfast support. The text on the page transformed from cold symbols into the essence of a soul poised to come alive. Meanwhile, in the unseen corners of their world, whispers concerning the casting of wind rises in Longxi and certain hidden gazes were quietly converging. Chapter 43. Making dumplings. The impromptu exchange between Song Si and Lin Yi, tinged with a hint of clumsiness, shone like a beam of light, unexpectedly illuminating Lin Yi's heart, which had been shrouded in self-doubt. It was not the brilliance of Song Si's performance that struck him, but rather the unrefined sincerity and wholeheartedness of youth that liberated him from overthinking the craft of acting, allowing him to return to the fundamental essence of understanding the character. He comprehended Gu Huai Jin's struggle, the oscillation between ideals and reality, the anguish between steadfastness and compromise, mirrored his own experiences in a past life, navigating the gray areas of rules and boundaries, albeit expressed differently, with newfound clarity. The subsequent steps unfolded naturally. He returned Su Xian's call, clearly expressing his willingness to engage with the Wind Rises and Longxi project and his desire for a face-to-face discussion with Director Chen. Su Xian's voice on the other end exuded a palpable relief and excitement as he promptly set to work on arrangements. Just as he hung up, Song Si's phone rang. It was his mother. Upon answering, Song Si spoke affectionately for a few moments before covering the mouthpiece and looking at Lin Yi with bright eyes. My mom asked if we're having dumplings this weekend. What filling would you like? The naturalness with which she integrated him into the family's plans momentarily left Lin Yi taken aback. Such trivial yet heartfelt inquiries stirred a sense of unfamiliar vulnerability within him, more so than any camera or crisis he had faced. Yet deep within, a warm current began to flow. After a brief pause, and under Song Si's expectant gaze, he regained his voice. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Song Si immediately relayed to the other end of the line, Mom. He said anything is good. Just decide what to make. Yes, I understand. We will return on time. After hanging up, Song Si leaned closer to Lin Yi, grinning as he took credit. See, my mom thinks of you often. I must tell you, her mackerel dumplings are exceptional. You simply cannot find this flavor elsewhere. Lin Yi gazed at his smiling face, and the words lingered softly in his ear. He reached out, gently brushing aside a rebellious strand of hair from Song Si's forehead, an action so natural that even he was slightly surprised. Looking forward to it, he murmured softly. The rare initiative displayed by Song Si took him momentarily aback. His ears flushed crimson at a visible pace, and his gaze flickered momentarily before he abruptly embraced him, burying his heated cheeks in the crook of his neck. Stifling laughter akin to a child who has surreptitiously indulged in sweets, Lin Yi allowed him to hold on, gently patting his back, the corners of his lips curving imperceptibly into a faint arc. The weekend arrived in a flash, and upon re-entering the Song family's ancestral home, the atmosphere was markedly transformed from his initial visit. The invisible scrutiny and tension had dissipated, replaced by a sense of casual familiarity and warmth. Song's mother personally opened the door, adorned in apron with traces of flour on her hands, her smile gentle. You've come? Do come in. Xiao Si's father is in the study and will be down shortly. Xiao Si, take your brother Lin Yi to wash his hands. Come help me make dumplings. The term brother Lin Yi caused Lin Yi to pause imperceptibly, while Song Si, unable to contain himself, erupted into giggles. A glance from Lin Yi prompted him to suppress his laughter, though the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. Come on, brother Lin. I'll take you to wash your hands. Song Si emphasized the 4 words deliberately, tugging Lin Yi towards the restroom. Lin Yi felt somewhat helpless, but did not resist. He sensed that Song's mother genuinely wished to bridge the gap, and he wholeheartedly accepted her goodwill. Upon exiting the washroom, Song's mother had prepared the dough and filling. On the expansive countertop lay a mixture of fatty and lean pork with cabbage on one side, and a delicate, milky white filling of mackerel on the other, exuding a unique fragrance. Can you make dumplings, Lin Yi? She inquired, rolling out the dumpling skins with practiced ease. Lin Yi observed the plump filling and the smooth dough, responding honestly, not really. In both this life and the previous, he possessed many skills, yet culinary arts, particularly those requiring patience, such as this, remained an area of ignorance. That is all right. Let Xiao Si teach you. He learned from me when he was young and was quite adept at it, Song's mother said with pride for her son. Immediately, Song Si straightened his posture, picked up a dumpling skin, scooped up some filling, and demonstrated with slightly clumsy yet standard steps. Watch closely, teacher Lin. First like this, pinch the center, then fold the sides. Lin Yi stood beside him, mimicking his actions, grasping a dumpling skin. His fingers, long and strong, adept at wielding a gun, setting traps, and constructing shelters in the rainforest, appeared somewhat awkward when faced with the soft dough and slippery filling. He either overstuffed the dumpling or twisted it into a lopsided shape, resembling an undernourished little rodent. As Song Si beheld the dismal results of his handiwork, he stifled laughter, his shoulders shaking. Lin Yi cast him a faint glance. Song Si immediately composed himself, clearing his throat, leaning in closer, almost enveloping him from behind, placing his hand over Lin Yi's. Slow down. Don't put too much filling. Use your fingers like this to create the folds. His chest pressed against Lin Yi's back, the warmth of his breath brushing against Lin Yi's ear, the hushed, patient guidance resonated intimately close. The bittersweet scent of chocolate essence became discernible as they drew closer, intertwining with the fragrant aroma of flour and the fresh essence of mackerel, creating a comforting ambience. Lin Yi's body stiffened momentarily, but soon he relaxed under Song Si's steady and gentle guidance. He focused intently on his hands, feeling the softness of the skin beneath his fingertips and the warmth of Song Si's palm. This time, though still not aesthetically pleasing, he had at least crafted a complete dumpling that would not spill its filling. Look, we succeeded, Song Si whispered with a low chuckle in his ear, her tone laced with unabashed pride, as if she had accomplished something truly remarkable. Lin Yi gazed at the dumpling resting on the cutting board, albeit unattractive. It was undeniably a product of his own hands, stirring a subtle ripple of emotion within him. This feeling was akin to the exhilaration he experienced when he first successfully ignited a campfire in the rainforest or flawlessly executed a complex stunt. He replied softly. Song's mother observed the two young figures leaning together, one teaching patiently, the other learning earnestly, her eyes softening with a smile of contentment. Just then, Song's father emerged from the study, pausing momentarily at the site before the cooking station. He said nothing, merely seated himself on the living room sofa, picking up a newspaper, though his gaze occasionally drifted towards them. Having tasted success for the first time, Lin Yi seemed to have discovered the secret, although his pace remained slow. The subsequent dumplings began to take shape. Song Si no longer guided him hand in hand, but stayed beside him, swiftly crafting her own dumplings, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Yi's focused profile, feeling a sense of fulfillment that surpassed any award she had ever received. As the dumplings were boiled and steaming hot, they were served at the table. The atmosphere during the meal was even more harmonious than before. Song's mother persistently served Lin Yi dumplings, especially those he had crafted himself, praising, "To achieve such results on your first attempt is remarkable, far better than what Xiao Si managed at the outset." Under the table, Song Si playfully kicked Lin Yi, her eyes conveying a message of her mother's favoritism. Lin Yi lowered his head to savor the dumplings, the mackerel filling indeed exquisite, tender, and juicy. He enjoyed the dumpling that bore the most awkward shape, unmistakably his own creation, and felt that its flavor was particularly exceptional. During the meal, Song's father unexpectedly inquired about Lin Yi's studio and upcoming work plans. Though his tone remained neutral, it lacked the previous condescension, resembling a genuine concern instead. Lin Yi responded to each question with a steady tone, neither exaggerating nor being overly humble. After listening, Song's father nodded, refraining from further comment. Yet the invisible barrier between them seemed to have thawed somewhat. After finishing their meal, they lingered for a while longer before Lin Yi and Song Si rose to take their leave. Song's mother accompanied them to the door, pressing a thermal container into Lin Yi's hands. "Inside are some boiled dumplings. Take them home and store them in the refrigerator. You can cook them whenever you wish. It's quite convenient." Lin Yi looked at the warm container in his hands, feeling a swell of emotion as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. In the car on their way back, Song Si was in high spirits, humming a tuneless song. "Did you enjoy today? Lin Yi sudendi inwirit. gazing out at the flowing night beyond the window. As Song Si turned his head, his eyes sparkled in the darkness. Of course I'm happy. Didn't you notice? My dad didn't wear a frown today. And my mom, well, she treats you like her own son. He paused, lowering his voice slightly, infused with an almost imperceptible seriousness. Lin Yi, this will be your home from now on. You can return whenever you wish. Home. Lin, he tightened his grip on the thermos, still warm in his hands. He said nothing, merely extended his hand to gently cover Song Si's hand resting on the steering wheel. Some promises need not be articulated. The car glided smoothly through the night, the city's neon lights resembling fallen stars. Lin Yi understood that he was gradually being drawn into a world he once believed had no connection to him, a world brimming with trivial warmth, familial banter, and unreserved affection. This feeling was not unwelcome. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Songbai scrutinized the latest report delivered by his subordinates, his expression icy. The report revealed that Mr. Wang not only remained unyielding, but seemed to have forged new connections, with his sights still set on Lin Yi, employing even more covert and unscrupulous tactics. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Songbai discarded the report into a shredder, donned his coat, his face betraying little emotion. Yet a storm brewed within his eyes. Beneath the warmth of daily life, hidden currents surged with increasing intensity, unbeknownst to the two currently basking in the afterglow of familial warmth. Chapter 44. A new audition. The dumplings in the thermos ultimately could not be preserved. The next morning, Lin Yi awoke to find that Song Si had risen at some point, awkwardly boiling water in the kitchen while wearing an apron. The opened thermos lay on the counter. Empty. You're awake? Song Si turned at the sound, a hint of embarrassment on his face. I was a bit hungry, so I started cooking breakfast. He paused, adding, It tastes really good. Lin Yi observed the bubbling water in the pot, and the few dumplings in the adjacent bowl that were slightly ruptured due to inadequate cooking, but still valiantly maintained their shape. The subtle displeasure stemming from the early unwrapping of his gift dissipated in an instant. He approached, took the spoon from Song Si's hand, and expertly stirred the water in the pot to prevent the dumplings from sticking to the bottom. Next time, add the dumplings once the water is boiling, and a pinch of salt will enhance the texture, he calmly advised. Standing beside him, Song Si watched Lin Yi's focused profile and fluid movements, a sensation akin to feathers tickling his heart, leaving him feeling both giddy and fulfilled. Oh, okay, I'll remember that, Teacher Lin, he replied with a smile, his tone laced with an endearing playfulness. Breakfast concluded in a serene yet warm atmosphere. Song Si rushed to wash the dishes, only to be hurried off by a call from his manager for an early morning engagement. Before leaving, he embraced Lin Yi and planted a fervent kiss on his lips, reluctantly stepping out the door. The apartment fell silent once more as Lin Yi tidied the kitchen before returning to his study. The sunlight poured in just right as he opened the script for The Wind Rises in Longxi, his mindset transformed. Those once cumbersome words now appeared infused with vitality. He picked up his pen and began to inscribe his understanding and annotations of the character on the blank page, occasionally pausing to emulate the demeanor and tone that Gu Huaiqin should display in certain scenarios. Time flew by as he concentrated intently. In the afternoon, Su Xian called, his tone imbued with excitement yet tinged with seriousness. Lin Yi, I've arranged to meet Director Chen tomorrow at 3 in his studio. They are placing significant importance on this meeting, and I've heard that besides Director Chen himself, the producer and screenwriter may also be present. Su Xian hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice. I've received word that the competition for this role is fierce, with several seasoned actors in the running, including Wang Qian. Wang Qian, a trained actor who debuted as a child star, has consistently garnered acclaim for his acting skills, particularly in dramatic roles. He is recognized in the industry as a formidable young actor. If he is the opponent, the challenge is indeed substantial. Understood, Lin Yi replied, maintaining his composure. Please send me Wang Qian's recent works. I'm already compiling them and will send them to your email shortly. Su Xian was impressively efficient. Moreover, Director Chen is rather unique. He does not prioritize popularity or past works, but places greater emphasis on the actor's understanding of the character and their chemistry. Tomorrow's meeting will focus on the performance. We'll leave the rest to the professionals. Got it. After hanging up, Lin Yi opened his email and began to watch the clips of Wang Qian's performances that Su Xian had sent. To be fair, Wang Qian's performance was nuanced and layered, with a solid grasp of dialogue, making him a formidable rival. However, as Lin Yi gazed at the screen, where Wang Qian's overly refined and somewhat formulaic melancholic face appeared, he felt an inexplicable absence of trepidation. Wang Qian's performance was technical, a display of skill. Yet, Gu Huaiqin required something deeper, an immersion of the soul into that era, breathing in tandem with the character. Lin Yi possessed experiences that Wang Qian lacked. The visceral struggle for survival in dire circumstances, the steadfastness in the face of darkness, perhaps those were precisely the qualities Director Chen sought. He turned off the video and picked up the script once more, his focus sharpening. When Song Ci returned that evening, he was weary, yet his gaze remained bright. Upon seeing the open script on the desk, Lin Yi's dense annotations, and the pause video of Wang Qian's performance nearby, he immediately understood. Have you encountered a rival? Song Ci leaned closer, resting his chin on Lin Yi's shoulder, his voice husky from a long day's work. Yes, Wang Qian. Lin Yi did not conceal the truth. Song Ci fell silent for a moment. He had heard of Wang Qian and knew he was a tough contender. He reached for the script. Flipping to the page Lin Yi had been annotating. It depicted a scene where Gu Huaiqin, upon learning of his close friend's betrayal, drinks alone in the courtyard on a snowy night. It contained only a few lines, yet was suffused with boundless sorrow and solitude. Song Ci furrowed his brow slightly. This scene is challenging to portray. Indeed, the emotions must be contained. If they explode, it becomes trite, and if they are suppressed too much, they vanish. Lin Yi's gaze remained profound as he contemplated the words on the page. Song Ci set down the script, turned to face Lin Yi, and cradled his face in his hands, compelling him to meet his earnest gaze. Look at me, Lin Yi. Lin Yi raised his eyes to meet that serious stare. Forget about Wang Qian, forget about the competition, even forget that you're vying for a role. Song Ci articulated each word deliberately. You are Gu Huaiqin now. I am the one who betrayed you, the friend you once trusted the most. Now, as you gaze upon me, what thoughts occupy your mind? The study is enveloped in silence, save for the sound of our breath. Outside, the night spills in, cloaking us in a dim light. Lin Yi gazes into Song Ci's eyes, where concern, encouragement, and an unwavering trust reside. He slowly closes his eyes, and upon reopening them, the emotions within have shifted. There lies a profound, repressed anguish, a bewilderment following the collapse of faith, and a lingering nostalgia for past camaraderie. He remains silent, merely watching Song Ci, as if attempting to see through him, to that snowy night, to the resolute figure that departed. In the air, the rich aroma of red wine seems to grow heavier, sharp, imbued with a silent sorrow. Song Ci's heart is jolted by that gaze, nearly rendering him breathless. Instinctively, he yearns to embrace Lin Yi, to assure him it was merely an act, but the remnants of reason hold him back. He understands that Lin Yi has already immersed himself in the moment. After a lengthy pause, Lin Yi subtly exhales, the emotions in his eyes ebbing like the tide, returning to his usual calm, though a trace of Gu Huaiqin's fatigue lingers on his brow. How are you? Song Ci's voice is slightly strained. Lin Yi shakes his head, then nods. I feel something. Only then does Song Ci exhale in relief, pulling him into a tight embrace, with a force that seems to affirm his existence. You startled me just now. He buries his face in Lin Yi's neck, speaking softly. It's wonderful, truly wonderful. Lin Yi, though slightly pained by the embrace, does not push him away, merely raising a hand to gently pat his back. You guided well. Song Ci lifts his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Tomorrow, we'll meet Director Chen and perform just like this for him. No, don't perform. Just let him see that you are Gu Huaiqin. Witnessing Song Ci's confidence surpassing his own dissipates the last remnants of Lin Yi's uncertainty. He lowers his head and initiates a kiss on Song Ci's forehead. All right. This rare display of initiative leaves Song Ci momentarily speechless, soon followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. He tightens his embrace, deepening the kiss until both are breathless. Lin Yi, Song Ci leans his forehead against his voice husky. When you return from the audition, regardless of the outcome, let us celebrate, just the two of us. The implication in his words warms Lin Yi's ears, but he does not shy away, simply responding with a soft The following afternoon, Lin Yi arrives punctually at Director Chen's studio on the outskirts of the city, accompanied by Su-Xian. The environment is serene, resembling an elegant academy. Director Chen is more affable than anticipated, dressed in traditional attire, his hair graying, yet his gaze is sharp and clear, as if capable of discerning the depths of one's soul. The producer and screenwriter are indeed present. After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation shifts directly to the script of The Wind Rises in Longxi and the character of Gu Huaijin. Director Chen's inquiries are imaginative, ranging from interpretations of historical details to discussions on the motivations behind specific lines, even delving into Lin Yi's perspective on solitude. Lin Yi abandoned all premeditated routines, expressing his views candidly based solely on his recent understanding and insights, intertwined with certain realizations from his past lives. He refrained from ostentation. His words were succinct yet impactful, imbued with a quiet strength. Director Chen mostly listened, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement, neither confirming nor denying. When the discussion turned to the scene of solitary drinking on a snowy night, Director Chen abruptly set down his teacup and gazed at Lin Yi. If I asked you to improvise a moment, without lines, to embody Gu Huaijin's state at that moment, would you dare? Su-Xian, sitting nearby, instantly tensed. However, Lin Yi met Director Chen's gaze with calm assurance. I can. He rose and approached the window. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the panes, casting dappled shadows upon him. Slightly turning to the side, it seemed as though the bright courtyard outside had transformed into a swirling blizzard. He made no exaggerated gestures, merely tilting his head back, closing his eyes. And when he opened them again, his entire aura had shifted. It was an exquisite stillness, as if he had become detached from the surrounding world. His gaze fell vacantly into the distance, filled with an unspeakable sorrow and an almost cruel clarity. His fingers instinctively curled, as if grasping an imaginary wine glass. The sunlight illuminated his face, yet could not penetrate the depths of his eyes, which seemed submerged in an endless cold night. There were no words, no tears, and hardly any change in expression, yet the intense, suffocating solitude and pain emanating from the depths of his soul silently enveloped the entire room. Su-Xian held his breath. The screenwriter instinctively sat up straighter. The producer's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Director Chen observed quietly, his fingers gently tapping on his knee. After a long while, he exhaled slowly, a genuine smile of satisfaction finally gracing his face. Well done, he broke the suffocating silence. Lin Yi instantly withdrew from that state, his gaze regaining clarity. He nodded slightly and returned to his seat, maintaining a composed demeanor, as if the person who had just been immersed in profound sorrow was not him. Director Chen regarded him with admiration. Lin Yi, is it? I haven't encountered a young person who understands Gu Huaijin as deeply as you do in a long time. It's not a performed grandeur. It's a desolation that emanates from the very bones. Excellent, truly excellent. The ensuing conversation was noticeably lighter. As they departed, Director Chen personally escorted them to the door, giving Lin Yi's shoulder a reassuring pat. Wait for the news. It will come soon. Once back in the car, Su-Xian finally relaxed, excitedly slapping the steering wheel. We're in. Lin Yi, that was incredible. The look on Director Chen's face. This is likely to go well. Lin Yi leaned back in his seat, watching the swiftly retreating scenery outside, his heart serene. He had given his all. The rest was left to time and fate. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Song Ci, containing only a simple question mark. Lin Yi replied, It's over. I feel good about it. Almost immediately after sending the message, Song Ci's call came through, her voice urgent and expectant. How did it go? What did Director Chen say? Did he put you in a difficult position? Listening to the rapid-fire questions from the other end of the phone, Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. He paused for a moment, his voice carrying a hint of an unrecognized ease. I am well. Chapter 45. Celebration Director Chen's prompt assurance was far from mere politeness. Just 3 days after the audition, Su Xian burst into Lin Yi's apartment, his face alight with uncontainable joy. It's settled. Lin Yi, you've been cast as Gu Huaiqin in The Wind Rises in Longxi, personally selected by Director Chen. Su Xian's voice, tinged with excitement, slightly wavered as he slammed a slender yet weighty intention contract onto the table. Despite having had an inkling, the reality of the news tightened Lin Yi's grip on his water cup ever so slightly. An indescribable emotion surged within him, not sheer elation, but rather a profound sense of grounding, as if the dust had finally settled, accompanied by a sense of relief at being acknowledged. He set down the cup and picked up the contract, his gaze sweeping over the name Gu Huaiqin, his fingertips lingering gently upon it. Have the terms been agreed upon? His voice remained steady, betraying no overt fluctuations. Yes, the remuneration is within expectations. The key factors are the positioning and the voice in the production. Director Chen has shown considerable respect. Su Xian rubbed his hands together in excitement. This is Director Chen's project, a major male lead in a serious drama. Lin Yi, your path has truly opened up this time. This signified that he was no longer merely a trending actor propelled by a tough guy image and sensationalism, but rather a genuine talent recognized by a premier production team. This milestone was far more pivotal than any previous resurgence he had experienced. Thank you for your hard work. Xu Yi. Lin Yi set down the contract, expressing his sincere gratitude, fully aware of the effort Su Xian had invested behind the scenes. Hard work? This is the pinnacle moment of my career as a manager. Su Xian laughed heartily, then quickly adopted a serious tone. However, things are about to get busier. The promotion for Ji Run is entering its final sprint, and The Wind Rises in Longxi is expected to commence filming in 3 months. There will be various preliminary preparations, script readings, etiquette training, and your physical training cannot be neglected either. Although Gu Huaiqin is rich in literary scenes, maintaining the lean physique and spirit of a scholar in troubled times is essential. Lin Yi nodded, I understand. After bidding farewell to the exuberant Su Xian, the apartment returned to its tranquil state. Lin Yi approached the window, gazing down at the bustling city below, the sunlight somewhat blinding. He had succeeded in a manner he had never anticipated, not through brute strength or wilderness skills, but by embracing the core of an actor he had once lacked confidence in. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was Song Ci. He answered, and before he could speak, her voice, imbued with laughter and certainty, resonated from the other end. Did you get it? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, slightly. Did Suga tell you? Why would I need him to? I guessed it. Last night, seeing you sleep so soundly, I knew you must have felt a weight lifted from your heart. So, how about it, Teacher Lin? Isn't it time to fulfill your promise and celebrate? Lin Yi recalled that night when Song Ci had whispered about celebrating, his ears warming slightly, though his tone remained even. How do you wish to celebrate? It's a secret. Song Ci teased. Wait for me to come back tonight to pick you up. Tres comfortably, no sweets. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi gazed at his device, shaking his head, yet a flicker of unrecognized anticipation glimmered in his eyes. In the evening, Song Ci arrived punctually, donned in casual attire, a hooded sweatshirt and cargo pants, resembling a spirited college student. He drove Lin Yi, but instead of heading to a sophisticated restaurant in the city center, he took a winding route to a relatively old neighborhood in the north of the city. What could be the purpose of this detour? Lin Yi pondered while observing the somewhat weathered streets and bustling crowd outside the window, feeling a twinge of confusion. Let me introduce you to the flavors of the world, Song Ci said, parking the car with a smile as he unbuckled Lin Yi's seatbelt, naturally taking his hand. There's a noodle shop I frequented in my childhood. The taste is extraordinary. I assure you, it's unlike anything you've ever had. His palm was warm and dry, with a firm grip. Lin Yi looked at their intertwined hands and then around at the lively surroundings, choosing not to pull away as they navigated through the throngs of people. The noodle shop was modest, even somewhat shabby, yet impeccably clean. At this hour, it was bustling with patrons, the cacophony of voices, the slurping of noodles, and the proprietor's calls intertwining to create a vibrant atmosphere. clearly irregular. Song Si greeted the owner and expertly led Lin Yi to a corner table against the wall. 2 bowls of beef noodles, one with extra cilantro, one without. He instructed the busy proprietress, then turned to Lin Yi. Their chili oil is homemade and particularly fragrant. Would you like to try some? Lin Yi glanced at the sparse menu and the slightly yellowed posters on the walls, nodding in agreement. Sure. The noodles were served promptly in large bowls. The broth a clear golden hue, adorned with generous slices of beef and bright green cilantro, steaming and aromatic. Song Si's bowl indeed featured a glistening layer of red chili oil. Go on, take a bite, he urged, his eyes sparkling as he transferred several pieces of beef from his bowl to Lin Yi's, then eagerly lifted a forkful of noodles, blowing gently on them before savoring the first bite, his eyes squinting in satisfaction. Lin Yi mimicked his actions, lifting the noodles to his lips. The flavor was undeniably delightful. The noodles were al dente, the broth rich and flavorful, and the beef tender and infused with taste. The spoonful of chili oil added a fragrant warmth, offering a comfort distinct from that of upscale dining, a hearty and inviting deliciousness. He quietly indulged in his meal, listening to Song Si animatedly recounting tales of sneaking in to eat noodles as a child, how the spice had brought tears to his eyes, yet he refused to relent, and how he befriended the owner's son. The warm orange glow enveloped the small eatery, the steam from the food clouding their vision, surrounded by the unfamiliar yet vibrant din. Lin Yi observed Song Si across the table, his youthful, handsome profile softened under the light, his typically sharp gaze now filled with simple joy and the delight of sharing. In this moment, there were no cameras, no fans, no familial pressures, and no career disputes, just a steaming bowl of noodles and a boy who wholeheartedly shared his past, drawing him into the comforting embrace of ordinary life. Somewhere deep within, a hardened corner of his heart felt as though it had been smoothed out completely by this bowl of noodles and this night. Is it delicious? As Song Si concluded a stanza, he lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yi's, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It's delicious, Lin Yi nodded, his tone unusually gentle. Song Si's laughter erupted, a radiance more dazzling than the chili oil in the bowl. After finishing their noodles, the two meandered along the aged streets, savoring the evening breeze that carried the warmth unique to early summer nights, mingled with the enticing aromas from street food vendors. Actually, Song Si suddenly spoke, his voice a whisper against the night. I prefer places like this over Michelin star restaurants. They feel more authentic and liberating. Lin Yi turned to him, having always perceived Song Si as someone living in the clouds, born into privilege and adored by many. Yet, he was surprised to discover that the simplicity he longed for was grounded in such everyday experiences. Lin Yi replied, acknowledging this understanding. Was he not similar? The gunfire of his past life and the tumultuous entertainment industry of this life paled in comparison to the tranquility of holding someone's hand while strolling down an ordinary street. They paused at a vendor selling candied chestnuts, where Song Si bought a steaming bag, the chestnuts still hot to the touch. He deftly peeled one, its golden flesh exuding sweetness, and naturally offered it to Lin Yi's lips. Try it, it's sweet. Lin Yi found himself momentarily taken aback, observing Song Si's fingertips, slightly reddened from the heat, and the chestnut poised near his mouth. The sensation of being tenderly fed was both unfamiliar and intimate. Hesitating for a moment, he lowered his head and, guided by Song Si's hand, took the chestnut into his mouth. The soft, fragrant sweetness melted upon his tongue. Is it sweet? Song Si inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sweet, Lin Yi affirmed with a nod, realizing that it was more than just the chestnut sweetness. Satisfied, Song Si peeled another for himself before handing the remaining bag to Lin Yi. Here, take your time. Thus, they share the bag of candied chestnuts, walking side by side through the dimly lit streets, their shadows elongated and intertwining beneath the lamplight. Lin Yi, Song Si's voice broke the silence again, carrying a subtle seriousness. Once we finish filming The Wind Rises in Longxi, let us truly travel together, just the two of us, to a place where no one knows us for a few days. Lin Yi gazed toward the distant, flickering lights at the street corner. Feeling the lingering warmth of the chestnuts in his hand and the unwavering presence of the person beside him. "All right," he replied, without a hint of hesitation. Upon returning to the apartment building, night had deepened. Inside the elevator, the confined space was filled with the sweet aroma of candied chestnuts and the faint scent of each other. "Did you have a good day?" Song Si asked softly, watching the ascending floor numbers. "Very happy," Lin Yi responded, glancing at their blurred reflections standing side by side in the elevator doors. This was a heartfelt truth. As the elevator reached their floor and the doors slowly opened, Song Si did not exit immediately. Instead, he turned, gently pressing Lin Yi against the elevator wall. His gaze locked onto him. "Shall we continue the celebration?" His voice lowered, laced with a seductive rasp, his eyes deep and swirling with unabashed affection and desire. Lin Yi could feel the warmth radiating from Song Si's body and the quickening rhythm of his own heartbeat. The frigid touch of the elevator walls starkly contrasts with the searing warmth of the person before him. He does not flinch or push away. Instead, he raises his gaze to meet Song Si's eyes, which, usually composed and serene, now seem to ripple with uncharacteristic emotion. He remains silent, tilting his head slightly and closing his eyes. This is a wordless consent. Song Si's breath catches for a moment, but he quickly overcomes his hesitation, lowering his head to kiss deeply. This kiss diverges from their previous tender explorations, infused with long-suppressed passion and possessiveness, forceful yet lingering, as if they sought to consume each other's very souls. The elevator doors, devoid of human intervention, slowly close, momentarily isolating the burgeoning warmth and intimacy within this confined space from the outside world. Their celebration has only just begun, and a new journey will soon formally commence. Chapter 46. Learning etiquette. Consciousness gradually returns, enveloped in a cocoon of warmth and serenity. Lin Yi opens his eyes, first perceiving the bright light filtering through the curtain's gap, which can hardly be classified as morning light anymore. Next, he feels the comforting warmth of another person's body pressed closely against him, along with the lingering scent of slightly bitter chocolate pheromones that seem to have merged with his own essence. Song Si embraces him from behind, arms possessively encircling his waist. Resting his chin atop Lin Yi's head, his breath steady and deep as he sleeps soundly. Memories of the previous night flood his mind like a tide. From the chaotic kiss in the elevator to the entrance, and then to the heated breaths exchanged in the bedroom, the forceful yet gentle touches, and his own uncontrollable responses, each frame vividly making his ears flush with warmth. He had never anticipated surrendering all his defenses and relinquishing control so completely to another person. Every part of his body still retains the cherished yet possessive sensations, tinged with a hint of fatigue, but predominantly filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction and grounding. He shifts slightly, wishing to change positions, but the person behind him immediately tightens his embrace, drawing him in closer, a sleepy, husky voice murmuring in his ear, "Stay still and sleep a little longer." The sound is like a gentle hook, teasing Lin Yi's heart. He indeed remains still, quietly nestled in Song Si's arms, feeling the steady heartbeat resonating from his chest, each thump seeming to echo against his very soul. Time passes unnoticed until Song Si fully awakens. He first plants a gentle kiss on the nape of Lin Yi's neck, where the alpha gland resides, a region that, while not as sensitive as an omega's, remains profoundly intimate and symbolic. Lin Yi's body stiffens imperceptibly. "Good morning, Teacher Lin." Song Si's voice is imbued with the languor and evident pleasure of a restful sleep, yet his arms show no sign of loosening their hold. "Good morning," Lin Yi replies, his voice somewhat husky. Clearing his throat, he asks, "What time is it?" Song Si fumbles for his phone on the bedside, glancing at the screen. It's almost 11. He chuckles softly, the vibrations resonating through Lin Yi's back. "It seems we've overslept." Lin Yi fell into a profound silence, an almost unimaginable state for someone as disciplined as he. "Are you hungry?" Song Si propped himself up, half leaning over Lin Yi, gazing down at him with eyes that sparkled with an astonishing brightness, revealing unabashed affection and satisfaction. "Shall I fetch something to eat?" The light behind him cast a halo around the handsome contours of his youthful face. Though slightly blurred, the vitality and nearly overflowing joy he radiated were unmistakably clear. Lin Yi, captivated by his presence, suddenly reached out, his fingertips gently grazing a conspicuous red mark just above Song Si's collarbone, an imprint left from their passionate encounter the previous night. Taken aback by the unexpected touch, Song Si's expression darkened momentarily. He swallowed hard, then seized Lin Yi's finger, pressing it to his lips with a soft kiss, his voice husky. "Don't tease me, or you won't be getting out of bed today." Lin Yi swiftly withdrew his hand, turning his face away, his ears flushed crimson. "Go make breakfast." Song Si, delighted by Lin Yi's rare display of shyness, leaned down to plant a firm kiss on his lips, then nimbly rolled out of bed, slipping into a pair of pants while leaving his upper body bare, humming a tune as he exited the bedroom. Hearing the clatter of utensils from the kitchen, Lin Yi gazed at the ceiling, slowly exhaling. The sensations coursing through his body and the emotions welling up inside him clearly indicated that something had irrevocably changed. He was no longer alone. Breakfast, or perhaps lunch, consisted of slightly burnt eggs and toast, accompanied by warm milk, all prepared by Song Si. The two sat quietly at the dining table, savoring their meal as sunlight flooded the space, creating a tranquil and cozy atmosphere. "So good just messaged," Song Si remarked, taking a bite of his toast. "The premiere date for Ji-run is set for next week. We'll need to walk the red carpet together." Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging the anticipated schedule, and Song Si continued, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Director Chun sent over the complete script and preliminary materials for Feng Qilong Shi, requesting the leads to begin script readings and historical etiquette training promptly. This signified the commencement of the battle that belonged to Gu Huaiqin. "Understood," Lin Yi replied, setting down his milk glass, his gaze sharpening with focus akin to his work demeanor. "Send the materials to my email. I'll review them this afternoon." "I'll join you," Song Si immediately offered. "Though I may not convey depth, assisting you with lines and rehearsals is certainly within my capabilities." He paused, a hint of pride in his tone. "After all, I am now your personal practice partner." Lin Yi regarded him without refusal. "All right." After finishing their meal, the two retreated to the study. Lin Yi powered on his computer, receiving a substantial data package from Su Xian, containing not only the complete script but also a wealth of historical documents, character profiles, and even visual materials on ancient etiquette and attire. He immersed himself in the pages, poring over the script with greater diligence than during his audition. The character of Gu Huaiqin became increasingly vivid and multifaceted in his mind, far more complex than the character of the Grey Falcon, embodying a reserved yet tragically rich persona. Song Si chose not to interrupt, instead sitting on the adjacent sofa, tending to his work emails, occasionally glancing up to admire Lin Yi's focused profile, before returning to his tasks with a gentle smile gracing his lips. Until Lin Yi was momentarily stumped by a description regarding the etiquette of ancient scholars. Slightly furrowing his brow, Song Si finally set aside his computer and approached him. "What troubles you? What is unclear?" Lin Yi pointed at the text and accompanying images on the screen. This bowing gesture varies subtly in amplitude and detail, depending on the occasion and the individuals involved. Merely observing the words and static images makes it challenging to grasp the nuances. After contemplating for a moment, Song Si's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait a moment. He took out his phone and made a brief call. In less than half an hour, the doorbell rang. Song Si went to answer it, welcoming a middle-aged man dressed in a new-style robe, exuding an air of refinement. "This is Teacher Liu, an expert in ancient rituals known to my mother, who happened to be nearby." Song Si introduced to Lin Yi. "I invited him to demonstrate for you." Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback by Song Si's initiative. Rising to greet Teacher Liu, Liu was amiable, devoid of any pretense, and personally demonstrated various forms of bowing in the study. He elaborated on every detail: the rising, the clasping of hands, the angle of the bow, the positioning of the arms, and the direction of the gaze, encouraging Lin Yi to mimic him and correcting any errors. "Ritual is an external form, yet internally it embodies respect," Teacher Liu explained. Gu Huaiqin, a scholar from a humble background, despite his adversities, retained his noble spirit. This etiquette must be precise, yet should not appear overly mechanical or servile. The subtleties must be felt intuitively by the practitioner. Lin Yi listened intently, repeatedly practicing the seemingly simple yet profoundly meaningful gesture. Song Si joined in, occasionally adding light-hearted quips about how quickly Lin Yi was learning or joking that his own attempts looked as if he were preparing for a brawl, which lightened the serious atmosphere of their study. After bidding farewell to Teacher Liu, evening had fallen. Lin Yi felt greatly enriched, having not only learned a ceremonial gesture, but also gained a more visceral understanding of the era and social class in which Gu Huaiqin lived. So, how do you find our exclusive practice session? Song Si leaned in, seeking praise, wrapping his arms around Lin Yi from behind and resting his chin on his shoulder. It's quite good, Lin Yi replied, comfortably leaning into him with honesty. The thought of someone considering every detail for him felt wonderful. That night, the two continued to delve into the script. When it came time for a scene where Gu Huaiqin confronted a political rival in court, Song Si eagerly volunteered to portray the aggressive politician. Lord Gu, I hear you visited the gathering of refugees in the western city yesterday. Do you believe the court's relief efforts are inadequate, seeking to win the people's hearts? Song Si deliberately lowered his voice, laced with sarcasm and challenge. Lin Yi instantly slipped into character, slightly lowering his gaze to conceal the sharpness within, and when he lifted his eyes again, they were calm and serene. His voice, though soft, was clear and resolute. Minister Li, you exaggerate. To observe the people's plight and report it to the throne is my duty. It is the responsibility of a humble official. If I were to witness the suffering of the populace and remain indifferent, I would be remiss before His Majesty and unworthy of the court's salary. He did not vehemently refute the accusation. Instead, he stood on the high ground of reason and duty, effortlessly deflecting the opponent's attack while subtly turning the tables. As Song Si gazed into Lin Yi's tranquil, yet seemingly all-seeing eyes, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease despite reciting lines he had meticulously crafted. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, unable to maintain eye contact. Cut, he called out, unable to suppress a laugh. This is too much, Teacher Lin. Your gaze is overwhelmingly intense. I feel as though I might be scrutinized if I continue. Lin Yi, having detached himself from his character, shook his head in exasperation, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. You were the one who provoked me. I was merely trying to help you find your rhythm. Song Si retorted, boldly moving closer to embrace him. But honestly, Lin Yi, you were incredibly charming just now. He whispered into Lin Yi's ear, almost forgetting they were acting. The warmth of his breath brushed against Lin Yi's ear, laden with unabashed admiration and affection. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Instead of pushing him away, he gently wrapped his arms around the boy's waist. As the night deepened, the study was bathed in warm and tranquil light. The two leaned against each other, softly discussing their roles, occasionally interspersing their conversation with personal whispers unrelated to work. Outside, the clamor of the city felt like it belonged to another realm. In this moment, the intertwining of career and emotion, past and future, seemed to achieve a perfect balance within their small sanctuary. Lin Yi understood that the road ahead remained fraught with challenges. Whether it be the filming of Wind Rising in Longxi or the myriad unknowns he and Song Si would face together. Yet at this moment, his heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of serenity and strength. For he knew, through storms or sunshine, there would always be someone walking beside him. Chapter 47. Premiere of Holding the Blade. The premiere of Holding the Blade was undeniably the highlight of the entertainment industry's annual calendar. The red carpet was flanked by flashing lights that resembled lightning, illuminating the night as if it were day. The cheers and shrieks of fans seemed poised to lift the roof off the venue. As the dual male leads, Lin Yi and Song Si naturally made the grandest entrance. When the sleek black luxury car came to a halt at the beginning of the red carpet, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The car door swung open, and Song Si emerged first, adorned in a bespoke black tuxedo embellished with an exquisite platinum brooch, which accentuated his fair complexion and exuded an air of refined elegance tempered with youthful vigor. Instead of immediately stepping onto the red carpet, he turned back, extending his hand into the vehicle. In the next instant, a long-fingered hand met his palm. Lin Yi gracefully exited the car, standing beside Song Si in a deep navy suit, impeccably tailored with minimal embellishment. His poised stature and tranquil demeanor allowed him to stand equally as impressive next to the radiant Song Si. Together they stood, one a brilliant star in the night, dazzling and resplendent, the other a steady current from the deep sea, calm and powerful. No words were necessary. Their innate synergy and commanding presence captivated the entire audience. Song Si, Lin Yi, over here, Ichi-chipi. Ah, Lin Yi, you look so handsome. The sounds of camera shutters and excited screams threatened to drown everything out. Song Si leaned slightly closer to Lin Yi, whispering in a voice audible only to them. Are you nervous, Teacher Lin? Lin Yi's gaze calmly traversed the fervent crowd, feeling the resolute and warm strength emanating from Song Si's hand in his palm. He shook his head slightly, reassured. Indeed, he felt no anxiety. Compared to the life-and-death struggles in the rainforest, or the intangible pressure faced in the presence of Song Si's father, the clamor before him was merely a picturesque aspect of the path he had chosen. Furthermore, this time, he was not alone. Upon hearing his words, Song Si let out a soft laugh, tightening her grip on his hand, leading him confidently onto the red carpet. Their steps synchronized as they faced the media's calls, occasionally pausing in perfect harmony to pose for photographs. Song Si instinctively adjusted her angle to ensure that Lin Yi received the best shots. When the host posed questions, Lin Yi skillfully directed some inquiries towards Song Si that showcased their rapport, neither overshadowing her nor appearing distant. Every subtle interaction was captured by high-definition cameras, endlessly magnified and interpreted by their fans. They are indeed holding hands on the red carpet. Look at that gaze from Song Si. It never left Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi is so composed. His presence next to Song Si is equally commanding. This is not merely a business appearance. It is undoubtedly a public display of affection. The red carpet segment concluded amidst the fervent atmosphere, transitioning into the inner venue where the lighting softened, and guests gathered in abundance. As the protagonists, they naturally became the focal point, with numerous individuals approaching to exchange pleasantries and congratulations. Director Li, upon seeing them, could not conceal his satisfaction. Excellent. You both look splendid. Enjoy the film shortly. This is a result of your hard work. Thank you, Director, the pair replied in unison, exchanging a glance filled with mutual amusement. Once seated, the lights dimmed, and the screen illuminated, the grand overture of Holding the Blade resonating through the air. Lin Yi gazed at the familiar scenes projected on the screen, yet his state of mind diverged significantly from that during the filming. This was, in essence, his first true representative work in this world. He observed the gray falcon and the night eagle standing shoulder to shoulder amidst the smoke of battle, entrusting their lives to one another in dire straits. The shared sweat and injuries, along with the burgeoning emotions that quietly blossomed both on and off the set, began to swell within him as the images played on. When the scene unfolded where the gray falcon was injured while saving the night eagle, and the night eagle persevered through the torrential rain carrying him, Lin Yi felt a warmth enveloping the back of his hand. It was Song Si's hand covering his, firmly clasping it in the dim light, a grip imbued with undeniable affection. Lin Yi remained still, allowing her to hold him, as the flickering shadows on the screen danced in his tranquil gaze. As the film concluded and the lights brightened, thunderous applause erupted. The creative team took the stage to express their gratitude, and when it was Lin Yi's turn to speak, he was succinct, thanking the director, the crew, and all the staff. Finally, his gaze directed toward a particular spot in the audience. Though the light was dim, he knew Song Si was there. And I would also like to thank my partner, Song Si. His voice resonated through the microphone, calm, yet imbued with an indescribable earnestness. Without her, the Gray Falcon would not be complete. A wave of even louder applause and cheers erupted from the audience as Song Si, amidst the crowd, gazed at him with fiery eyes and an uncontrollable smile. The gathering after the premiere was filled with clinking glasses and a cacophony of voices, vibrant and extravagant. Lin Yi was not particularly fond of such social engagements. However, as one of the protagonists, he could not entirely evade them. Holding a glass of champagne, he stood in a relatively quiet corner, observing Song Si at the center of the dance floor, engaging in lively conversation with others. The youth navigated social situations with remarkable ease, radiating brilliance, as if he were destined to be the focal point of the crowd. "Mr. Lin, congratulations. The film was splendid." A somewhat familiar voice chimed in beside him. Lin Yi turned to find a senior executive from a certain brand, surnamed Wang, whom he had encountered at a previous gathering, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a sharp visage and glimmering eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Wang," Lin Yi acknowledged, raising his glass in a gesture that was courteous yet distant. "This is the new vice president of Xingyao Media, Vice President Liu," Mr. Wang introduced with a smile. Xingyao Weekly had some misunderstandings with Mr. Lin previously, and Vice President Liu has been eager to find an opportunity to clarify in person. Vice President Liu immediately donned a smile and presented his business card. "Mr. Lin, it is an honor to finally meet you. Our internal management issues of the magazine previously caused you distress, and I sincerely apologize on behalf of the company. We are very much looking forward to collaborating with an outstanding actor like yourself, and I am confident there will be more mutually beneficial opportunities in the future." Lin Yi accepted the business card, casting a brief glance at it, his expression unchanged. Xingyao Weekly had suffered greatly from prior scandals, undergoing a leadership overhaul. Their overtures now seemed to stem from a desire to mend relations and share in his burgeoning success. While he did not fully trust their sincerity, he acknowledged that in this industry, it was prudent not to cultivate too many adversaries. "Vice President Liu, there is no need for formality. What has transpired is in the past," Lin Yi replied with a calm demeanor, neither overly enthusiastic nor dismissive. Mr. Wang, attempting to lighten the mood, cast a knowing glance between Lin Yi and the distant Song Si, remarking, "Mr. Lin and young Master Song are truly talented. Now that Jurin has been released, the popularity of the ECI pairing is likely to reach unprecedented heights. However, such fame can sometimes attract envy. One must be cautious of drawing too much attention." Though this statement sounded like concern, it was laced with subtle probing and an almost imperceptible warning. Lin Yi's gaze turned slightly frosty, and just as he was about to respond, a figure stepped in front of him. "Mr. Wang, Vice President Liu, what are we discussing?" Song Si had approached unbeknownst to them, his arm effortlessly draping over Lin Yi's shoulder in an affectionate and protective manner. With a smile on his face, his eyes lacked warmth. "The film has just premiered. We should focus on discussing our work. As for other matters," he paused, directing his gaze toward Mr. Wang. "There is no need for you to concern yourself. We can manage things on our own." His words were straightforward, effectively blocking Mr. Wang's subtle intentions. Mr. Wang's expression shifted slightly, and with an awkward smile, he chose not to press further, leading Vice President Liu away. "What do they say to you?" Song Si turned to Lin Yi, lowering his head to ask, his brow furrowed, his tone clearly displeased. "Nothing of significance, just some pleasantries and a hint of goodwill." Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. They are relentless," Song Si scoffed, tightening his grip on Lin Yi's shoulder. "Ignore them. With me around, no one could trip you up." Seeing him adopt such a protective demeanor dissipated Lin Yi's lingering irritation caused by the interruption. He raised his hand and gently patted the back of Song Si's hand resting on his shoulder. "Yes, I understand." Chapter 48. Scheming behind the scenes, the opening weekend box office for Blade of the Ruler exploded, akin to a giant stone plunging into water, creating ripples that surge high. With its exquisite production, tightly woven narrative, exhilarating action sequences, and the palpable chemistry between Lin Yi and Song Si that nearly overflowed the screen, the film garnered both critical acclaim and commercial success, swiftly evolving into a phenomenon. Lin Yi's Weibo followers surged exponentially, with accolades raining down like snowflakes. The hardcore actor, a paragon of talent and charisma, bore countless halos of acclaim. Previous negative remarks regarding his perceived slickness and sensationalism had been completely submerged in a wave of affirmation, as if they had never existed. Su Xian's phone was once again inundated with calls, and the studio's email, was overflowing with various collaboration offers, ranging from high-end endorsements to top-tier variety shows and even scripts. Lin Yi had genuinely stepped into the ranks of first-tier stars. Yet at the eye of the storm, Lin Yi appeared remarkably composed. He was methodically engaged in the script reading and historical etiquette training for The Wind Rises in Longxi, seemingly unaffected by the external clamor. That day, after returning to his apartment from a session with a classical literature instructor, where he had learned the ancient postures of walking, sitting, and reclining, he found Song Si sitting cross-legged on the living room carpet, surrounded by a pile of printed online reviews and data analyses, her brow furrowed in concern. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi asked, removing his coat as he approached. Song Si looked up, handing him her tablet with a serious tone. "Take a look at this." The screen displayed what seemed to be an ordinary entertainment analysis post, titled "The Hidden Concerns Behind the Sudden Fame," analyzing Lin Yi's rapid ascent. The article, written in a seemingly objective and rational tone, recounted Lin Yi's journey from the resurgence in wilderness conquest to the strategic coupling with Song Si for publicity, and culminating with his explosive success in Blade of the Ruler. Between the lines, it subtly insinuated that Lin Yi's triumph was largely dependent on luck and promotional tactics, questioning whether his intrinsic abilities truly warranted his current standing. It raised concerns that such popularity, built on CP, couple pairing, and topicality, resembled a house of cards, lacking a solid foundation in substantive works, and thus might prove ephemeral. Numerous voices of agreement had already begun to emerge, though they had yet to gain significant traction. The winds shifting subtly. Another one of these narratives, Song Si muttered, her frustration evident as she raked her fingers through her hair. "They can't stand to see anyone succeed. You've clearly earned this through hard work." Lin Yi quickly perused the article, his expression remaining unchanged as he returned the tablet to her. "This is quite normal. The higher one stands, the more eyes are upon them. When there are admirers, there will inevitably be detractors. But there are no buts," Lin Yi interjected, his voice calm, yet imbued with conviction. "What they say is not without merit." Song Si blinked in surprise, looking at him in confusion. Lin Yi settled beside her, gazing out the window. "Wilderness conquest allowed me to rise, and Blade of the Ruler catapulted me to fame. Indeed, there's an element of luck involved, as well as the heat generated from our pairing." He paused, turning his gaze back to Song Si. "This is a fact. There's no need to deny it. But that is not the entirety of it." Song Si retorted passionately. "Your talent. Thus, The Wind Rises in Longxi is the answer." Lin Yi accepted his words with clear and resolute eyes. Gu Huaiqin did not require a romantic pairing or action scenes. He merely needed to showcase his acting prowess. "If I can portray him well, all doubts will be silenced. If I fail," he paused slightly, maintaining a calm tone, "it would affirm their claims that I am indeed undeserving of my position." Song Si gazed at him, suddenly understanding. Lin Yi was not belittling himself. Rather, he was viewing his situation with the utmost calmness and objectivity, already having identified a path forward and the confidence to pursue it. He did not seek consolation or sympathy. He simply needed to prove everything with his next work. This clarity and strength stirred something deeply within Song Si. He leaned closer, embraced Lin Yi, burying his face in the crook of his neck, murmuring, "You will surely excel. You will make everyone see you in a new light." Lin Yi raised his hand and returned the embrace, softly acknowledging with sound. However, Song Si lifted his head, his gaze regaining a hint of defiance. "Those who schemed behind the scenes would not be easily overlooked. I have already asked my brother to investigate who is orchestrating this." Lin Yi remained noncommittal. He had always believed in letting his abilities speak for themselves, yet that did not imply he would allow himself to be exploited. If Songbai was willing to take action, he welcomed it. A few days later, news arrived from Songbai. He came directly to Lin Yi's apartment, still exuding his usual carefree demeanor, and sat on the couch, getting straight to the point. "I've traced it back to a few paid marketing accounts. The financial trails were quite concealed, but they ultimately led to an overseas shell company." Songbai toyed with a metallic lighter, his tone indifferent. "The individuals behind it were very cautious, leaving no direct evidence. However, following this lead has revealed something else." He looked up at Lin Yi. that manager Wang is a relative of Wang Qian's agent. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Wang Qian, the most formidable rival for Gu Huaiqin's role in the wind's rise in Longxi. Wang Qian himself might not be aware of this, or perhaps he is not the one orchestrating it. Songbai added, yet some members of his team or certain interests behind him clearly do not wish to see you succeed in taking over and establishing your footing, damaging your reputation and undermining Director Chen's confidence, even causing a bit of trouble, would be advantageous for them. The competition in the entertainment industry is never confined to the surface. I understand, thank you. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude calmly. This information corroborated some of his suspicions. Songbai stood up, brushing off his trousers. It's a minor matter, just keep it in mind. As for Xiao Ci, I don't feel like discussing it with him. You can handle it. He walked to the door, but turned back to glance at Lin Yi, a vague smile playing on his lips. Make sure to film the wind's rise in Longxi well. I am looking forward to seeing the performance. After seeing Songbai off, Lin Yi stood by the window, observing the bustling traffic below. The sunlight was just right, yet it seemed to illuminate the undercurrents swirling beneath. Wang Qian's team, the remnants of the Xingyao weekly faction, and that ever-hidden manager Wang. These potential adversaries lurked like venomous snakes in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Yet, he felt no fear. He picked up his phone and dialed Su Xian's number. Xu Yi, please help me contact the finest acting coach for intensive training focused on the script of Wind Rises in Longxi. Furthermore, eliminate all unnecessary exposure and variety shows before joining the production. He aimed to transform all doubts and schemes against him into mere jokes through unwavering focus and strength. The voice of Su Xian came through the receiver, full of vigor. Understood. You can rest assured. Leave everything to me. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the thick script of Wind Rises in Longxi on his desk, his eyes sharp as a drawn sword. A storm was approaching, and he stood ready to face it. Chapter 49. Advance and production date subsequently. Lin Yi's life revolved almost entirely around the preparations for Wind Rises in Longxi. Intensive training with the acting coach, etiquette guidance from historical consultants, and endless script readings occupied the majority of his time. Song Ci had also entered the preparation phase for his new album, equally busy, yet he always managed to carve out time to appear at Lin Yi's apartment, sometimes bringing late-night snacks, other times quietly attending to his own work, as if merely confirming Lin Yi's presence could bring him solace. That evening, Lin Yi had just concluded a video lesson with his acting coach, practicing in front of the mirror the expression of Gu Huaiqin, who upon hearing the tragic news of his homeland, appeared eerily calm despite the profound sorrow. In the mirror, he wore a simple white linen shirt, his figure slightly frail due to recent intentional restraint, and his eyes were shrouded in a lingering melancholy befitting Gu Huaiqin's character. Song Ci entered, and upon seeing this scene, paused at the doorway, refraining from interrupting immediately. He leaned against the doorframe, silently observing. Under the light, Lin Yi seemed to be possessed by the spirit of a solitary strategist from millennium ago, exuding an aura of fragile yet resilient desolation that tightened Song Ci's heart and stirred an indescribable pride within him. Lin Yi caught sight of him in the mirror, the sorrow in his gaze dissipating like mist, returning to his usual clarity, though a hint of exhaustion from immersing himself in the role lingered between his brows. Finished? Song Ci finally approached, placing the paper bag he held on the table. I passed by a newly opened dessert shop and brought you something to replenish your energy. He scrutinized Lin Yi. Have you lost weight again? Director Chun requested a lean scholar, not a mere wisp of paper. Lin Yi accepted the small cake he offered, a refreshing matcha mousse. Fortunately, my weight is still within control. He took a bite, the sweetness neither cloying nor overwhelming, indeed alleviating some of his mental fatigue. Watching Lin Yi quietly enjoy his food, with his eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath his eyes, Song Ci felt a surge of tenderness. He reached out, gently wiping a bit of cream from the corner of Lin Yi's lips, the gesture natural and affectionate. How did it feel watching you practice just now? Song Ci inquired. Sitting on the carpet beside him, looking up, Lin Yi set down his small spoon, pondering for a moment. It flows more smoothly than before. Gu Huaiqin's emotions are introspective, requiring more inner strength rather than external display. He paused, casting a glance at Song Si, sometimes feeling as if he were ensnared by the character, unable to break free. This is a state commonly experienced in immersive performances, particularly when confronting a character as profound and intricate as Gu Huaiqin. Song Si grasped his hand, her palm warm. Then do not rush to emerge. Consider me your anchor. She gently shook their intertwined hands. No matter how deeply you sink, remember I am here, ready to pull you back at any moment. Her words, though simple, resonated with a steadfast strength. Lin Yi looked at their clasped hands, then into Song Si's eyes, which were filled with sincerity and concern. The faint sense of solitude that arose from delving into his role seemed to dissipate somewhat. He replied softly, returning her grip gently. By the way, Song Si suddenly recalled, her tone brightening. I forgot to share some good news. The nomination list for the Golden Feather Awards has been announced. Blade of the Righteous is nominated for 6 prestigious awards, including Best Picture. And both you and Director Lee are on the list. The Golden Feather Awards are among the highest honors in the domestic film and television industry. Although Blade of the Righteous is a film, its immense influence and groundbreaking nature led the committee to create a special nomination, thus holding considerable weight. This undoubtedly serves as a tremendous affirmation. Even Lin Yi, with his composed nature, felt a distinct ripple of excitement upon hearing the news. This recognition was not merely personal. It marked a significant validation of his decision to pursue a career as an actor and the perseverance he had demonstrated along the way. Congratulations, Teacher Lin. Song Si smiled at him, her radiance imbued with pride and a sense of shared glory. I knew you were worthy. And congratulations to you, Lin Yi responded, noting that Song Si was also nominated for Best Newcomer for her role in Blade of the Righteous. I am merely a supplementary nominee, primarily basking in your and the film's brilliance. She waved her hand dismissively. Though excitement soon returned, the awards ceremony is next month. We can walk the red carpet together again. We must think carefully about what to wear. Observing her animated planning, Lin Yi refrained from interrupting. While he held expectations for the award itself, he was not overly fixated. What he valued more was the journey and the companionship and sharing of experiences with this person throughout it. A few days later, Lin Yi received a call from Director Chen. On the other end, Director Chen's voice retained its customary warmth and rigor. Lin Yi, how is your preparation going? Lin Yi succinctly reported on his recent training and insights. Director Chen listened quietly before stating, very well, maintain this feeling. Additionally, I must inform you that the production team has decided to commence filming 2 weeks earlier. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Starting earlier? Yes. Due to the coordination of weather and scenery, Director Chen explained, therefore, your start date will also need to be adjusted accordingly. Is that a problem? Lin Yi swiftly organized his schedule in his mind. No problem. I will make the necessary arrangements. That is good to hear. I look forward to collaborating with you. Gu Huaiqin, Director Chen concluded before hanging up. Setting down his phone, Lin Yi gazed at the newly marked dates on his calendar. Less than 3 weeks remained until filming commenced. This signified that he and Song Si were soon to face a considerable separation. When he conveyed the news to Song Si, the young man was seated cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. Upon hearing the announcement, his fingers froze, causing the character on the screen to collapse instantly. So soon? Song Si tossed aside the game controller, his brow furrowing. Does that mean I won't see you for nearly 3 months? The timeline for his new album's recording and promotional activities coincided almost entirely with Lin Yi's filming schedule. Lin Yi settled down beside him. After a moment of silence, Song Si suddenly pulled him into an embrace, resting his chin on the top of his head, murmuring, I will miss you. The candid words, laced with unguarded dependence, brushed against Lin Yi's heart like a feather. Nestled in Song Si's warm embrace, he could feel the young man's heart racing unevenly within his chest. The filming location was not too far away, and Lin Yi was about to express his thoughts when Song Si interrupted. I will come to visit you, he declared emphatically. As long as I have time, I will fly over to see you. You mustn't find me bothersome. Observing Song Si's earnest yet slightly anxious demeanor, Lin Yi felt a mix of helplessness and tenderness. He raised a hand to gently tousle the young man's short hair, which had a slight stiffness to it. "I want tea." With this assurance, Song Si's spirits seemed to lift slightly, though his arms remained tightly wrapped around Lin Yi. "Then you must spend the days before you join the crew with me," he insisted, becoming more demanding, forbidding Lin Yi from working late into the night with scripts. "Try to," Lin Yi replied. "Not try, but must." Outside, the night air was gentle, and within the apartment, the two nestled together on the sofa, preemptively savoring the companionship ahead of their impending separation. The gears of their careers turned forward, bringing both honor and opportunity, yet inevitably accompanied by the reality of being apart. However, at this moment, the warmth of their embrace was sufficient to shield them from the months of longing and trials that lay ahead. Chapter 50. Award Ceremony. On the night of the Golden Lark Awards, the stars shone brightly, rivaling any grand film gala. Lin Yi and Song Si once again walked hand in hand down the red carpet. Compared to the premiere of Holding the Blade, the unspoken camaraderie and intimacy between them flowed even more naturally, with a mere glance or subtle gesture revealing a familiarity that outsiders could hardly penetrate. Lin Yi opted for a classic dark suit, yet with intricate details that enhanced his refined and understated elegance. Song Si, on the other hand, donned a striking white suit complemented by a black velvet bow tie, looking resplendent as if he had stepped out of a fairy tale. Together, in their contrasting black and white attire, they stood side by side, instantly captivating the attention of countless cameras. Black and white pairing. Is this an official couple's outfit? Why do they look so stunning together? Lin Yi seems more composed, while Song Si's gaze at him is practically electrifying. "Please, can you announce your relationship already? I'm exhausted from waiting." As they entered the venue and took their seats, the Holding the Blade crew was positioned quite close to the front. Director Li and the producer were already seated, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement upon seeing them. As the awards were presented one by one, the atmosphere in the room fluctuated between fervent excitement and palpable tension. As the award for Best Newcomer was announced, the screen displayed a captivating scene featuring Song Si in Ji-run, his youthful gaze exuding both sharpness and a hint of vulnerability, prompting a ripple of excitement throughout the audience. The presenter elongated the announcement, and the camera swept across the faces of the nominees. Song Si wore a perfectly measured smile, revealing no trace of anxiety. Ji-run, Song Si. Congratulations. The applause erupted, momentarily taking Song Si by surprise. He quickly rose, embracing Lin Yi beside him with fervor and whispering, "Wait for me, I'll bring you a good start." He then adjusted his attire and gracefully ascended the stage. Under the spotlight, the young man stood tall, accepting the trophy and delivering an acceptance speech. He expressed gratitude to the crew, to Director Li, and to his fans. Ultimately, his gaze transcended the crowd, landing squarely on Lin Yi in the audience, his eyes bright and focused. "Finally, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to one person." Song Si's voice resonated through the microphone, imbued with a subtle tenderness. "Thank you to my partner, Lin Yi. In the rainforest, you taught me how to survive. On set, you guided me into the role. This trophy embodies half of your contribution. Lacking any ambiguous language, each word conveyed extraordinary intimacy and trust." A wave of warm laughter and even more fervent applause erupted from the audience, and the camera immediately focused on Lin Yi. Seated below, he watched the radiant Song Si, observing how openly he shared the honor, a warm surge enveloping his heart, yet his expression remained composed. In a fleeting moment, captured only by the depths of his eyes, a soft glow emerged, existing solely for the young man on stage. Song Si returned, trophy in hand, and placed it into Lin Yi's grasp, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Here, just as promised, you hold your half." The cool weight of the trophy felt substantial in Lin Yi's hands as he regarded the unabashed joy and desire to share emanating from the youth beside him, gently tightening his grip on the base of the trophy. Next came the competition for Best Actor, with the screen showcasing spectacular scenes from various nominees. When Lin Yi's portrayal of the Gray Falcon was displayed, pushing aside the night eagle amidst ruins, only to be cut by steel rebar, a moment where his expression shifted from fierce determination to an imperceptible tenderness. Soft gasps of awe filled the room. The presenters, two esteemed veteran artists, opened the envelope and exchanged a knowing smile. The best actor at this year's Golden Feather Awards goes to. The air seemed to freeze as Su Xian clenched his fists backstage. Instinctively, Song Si grasped Lin Yi's hand with considerable force. Zaidan, Lin Yi. Congratulations, Lin Yi. A thunderous wave of applause and cheers surged like a tsunami. The spotlight immediately illuminated Lin Yi. At that instant, he felt as if his heart had momentarily ceased its rhythm, only to resume with even greater vigor. Taking a deep breath, he stood, and Song Si, more exhilarated than he, suddenly enveloped him in a tight embrace, babbling, "I knew it. It's you. Truly you." Releasing the embrace, Lin Yi adjusted his suit and walked steadily towards the stage. His silhouette appeared increasingly tall and graceful under the illumination, each step seemingly grounded, exuding an air of unhurried confidence. Receiving the heavy trophy from the hands of the seasoned artist, its icy touch steadied his nerves completely. Standing before the microphone, he surveyed the multitude of faces in the audience, his gaze brushing over the teary-eyed Su Xian, the contented director Li, and finally resting on the youth below, whose eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars. "Thank you, Golden Rooster Award. Thank you to the committee." His voice resonated through the microphone, as steady as ever, yet imbued with a restrained strength. "I am grateful to Director Li Mo for this opportunity, and to everyone in the Blade crew. This award belongs to each and every one of us." He paused, directing his gaze towards Song Si once more, this time with no hint of evasion. His voice clear and resolute. "Lastly, I wish to address one person." The venue fell silent, all cameras focusing intently on him and Song Si below. "Thank you for accepting that pot of water in the rainforest. Thank you for your unwavering trust on set. Thank you for always being there." Though devoid of a name, every word pointed directly to that singular individual, more moving than any overt confession. For a brief moment, the audience held its breath, before erupting into the most fervent and enduring applause of the evening, mingled with the excited screams of fans and the knowing smiles of industry insiders. Song Si, watching the composed and candid man under the spotlight who had publicly acknowledged him, felt his eyes welling up, biting his lip, yet unable to suppress the upward curve of his mouth as he nodded earnestly at Lin Yi on stage. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, lifted the trophy, bowed slightly, and then, amidst the thunderous applause, descended the stage with poise. In that moment, he was adorned with honor, with his beloved by his side. He stood at a new pinnacle in his career, and though the road ahead promised challenges, it also gleamed with clarity and brightness. Upon returning to his seat, Song Si immediately leaned in, his voice still tinged with excitement and a hint of rasp. "You nearly frightened me just now." Yet the joy in his eyes was nearly overflowing. Lin Yi handed him the trophy, his tone carrying a subtle teasing. "Now, it feels complete." Song Si embraced the trophy, clutching his arm as if it were the finest gift in the world, his smile radiant and wide. After the awards ceremony, the banquet saw Lin Yi and Song Si undoubtedly becoming the center of attention. Congratulations flowed abundantly, and Wang Qian approached with a glass in hand, his expression perfectly poised as he congratulated Lin Yi. "Congratulations, Teacher Lin, truly well-deserved." "Thank you, Teacher Wang." Lin Yi responded, his demeanor steady and respectful. Wang Qian's gaze flickered between Lin Yi and Song Si, his smile unwavering. "You two share a wonderful bond, truly enviable. I look forward to your performance in The Wind Rises in Longxi and hope for future collaboration." "Looking forward to it," Lin Yi replied evenly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Qian departed. Song Si watched his retreating figure, pursing his lips, and whispered to Lin, "A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year." Lin Yi gently patted the back of his hand, signaling him to remain patient. In this circle, where reality and illusion intertwine, and treachery often lurks behind smiles, one must remain vigilant, yet there is no need to be perpetually on guard. After navigating through waves of congratulations, The two finally seized an opportunity to retreat to a relatively quiet terrace to catch their breath. The night breeze was cool, dispersing the clamor and intoxication of the banquet. Leaning against the railing, Song Si gazed at Lin Yi, who held a trophy in hand, peering into the distance. The wind tousled his hair, revealing a smooth forehead and tranquil brows, his beauty illuminated by the night sky and the city lights, akin to a painting. Lin Yi Song Si called softly. "How do you feel now?" Lin Yi turned to him, his eyes reflecting the city's neon lights, as well as Song Si's clear reflection. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "It feels as though I've traversed a long, dark night and finally glimpsed the light of a lighthouse. It is not the end, but a guiding beacon, assuring me that my direction is correct, and I may continue onward." Understanding his sentiment, Song Si moved closer, standing side by side with shoulders touching. "I will walk this path with you," he stated earnestly, meeting Lin Yi's gaze, regardless of whether the future holds light or deeper darkness. Lin Yi, meeting his eyes, did not respond with words, but instead extended his hand, intertwining their fingers tightly. The warmth and strength of their clasp transcended any spoken promise. That night, both honor and affection reached their zenith, yet they were aware that the following day would usher in new challenges and inevitable farewells. However, they understood that no matter the distance that might separate them, their hearts were irrevocably intertwined, free from fear. Chapter 51. Parting. The glory of the Golden Lark Award shone like the most splendid fireworks in the night sky, ultimately fading into tranquility. Lin Yi carefully stored the trophy in a corner of his study, choosing not to display it prominently. To him, it served more as a milestone than a conclusion. His entire focus was devoted to the intensive preparations for the wind rises in Longxi, as well as the impending separation from Song Si. On the eve of their farewell, the air was thick with an unspoken heaviness. They exchanged few words, sharing a dinner as they usually did, before Song Si stubbornly lingered in Lin Yi's apartment, assisting him with a final check of his luggage, despite his belongings being impeccably organized. "This," Song Si said, retrieving an eye mask from his bag and tucking it into the compartment of Lin Yi's suitcase. "In case the hotel arranged by the production does not block out light well, it will affect your rest." He then produced a box of individually packaged soothing eye patches. "And this, for when your eyes tire from reading the script. This calming essential oil has a subtle fragrance. I trust you will find it agreeable." He acted like a meticulous steward, eager to pack the entire apartment into the suitcase. Lin Yi did not protest, but quietly observed him, watching the youth's upright figure traverse the room, filling his bag with small items imbued with his essence and affection. A sense of being cherished and cared for washed over him, akin to warm water flowing through his heart. Once finished, Song Si stood before the suitcase, seemingly at a loss for anything else to add. With a hint of disappointment, he turned to face the quietly observant Lin Yi. "What time is your flight tomorrow?" he asked, his voice softening. 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yi replied. "I will see you off." "No need, Brother Su will arrange the car." "Don't you have an early meeting tomorrow? I can cancel it." Song Si. Lin Yi interrupted him, his tone calm, yet resolute, urging him to focus on his responsibilities. Song Si pressed his lips together, fully aware that Lin Yi was right. They each had their own paths to tread, and it was neither wise nor just to stall for the sake of fleeting emotions. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and embraced Lin Yi tightly, the force of his grip almost shattering. "I will message you every day and video call you." Song Si buried his face in Lin Yi's neck, his voice muffled. "You mustn't find it bothersome. You have to reply. All right. Remember to eat on time. Do not let the script consume you. Understood. If anyone bullies you, you must tell me." Lin Yi chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around him and gently patting his back. "I want to film, not to fight. That is not acceptable." Song Si lifted his head, his gaze stubborn, insisting, "You mustn't be wronged." Witnessing the clear reluctance and worry in his eyes, Lin Yi felt his heart soften. He tilted his head and pressed a gentle kiss on Song Si's lips. "I understand." This kiss seemed to activate a switch, instantly replacing Song Si's anxiety with a fervent emotion. He bowed his head and returned the kiss deeply, infused with a near-greedy sense of possession. as if he wished to prepay all the longing of the upcoming months in that single moment. The following morning, when Lin Yi awoke, the space beside him was empty. He exited the bedroom to find Song Si already up, awkwardly attempting to fry eggs and toast in the kitchen, with a warm bottle of milk set on the dining table. "Are you awake? Come eat breakfast." Song Si turned to him, smiling, trying to appear nonchalant, though the red veins in his eyes betrayed a sleepless night. Lin Yi approached and quietly took a seat. The breakfast wasn't tea perfect, yet he ate with earnestness. The time to depart arrived, and Su Xian's car awaited downstairs. Lin Yi pulled his suitcase to the door, with Song Si following closely behind. "I'm leaving." Lin Yi turned to him. "Amicham." Song Si responded, stepping forward to hug him tightly once more, whispering swiftly in his ear, "Take care of yourself. Wait for me." "You too." Releasing the embrace, Lin Yi did not hesitate further and entered the elevator with his suitcase. The elevator doors closed slowly, shutting out the gaze of the youth outside, filled with deep affection. Inside the car, Su Xian observed Lin Yi's composed profile and cautiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Lin Yi stared out at the rapidly receding streets, softly responding with a hum. The pang of separation was unpleasant, but he had long accustomed himself to concealing his emotions. Moreover, he knew that the thread named Song Si was firmly tied to his heartstrings. Regardless of the distance, a gentle tug would always elicit a response. The filming base for The Wind Rises in Longxi was set in a neighboring province, within a specially constructed film city rich in historical ambience. Upon arrival, Lin Yi quickly settled in, and the next day was thrust into the intense schedule of costume fittings and script readings. Clad in a slightly oversized azure scholaress robe, his hair simply tied back with a wooden hairpin and a light dusting of powder to mask some modernity, he stood before the mirror, feeling a tinge of disorientation at his own reflection. The figure in the mirror possesses striking features and a serene gaze, exuding an air of both detachment and resilience, reminiscent of the scholarly temperament, a stark contrast to the fierce gray falcon portrayed in Holding the Blade. Director Chen looked at the styling photos and nodded in satisfaction, affirming that the essence was captured. During the script reading session, Lin Yi encountered the other principal actors, including a venerable thespian who played another pivotal strategist, a character who is both adversary and ally to Gu Huaiqin. Wang Qian did not feature in this project, indicating that the previous competition had settled. The reading was serious and profound. Lin Yi spoke sparingly, yet each utterance incisively penetrated the character's core, garnering frequent nods of approval from Director Chen and the screenwriters. He was wholly immersed in that tumultuous era, resonating with Gu Huaiqin's ambitions, struggles, and frustrations. Days were filled with intense rehearsals and etiquette training, while nights were dedicated to meticulously analyzing the script, contemplating the subtext of every line, and crafting subtle expressions and gestures. The rhythm of life on set was monotonous and regular, nearly isolated from the outside world, and it was only after a long day that he would pick up his phone upon returning to his hotel room. The screen would invariably be filled with countless messages from Song Si, ranging from what he had for breakfast, amusing anecdotes encountered during filming, to uniquely angled selfies, sharing snippets of his daily life as if to compensate for the time they had missed together. Lin Yi would typically read through each message and reply succinctly, 8. Yes. Rest well. Occasionally, when Song Si would send a message laden with a sense of grievance expressing how much he missed him, Lin Yi would respond with, "I miss you too." Video calls were usually scheduled for the evening, their timing contingent upon each other's wrap-up times. Whenever Song Si's weary yet bright smile appeared on the phone screen, the fatigue accumulated throughout the day seemed to dissipate. "Teacher Lin, did you think of me today?" Song Si asked playfully through the screen. "Yes," Lin Yi replied, leaning against the headboard, gazing at the figure on the screen. "How much do you miss me? Speak properly." I knew you'd miss me," Song Si replied with a triumphant shake of his head. "Today I was hanging on wires for the MV shoot. My waist feels like it's about to break. Look, have I lost weight?" He leaned closer to the camera, and Lin Yi scrutinized him, frowning slightly. "Yes, you have lost weight. Have your assistant prepare some nutritional supplements." "Got it." "Teacher Lin, you're so naggy," Song Si complained, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. How about you? Is the filming going smoothly? Is anyone making it difficult for you? Very smoothly. No one is making it difficult for me, Lin Yi replied truthfully. The atmosphere on set was professional, with Director Chen's strict yet fair demands, and he found joy in it. That's good. If anyone gives you a hard time, let me know, and I'll fly over immediately, Song Si insisted. Lin Yi, exasperated, interjected, I'm here to work. All right, Song Si pouted before changing the subject. By the way, my brother asked me the other day when you'll finish filming. He said Mom has been mentioning that she wants to wait for you to come back to make dumplings. Hearing the natural reference to Mom caused Lin Yi to pause slightly, a warm feeling blossoming in his heart. Thank you for me to Annie, and also thank your brother. Got it. Let me know when you're about to wrap up, so I can come pick you up. Okay. Through the screen, gazing at the vibrant visage of my beloved, listening to his daily musings and the concerns of his family, the distance that once felt insurmountable seems to dissipate. Each of them strives to shine in their respective realms, all in anticipation of a more joyous reunion. Chapter 52. Entering the scene and visiting the set. The filming of The Wind Rises in Longxi has reached its midpoint, and Lin Yi has fully transformed into Gu Huaijin, embodying the unique spirit and understated brilliance of a scholar from that era through his every movement and expression. His performance has garnered high praise from Director Chen and his fellow crew members. The artistry of conveying a complex inner world not through explosive external displays, but through subtle glances and body language leaves an indelible impression. On this day, they were shooting a pivotal scene in which Gu Huaijin, caught in the web of political machinations, is forced to make a choice that betrays his conscience and sacrifices the innocent. This scene unfolds in solitude within his study, devoid of dialogue, featuring a 3-minute close-up that must convey a complete emotional journey from turmoil and anguish to a near-cruel kind of tranquility. The set was cleared, leaving only essential crew members. The lights cast down upon Lin Yi's face as he sat behind an antique desk, clad in an official robe stained with rain and mud. The clapperboard snapped. The Wind Rises in Longxi, Scene 47, Take 3, Action. The camera zoomed in on Lin Yi's face. Initially, his eyes reflected chaos, pupils trembling. A tempest of unease in his conscience, clashing with the coldness of reality. His fingers curled involuntarily, gripping the fabric of his robe, knuckles widening. Then, without warning, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye, not from wailing or sobbing, but a silent testament to the weight he bore, trailing down his slender cheek, leaving a damp mark. Following the tear's descent, his gaze gradually dulled, embodying a despair more profound than mere mourning. All struggles seemed to have drained away with that single tear, leaving behind a desolate tranquility. He slowly lifted his hand, delicately brushing away the moisture on his cheek. His movement so gentle as if he feared disturbing something fragile. Finally, he turned his gaze to the void, eyes hollow yet imbued with a chilling resolve of acceptance. The entire performance was silent, yet brimming with a raw, tearing power. Cut! Director Chen's voice, tinged with suppressed excitement, declared, Perfect. We've got it. The set fell into a hushed stillness, as if lingering in the oppressive, sorrowful atmosphere that had just enveloped them. Lin Yi slowly lowered his gaze, taking several moments to detach from the intensity of the emotion he had just conveyed. The crew seemed to exhale in relief, bustling back to their tasks. Returning to the break room, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Delving into and portraying such a dark and painful moment exacted a significant toll on the actor's spirit. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, still feeling the weight of Gu Huaijin's despair clinging to him, making it difficult to shake off. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a video call request from Song Si. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, then decided to answer. The screen lit up, revealing Song Si's radiant smile. Teacher Lin, are you done for the day? What is wrong with you? His smile quickly faded, brow furrowing in concern as he asked, Why do you look so pale? Are you unwell? Or is the filming too exhausting for you? Lin Yi gazed at the screen, where a pair of eyes filled with concern met his. He endeavored to adjust his expression, Yet the weariness etched upon his brow and a lingering shadow of melancholy were difficult to conceal entirely. It's nothing. I just finished filming a scene, and I'm a bit fatigued. Don't lie to me. Song-si's voice rose. You look unwell. What scene was it? Did someone upset you? His gaze sharpened instantly, the protective instinct of an alpha nearly spilling out of the screen. No. Lin Yi sighed, realizing he could not hide the truth, and offered a brief explanation. It was just a scene that drained a lot of emotion. I need some time to recuperate. Song-si scrutinized him for a few seconds, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. His tone softened, laden with concern. Then don't push yourself. Get some good rest, take a hot bath, and I'll have them send you some calming soup. Okay. Lin Yi did not decline his kindness. How about I fly over to see you tonight? Song-si suddenly proposed. I have no plans for tomorrow morning. I could fly over tonight and return early tomorrow. Lin Yi was taken aback and promptly refused. That's absurd. Traveling back and forth will wear you out. Me perfectly fine. Song-si insisted. Lin Yi's tone turned serious. Don't be willful. On the other end of the screen, Song-si pouted, clearly reluctant, yet he eventually acquiesced. All right, but you must promise me to take care of yourself and not to show such expressions. It pains me to see you like this. Seeing him worry like a large dog concerned for its master. Lin Yi felt a significant portion of the gloom brought on by his role dissipate. He softened his voice. I understand. You too, don't overexert yourself. I'm as strong as an ox. Song-si immediately reassured him, and then he rambled on about amusing incidents from his day, attempting to divert Lin Yi's attention. It was only when the melancholy faded entirely from Lin Yi's brow and he returned to his usual calm demeanor that Song-si felt a measure of relief. After a few more admonitions, he reluctantly ended the video call. Setting his phone down, Lin Yi leaned back in his chair and let out a long, deep sigh. Outside the window lay the ancient nightscape of the film studio, while the screen still bore the vibrant warmth of youthful concern. He suddenly comprehended that the path of an actor was destined to frequently plunge into the depths of darkness and pain, to grapple with the most profound emotions. Yet, fortuitously, he possessed a harbor that would illuminate a beacon on the shore, awaiting his return, regardless of how deep he sank. A few days later, during a break in filming, Lin Yi received a call from Susian. Susian's tone was somewhat grave. Lin, some negative news about the wind rises in Longxi has suddenly emerged online, primarily targeting you. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. What are the specifics? They're saying your acting is formulaic, that you can only portray tough characters and cannot uphold the complexities of Gu Huaijin's role. They claim you secured the part solely through capital and your connection with Song-si. Susian paused, although the scale is not large. The points being spread are quite precise and highly suggestive. I suspect someone is deliberately orchestrating this to tarnish your reputation before your work is released. Lin Yi's expression turned cold. The tree wishes for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. Do we need to issue a statement or take any other measures? Susian inquit? Unnecessary. Lin Yi replied calmly. At this point, any words would be futile. When the final product is released, the truth will reveal itself. However, Sugo, Lin Yi was interrupted as he declared, trust Director Chun, and trust me. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi gazed at the name Gu Huaijin inscribed in the script, his eyes sharp with determination. He paid little heed to the antics of these petty clowns. He merely needed to silence all dissent with his undeniable prowess. Yet, he was unprepared for the fact that someone moved even more swiftly than he did. That very evening, a seemingly innocuous Weibo post quietly ascended the trending charts. Under the topic of Song-si visiting the set of Wind Rising in Longxi, several indistinct behind-the-scenes photos emerged. In the images, Song-si was fully equipped, though those familiar with him could easily recognize his tall silhouette as he stood near the film city, engrossed in his phone, seemingly waiting for someone. The poster of the photos inadvertently revealed that Song-si was there to support Lin Yi. This Weibo post, while innocuous on its own, ignited a flurry of speculation and discourse when coupled with the daytime's accusations suggesting Lin Yi leveraged connections. Wow, their friendship is genuine. He's visiting the set. Just when someone claimed Lin Yi relied on connections, Song-si visits the set at night. Does that count as an indirect rebuttal? Seems like someone is envious of Lin Yi and deliberately trying to tarnish his reputation. Who knows? The entertainment industry is full of truths and lies. Upon seeing this trending topic, Lin Yi immediately called Song Ci. "What is going on with this trending topic?" he inquired directly. On the other end, Song Ci's voice carried a hint of pride, yet also a trace of guilt. "I just couldn't stand them talking about you like that. I came to support you." "Where are you?" "I'm at a hotel near the film city." Song Ci's voice dropped. "I didn't mean to disturb your filming. I just wanted to be closer to you. I know I acted impulsively, but I couldn't help it." Lin Yi held the phone, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he scold him for being impulsive? Yet, what was this undeniable warmth surging within him? After a few moments of silence, he finally sighed. "Send me your location." Chapter 53. A secret meeting. Upon receiving the location from Song Ci, Lin Yi fixated on the hotel name displayed on his screen. A mere 10-minute drive from the film city, and remained silent for a moment. Outside, the night had deepened, and the day's filming had concluded. Logically, he should remain in his room to rest and conserve energy for tomorrow's shoot. Reason dictated that he should not meet Song Ci during such a sensitive time, especially after the recent negative news had surfaced, which would only provide more fodder for gossip. Yet unbidden, the image of Song Ci's face during their video call, attempting to appear nonchalant yet betraying his concern, along with the earlier phone conversation's plaintive, "I just wanted to be closer to you," flooded his mind. Ultimately, emotion triumphed over reason. He donned a dark coat, pulled on a hat and mask, and quietly informed his assistant, "I'm going out for some fresh air," before silently departing the hotel. Following the location, he arrived at the hotel and knocked on the door. It was almost immediately opened, revealing Song Ci, who appeared to have just emerged from a shower, his hair still damp and clad in a loose bathrobe. Upon seeing Lin Yi, his eyes brightened instantly, sparkling as if filled with starlight. "You're here," he exclaimed, pulling Lin Yi into the room and swiftly closing the door. His movements quick, as if fearing Lin Yi would change his mind. The room was an ordinary business suite, filled with the lingering humidity and the familiar, slightly bitter scent of chocolate pheromones that emanated from Song Ci. Lin Yi removed his hat and mask, but before he could utter a word, he was enveloped tightly in Song Ci's embrace. The boy's arms were wrapped around him with fervor. The warmth of his body and the vitality of youth transmitted through the thin fabric of his bathrobe, conveying a sense of urgency, as if something precious had been regained. Lin Yi could feel the rapid beating of Song Ci's heart against his chest. "I knew you would come," Song Ci murmured, burying his face in the crook of Lin Yi's neck, his tone imbued with evident satisfaction and a hint of pride. Lin Yi raised his hand to return the embrace, gently patting his back, his voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. "You're being foolish." "I missed you," Song Ci replied, lifting his head to meet Lin Yi's gaze, his eyes clear and focused. "And I was angry at what they said about you." Observing Song Ci's indignant demeanor on his behalf, the irritation Lin Yi felt due to the boy's impulsive actions began to dissipate. He lifted his hand to wipe away the droplets of water that had fallen from Song Ci's hair onto his cheek. "The opinions online are not worth your concern." "Ikare." Song Ci grasped Lin Yi's hand, holding it tightly in his palm, his brow furrowed. "Why do they say such things about you? I see your efforts and your strength. They know nothing." His frustration was so palpable and unmasked that it stirred something within Lin Yi. He clasped Song Ci's hand in return, guiding him to sit on the edge of the sofa. "Precisely because they know nothing, it is unnecessary to pay them heed." Lin Yi's voice was calm, carrying a soothing quality. "When the work is unveiled, everything will become clear." "But there is no but," Lin Yi interjected, gazing steadily at him. "Song Ci, you trust that I can handle this, don't you?" As their eyes locked, the tumultuous emotions within Song Ci gradually settled under Lin Yi's deep and unwavering gaze. He nodded, his voice softening. "Yes, I believe in you." "That is sufficient," Lin Yi replied, a slight smile curving his lips. "You need not prove anything in this manner. Your very existence is the greatest support to me." The simplicity of his words resonated deeply, like a stone cast into the heart of a lake, sending ripples through Song Ci's heart. his ears flushed with warmth as he gazed at Lin Yi's soft features illuminated by the light. An inexplicable thrill surged within him. He leaned in and gently kissed the corner of Lin Yi's lips. "I understand," he whispered, a hint of obedience in his tone. "I will try to be good and avoid causing you trouble." Yet, the glint in his eyes suggested he would dare again next time. Lin Yi found himself helpless against Song Si's whims, allowing him to lean against him. The two sat quietly on the sofa, savoring the rare authenticity of their embrace, rather than the cold comfort of a screen. "Do you have to film tomorrow?" Song Si asked, playing with Lin Yi's fingers. "Yes, I have 2 scenes in the morning." "Then I'll take you back to the set tomorrow morning?" Song Si's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No need. I can return on my own. You should rest early. Don't you have a flight to catch tomorrow?" Song Si pouted, but did not press the matter further. "Then shall I wait for you to finish work? Can we meet again in the evening?" Observing his eager expression, Lin Yi ultimately softened. "If we finish early." Song Si's face instantly lit up with joy. Great. That night, Song Si was remarkably well-behaved, merely clinging to Lin Yi like a large dog seeking warmth. Swiftly drifting into a deep slumber, as if the anxieties and weariness of recent days had finally found solace at that moment. Listening to the rhythmic sound of Song Si's breathing and gazing at the serene, unguarded visage of the youth in slumber, Lin Yi felt a profound sense of peace within. He gently adjusted his position, ensuring Song Si was more comfortable, and closed his own eyes. At dawn the next day, Lin Yi awoke as the first light of day began to emerge. He rose with utmost care, making sure not to disturb the still sleeping Song Si. He penned a brief note and left it on the bedside table, simply stating, "I have returned to the set. All is well, do not worry," before quietly exiting the hotel. Upon returning to the set, everything appeared as usual, as if the brief rendezvous of the previous night had been merely a dream. Yet, Lin Yi was acutely aware that certain things had changed. The weight of his immersion into the character now seemed infused with renewed strength, rendering it no longer so burdensome. The daytime shooting continued with intensity, depicting a scene where Gu Huaiqin engaged in a battle of wits with political adversaries in the court. The dialogue was intricate and challenging, requiring a delicate balance of restrained emotion while also conveying the character's inner turmoil and wisdom. Clad in a heavy court robe, Lin Yi stood within the constructed hall, facing a multitude of colleagues and superiors. As the director called out action, he instantly slipped into character. His gaze was calm, his demeanor neither submissive nor arrogant. With each word articulated clearly, delivering the complex ancient lines with fluency and rhythm. Every rebuttal and reference was perfectly timed, showcasing Gu Huaiqin's intellect while hinting at his cautiousness and sharpness amidst the turmoil. Director Chun nodded frequently from behind the monitor, sensing that Lin Yi's performance today was more composed and confident than before. The conviction radiating from him lent greater depth and authenticity to the character of Gu Huaiqin. During a brief pause in shooting, Lin Yi received a message from Song Si, accompanied by a photograph of an airport terminal, captioned, "Boarding now, waiting for your news tonight." Gazing at the pitiable expression in the image, he could almost envision Song Si's demeanor on the other side of the screen. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he replied, "Safe travels, work well." Setting his phone aside, he took a deep breath, carefully tucking away his personal emotions and immersing himself once more into Gu Huaiqin's world. He understood that he needed to focus intently and deliver an exceptional performance to honor the trust and concern that had crossed mountains and seas, silencing all voices of doubt. Chapter 54. The sorrow of the character and the crowning of reality. The behind-the-scenes footage of Song Si visiting the set, imbued with a hint of defiance, sparked some discussion. However, surprisingly, it did not incite any significant backlash. On one hand, Su Xian's team responded swiftly, steering public opinion to highlight the deep brotherly bond and mutual support between the two, thereby downplaying any interpretations of nepotism. On the other hand, Lin Yi's understated demeanor and commendable acting skills on the set of The Wind Rises in Longxi gradually became known through discreet channels among industry insiders and crew members. effectively mitigating previous negative speculations to some extent. More importantly, during a subsequent public event, when asked about the matter by the media, Song Si responded with grace and poise. As a friend and former partner, visiting the set is entirely natural. Lin Yi is an exceptionally talented actor, and his prowess will soon be evident in The Wind Rises in Longxi. I trust director Chun's judgment, as well as the discerning eyes of the audience. By positioning herself as a friend and admirer, she not only defended Lin Yi, but also avoided exaggeration, thereby earning considerable goodwill. This minor tumult passed without incident. At the time Lin Yi learned of these developments, he was reciting lines by the lakeside at the film studio. The warm hues of the setting sun danced upon the lake, creating a shimmering spectacle. He set down the script and gazed at the distant silhouette of ancient architecture, feeling little turbulence within. He had long understood that in this industry, only one's work serves as the foundation for one's existence. All other clamor is but fleeting smoke. Time quietly slipped away amidst the intense filming, and the scenes of The Wind Rises in Longxi approached their conclusion. Lin Yi grew increasingly serene, as if he had truly merged with the solitary strategist from a millennium past. Occasionally, when video calling Song Si, she would gaze at him for a prolonged moment and then softly murmur, "Teacher Lin, you seem a bit different, more profound." Lin Yi similит genti. Immersed in such a complex and weighty role, it was inevitable that his soul would undergo a transformation. On this particular day, they were shooting Gu Huaiqin's most emotionally expressive scene of the entire drama, the only moment of tears. The prince, whom he had supported with both mentorship and friendship, ultimately chose a path contrary to Gu Huaiqin's ideals to secure power, subtly prompting him to exit the center of authority. The setting was a quiet study, with a torrential downpour outside, as Gu Huaiqin and the prince sat facing each other, separated by a dimly lit, solitary lamp. "Huaiqin, it is not that I do not trust you, but the circumstances dictate otherwise." The seasoned actor portraying the prince delivered his lines with a profound depth, imbued with a resigned sigh and an undeniable air of authority. Lin Yi, as Gu Huaiqin, did not respond immediately. He simply gazed at his counterpart, his eyes first reflecting disbelief, then profound disappointment, and finally the conviction that had sustained him for years seemed to collapse in an instant, transforming into an overwhelming sense of desolation and exhaustion. He did not erupt in hysteria, nor did he lash out in anger. Instead, he slowly bowed his head, observing his hands, calloused from years of writing, and his shoulders briefly sagged imperceptibly. Then, he lifted his head, and with great effort, managed to force a bitter smile, more painful than tears, and in a hoarse voice said, "I understand." Just as he uttered those words, a single tear, without forewarning, slid down his gaunt cheek. It was not a wail of sorrow, but a quiet tear that bore the weight of all shattered dreams and the anguish of estrangement from a confidant. He did not bother to wipe away the tear that fell onto the front of his garments, allowing it to seep into a small, dark stain. "Take care, Your Highness." He rose, bowing deeply in a gesture of utmost propriety, yet imbued with a profound sense of detachment, before turning and, with a somewhat unsteady but remarkably resolute gait, stepped into the torrential downpour that lay beyond the camera's view. "Cut!" Director Chen's voice resonated with suppressed excitement, tinged with a hint of emotion. "Excellent. Truly magnificent. Lin Yi, your performance was extraordinary." The atmosphere was thick with silence, as everyone appeared to be mesmerized by the weighty, silent portrayal that had just unfolded. The poignant desolation and despair of an idealist's shattered dreams were rendered by Lin Yi in a manner both restrained and richly layered, striking a deep chord within the hearts of the audience. Standing at the edge of the rain curtain, Lin Yi breathed heavily, momentarily unable to extricate himself from the immense sorrow that engulfed him, as crew members hurried to drape a towel around his shoulders. Just then, his phone rang abruptly in the hands of his assistant, shattering the stillness of the scene. The assistant glanced at the screen, her expression fraught with concern as she approached. Whispering, "Brother Lin, it's teacher Song Si, and it seems urgent." Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Typically, Song Si would refrain from interrupting him during filming. He took the phone and retreated to a quieter corner to answer. As soon as the call connected, Song Si's excited, incredulous voice erupted in his ear. Lin Yi. Lin Yi, have you seen? You've been nominated for the Golden Award for Best Actor. For holding the blade. Best Actor. The Golden Award, distinct from the Golden Rooster Award, is the most prestigious accolade in the Chinese film industry, a coveted honor dreamed of by countless filmmakers. Even Lin Yi, upon hearing this news, felt his mind momentarily blank. His fingers tightened around the phone. He was nominated for Best Actor? Really? The official list has just been released. I knew you could do it. Lin Yi, you're incredible. Song Si exclaimed, her excitement spilling over, more thrilled than if she had won the award herself. The surrounding crew members seemed to glean something from Song Si's exuberant voice and Lin Yi's subtle change in expression, casting astonished and congratulatory glances his way. Lin Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. The sorrow of Gu Huaiqin had not yet fully dissipated, and now he was overwhelmed by the impact of such a significant honor, leaving his emotions in a tumultuous state. I understand, he replied, his voice slightly hoarse from the recent performance and the current emotional upheaval. Why are you so calm? Song Si shouted on the other end, this is the Golden Award. Best Actor nomination. Lin Yi, you're about to become the Best Actor. It's just a nomination, Lin Yi reminded her, and himself. A nomination is already an affirmation. In my heart, you are the Best Actor, Song Si declared unequivocally. I'll accompany you to the awards ceremony. We will go together. After hanging up, Lin Yi stood still, gazing out at the authentic raindrops falling from the ancient eaves of the film's set, momentarily lost in thought, as if he could still feel the chill of the torrential rain that Gu Huaiqin had walked into. On one hand lay the ultimate sorrow of a character's shattered ideals. On the other, the crowning honor of a career at its peak, two extreme emotions intertwined within his heart, colliding and converging. Director Chun approached, gently patting his shoulder, a knowing and satisfied smile gracing his face. Congratulations, Lin Yi. This is well-deserved. He cast a glance outside, realizing that Gu Huaiqin scenes were coming to a close. You have brought him to life. The rest is in the hands of the audience. Lin Yi regained his composure and turned to Director Chun, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Director. After removing his makeup and changing out of the heavy costume, he stepped out of the studio to find that the rain had ceased. The setting sun pierced through the clouds, casting a golden glow. Lin Yi gazed at the brightening horizon, slowly exhaling a breath of relief. The tale of Gu Huaiqin had reached a temporary conclusion, while the journey of the actor Lin Yi continued. The next stage awaited him, the prestigious Golden Award ceremony. There, greater honors and more rigorous scrutiny awaited. He took out his phone and sent a message to Song Si. Just finished filming, saw it, thank you. Soon, Song Si's reply appeared. Celebration emoji, spinning emoji, I knew it. Wait for me. Together we'll bring home the trophy. Accompanying this were a flurry of excited emojis. As he looked at the animated characters on the screen, the corners of Lin Yi's lips finally began to rise into a gentle smile. Regardless of whether the road ahead was fraught with storms or illuminated by glory, he understood he was not alone. Chapter 55. Receiving the Golden Award on the night of the Golden Award ceremony, the air was imbued with a weighty and solemn atmosphere, distinct from that of the Golden Feather Awards. This was the pinnacle of Chinese cinema, where every inch of the red carpet seemed steeped in the essence of history and the dreams of countless filmmakers. Lin Yi and Song Si appeared together once more, with Lin Yi donning a flawlessly tailored classic black tuxedo, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. With his tall stature and tranquil demeanor, he radiated an undeniable brilliance. Song Si, in a deep sapphire velvet suit, remained strikingly handsome, yet beside Lin Yi, his vibrant aura seemed to soften, transforming into a protective presence filled with pride. As they stepped onto the red carpet, a symbol of unparalleled glory, the flashes of cameras and the cheers of the crowd reached a crescendo. The lenses eagerly captured every moment, from their shared glances to whispered exchanges. Are you nervous? Song Si tilted his head slightly, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. He held Lin Yi's hand, warm and dry, with a reassuring grip. Lin Yi's gaze calmly swept over the multitude of cameras and the cheering throng, feeling the warmth in his fingertips, and gently shook his head. Not really. He indeed felt more composed than during the Golden Feather Awards. A nomination was already an affirmation, and while he looked forward to the outcome, he was prepared to accept it with equanimity. More importantly, the person standing beside him made him feel that regardless of the result, he had nothing to fear. Upon entering the main hall, the atmosphere was dignified and elegant. Every colleague they encountered regarded them with a gaze filled with scrutiny and recognition. The cast of Ren occupied a prominent position. Upon seeing them, Director Li smiled and nodded, his eyes reflecting unabashed pride and satisfaction. The awards were announced one after another, following a tightly woven schedule. As the award for Best New Actor was presented, Song Si once again received accolades for his role as Night Hawk in Jiren, eliciting a rousing applause from the audience. Rising to his feet, he appeared remarkably composed this time. He first embraced Director Li before turning to Lin Yi. With open arms, he enveloped Lin Yi in a tight embrace. Whispering in his ear, "See, I promised I would make a strong debut for you." His voice brimmed with pride and unabashed affection. Lin Yi reciprocated the embrace, gently patting his back. "Congratulations." Ascending the stage, Song Si accepted the trophy, delivering a speech imbued with even greater poise than before, expressing gratitude to those deserving of it. Finally, his gaze turned towards Lin Yi in the audience, his eyes bright and resolute. "This award serves as encouragement on my journey as an actor. Along this path, I am fortunate to encounter not only the best rival, but also the finest partner." He enunciated the word partner with particular reverence. Applause erupted once more, as everyone could sense the profound and unique emotional bond transcending the ordinary partnership between these two young alphas. Next came the contest for Best Male Lead. The large screen showcased captivating clips of the 5 nominees from their respective films. When Lin Yi's scene in Jiren was displayed, where the Gray Falcon sacrifices himself to save Night Hawk, sustaining grave injuries, an audible gasp of astonishment rippled through the audience as they witnessed the swift transition of his expression from fierce determination to a fleeting, complex gaze upon Night Hawk, embodying concern, resolve, and a transcendent trust that encapsulated the character's inner turmoil at that moment. The award presenters were 2 internationally renowned Chinese actors of considerable repute. As they opened the golden envelope and exchanged knowing smiles, they announced, "The recipient of the XX Golden Awards for Best Male Lead is." An eerie silence enveloped the venue, the air seemingly suspended. The camera swiftly panned across the faces of the nominees, and Lin Yi sensed the sudden tension in Song Si's body beside him, along with the slight dampness of his tightly clasped hand. "Zidane, Lin Yi. Congratulations, Lin Yi." A thunderous eruption of applause and cheers, akin to a tsunami, instantaneously filled the hall, nearly threatening to lift the roof off. The spotlight, as if animated, precisely illuminated Lin Yi, enveloping him in a dazzling halo. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yi felt his heart cease its rhythm, the cacophony around him deafening yet eerily tranquil. He caught sight of Director Li, excitedly rising to applaud, and noticed Su Xian beside him, nearly leaping with joy. Then his eyes locked on his Song Si's. Those eyes, always brimming with starlight or defiance, now shimmered with tears of joy and pride, nearly overflowing with relief. Song Si suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace, his arms trembling with intensity. His voice choked yet resonant in Lin Yi's ear. "It's you, Lin Yi. It's you. I knew you could do it." That embrace, though brief, was infused with an overwhelming force, as if to transmit all his strength and elation to him. Then, releasing him, Song Si gave him a firm push, his gaze ablaze with fervor. "Go." Lin Yi took a deep breath, rising amidst the overwhelming tide of applause that threatened to engulf him. He adjusted the non-existent wrinkles of his attire and, with measured steps, advanced toward the stage that countless filmmakers yearn for. Under the spotlight, his figure appeared increasingly tall and upright, each stride unwavering, embodying a composure that spoke of a journey through myriad trials to finally reach the shore of triumph. Accepting the elegantly crafted, weighty golden trophy from the seasoned actor, the frigid touch sent a slight tremor through his fingertips. Yet it also instilled a profound tranquility within his heart. Standing before the microphone, he gazed at the sea of faces below, some familiar, others unrecognizable, observing the myriad expressions of anticipation, admiration, and perhaps scrutiny. Thank you for the Golden Award, and my heartfelt gratitude to the judging panel. His voice resonated through the microphone, maintaining its characteristic steadiness, yet seemingly imbued with a soothing magic that gradually quieted the fervent audience. Thank you, Director Lin Yi, and all the colleagues from the Jiren crew. This trophy belongs to each and every one of us. He raised the trophy high, his gaze sweeping over the excited Director Li and the crew members. Pausing momentarily, his eyes eventually transcended the crowd, landing with precision on the tearful yet radiant smile of a young man who had been gazing at him from the audience. The camera instinctively followed his line of sight, capturing Song Si's unabashed emotion and affection, projecting it onto the big screen. Lin Yi, locking eyes with Song Si, spoke clearly and resolutely, infused with a tenderness that had never been felt before. Lastly, I wish to address one person. A hush fell over the crowd. Thank you for believing in me when everyone else doubted. Thank you for pulling me back to reality every time I found myself lost in a character. Thank you for being the light in my life, reminding me that no matter what lies ahead, I'm never alone. Though unspoken, each word resonated like the most solemn of vows, reverberating in the hearts of those present and striking deeply into Song Si's soul. As Song Si watched the man standing at the pinnacle, proclaiming his existence to the world, tears cascaded uncontrollably down his cheeks, yet he remained undeterred, nodding fervently in affirmation. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and raised the trophy once more, offering a slight bow. In the next moment, a more fervent applause and cheers engulfed him, and amidst the dazzling brilliance and cacophony, he descended the stage with poise, moving toward the one who had illuminated his entire world. Chapter 56. The celebration after the award. Returning to his seat, clutching the trophy of the Best Actor, Lin Yi felt as though everything around him had taken on an air of unreality. The cacophony seemed muffled by a thin veil. Yet the warmth and strength of Song Si's hand tightly clasping his was unmistakably vivid. The award for Best Film once again graced Jiren, igniting a fervor within the entire crew. He was once more ushered onto the stage, surrounded by his comrades, where together they raised the trophy, symbolizing the pinnacle of honor. The flash of cameras captured the excitement and joy etched on their faces, marking this moment as undoubtedly the most glorious in both the journey of the Jiren crew and Lin Yi's personal career thus far. After the official celebration banquet following the awards ceremony, Lin Yi and Song Si, as the protagonists, were surrounded by a multitude of admirers, their congratulations, compliments, and inquisitive gazes flowing incessantly. Lin Yi maintained a composed smile, responding with poise, yet Song Si could sense an almost imperceptible weariness etched upon his brow. "Are you tired?" Song Si whispered during a brief moment of respite, his fingers gently grazing Lin Yi's palm. "Not too bad," Lin Yi replied, his gaze meeting Song Si's, his eyes shimmering with a satisfaction born from honor and the warmth of being with his beloved. "Just a little longer. Once we navigate through this wave, we shall make our escape." Song Si winked at him, a hint of mischief dancing in his expression. Indeed, after exchanging pleasantries with several prominent producers and directors, Song Si cleverly extricated them from the throng by citing Lin Yi's need for rest, half shielding him as they discreetly slipped away through a side entrance of the banquet hall. As the door to their hotel suite closed behind them, they finally severed all ties to the clamor and superficiality outside. The room was illuminated by a single warm yellow floor lamp, casting a gentle glow that enveloped the atmosphere in tranquility. Lin Yi placed the heavy gold trophy delicately upon the coffee table, its surface gleaming with a soft luster under the light. He stood there for a few seconds, as if finally comprehending that he had ascended to the pinnacle of Chinese cinema. Song Si embraced him from behind, resting his chin on Lin Yi's shoulder, his voice imbued with a sigh of contentment. "What does it feel like now, Mr. Best Actor?" Lin Yi relaxed against him, savoring the warmth of this comforting embrace, and replied honestly, like I have just awoken from an exceedingly long dream, a dream in which I struggled to emerge from the depths of despair, overcoming countless obstacles, and ultimately reaching for the stars, a journey both lengthy and profoundly real. Song Si chuckled softly, his warm breath caressing Lin Yi's ear. It is not a dream. It is reality. Lin Yi, you're the golden trophy winner. His tone brimmed with unabashed pride. I always knew you could do it. He turned Lin Yi to face him, his gaze earnest and fervent. I heard every word you spoke on that stage. His voice was slightly hoarse. I am so happy, truly happy. Lin Yi gazed into the young, handsome face before him, noticing the clear reflection of himself in those eyes, as well as the intense love that nearly melted him. An indescribable surge of emotion welled up within him. He lifted a hand, tenderly caressing Song Si's cheek, his fingertips brushing against the damp corner of his eye. It is because of you, Song Si. Lin Yi's voice was soft yet carried the weight of 1,000 truths. Without you, I could not have arrived at this point. In the rainforest, it was Song Si's presence that helped him adapt to this world. Amidst the storm of public opinion, it was Song Si's unwavering trust and support. During moments of doubt and self-recrimination regarding his roles, it was Song Si's passionate encouragement that repeatedly pulled him from the mire of despair, granting him the courage to move forward. Tears brimmed in Song Si's eyes at Lin Yi's words. He grasped Lin Yi's hand, pressing it against his own cheek, shaking his head. No, it is you who is strong enough, good enough. I am merely fortunate to be by your side, witnessing your brilliance. He leaned in, their foreheads touching, their noses brushing against one another, breaths mingling, his voice low and laced with temptation. Teacher Lin, the celebration has only just begun, has it not? The promised celebration for securing the Best Actor award. Lin Yi felt a faint blush bloom at the back of his ears. He did not shy away from Song Si's fervent gaze. Instead, he merely pressed his lips together slightly, and, with a barely perceptible nod, signaled his acquiescence. This subtle gesture acted as the most effective command, igniting a blazing fervor in Song Si's eyes. No longer hesitating, he lowered his head and captured the lips he had long yearned for in a kiss. This kiss was unlike any other, imbued with the exhilaration and excitement of victory, the ecstatic confirmation of mutual feelings, and the deep affection and desire that had been suppressed for far too long, now finally unleashed. It was assertive, lingering, and utterly irresistible, as if seeking to consume the very essence, warmth, and soul of the other, merging them into one. The trophy on the coffee table quietly reflected warm light, bearing witness to the intimate and fervent celebration that belonged solely to the victor after this glorious night. Outside the window, the city's neon lights continued to flicker, witnessing the myriad joys and sorrows of countless souls. Yet, within this tranquil space, two hearts, having weathered storms and shared glory, finally belonged to each other without reservation. The road ahead remains long, fraught with the fluctuations of the entertainment industry, career challenges, and perhaps uncharted storms. But in this moment, they possessed one another. The warmth and completeness of this instant, granting them the confidence and courage to face all that lay ahead. Chapter 57. Returning home after filming, the warmth of the Golden Awards still lingered, much like the newly acquired trophy in Lin Yi's study, silently narrating the splendor of the previous night in the morning light. Yet, life must go on. Honors belong to the past, and the path stretches before them. Lin Yi awakened slightly later than usual, his body enveloped in the languor and undeniable tenderness of indulgence. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the close-up of Song Si's serene, sleeping face. The youth slept soundly, his arm possessively wrapped around Lin Yi's waist, breathing evenly, with the corners of his mouth curled up in a hint of satisfaction. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting fragmented shadows on Song Si's thick eyelashes. Lin Yi gazet quietly, remaining still. The cacophony of the awards ceremony, the extravagance of the celebration, and the extreme intimacy shared in their room surged back into his mind like a tidal wave. An unprecedented sense of grounding and tranquility flowed through him like a warm current, gradually saturating his limbs. Lin Yi shifted slightly, intending to rise. But the arm encircling his waist tightened immediately. "Don't move," Song Si's husky voice, still thick with sleep, emerged, his eyes remaining closed, instinctively burrowing deeper into Lin Yi's neck like a small puppy. Lin Yi's body stiffened for a moment before relaxing, allowing him to hold on. After a brief pause, Song Si finally awoke fully, opening his eyes to meet Lin Yi's calm gaze. He was momentarily taken aback, but as memories flooded back, a radiant smile blossomed on his face, brimming with satisfaction and unabashed affection. "Good morning, my best actor," he said, his voice still carrying the remnants of sleep. Yet his eyes sparkled brightly as he leaned in to plant a resounding good morning kiss on Lin Yi's lips. "Good morning." Lin Yi felt a slight warmth in his ears as he turned away, attempting to rise. It was time to get up. "Just 5 more minutes," Song Si whined, tightening his embrace, pressing his face against Lin Yi's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The sensation of sleeping next to a Golden Award-winning actor was simply delightful. Lin Yi, though somewhat helpless, chose not to insist further. The two remained entwined in the morning light, savoring the tranquility and warmth of their first morning following the award ceremony. Ultimately, it was Lin Yi who first arose, his habitual discipline preventing him from lounging in bed for too long. As Song Si watched him don his pajamas and stride toward the bathroom, he admired the smooth, powerful lines of his shoulders. Recollecting how that body had trembled in his embrace the previous night, Song Si felt his throat involuntarily constrict, a surge of possessiveness and profound satisfaction washing over him. Breakfast consisted of a simple Western fare prepared by Lin Yi. During the meal, both their phones were incessantly buzzing with congratulatory messages and calls. Su Xian was particularly animated, calling from afar, excitedly outlining subsequent promotional efforts and the top-tier resources that might soon follow. "Lin Yi, you are now an unequivocal top-tier actor. Film offers and endorsements, my heavens. My inbox is about to explode. We must plan meticulously." Su Xian rambled on the other end of the line. Listening attentively, Lin Yi leisurely savored his fried egg. When Su Xian paused for breath, he calmly interjected, "Brother Su, our selection criteria remain unchanged, quality over quantity. Also, how is the post-production progress for The Wind Rises in Longxi?" Su Xian momentarily faltered before grasping Lin Yi's reminder not to be dazzled by present accolades. The next project was paramount. "I understand. Rest assured, I will oversee it." Director Chen reported that the post-production is going smoothly, and we expect to meet the year-end broadcast schedule. After hanging up, Song Si leaned closer, grinning. "Is Brother Su about to go crazy with joy?" "Indeed." Lin Yi nodded, pushing the milk toward him, as Song Si obediently picked up the cup. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi. "What about you? What do you wish to do most right now, aside from acting?" Lin Yi said, gazing out at the bright sunshine, contemplating for a moment before responding, "To return and complete the remaining scenes for The Wind Rises in Longxi." Song Si was taken aback for a moment before letting out a soft laugh, his shoulders subtly shaking. This was Lin Yi, ever alert, always knowing where to tread next. The immense honor did not lead him astray. Rather, it clarified his path. "All right, I will accompany you back," Song Si declared. "Your album promotion has reached a pause, and there are only a few scattered engagements that won't interfere." He interrupted, his eyes resolute. "I said, during these months of filming, I will fly over whenever I can to be with you. Now that you've won the Best Actor award, I must keep an eye on you, lest any random person approaches." There was an unconscious note of possessiveness and jealousy in his tone. Lin Yi regarded him and ultimately did not refuse. Upon returning to The Wind Rises in Longxi set, Lin Yi could distinctly perceive the shift in the gazes of those around him. They no longer regarded him as a promising newcomer or an actor who rose to fame through CP popularity, but with genuine respect, viewing him as a formidable and accomplished actor. Even Director Chen, while discussing the scenes with him, adopted a tone imbued with a sense of equal exploration. Lin Yi adapted splendidly to this shift, maintaining his humble and focused demeanor, unperturbed by the accolades from the outside world. He swiftly immersed himself once more in Gu Huaiqin's universe, refining the final scenes to an even greater degree of excellence. As promised, Song Si flew to the film set to keep him company whenever he was free. Unlike his previous impulsiveness that had stirred up news about his visits, he now adopted an unusually low profile, residing in a nearby hotel like an ordinary family member, waiting for Lin Yi to finish his work. They would dine together, stroll, discuss the script, or simply enjoy each other as quiet company. Sometimes, after a late-night shoot, Lin Yi would return to find Song Si nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a game or attending to work, patiently awaiting his return with warm late-night snacks at hand. "Weren't you supposed to sleep first?" Lin Yi inquired as he set his belongings down. "I can't sleep without you here," Song Si replied, naturally approaching to take his coat, leaning in to catch a whiff, his brow slightly furrowing at the scent of smoke. "Go take a shower." Such mundane, yet genuine companionship gradually became a habit, slowly filling the void of warmth that had once been absent in Lin Yi's life, a puzzle piece of home. On this day, after completing his final scene, the crew held a simple farewell ceremony for him. Director Chun shook his hand vigorously, his voice filled with emotion. "Thank you for bringing Gu Huaiqin to life. Look forward to the final product. It will not disappoint you." "Thank you, Director, and to everyone for your hard work." Lin Yi bowed in gratitude to the entire crew. Upon returning to the hotel, he found that Song Si had already tidied up most of his luggage. Seeing the neatly stacked boxes in the room, Lin Yi truly realized that the months of shooting had finally come to an end. "We're finally done." Song Si exhaled in relief, embracing him from behind, his tone joyous. "We can go home now." The word home stirred something within Lin Yi. He turned to face Song Si's sparkling eyes and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, home." Chapter 58. The acknowledgement of family upon returning to the familiar city. Life seemed to settle back onto a predetermined path, yet distinctly different from before. Lin Yi's status as a Golden Award-winning actor drew more attention wherever he went. Su Xian filtered through his work invitations, elevating their caliber and prestige several notches. Yet he remained composed, directing most of his energy towards rest and preparing for the next phase. Song Si also concluded the promotional period for his new album, gaining more leisure time. The two appear to have entered a stable phase of cohabitation, spending most of their time in Lin Yi's apartment, occasionally venturing out to catch a movie or dine at their favorite noodle shop, behaving like any ordinary couple. One evening, after finishing dinner, they lounged on the sofa watching an old film when Lin Yi's phone rang. It was a video call from Song's mother. Lin Yi glanced at Song Si, who immediately understood and leaned in to share the screen with him. "Annie," Lin Yi answered the call, his tone gentle. "Xiao Yi, Xiao Si, am I interrupting you?" Within the screen, Song's mother radiates a gentle smile, the familiar living room of the Song family home serving as the backdrop. "No, Mom, we just finished dinner." Song Si interjects cheerfully. "That's good to hear. Xiao Yi, I heard you returned from filming. You must be tired." Song's mother expresses her concern while gazing at Lin Yi. "With the recent fluctuations in weather, take care of your health and don't overexert yourself." "Thank you, Auntie. I appreciate your concern." "I will," Lin Yi replies, his voice steady. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Song Si, her mother naturally shifts the conversation back to Lin Yi. "Xiao Yi, when would it be convenient for you to come home for dinner with Song Si? Your uncle mentioned just the other day that he hasn't seen you in quite a while." Though the question is posed casually, it causes both Lin Yi and Song Si to momentarily pause. The fact that Song's father would bring him up is significant. Immediately, Song Si glances at Lin Yi, her eyes revealing a mixture of inquiry and subtle apprehension. Meeting the warm and expectant gaze of Song's mother, Lin Yi feels the reassuring grip of Song Si's hand beside him and reaches a decision. "Sure, Annie," he replies clearly and calmly. "You and Uncle can choose the time. We are available anytime." Song's mother immediately beams with a more genuine smile. "That's wonderful. How about this weekend? I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some of your favorite dishes." "All right, thank you, Andy." "Oh, it's no trouble at all." "It's settled then." After ending the video call, Song Si suddenly embraces Lin Yi, excitedly planting a kiss on his cheek. "My mom is becoming increasingly natural about inviting you over for dinner. Can you believe my dad even mentioned you, Lin Yi? They have completely accepted you." Seeing Song Si's elation, a subtle smile graces Lin Yi's lips. Gaining the acceptance of one's partner's family is an essential milestone in any relationship. He reciprocates the embrace, softly affirming with a gentle mm. On the evening of the weekend, the couple once again steps into the Song family residence. This time, the atmosphere is markedly different from any previous visits. Song's mother stands at the door to greet them, her face aglow with joy as she approaches and naturally takes Lin Yi's hand, speaking affectionately. "Come in quickly. Was there any traffic on the way?" Song's father remains seated on the living room sofa. Upon their entrance, he sets aside his newspaper, his gaze shifting to Lin Yi, nodding in acknowledgement. While his tone is not particularly warm, it is noticeably more relaxed than before. "You're here. Unde, auntie, Lin Yi greets politely." Presenting the gift he brought for Song's mother. "Just your presence is enough. There's no need to bring anything," she chides playfully. Yet her delight is evident as she accepts the offering. The dinner unfolds in a warm and harmonious atmosphere, with Song's mother continually serving Lin Yi dishes, inquiring about his experiences while filming and his future plans. Song Ci interjects with playful banter, eliciting laughter from her mother. Even Song's father, guided by his wife, occasionally engages Lin Yi with questions about the current state of the film industry and the development of his studio. Though the inquiries are broad, the interaction reflects an equal exchange. "I hear you've established your own studio. It's admirable for a young person to have such aspirations," Song's father remarks, sipping his soup. However, operating independently requires thorough consideration of all aspects, especially finance and legal matters. One must not be careless. His words carry the weight of elder wisdom rather than previous scrutiny. "Thank you for the advice, uncle. I'll be mindful of that," Lin Yi responds earnestly. After dinner, Song Ci was called to the kitchen by her mother to assist in slicing fruits, leaving only Lin Yi and Song's father in the living room. After a brief silence, Song's father set down his teacup, his gaze steady as he addressed Lin Yi with a voice that, though not loud, carried an air of finality. "Lin Yi, regarding your relationship with Song Ci, both your aunt and I have decided to cease our opposition." Lin Yi straightened his posture, meeting his gaze, fully aware that this was a pivotal moment. This child, Song Ci, once she has made up her mind, it is as if 10 oxen could not pull her back. She has chosen you, and it is evident that she is genuinely happy. There was a hint of barely perceptible resignation in Song's father's tone, yet it was predominantly one of compromise and acceptance. "You are a fine individual, capable, sincere, neither arrogant nor hasty. We entrust Song Ci to you with confidence." These succinct words seemed to have drained considerable strength from Song's father. Once he finished speaking, he resumed holding his teacup, no longer looking at Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt a profound stir within him. He understood that for someone of Song's father's stature and character, uttering such words represented the highest level of acknowledgement and blessing. He rose, bowing solemnly to Song's father. "Thank you, uncle. I will take good care of her and ensure that neither you nor auntie are disappointed." Song's father waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing further, yet his tense shoulders appeared to relax somewhat. At that moment, Song Ci emerged from the kitchen with a fruit platter. Upon observing the scene in the living room, her eyes brightened, and she hurried over, keenly sensing the shift in atmosphere. Leaning in closer to Lin Yi, she whispered, "What did my dad say to you?" Lin Yi, gazing into her expectant eyes, gently squeezed her hand and replied softly, "Nothing much. Uncle said the fruits are very sweet." Song Ci paused, looking into Lin Yi's eyes, where joy sparkled, and at her father's side profile, which, while still serious, was no longer cold. In an instant she understood. A wave of immense elation surged within her, and she could not help but break into a wide smile, a smile far sweeter than any fruit on the platter. As they departed from the Song household, Song's mother accompanied them to the door, holding Lin Yi's hand and urging him to visit often. The night breeze was slightly cool against their faces, yet carried a warmth within. In the car on their way back, Song Ci was unable to contain her excitement, grinning foolishly and occasionally leaning over to kiss Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, did you hear that? My dad, he acknowledged us." Her voice trembled with exhilaration. "Yes," Lin Yi replied, his eyes filled with tender indulgence. "How wonderful, truly wonderful," Song Ci exclaimed, tightly embracing his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. Now we have the blessings of the whole family. Outside the car window, the city lights rushed by like a flowing river of stars. Lin Yi watched the jubilant youth beside him, feeling the genuine warmth transmitted through their connection, and a sense of tranquility and completeness enveloped his heart. They had finally crossed the threshold of family acceptance. The obstacles ahead seemed to have diminished once more. He knew that future challenges would abound, but on this night, the acknowledgement from the family of the person who mattered most to him felt like the most robust armor, endowing him with the courage to face all the unknown storms alongside this cherished individual. Chapter 59. Journey. The resplendence of the Golden Award and the unequivocal acknowledgement from the Song family were akin to two colossal stones cast into the depths of a tranquil pond, sending ripples that eventually restored the surface to its prior serenity. Yet the foundation beneath had become considerably more robust. Lin Yi's rhythm of life had not undergone a dramatic transformation due to the title of Best Actor. He maintained an almost rigorous self-discipline. Each morning began with exercise, followed by script study and managing studio affairs, with the only addition being the increasingly assertive presence of Song Ci, who had taken to invading his personal space. That evening, the two nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a documentary. Suddenly, Song Ci poked Lin Yi's side, recalling something. "Teacher Lin, about that trip you promised me. Isn't it time we put it on the agenda?" Lin Yi, momentarily pulled from the narration on ancient maritime technology, turned to him. "Where do you wish to go?" "I'm open to anything." Song Ci's eyes sparkled, immediately invigorated as he turned to sit cross-legged facing Lin Yi. "The seaside? The mountains? Or perhaps a quaint little town where no one recognizes us? Just the two of us for a few days, free from work and cameras." He painted a vivid picture, his gaze brimming with longing. Observing his excitement, Lin Yi recalled that he indeed had a relatively free schedule until the airing of The Wind Rising in Longxi, and nodded. "All right, you choose the location, but let us keep the itinerary discreet." "Leave it to me," Song Ci declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Swiftly retrieving his phone to search, mumbling to himself about needing a place with good privacy, lest they be photographed and land on trending topics. Lin Yi watched the focused profile of Song Ci as he sifted through potential destinations, the warm yellow light casting soft shadows across his straight nose, filling Lin Yi with warmth. The sensation of being earnestly incorporated into someone's future, with an eagerness to realize it, remained fresh and precious to him. A few days later, Song Ci, with an air of mystery, announced that the destination was set, a tranquil island renowned for its starry skies. With all travel and lodging arrangements already secured, the night before their departure, he oversaw Lin Yi packing, stuffing several bottles of high SPF sunscreen into the suitcase. "The UV at the beach is intense. You mustn't get sunburned," Song Ci frowned, placing a cap on Lin Yi's head. "You need to wear this too." Lin Yi, slightly exasperated, replied, "I'm not an Omega." His physique was considerably more resilient than that of an average person, rendering sunburn a negligible concern. "That doesn't matter," Song Ci interrupted, his tone authoritative. "Your face is insured now. It must be well cared for." As he spoke, he chuckled softly and leaned in to peck Lin Yi's lips, adding, "Primarily, I adore how you look now. I don't want any changes." The candid affection made Lin Yi's ears flush slightly. He adjusted the brim of the cap to obscure his momentary awkwardness and continued to silently organize his belongings. After a series of flights and a swift boat ride, they finally arrived at the seemingly isolated island. They had booked a secluded resort comprising only a few independent villas, overlooking a vast expanse of pristine private beach, swaying coconut palms and crystal-clear waters. Upon checking in and entering the villa imbued with the scent of natural wood, they flung open the floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing the warm, salty sea breeze to rush in, accompanied by the soothing rhythm of waves lapping against the shore. "Wow, this place is even more magnificent than the photographs." With a jubilant cry, Song Ci tossed aside his luggage and, seizing Lin Yi's hand, rushed to the terrace overlooking the sea. He spread his arms wide and inhaled deeply, savoring the sweetness of the air. Lin Yi stood beside him, gazing at the vast expanse of cerulean ocean where the horizon melded seamlessly with the sea's surface, as a few seagulls glided leisurely by. Having distanced themselves from the clamor of the city and the distractions of the entertainment world, the subtle fatigue that had accumulated over the days seemed to be washed away by the sea breeze. He gently closed his eyes, relishing the warmth of the sun upon his eyelids and the soft caress of the wind against his cheeks. "How do you like it?" Song Si leaned in closer, wrapping his arms around Lin Yi from behind, resting his chin on Lin Yi's shoulder, his voice imbued with mirth. Lin Yi softly replied, relaxing into his embrace, genuinely enjoying the moment. In the days that followed, they embraced a life of almost primal simplicity and comfort. They awoke at their leisure, basked in the private pool of the villa, or simply reclined side by side on the beach loungers, listening to music and watching the clouds drift by. Full of energy, Song Si urged Lin Yi to go snorkeling, where they marveled at the vividly colored schools of fish and coral. In the evenings, they strolled barefoot along the shore, leaving behind two winding trails of footprints that the encroaching tide would wash away time and again. As the sunset painted the sky and sea in resplendent hues of orange and red, Song Si suddenly halted, bending down to excavate something from the sand, which he then presented to Lin Yi with a flourish, a uniquely shaped, milky white shell. "For you." Song Si's eyes sparkled in the sunlight, radiating youthful sincerity. Lin Yi accepted the damp, gritty shell, feeling its rough yet distinctive texture beneath his fingertips. "Thank you. When we return, let us buy a glass jar to store all the shells we collect on this trip." Song Si enthusiastically envisioned their future travels, each yielding a new keepsake to fill jar after jar. Lin Yi gazed at the small shell in his palm, then lifted his eyes to behold Song Si's face. Gently outlined in golden light by the sunset, his heart stirred. He began to anticipate the myriad of shared memories they would curate together in the future, each a fragment of their collective journey. That evening, they dined on a seafood feast delivered by the hotel on the terrace, under a night sky of an inky blue so deep it was rarely seen in the city, adorned with stars like scattered diamonds and the Milky Way faintly visible. Without the blight of light pollution, the island's starry expanse appeared particularly magnificent and awe-inspiring. "It's been so long since I've seen so many stars," Song Si mused, tilting his head back in wonder. He set down his wine glass, turning to focus intently on the softened contours of Lin Yi's profile, illuminated by starlight. Lin Yi also raised his gaze to the boundless sea of stars. In a past life, while on a mission, he had witnessed such a sky in the wilderness. But at that time, he had been too tense to truly appreciate it. Now, with his beloved by his side, his heart was in an entirely different realm. "Lin Yi." Song Si's voice resonated clearly and deeply in the stillness of the night. "Sometimes I feel like this is all a dream." Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, meeting Song Si's earnest eyes. "To encounter you, to be together, and to receive the blessings of our families. Everything feels surreal." He extended his hand, gently grasping the one Lin Yi had placed upon the table. "I had never imagined I could harbor such profound affection for another. A sentiment so intense that it felt as though my entire existence was destined for him." The sound of the waves served as the sole backdrop, accompanying the boy's sincere and fervent confession. Lin Yi reciprocated the gesture, his fingers tightening ever so slightly. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed quietly at Song Si, observing the eyes that sparkled with starlight and reflected his own image. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. "It is not a dream." He paused, as if carefully crafting his words. "A challenging endeavor for one so accustomed to restraint. Meeting you was the greatest surprise of my arrival here, and the finest arrangement." He did not utter the words like or love, yet the phrase "the finest arrangement" encompassed everything. Song Si's pupils dilated slightly, and an overwhelming joy ignited within him like a wildfire, instantly illuminating his entire gaze. He abruptly stood, circumnavigating the small table to draw Lin Yi up from his chair, enveloping him tightly in an embrace. Lin Yi softly called his name again and again, as though wishing to etch it into his very bones. He lowered his head, kissing Lin Yi's lips. Unlike their previous fervent kisses, this one, under the witness of the starry sky and the sea, became extraordinarily tender and lingering, carrying a sense of solemnity and promise as if dust had settled. Lin Yi closed his eyes, responding to the kiss, savoring the deep affection conveyed through their lips and the slight saltiness of the sea breeze. He raised his hand, encircling Song Si's waist. Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, their intertwined silhouettes melded seamlessly with the universe. Though challenges may lie ahead at this moment, their love resembled the boundless sea of stars, tranquil, profound, and eternal. Chapter 60. The award presenter. The starry sky above the island resembled shattered diamonds, generously scattered across the velvet night. The relentless sound of the waves tirelessly washed over the shore, erasing the remnants of the day's clamor. The kiss on the terrace was gentle and prolonged, infused with the ocean's briny coolness, resembling a silent vow that fused their hearts together. As the kiss concluded, their foreheads touched, breaths slightly disordered. Song Si's eyes sparkled as if filled with starlight, astonishingly bright. He gazed at Lin Yi, whose features were softly illuminated by moonlight, and his heart melted. Lin Yi, he whispered, his fingers tenderly tracing the contours of Lin Yi's face. Let's travel together every year, just the two of us. Is that all right? Lin Yi's breath had not yet fully stabilized. He looked into Song Si's eyes, which held unmasked longing, and softly replied, all right. This promise stirred Song Si's heart more than any love declaration. Unable to resist, he leaned in again, planting a few gentle pecks on Lin Yi's cool lips, before contentedly leading him back to the lounge chair. They sat side by side, sharing the same light blanket, gazing up at the vast starry sky. No further words were exchanged. Tranquility flowed between them without a hint of awkwardness, instead filled with peace and satisfaction. Lin Yi relayed, absorbing the steady warmth radiating from Song Si beside him. The tumultuous tribulations of a past life and the despair and struggle upon awakening in this one seemed to gradually fade amidst the celestial expanse and the sound of crashing waves. He has never felt the essence of belonging as profoundly as he does at this moment. It is not tied to a specific location, but rather to the world constructed by the person beside him. Look, a shooting star. Song Si suddenly lowered his voice, excitedly pointing to a corner of the sky. A silver streak swiftly traversed the deep blue canvas overhead, brief yet resplendent. Lin Yi followed his gaze, only catching a glimpse of the fading light. Make a wish. Song Si immediately closed his eyes, hands clasped, his expression earnest like that of a child. Lin Yi gazed at his devout profile, remaining still. He had no particular wish to make upon the shooting star. What he desired, what he could grasp, seemed already present beside him. When Song Si opened his eyes after making his wish and noticed Lin Yi simply watching him, he couldn't help but inquire, "Why don't you make a wish?" "I don't have anything special to wish for," Lin Yi replied candidly. Song Si paused for a moment, then understood, leaning closer with a playful grin. "Do you think having me here is enough?" His words carried a hint of jest and self-satisfaction, yet Lin Yi did not dispute it. He merely curved his lips slightly in acquiescence. This reaction greatly delighted Song Si, who triumphantly hummed, leaning back against Lin Yi, wrapping his arms around his waist and sighing contentedly. "So do I." He nuzzled into the crook of Lin Yi's neck, finding a comfortable position, his voice gradually softening. "With you here, everything is perfect." The sea breeze was gentle and the starlight intimate. Lin Yi listened to the gradually even and prolonged sound of Song Si's breathing. Knowing he had fallen asleep, he carefully adjusted his posture to ensure the boy was more comfortable, then pulled up the slipping thin blanket and closed his own eyes. In this moment, time felt serene, unparalleled in its tranquility. After the island journey, life seemed to revert to its previous rhythm, yet something within had subtly changed. A sense of stability, settled after navigating through storms, permeated every crevice of existence. Lin Yi's studio operated smoothly, with Su Xian curating increasingly high-quality resources and projects for him. Yet he maintained a cautious demeanor, directing most of his energy toward recuperation and selecting the next script that could truly resonate with him. Song Si had also entered a relatively stable phase. Aside from occasional business engagements and magazine shoots, he spent most of his time with Lin Yi. Their cohabitation grew increasingly harmonious. From breakfast preferences to evening movie choices, they reached consensus effortlessly, without the need for excessive words. That afternoon, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, flooding the living room. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, perusing a newly delivered movie script, while Song Si sat cross-legged on the carpet, leaning against his leg, engrossed in a game. The tranquility of the room was interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Su Xian. Lin Yi answered, activating the speakerphone. Lin Yi, am I interrupting you? Su Xian's voice came through. No, Suga, go ahead. There are two matters to discuss. First, the final cut of The Wind Rises in Longxi is ready. Director Chun has invited the main creators for a preview, scheduled for next Tuesday. Can you manage your schedule? Lin Yi glanced at the calendar. I can. Great. I'll respond to them. There's another matter. Su Xian paused for a moment, his tone becoming slightly more serious. The Jinling Award Committee has extended an invitation, hoping that you could attend this year's award ceremony as a presenter to bestow the Best Actor award. Upon hearing this, even Song Si, who had been engrossed in a game, paused and turned his gaze towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Last year at this time, he was the one nervously awaiting below the stage, ultimately clutching the trophy as the recipient. This year, however, he was to pass this honor on to the next actor in the capacity of a presenter. The implications of this were unmistakable. What do you think? Lin Yi inquired of Su Xian. I believe it is an acceptable proposition, Su Xian analyzed. This is a splendid gesture, symbolizing the transmission of legacy, and it will further enhance your standing and reputation within the industry. Furthermore, there are no nominees this year that require any particular avoidance. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment, then nodded. Very well, please inform the committee that I accept the invitation. No problem, Su Xian replied, engaging in a bit more casual conversation before ending the call. As soon as the call was disconnected, Song Si tossed aside the game controller, leaped over, and embraced Lin Yi's waist. Looking up at him with sparkling eyes, Teacher Lin, you are going to present the award to the new Best Actor. His tone brimmed with pride, as if he were the one receiving the award. Indeed, Lin Yi ruffled his hair. That's wonderful. Song Si nestled his face against Lin Yi's waist, nuzzling slightly. I will accompany you to the ceremony and watch you from the audience. He spoke as though it were a matter of course. Yet Lin Yi felt a slight stir within. Given Song Si's current popularity and their relationship, his presence at the Jinling Awards would undoubtedly attract endless attention and interpretation. However, Lin Yi felt no hesitation, as if having him by his side were an inevitable occurrence. Alright, Lin Yi responded softly. On Tuesday afternoon, Lin Yi and Song Si arrived punctually at the internal screening of The Wind Rises in Longxi. Besides director Chun, producers, screenwriters, and other core creators, several main actors were also present. Upon seeing Lin Yi again, everyone's demeanor was evidently warmer and more respectful. The aura of a Golden Award-winning actor was a tangible symbol of industry status. Director Chun was delighted to see Lin Yi, engaging him in conversation about recent events before his gaze fell upon Song Si beside him, playfully teasing. Little Song has come too? Are you here to be our Lin Yi's flower protector? Song Si maintained his cool demeanor in front of outsiders. Yet he moderated his aloofness when addressing an elder like Director Chun, politely nodding. Hello, Director Chun. I'm here to learn. Director Chun laughed heartily, implying, very good. Mutual learning leads to collective progress. The screening commenced, the lights dimmed, and Lin Yi focused his mind, concentrating on the large screen. This was his first time viewing his portrayal of Gu Huaijin from the perspective of an audience member. The nearly 2-hour film featured a solemn pace, ancient visuals, and a grand, yet mournful score. The story unfolded amidst the machinations of power, the clash of ideals and reality. As Lin Yi watched himself on the screen, lean restrained, struggling against the tide of an era, ultimately witnessing the shattering of his ideals. Leaving only a sense of character and desolation in Gu Huaijin, He felt a blend of familiarity and estrangement. He was utterly engrossed in the narrative, at times even forgetting that he was the one performing it. Director Chen's cinematographic language was calm and restrained, yet profoundly captured the inner turmoil of the characters. Particularly striking was the scene where Gu Huaiqin, in the study, severed ties with the prince, silently shedding tears as he stepped into the torrential rain. That wordless sorrow and despair weighed heavily upon the hearts of every audience member, transcending the screen. As the film concluded and the lights illuminated the room, a profound silence enveloped the conference hall. After several seconds, a fervent applause erupted. The screenwriter, visibly moved, held Chen's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Old Chun, we did it. This is the feeling I yearned for." The producer, beaming with joy, turned to Lin Yi and generously praised him. "Lin Yi, you have truly brought this character to life." The tragic beauty of Gu Huaiqin, who knows he cannot achieve but strives nonetheless, has been splendidly rendered by you. Director Chun regarded Lin Yi with admiration and affirmation, saying, "Lin Yi, thank you. You have given me a Gu Huaiqin that surpasses my expectations." Receiving such high praise stirred Lin Yi's heart. He rose and sincerely bowed to Director Chun and all the creative team, expressing, "Thank you, Director, and thank you all. It is the script and the team that provided me with the space to flourish." Song Ci, observing Lin Yi being lauded by everyone, felt a joy that surpassed even her own accolades. Her Lin Yi possessed such talent, deserving of all the accolades. After the screening, Director Chun privately informed Lin Yi. The film's review process went smoothly, and both the platform and television networks are vying for it fiercely. It is expected to air during the prime time at the end of the year. Lin Yi, prepare for a new wave of acclaim. Lin Yi nodded calmly. He had confidence in this work, but was acutely aware that the final judgment lay in the hands of the audience. In the car on the way back, Song Ci remained absorbed in the emotions evoked by the film. She turned to Lin Yi, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Lin Yi, your performance was exceptional. In that final moment, I felt like crying." Gu Huaiqin's plight was so heartrending. Lin Yi gazed out at the fleeting city lights, softly acknowledging her praise. The experience of portraying Gu Huaiqin had also served as a spiritual refinement for him. However, Song Ci shifted her tone, becoming more buoyant once the film airs. "Let us see who dares to say you can only play tough guys. It's time for a reality check." Observing her eagerness to broadcast his achievements to the world, the weight he felt from the role dissipated, replaced by warmth and amusement. "No rush," he replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, no rush. Let the bullets fly for a while." Song Ci giggled as she nestled against his arm. "As long as I know how wonderful you are, that is all that matters." On the day of the Golden Rooster Awards ceremony, the atmosphere was as grand and solemn as ever. This year, Lin Yi and Song Ci did not walk the red carpet together. Lin Yi, as an award presenter, needed to arrive early for preparations, while Song Ci, as a special guest, walked the red carpet a bit later. When Lin Yi appeared alone on the red carpet, clad in an elegantly tailored dark gray suit, the ambience reached a crescendo. Media cameras swarmed towards him, and the fan screams nearly lifted the roof off. He walked gracefully across the red carpet, exuding a calm demeanor. When faced with the host's inquiries, he responded with poise and humility. Regarding the forthcoming award, he expressed, "It is an honor to serve as the presenter for this accolade. The allure of cinema lies in its legacy, and I eagerly anticipate witnessing the emergence of new, exceptional actors." This composure and grandeur elicited a resounding applause from the audience. Inside the venue, Lin Yi was seated in the front row, close to the aisle. Shortly after settling in, he sensed someone taking a seat beside him, accompanied by a familiar hint of bittersweet chocolate. Turning his head, he met the smiling eyes of Song Ci. "What brings you here?" Lin Yi invited somehat surpriset. Given Song Ci's stature and status, such a prominent seat was unusual for him. "I switched seats with my brother." Song Ci leaned closer, lowering his voice with a touch of pride. He found it too noisy here and opted for a quieter spot at the back. Lin Yi immediately understood. This was undoubtedly the result of Song Ci's persuasive charm, and Songbai likely chose not to contest it. A mix of resignation and warmth filled his heart. knowing that Song Si desired to be nearer to him. As the award ceremony proceeded, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and expectant when it reached the Best Actor category. After the VCR presentations of the 5 nominees concluded, the lights focused on one side of stage. Lin Yi adjusted his suit, rose with composure, and stepped toward the stage. The spotlight followed his tall figure as he confidently ascended the steps, standing before the microphone at the center stage. Countless eyes were fixed upon him, one gaze in particular, fervent and intent. He received the golden envelope from the lady attendant, his gaze calmly sweeping over the audience. It is a privilege to stand here, presenting the Golden Feather Award for Best Actor. His voice resonated through the microphone, steady and powerful. Cinema is a relay race. Honor is fleeting, yet the exploration and passion for performance are eternal. Now, let us collectively witness the emergence of the new Best Actor. He opened the envelope and retrieved the card within. The camera zoomed in on his face, attempting to capture any nuance of expression. Lin Yi glanced at the name on the card, then lifted his gaze, precisely directing it toward a specific point in the audience. His lips curving into a gentle and sincere smile as he clearly announced, "The recipient of this year's Golden Feather Award for Best Actor is Zhou Jinyan for The Undercurrent. Congratulations." Thunderous applause erupted. The spotlight instantly illuminated a young actor in the audience, who initially sat in disbelief before excitedly rising to embrace his fellow crew members. Lin Yi stood on stage, smiling as he watched the newly crowned actor ascend, his eyes glistening as he delivered an emotional speech. It was as if he were witnessing a reflection of himself from the previous year. As Zhou Jinyan received the weighty trophy from Lin Yi's hands, he firmly grasped Lin Yi's hand, his voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Teacher Lin Yi. I have always looked up to you as a role model." Lin Yi patted his shoulder, encouragingly replying, "Congratulations, it is well deserved. Keep striving forward." After the award segment concluded, Lin Yi descended the stage and returned to his seat. Song Si immediately leaned in, grasping his hand tightly beneath the table, out of the camera's view, and whispered softly, "You look exceptionally handsome, Teacher Lin." Lin Yi reciprocated the gesture, feeling the familiar warmth radiating from their fingertips. He glanced at Zhou Jinyan on stage, overwhelmed with emotion and tears, and felt the unwavering support and affection from the person beside him, filling his heart with clarity and tranquility. The tide of the times surged forward, new talents emerged. Yet, he no longer harbored any fear or anxiety, for he knew that regardless of the ebbs and flows, he had a place to return to, alongside someone who would always be by his side, sharing the beauty of the world with him. The glory of awards may fade, the fervor for works may dissipate, but the warmth and certainty of this handclasp would sustain him as he ventured into a more distant future. Chapter 61. Launch press conference following the conclusion of the Golden Rooster Awards. Discussions and trending topics erupted online for several days. Lin Yi's composed demeanor as an award presenter, the emotional tears of the newly crowned Best Actor Zhou Jinyan, and the moment when the camera inadvertently captured Song Si's focused gaze on Lin Yi in the audience became delightful subjects for netizens. Lin Yi's presentation was so dashing. That sense of a senior guiding a junior truly opens up the landscape. Zhou Jinyan is well-deserved. His performance in Dark Tide was exceptional. Did anyone else notice that Song Si's eyes were glued to Lin Yi the entire time? "I'm utterly enchanted." These two are becoming increasingly less discreet. It feels like they are just one thin veil away from going public. In response to these discussions, both Lin Yi and Song Si chose to remain indifferent, continuing their lives and work while cherishing the rare moments of tranquility and warmth amidst their busy schedules. The release date for The Wind Rises in Longxi was officially confirmed for the New Year's period, and promotional activities began in earnest. Upon release of the trailers and stills, massive attention was garnered. Lin Yi's portrayal of Gu Huaiqin, a slender scholar, stood in stark contrast to his tough guy persona in Blade of the Hawk, and his serene yet storied gaze instantly captivated audiences. Anticipation ran high. However, it was met with a chorus of discordant skepticism. The styling is indeed groundbreaking, but can Lin Yi truly handle such a complex literary role? It's not just about fitting the image. his acting must keep pace. He still seems better suited for action films. This historical drama feels a bit precarious. It's all about capital. Having won Best Actor, he's now willing to take on any resource. Although these voices were not mainstream, they began to gain traction with the encouragement of certain individuals. Su Xian quickly monitored the public sentiment and reported back to Lin Yi with some indignation. It's evident that someone is envious of the release timing and expectations for The Wind Rises in Longxi, attempting to sabotage from behind the scenes. Su Xian expressed his frustration over the phone, suggesting whether they should contact some familiar media outlets to publish a few press releases to suppress the negativity. Lin Yi, engrossed in reviewing the final promotional plan for The Wind Rises in Longxi, remained unfazed by the remarks. No need. Speaking now would be futile. Once the drama airs, the audience will have their own judgments. His voice was as calm as ever, imbued with an absolute confidence founded on his abilities. But Su Gu, trust Director Chun. Trust the work and believe in me. Lin Yi interjected, his tone gentle yet resolute. On the other end of the line, Su Xian remained silent for a few seconds before finally sighing. All right, I will heed your advice. However, if they overstep their bounds, we cannot allow them to tarnish our reputation. Lin Yi concluded the call and set down his phone, returning to review the promotional plan, his expression betraying no signs of disturbance. Meanwhile, sitting beside him, Song Ci, who had been listening intently to the conversation, furrowed his brows. Who were the culprits behind the gossip? Song Ci's tone was displeased as he reached for his phone to search for related news. Lin Yi raised his hand to press down on the screen of Song Ci's phone. No need to look, it's unnecessary. Song Ci lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yi's calm eyes, which resembled a tranquil pool capable of absorbing all external turmoil. Strangely, his restless emotions were soothed. Yet he still pouted, I simply cannot stand the way they speak of you. Facts speak louder than words. Lin Yi retracted his hand and replied coolly. Once the drama airs, these voices will naturally dissipate. Observing Lin Yi's nonchalant demeanor, Song Ci felt a mix of admiration and concern. He recognized Lin Yi's inner strength, yet he wished to shield him from all adversity. Leaning closer, Song Ci embraced Lin Yi, resting his chin on his shoulder, and murmured, I know how splendidly you perform. Once The Wind Rises in Longxi is released, I will be the first to subscribe and flood Weibo with praise for you. Lin Yi was amused by his childlike words, a slight smile gracing his lips as he ruffled Song Ci's hair. All right. Days later, an unexpected visitor shattered the tranquility of the apartment. When the doorbell rang, Lin Yi was engrossed in his studies in the study, while Song Ci, shuffling in his slippers, hurried to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback by the figure standing outside. Brother, what brings you here? Standing at the door was Song Bai, casually dressed in a black leather jacket and cargo pants, exuding a relaxed demeanor, yet holding a rather exquisite food box. Just passing by. Mom asked me to bring this for you, Song Bai succinctly stated, thrusting the food box into Song Ci's arms. His gaze, however, drifted past him to Lin Yi, who had emerged from the study, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Yi, somewhat surprised, approached Mr. Song. Song Bai appraised him with a raised eyebrow. You look well. He then glanced at Song Ci, who was holding the food box with a wary expression, and smirked. What? No invitation for me to come in? Only then did Song Ci step aside to allow his brother entry, muttering, no one visits without reason. Song Bai disregarded him, making himself comfortable on the sofa, his long legs crossed, appearing at ease, as if in his own home. His gaze swept across the simple yet vibrant apartment before settling on Lin Yi. Is The Wind Rises in Longxi about to air? He asked directly. Lin Yi took a seat across from him, nodding yes, next month. I've heard whispers of some unfavorable commentary, Song Bai remarked flatly, as if discussing the weather. Before Lin Yi could respond, Song Ci interjected, Brother, you heard about it too? Is it that Wang Qian's team stirring trouble again, or the remnants of Starry Weekly? Song Bai cast him a sidelong glance, refraining from a direct answer, instead turning his attention back to Lin Yi. Do you require assistance? The question was posed directly, causing Lin Yi to pause momentarily before he shook his head. Thank you, but I do not require assistance for now. My work will speak for itself. Songbai scrutinized him for a couple of seconds, seemingly searching for any signs of strain on his face, but was met only with an expression of serene composure. A sudden, ambiguous chuckle escaped him. All right, feel free to speak up if needed. He rose from his seat, appearing ready to depart. Yet his gaze fell upon the food box nestled in Song Si's arms. Dumplings lovingly prepared by their mother, meant to be enjoyed warm. With that, he made no further delay and decisively turned to leave. After bidding farewell to Songbai, Song Si closed the door, cradling the food box with a puzzled expression. Why is my brother acting so strangely today, coming all the way to deliver dumplings? And asking if you needed help? Lin Yi regarded the exquisite food box, understanding its significance. This gesture likely conveyed not only the affection of Song's mother, but also represented Songbai's silent affirmation, or rather, the unspoken support from the Song family. Before the impending storm, they wished to make it known that they stood by his side. Let us cook Annie's thoughtful gift tonight, Lin Yi said calmly without further elaboration. Although Song Si suspected his brother's intentions were less than pure, he welcomed the dumplings with enthusiasm, his spirits lifting. Great. My mom's dumplings are the best. As the premiere date of The Wind Rises in Longxi drew near, the promotional efforts intensified, and both skepticism and anticipation began to simmer. Lin Yi remained understated, making few public appearances apart from necessary promotional engagements. One day, he received a call from director Chun, inviting him to attend the launch conference for The Wind Rises in Longxi. This event was the most significant promotional activity before the series aired, and all key creators were expected to attend. All right, I will be there on time, Lin Yi replied. After hanging up, he glanced at Song Si, who was engrossed in a video game. Recently, Song Si had turned down an out-of-town commitment, clearly wishing to remain home to support Lin Yi during this sensitive period leading up to the series launch. Next Wednesday, the launch conference for The Wind Rises in Longxi, Lin Yi announced. Song Si immediately paused the game and turned to him. I will accompany you. Lin Yi, touched by his unwavering resolve, responded. You don't have to go out of your way. I must be by your side during this time. Song Si interjected firmly. He understood that Lin Yi was indifferent to the rumors swirling around, but he himself cared deeply. He wanted to publicly express his stance, his support, and his unwavering commitment. Observing the undeniable determination in the youth's eyes, Lin Yi realized he could not dissuade him, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. On the day of the press conference, a throng of media gathered, cameras at the ready. When Lin Yi and the other creators took the stage, a flurry of flashes erupted. The Q&A session commenced. With most inquiries revolving around the series itself, character interpretations, and filming anecdotes, the creators responded with ease, and the atmosphere was congenial. However, some media outlets were reluctant to restrict their questions to those topics. When a particularly incisive media outlet had their turn, the reporter directed a question straight at Lin Yi. Mr. Lin Yi, first, congratulations on the upcoming premiere of The Wind Rises in Longxi. We have noticed that your portrayal of Gu Huaijin presents a striking contrast to the hardened image you previously embodied. There are voices on the internet expressing concern about your ability to navigate such a complex dramatic role. How do you perceive this skepticism? Do you believe you have successfully transitioned? As soon as this question was posed, a hush fell over the audience, all eyes fixated on Lin Yi. Sitting in the audience, Su Xian and Song Si tensed simultaneously. Lin Yi, seated on stage, exhibited no change in demeanor. He grasped the microphone, his gaze calm as he addressed the journalist who posed a question, his voice steady. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for the attention given to Wind Rising in Longxi and the character of Gu Huaijin. He paused momentarily, his tone measured. As an actor, continually exploring and transcending various types of roles is not only a professional obligation, but also a personal quest. I have never confined myself to a singular category of roles. His gaze swept across the audience as he continued. As for transformation, I believe that an actor's growth is not merely a straightforward transition, but rather an ongoing journey of unearthing one's potential and engaging in a fusion with diverse characters. Gu Huaijin represents a novel challenge and experience for me. I have endeavored to understand him, to draw closer to him and to present him authentically. He paused slightly, a faint yet confident smile gracing his lips. As for whether I have succeeded, the authority to judge lies not in my hands, nor in those of any singular individual or media outlet. It resides within the hearts of every viewer of this production. I respect all opinions and trust that the audience's discernment is sharp. This response, neither servile nor arrogant, effectively addressed the skepticism while entrusting the judgment to the viewers, showcasing immense confidence and perspective. Applause erupted in the room. The journalist appeared poised to inquire further, but the host judiciously interjected, steering the conversation towards other creators. The press conference concluded smoothly, and Lin Yi, escorted by staff, made his way to the backstage area. Song Si immediately approached him, saying nothing, but firmly grasping his hand and giving it a gentle squeeze, her eyes brimming with pride and support. Back in the car, Su Xian exhaled deeply, excitedly slapping his thigh. That was an exceptional response, Lin Yi. Your words will undoubtedly win you a wave of fans. Just wait and see what those detractors will have to say. Lin Yi leaned back against the seat, rubbing his temples. Though composed in such settings, it was undeniably mentally taxing. Observing his slightly fatigued profile, Song Si tenderly leaned closer, applying gentle pressure to his temples, softly murmuring, "If you're tired, lean on me for a moment." Lin Yi closed his eyes, savoring the precise pressure at his temples and the unspoken care of the person beside him. Outside, the storm seemed unrelenting, yet he understood he was not fighting alone. He had a supportive team, the confidence that comes from letting his work speak for itself, and, most importantly, this steadfast person who would always stand by him. Wind rising and Longxi was about to unfold, and the true test was just beginning. Yet he was ready to embrace every bit of praise and criticism that lay ahead, for he understood that, regardless of the outcome, he had a place to return to, a sanctuary resilient enough to weather any storm. Chapter 62, The Grand Ceremony, the premiere of The Wind Rises in Longxi flowed into the bustling entertainment industry like a refreshing spring, dispelling the initial skepticism surrounding Lin Yi's acting prowess. Thanks to the exquisite production of the script and his remarkable performance, doubts swiftly transformed into widespread acclaim. The character he portrayed, the strategist Gu Huaiqin, evolved from merely an action-oriented figure relying on muscle memory and reflexes into a complex individual whose every glance and pause was laden with calculation and struggle, fundamentally altering the public's preconceived notion that he was only suited for martial roles. This newfound success in his career did not drastically alter Lin Yi's life. He continued to maintain his usual routine, now accompanied by the ever-present Song Si. Their cohabitation progressed seamlessly, as if it were destined to be. Mornings often commenced enveloped in the embrace of Song Si, who clung to him like an octopus, compelling Lin Yi to employ some of his past skills to slip out of bed and prepare breakfast without disturbing his partner. That afternoon, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled patterns on the floor. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, perusing a stack of new scripts recently delivered by Su Xian, while Song Si sat cross-legged on the carpet, leaning against the sofa, his head resting on Lin Yi's legs, headphones on, absorbed in his gaming universe. In a tranquil space, the only sounds are the rustling of pages and the occasional subtle audio from the game, creating a serene and cozy atmosphere. Lin Yi's phone vibrated, revealing a WeChat message from Su Xian. "Su Xian, I need to discuss something with you in advance. The Starry Night Gala has sent a joint invitation for you and Song Si as nominees for the most notable screen duo and award presenters." Lin Yi paused momentarily, replying, "Must we attend together?" "Su Xian, the organizers are keen on facilitating your appearance as a pair. You know, the afterglow of holding the blade is still fresh, and The Wind Rises has only added fuel to the fire. The popularity of your pairing is phenomenal. The investors wish to see you together, and the fans are eagerly anticipating it." "Lin Yi, what about Song Si's side?" "Su Xian, his team is already accepted, for what I gather. He is eager for the world to know that you are a couple." Lin Yi raised his gaze to the fluffy head resting by his side. Song Si seemed to sense his stare, removing one earphone and looking up at him with a questioning expression. What is up? The Starry Night Gala invites us to walk the red carpet and present awards together, Lin Yi stated succinctly. Song Ci's eyes sparkled instantly, as if he had fallen into a constellation. Let us go. Why not? He flipped over, resting his elbows on the sofa beside Lin Yi, enveloping him in a half embrace, his tone laced with a barely perceptible excitement and assertiveness. We have nothing to hide. Lin Yi gazed at the handsome face so close to him, and the unmasked anticipation in those eyes prompted him to swallow back his initial considerations for discretion. He reached out, gently brushing his knuckles against Song Ci's chin, feeling the faint stubble that pricked at his skin. All right then, let us go. He recalled the moment he first traversed into this world, confronted with the chaos left behind by the original owner and the pervasive disdain across the internet. Never had he imagined he would arrive at such a day. Not only was he qualified to stand upon the esteemed platform of a mainstream award ceremony, but he could also calmly share the spotlight with another person under the scrutiny of the public. That individual was Song Ci. Song Ci smiled contentedly, leaning in to peck his lips quickly. Just as he intended to deepen the kiss, Lin Yi gently pushed him away, his hand resting against Song Ci's forehead. Let us not get distracted. We need to focus on the script. Lin Yi's tone retained its characteristic calmness, though his ears betrayed a subtle warmth. Song Ci, slightly miffed, returned to his seat and adjusted his headphones, yet a smile lingered on his lips. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone chimed again, this time from an unfamiliar number. He furrowed his brow slightly. Few knew his personal number. Upon answering, a somewhat familiar, yet distinctly sycophantic male voice greeted him. Hello. Is this teacher Lin Yi? Good day. I am Wang Ming, the production director of Conquering the Wilderness. Do you remember me? Lin Yi's gaze flickered, memories flooding back swiftly. It was indeed Wang Ming, who, under pressure from the original owner's company, had reluctantly taken on the hot potato that was Lin Yi. Initially, he had shown little kindness, only changing his demeanor once Lin Yi proved his worth. Director Wang, how may I assist you? Lin Yi inquired, his voice flat, betraying no hint of emotion. Oh, Teacher Lin, you are too kind. Just call me Old Wang, Wang Ming replied, his tone growing more enthusiastic. First and foremost, congratulations. I'm following The Wind Rises in Longxi closely. Your performance is exceptional. Your transformation has been remarkably successful. Thank you, Lin Yi responded, maintaining his composure. To the point. Then, Wang Ming continued. Our network is currently planning a brand new S-level variety show titled Extreme Creation Camp. It will focus on stage competitions and creative design, featuring the hottest and most talented artists of the moment. We sincerely invite you and teacher Song Ci to join as inaugural guests. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Although both he and Song Ci primarily identified as actors, Song Ci hailed from an idol background with commendable singing and dancing abilities. In his past life, Lin Yi had undergone extensive training, including skills in disguise and infiltration, rendering him highly adept in physical coordination and quick learning. This invitation seemed somewhat cross-genre, yet not entirely implausible. We will consider it. Please send the detailed program proposal and contract draft to my studio, Lin Yi replied, refraining from an immediate acceptance. All right, I'll send it right away. Wang Ming responded eagerly, offering a few more compliments before ending the call. Whose call was that? Song Ci inquired once again, removing his headphones. Wang Ming, the producer of Conquering the Wilderness, invited us to participate in a new variety show called Extreme Creation Camp. Lin Yi summarized. Upon hearing this, Song Ci raised an intrigued eyebrow. Oh, that sounds interesting. Do you want to go? Let us review the proposal first, Lin Yi replied, as cautious as ever. However, he recognized that such competitive variety shows could be quite taxing and prone to controversy. With you by my side, what is there to fear regarding controversy? Song Ci chuckled playfully, his tone imbued with unwavering trust. Moreover, I wish to explore something different with you. He gazed intensely at Lin Yi. Acting is our respective domain, where our paths intersect. Standing together on an unfamiliar stage, confronting shared challenges, evokes a thrilling sensation. Lin Yi observed the eager anticipation in his companion, stirring something deep within him. Song Ci was always this way, imbued with a spirit of adventure, delighting in drawing him into a more vibrant and challenging world. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi nodded. All right, let us review the proposal. In the evening, Su Xian arrived with the organized materials. Upon entering, he found Song Ci donned in an apron, busily frying steak in the open kitchen, while Lin Yi calmly directed. The heat is too high. Flip it over. Sprinkle sea salt and black pepper, yes, evenly. Su Xian's lips twitched. The scene presented a bizarre, yet harmonious blend of a rugged man's tenderness and a novice chef's earnestness. Sugu, would you care to join us for dinner? Song Ci called out, radiating joy. No, let us discuss business. I'll leave once we're done. I wouldn't want to intrude on your little world. Su Xian waved his hand, sitting at the dining table and sliding the folder toward Lin Yi. It contained the itinerary and essential details for the Starry Night Gala, along with the preliminary plan for Extreme Creation Camp. Wang Ming had indeed invested heavily, signaling a substantial figure with his hands. Lin Yi glanced over. The amount was indeed staggering. The project concept is commendable, focusing on cross-disciplinary collisions and dual collaboration, perfectly aligning with your current positioning, Su Xian analyzed. However, risks do exist. Stage accidents, malicious editing, and fan disputes are all potential issues. Additionally, you will need to dedicate significant time to rehearsals. Song Ci approached with the perfectly cooked steak, placing on the table and untying his apron. I believe we should accept this. While challenges are present, the opportunities are even greater. We can showcase an aspect of ourselves distinct from our roles in dramas. He looked at Lin Yi, his gaze seeking affirmation. Lin Yi quickly scanned the proposal, his mind racing with considerations. The allure of exposure, commercial value, and breaking free from established images were tempting. Yet, what resonated most was Song Ci's notion of venturing into something different together. There is one condition. Lin Yi raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as he looked at Su Xian. We require a degree of oversight regarding the filming content during rehearsals and performances to ensure that the editing does not maliciously create conflicts or distort the truth. Su Xian smiled. Rest assured, I will negotiate that. It is no longer a time when they can easily manipulate you. Since you both are inclined, I shall proceed with this. With preliminary arrangements in place, Su Xian departed discreetly, sensing the moment. During dinner, Song Ci was evidently brimming with anticipation for the variety show, enthusiastically planning. If we are to perform, we could integrate some narrative and combat elements, akin to a condensed stage version of Holding the Blade. Lin Yi listened quietly, occasionally contributing a suggestion or two. Under the lights, Song Ci's animated demeanor was particularly vivid. He recalled the initially aloof and guarded genius boy from the wilderness, now unabashedly displaying all his passion and reliance before him. Perhaps, embarking on an adventure into the unknown with this person was indeed a splendid idea. Yet, he harbored a faint premonition. As they ascended higher and became more entwined, the concealed gazes lurking in the shadows would grow increasingly intricate. After the gala, it might very well herald the onset of the next wave of turmoil. Chapter 63. Beneath the celebration on the evening of the starry celebration. The floodlights along the avenue of stars illuminated the scene as brightly as day. A luxurious black limousine came to a gentle halt at the beginning of the red carpet. Inside the vehicle, Lin Yi adjusted his cufflinks, clad in a classic black tuxedo that fit him perfectly, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His demeanor exuded a calm and composed elegance, a striking contrast to his previous rugged military attire or casual outfits, imbuing him with an air of aristocratic refinement. Beside him, Song Ci opted for a deep blue suit adorned with subtle patterns, a uniquely designed diamond brooch pinned at his collar. He appeared less like a youthful boy and more like a striking alpha, radiating a brilliant aura. Turning his head, he regarded Lin Yi with unabashed admiration and a hint of possessiveness in his gaze. Are you nervous? Song Ci queried softly, his fingers discreetly intertwining with Lin Yi's. Lin Yi returned the gesture with a firm grip, exuding steadiness. Not really, he replied, having navigated through the chaos of gunfire in his past life. This moment felt more like a task requiring focused attention. Yet, the essence of this mission was to walk alongside the person beside him. As the car door swung open, A cacophony of noise surged in. Song Si was the first to exit, effortlessly turning back to extend his hand to Lin Yi. This subtle gesture, though minor, conveyed a profound sense of protection and guidance in the eyes of countless cameras and fans. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before placing his hand in Song Si's, using his grip to alight from the vehicle. The instant his feet touched the red carpet, the surrounding screams intensified, nearly piercing his eardrums. Song Si, over here. Lin Yi, you look so handsome. ECI, you must prevail. You two are real. Little Song, Ego, mommy loves you. The fans shouted their names and slogans with fervor, the overwhelming wave of sound igniting a palpable passion. With a composed smile, Song Si waved to the cameras and fans from every direction, his steps measured and confident. He maintained his hold on Lin Yi's hand, tightening his grip slightly as they posed for photographs, drawing Lin Yi closer to him. Despite their similar heights, their energies contrasted sharply. One radiated like a blazing flame, while the other exuded the calm depths of the ocean, together creating a remarkable and tension-filled chemistry. Lin Yi sensed the multitude of lenses fixated on their intertwined hands, envisioning the online frenzy that would ensue. However, he did not pull away. Instead, he adjusted his stance to accommodate the media's shots, his expression consistently serene, save for the fleeting softness that crossed his eyes whenever Song Si leaned in to whisper to him. "Teacher Lin, you look very handsome today," Song Si murmured, feigning to adjust his tie, speaking in tones only meant for Lin Yi's ears. "You too," Lin Yi replied, his lips barely moving as he kept his gaze ahead. This simple exchange birthed a sense of clandestine intimacy amidst the surrounding clamor. Upon entering the main venue, the cool air of the air conditioning dispelled the heat from outside. Their seats, positioned in the front row, reflected the organizers' high regard for these two rising stars. Throughout the evening, various acquaintances and unfamiliar faces approached to exchange pleasantries, their words laden with flattery and subtle probing. Lin Yi responded with grace. He spoke sparingly, but each remark was precise, neither aloof nor overly familiar. The song lyrics played a more vibrant role beside him, occasionally punctuated by sharp, playful remarks that not only enlivened the atmosphere, but also subtly delineated boundaries, effectively warding off unnecessary closeness. "Ah, truly inseparable," a voice tinged with jest resounded. Lin Yi and Song Si turned in unison to behold Song Bai and Su Xian approaching. Song Bai, clad in a casual yet stylish suit, bore a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. By his side, Su Xian appeared impeccably dressed, his expression tinged with a hint of exasperation, clearly having been dragged along by Song Bai against his will. "Brother, Su Gu," Song Si greeted. "Lin Yi nodded, Enoch nodded." Song Bai's gaze flickered between Lin Yi and Song Si before settling on Lin Yi, his tone unexpectedly formal. The performance of Feng Qi Long she was commendable. It truly captured Gu Huai Jin's essence. "Thank you," Lin Yi replied, unfazed by the praise. Song Bai turned his attention to Song Si, raising an eyebrow. "When you take the stage later, don't just focus on your dear teacher Lin. Remember to deliver your acceptance speech." Song Si's ears turned slightly crimson as she shot him a glare. "Mind your own business." Seizing the opportunity, Su Xian leaned towards Lin Yi and whispered, "The contract details for Extreme Creation Camp are essentially settled. The editing review clause has been added as per your request." And Wang Ming agreed without hesitation. Lin Yi nodded. "Thank you for your efforts." After exchanging pleasantries, Song Bai led Su Xian to their seats. Lin Yi observed that although Su Xian feigned disdain, he did not truly attempt to break free from Song Bai's grasp. The awards ceremony proceeded as planned, featuring performances and award presentations, with the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. When the award for the most anticipated screen partnership was announced, a montage of Lin Yi and Song Si from Ji Run appeared on the big screen, intertwining their complex emotions of both rivalry and camaraderie amidst flashes of swords and blades. When the presenter announced their names, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The two rose in unison and ascended the stage, the spotlight warming upon them. From the audience's perspective, they faced a sea of dark silhouettes and countless gazes. According to their prior agreement, Song Si would take the lead in speaking. Holding the trophy, he stood at the microphone and began by expressing gratitude to the production team, the director, and the fans, his words flowing smoothly with elegance. Portraying a role in Jiren has been an invaluable experience in my acting career. As he shifted his gaze towards Lin Yi, the camera zoomed in, capturing the unmasked sincerity and tenderness in his eyes, and even more fortuitously, the chance to work with the finest partner, teacher Lin Yi. A wave of suppressed gasps and applause resonated from the audience. Song Si continued, his voice resonating through the microphone. From the wilderness to Jiren, and towards countless possibilities in the future, I am profoundly grateful to have journeyed together, achieving mutual success. He refrained from uttering any overly explicit phrases, yet the words journey together and mutual success in the current context were sufficiently evocative. He handed the microphone to Lin, who took it, his gaze sweeping across the audience as he calmly began. Thank you all for your recognition. The path of an actor is long, and I shall continue to strive, letting my work speak for itself. His remarks remained characteristically succinct and pragmatic, forming a striking contrast to Song Si's emotional eloquence, yet curiously complementing it. Yet, at the moment he set down the microphone, he turned his head slightly, offering a barely perceptible nod to Song Si, the corners of his lips curving into a faint arc. This subtle expression was deftly captured by the high-definition camera, igniting a frenzy in the live stream and across social media. Oh my, he smiled at him. The iceberg has melted. What does that nod signify? Does it affirm what Song Si said? He has acquiesced to their journey together. Double a peak. Soulmates. Eternally enchanted. After descending from the stage and returning to their seats, Song Si, shielded by the tablecloth, grasped Lin Yi's hand tightly and whispered, "You smiled just now." "Did I?" Lin Yi fixed his gaze ahead, as if that fleeting expression had been merely an illusion shared by the onlookers. "Indeed, you did," Song Si affirmed, pride evident in his tone. "I saw it." Following the conclusion of the ceremony, to evade the throngs of media and fans, the two were escorted by security through a special passageway directly to the underground parking lot. The clamor faded behind them, leaving only the echo of their assistants' footsteps in the somewhat desolate corridor. Just as they were nearing the chauffeur-driven vehicle, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, exuding a potent and aggressively charged alpha pheromone that surged toward Lin Yi. The scent was reminiscent of strong liquor blended with a certain gaminess, laden with an unmistakable provocation. Lin Yi halted, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk. Instincts honed from past encounters with peril caused his muscles to tense, almost triggering a defensive reaction. However, he restrained himself, allowing an icy and oppressive aura to envelop him instead. A menacing presence forged through countless brushes with death, far more daunting than mere phenomenal intimidation. Meanwhile, Song Si stepped forward, placing himself firmly in front of Lin Yi. His previously contained alpha pheromones erupted forth like a fierce blizzard sweeping over a snowfield, cold and pure, exuding an undeniable dominance that swiftly quelled the air of provocation, infused with a sense of protection and territorial assertion. He fixed an icy stare upon the unexpected intruder, a young male artist clad in flamboyant attire, his gaze frivolous, seemingly a member of a recently debuted group. The young artist faltered, daunted by Song Si's pheromones and Lin Yi's sudden display of authority, his complexion paling as he instinctively took a half-step back, his bravado evaporating. Song Si remained silent, his chilling gaze locked onto the intruder until the latter, flustered, averted his eyes and hurriedly departed. "Are you all right?" Song Si reined in his pheromones and swiftly turned to assess Lin Yi's condition, his voice tinged with lingering hostility and concern. Lin Yi shook his head, patting his arm to signal that he was unharmed. He was no longer the original, easily swayed by inferior pheromones. Besides, Song Si's presence had shielded him well. Only then did the assistant and security personnel react, rushing over. Once inside the vehicle, isolated from the outside world, Song Si's brow remained furrowed. That fellow was deliberate. Indeed, Lin Yi replied. Such base provocations were far from uncommon in the entertainment industry. Perhaps fueled by jealousy or a desire for attention, they were crude yet distasteful tactics. As Song Si gazed upon his tranquil profile, The flames of anger within him gradually subsided, replaced by a more profound and somber emotion. He grasped Lin Yi's hand and murmured, "I shall not permit anyone to inflict harm upon you." Lin Yi reciprocated the grip with a steady force, replying, "I am aware." After a brief pause, he added, "And you must remember the same. He did not require complete protection beneath a shield. He possessed the capability to withstand life's tempests. Yet their mutual willingness to safeguard one another sufficed." The vehicle exited the parking lot, merging into the bustling flow of the city. Outside, the neon lights shimmered and danced, illuminating this vibrant yet intricate realm. Chapter 64. The edge of the stage, the fleeting pheromone clash at the Starry Night Gala resembled a stone cast into a tranquil lake, with ripples quickly settling, failing to stir significant upheaval. The team of the unknown male artist promptly issued a carefully worded apology, attributing the brief pheromone disruption to their nervousness at participating in a grand gala for the first time. Susian formally accepted the apology, but privately cautioned Lin Yi and Song Si that such occurrences would only increase, necessitating heightened vigilance. At the recording site of Ultimate Creation Camp, lights dazzled and voices clamored, in stark contrast to the pure natural environment of Wild Conquest. This arena was a highly orchestrated industrial spectacle, rife with artificial tension and a frantic pursuit of popularity. Yet, whether in the wilderness or on the stage for Lin Yi, both realms were fundamentally battlegrounds to be analyzed and conquered. The stage selected for their debut was not merely a showcase of singing and dancing, but a micro-musical drama that intertwined narrative with intricate combat choreography, inspired by Blade's Edge, yet reimagined with fresh arrangements. The story revolved around two agents from opposing factions who, despite their rivalry, shared a deep camaraderie. Within a mere 4 minutes, they were to convey conflict, testing one another through dance, song, and combat. In the rehearsal room, sweat soaked the floor. "Here, Song Si. You need to adjust your positioning slightly to the left to ensure that the camera captures both your profile and my blocking action." Lin Yi, clad in black training attire, exuded calmness as he marked the designated spots on the floor with tape. He seemed to revert to his former life as a tactical instructor, meticulous and precise, allowing for no margin of error. Song Si complied, beads of perspiration forming at his temples. He possessed an exceptional ability to learn and grasp dance movements swiftly. Yet in the martial coordination with Lin Yi, he sought an explosive combination of strength and speed, occasionally neglecting the nuances of camera presence and detail perfection. While the power behind his movements was adequate, the execution lacked a refined finish. Lin Yi approached, placing one hand on Song Si's shoulder and the other grasping his wrist, gently adjusting the trajectory of his punch. He envisioned the blade slicing through the air, sharp yet clear in its path, stopping just short of its mark, ensuring that the camera would capture even the subtlest of details. His voice remained composed, and his movements professional, devoid of any ambiguity. However, the warmth emanating from the skin he touched was palpable. Song Si responded with a quiet acknowledgement, his gaze drawn to Lin Yi's concentrated profile, his throat gently swallowing as he adjusted his exertion technique accordingly. In this lift, Lin Yi stepped back a few paces, scrutinizing a pivotal motion in the choreography. Song Si was required to support his body as he leaned backward, creating a moment suspended in tension and trust. "As I count to 3, we exert our strength simultaneously. Your core must remain steady. Your arms bear not only my weight but also the force of gravity's pull." Lin Yi calmly analyzes the situation, as if engaging in a discussion on a physics topic. Song Si nods, his gaze earnest. At the very moment Lin Yi begins to fall backward, he precisely steps forward, his arms securely cradling Lin Yi's waist and the bend of his legs, the force of his effort perfectly timed, without a hint of instability. Lin Yi's body arches gracefully through the air, his eyes sharply fixed on the camera's direction. "Excellent, maintain this state." Lin Yi rises with the help of momentum and lightly pats Song Si's arm. The prolonged rehearsals are tedious and physically draining. Other groups occasionally complain or slack off. Yet, Lin Yi and Song Si's duo operates like a finely tuned machine, working efficiently. Lin Yi employs his professional mindset to deconstruct the entire performance into countless steps, refining and optimizing them repetitively. Song Ci, with his perceptiveness and expressiveness, breathes life and emotion into these otherwise cold sequences. During a brief respite, Song Ci twists open a bottle of water and hands it to Lin Yi, taking a few sips himself, sweat trickling down his jawline. "Are you tired?" he inquires, observing Lin Yi's still expressionless face. He understands that Lin Yi's physical limits far exceed this, yet such high-intensity repetitive training also takes a toll on the spirit. Lin Yi accepts the water, takes a sip, and replies, "It's all right. Easier than lurking in the wild." Song Ci chuckles softly, leaning in a bit closer and lowering his voice. "Lin, the way you analyze the movement seriously is particularly appealing." Lin Yi raises his eyelids to glance at him, choosing not to respond, but his gaze clearly conveys a message. During rehearsal, flirtation is off limits. Song Ci touches his nose, obediently returning to his seat, though a smile lingers at the corners of his mouth. On the day of the official recording, chaos reigns backstage. Makeup, costume changes, and process confirmations abound. Lin Yi and Song Ci don agent-themed performance attire, contrasting black and white, yet harmonizing in the finer details. Lin Yi's makeup accentuates his strong features and profound gaze, whereas Song Ci's highlights the delicacy of his features and an aggressive stage presence. While waiting, the music and cheers from the audience resonate from the front stage. Instinctively, Song Ci takes a few deep breaths, his fingertips curling slightly. This is his familiar realm. Yet this time, Lin Yi stands beside him. "Nervous?" Lin Yi asks, his voice steady. Song Ci candidly responds, meeting his gaze a little. "Afraid the coordination won't be perfect." Lin Yi observes him and suddenly reaches out, adjusting the already impeccable collar clasp. The gesture seamless. "Stick to the rehearsed plan. Trust me, and trust yourself." A simple statement, yet it serves as a stabilizing anchor. Song Ci inhales deeply, his expression resolute and fervent once more. "All right." The host announces their names and the piece, Dual Blades. As the lights dim and then illuminate again, the two stand back to back at the center of the stage. The music begins, pulsating with rhythm and suspense. Their movements synchronize with remarkable precision, mirroring each other as if reflecting in a mirror entwined by fate. The collision of their gazes during their standoff ignites a cold spark, while the tentative physical contact carries a tension that is both restrained and surging. As the combat segment commenced, the atmosphere surged to a thrilling crescendo. The sounds of fists and feet colliding resonated clearly throughout the venue. The movements executed with precision and vigor. Lin Yi's every block, dodge, and counterattack exuded a remarkable efficiency, while Song Ci infused his actions with a unique aesthetic beauty and explosive energy characteristic of the stage. When the pivotal lifting maneuver arrived, gasps erupted from the audience. Song Ci securely caught Lin Yi, his muscular arms taut, as Lin Yi's body gracefully extended in midair, his gaze fixed on the camera, cold yet resolute. In that moment, trust and strength intertwined, the sexual tension nearly spilling off the screen. As the performance concluded and the music abruptly halted, the two froze in their final pose, slightly breathless. A brief silence enveloped the audience before a thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Among the mentors, a notoriously exacting dance instructor could not help but exclaim, "Incredible! This transcends mere performance. It is a perfect amalgamation of art and strength." Lin Yi, how can an actor execute combat moves with such a blend of practicality and stage beauty? Song Ci, your emotional immersion and control of power are impeccable. Another music producer commented, "Your chemistry is astonishing. Every exchanged glance and physical contact is laden with narrative. This is undoubtedly the most breathtaking stage of the evening thus far." Upon returning to the backstage lounge, Su Xian approached excitedly. "Brilliant. The impact is explosive. Discussions online have surged." However, Song Ci, hardly registering Su Xian's words, immediately turned to Lin Yi, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. "We did it." Lin Yi, observing his unabashed enthusiasm. Reached out to brush the sweat beading at his brow with his fingertip, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Yes, we coordinated splendidly. In that moment, words were unnecessary. Within their professional realm, they once again captivated the audience with their strength and synergy, reaffirming their status as the most compatible partners. The blades on stage had inflicted no harm upon each other, only refining a more brilliant radiance. Chapter 65. The Confinement of Chocolate, the inaugural competition of Extreme Creation Camp, achieved resounding success, with Lin Yi and Song Si's double blade performance effortlessly claiming the top spot in the voting. The online fervor reached new heights for the ECI pairing, with a flurry of promotional activities and preparations for their second performance following in swift succession, leaving the two in a whirlwind of busyness. After several days of intense labor, Lin Yi sensed that something was amiss with Song Si. Typically, Song Si was lively in his presence, exuding a youthful blend of playfulness and cunning, his gaze bright and his pheromones rich with a sweet and warm chocolate essence. Yet in recent days, Song Si had grown unusually silent, though still focused during rehearsals. A persistent restlessness lingered in his brow. Occasionally, his gaze would drift, revealing a deep-seated, almost desperate possessiveness. The once sweet and palatable chocolate scent surrounding him had morphed. Now thick and viscous, reminiscent of melting dark chocolate, imbued with a hint of bitterness and a fierce aggressiveness, unconsciously permeating the air, attempting to envelop Lin Yi's wine-like pheromones. Lin Yi's perception of pheromones was not as acute as that of native alphas and omegas, yet he possessed exceptional observational skills and intuition. He quickly deduced that Song Si might soon enter a sensitive period. During this phase, an alpha's emotions become unstable, possessiveness and protective instincts are magnified, and reliance on their partner's pheromones peaks. This unexpected turn of events was undoubtedly challenging for them, as they were in the midst of a career ascent while their romance remained largely undisclosed. That evening, upon returning to their apartment after work, Song Si's condition became increasingly evident. He followed Lin Yi almost step for step, resembling a restless caged beast. When Lin Yi went to the kitchen to pour some water, Song Si leaned against the doorframe, silently watching. When Lin Yi sat on the sofa to review a script, Song Si nestled beside him, their arms pressed tightly together, his body temperature alarmingly high. Lin Yi set down the script and turned to him, asking, Song Si, are you feeling unwell? Song Si abruptly lifted his gaze. His eyes slightly reddened, his voice hoarse and restrained. No. He denied it swiftly, yet his body honestly inched closer to Lin Yi, inhaling the faint scent of red wine wafting from Lin Yi's neck, a fragrance that seemed to bring him a modicum of calm. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and reached out to touch Song Si's forehead, which felt feverishly hot. You have a fever. I'm fine, Song Si replied, gripping Lin Yi's wrist with undue force, his fingertips trembling slightly. Bowing his head, his hair fell across his eyes, and he mumbled, don't push me away. Seeing Song Si's fragile, yet stubborn demeanor softened Lin Yi's heart. He grasped Song Si's hand and lowered his voice. I haven't pushed you away. But you can't remain like this. Do you need an inhibitor? Typically, an alpha could navigate their sensitive phase with the aid of inhibitors or the soothing effect of their partner's pheromones. Given their circumstances, temporary marking was evidently unsuitable, making inhibitors the preferred choice. However, Song Si shook his head and buried his face in the crook of Lin Yi's shoulder, greedily inhaling the scent that provided him solace. He murmured, I don't want to use inhibitors. It feels uncomfortable. The inhibitors would dull his senses, preventing him from fully perceiving Lin Yi's presence. Lin Yi's body stiffened slightly. Being so closely pressed against a feverish alpha with highly unstable pheromones instinctively raised a sense of caution within him, even if that alpha was Song Si. Yet he could feel Song Si's helplessness and dependence at that moment, the overwhelming aroma of chocolate enveloping him with a bittersweet desperation. What will you do about work tomorrow? Lin Yi attempted to reason. Song Si's voice, tinged with nasal tones, sounded both like a plea and a command. Stay with me. Lin Yi paused for a moment. He understood that an alpha in a sensitive period required comfort, but he was unaccustomed to such unrestrained intimacy. He attempted to shift slightly, intending to create some distance to call Su Xian and adjust their schedule. However, this minute act of resistance ignited Song Si's long-suppressed anxiety. "Don't go." Song Si abruptly lifted his head, the crimson veins in his eyes becoming more pronounced. With a forceful grip, he pressed Lin Yi against the back of the sofa, enveloping him entirely. The intense aroma of chocolate pheromones descended upon them like a tangible weight, radiating heat and an undeniable possessiveness. "You are mine, Lin Yi, you are mine." His voice was hoarse, tinged with the unique blend of obsession and fragility characteristic of a sensitive period, his gaze both chaotic and intensely focused on Lin Yi, as if he were the sole lifeline amidst the turbulent sea. Lin Yi, ensnared beneath him, could distinctly feel the tremors of Song Si's body and his elevated temperature. The scent of red wine pheromones, under such overwhelming pressure, instinctively began to diffuse, carrying a crisp, rich fragrance that sought to balance the overly sweet confinement. "Calm down." Song Si. Lin Yi's voice remained steady, though his eyes were sharp. He refrained from struggling violently to avoid further provoking him, instead placing a hand against Song Si's chest to create a slight distance. "Look at me." Song Si gasped for air, his chest heaving, his gaze a tumultuous mix of struggle and longing. "I won't leave, but this will hurt me." Lin Yi articulated each word clearly. The phrase "hurt me" fell like a bucket of cold water, momentarily dousing the frenzy in Song Si's eyes. He froze, his grip loosening, a flicker of panic and dread crossing his expression. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi straightened his posture, yet still held onto his hand without entirely pushing him away. "Listen." Song Si. He locked eyes with him, his tone calm and resolute. "You need to control yourself. I am here, but I am not your possession. We are equals." The sensitive period does not justify harm or control. He understood Song Si's discomfort, but could not allow him to be wholly governed by instinct. Song Si stared blankly at him, taking in his composed features and the strength emanating from his palm. The once overwhelming aroma of red wine pheromones ceased to be a passive acceptance of his dominance, and instead began to gently entwine around them, offering a sense of solace, gradually merging with his restless chocolate scent. For a fleeting moment, his chaotic mind seemed to clear. He suddenly bowed his head, pressing his heated forehead against the back of Lin Yi's hand, his voice choked with suppressed tears and distress. "I'm sorry, Lin Yi, I can't control myself. I feel so miserable." Witnessing this, the last vestige of Lin Yi's helplessness transformed into a sigh. He raised his other hand and gently ruffled Song Si's soft hair. The gesture somewhat unfamiliar, yet undeniably indulgent. "If you know you're suffering, then be obedient." Lin Yi softened his tone. "I will call Su Xian and postpone tomorrow's work. You should take a cold shower now and then go to sleep." Song Si lifted his head, his eyes glistening like a large dog caught in the rain. "Will you stay with me while I sleep?" Lin Yi replied, "Don't push your luck." Ultimately, Lin Yi half-forced Song Si into the bathroom to take a cold shower. He then quickly contacted Su Xian, succinctly explaining the situation. Su Xian gasped on the other end of the line, immediately assuring that he would handle all arrangements and urged Lin Yi to take care of Song Si and himself. After hanging up, Lin Yi gazed towards the bathroom, where the sound of rushing water echoed. The alluring scent of chocolate pheromones still lingered in the air, yet the once fervent aggression seemed to have softened, tentatively intertwining with the essence of his red wine. He understood that this evening, and perhaps the subsequent days, would not unfold with tranquility. The period of sensitivity resembled an unexpected tempest, disrupting the rhythm and tearing apart the facade of restraint, laying bare a deeper layer of dependence and possessiveness before him. Yet, perhaps this was a crucible their relationship had to endure. Discovering a balance between instinct and reason, dependence and independence, presented a more intricate challenge than any theatrical performance. Lin Yi approached the window, gazing at the nocturnal panorama of the city, and took a sip from his glass, the remnants of a sweet chocolate aftertaste still clinging to the cup's interior. Chapter 66. Lava and Glacier. Song Si's sensitive phase was akin to a fleeting summer storm, despite its vigorous onset. It gradually subsided on the afternoon of the third day, aided by his self-restraint and Lin Yi's calm presence. The once heavy and cloying chocolate pheromone began to restore its usual sweetness and warmth, though it now bore an undertone of deeper, bittersweet dependence, akin to dark chocolate. Throughout these days, Lin Yi had assumed the role of a stabilizing anchor. He offered little in the way of verbal reassurance. His mere presence served as the most effective sedative for Song Si. He tacitly allowed Song Si to maintain a closer physical proximity than usual. And even when Song Si fell silent due to emotional lows, Lin Yi would proactively offer him a glass of water or pass along a script he had been reading halfway through. When Song Si finally emerged from his daze, reflecting on his paranoid, clingy, and somewhat domineering behaviors during that sensitive period, he felt a flush of embarrassment creeping to his ears, his gaze evasive, almost afraid to meet Lin Yi's. "Mr. Lin," he murmured, scratching his nose, his tone tinged with an unusual awkwardness. "I apologize for losing control a few days ago." Lin Yi, seated in a solitary armchair by the window with a book in hand, lifted his gaze at the remark, the sunlight casting a gentle halo over his tranquil profile. "It's all right. Next time, prepare the suppressants in advance," he replied, closing the book with a demeanor as casual as discussing the weather. There was no blame, no teasing, only the presentation of a fact accompanied by a solution. This overly rational response only deepened Song Si's discomfort, a mingling of guilt and disappointment spreading within him. He would have preferred if Lin Yi had scolded him or displayed some other reaction. "I will not behave that way again," Song Si declared, stepping closer and crouching beside the sofa, looking up at Lin Yi with a solemnity akin to a vow. "I will not allow instinct to govern me, nor will I force you." Lin Yi regarded the reflection of himself mirrored in Song Si's clear eyes, pausing in silence for several seconds before extending his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the rebellious curl that fell across Song Si's forehead. "That is good to know," he paused before adding, "I did not feel coerced. It is merely unfamiliar, unaccustomed to intimacy entirely governed by emotion and instinct." He was accustomed to control, whether over his own body or the circumstances surrounding him. Song Si's sensitive phase had momentarily granted him insight into a Song Si who was unrestrained yet profoundly authentic. It was a complex sensation. His nearly indulgent words caused Song Si's eyes to instantly brighten, akin to stars ignited. He grasped Lin Yi's hand, pressing it against his slightly warm cheek, nuzzling it gently. "Lin Yi, Su Xian has just messaged. We resume work tomorrow for the second stage meeting of Ultimate Creation Camp." Lin Yi deftly shifted the topic, retracting his hand and turning his phone screen toward him. "You need to tidy up. You haven't eaten properly for days." The return to work dissipated the delicate atmosphere left by the sensitive period. Preparations for the second stage commenced with fervor. This time, the production team seemed intent on testing them, presenting the theme of ice and fire, demanding an exhibition of extreme opposition and fusion. In the rehearsal room, the ambience was starkly different from before. Song Si appeared to channel all the pent-up emotions from the sensitive period into his creative process. He proposed a concept of striking impact. He embodied fire, while Lin Yi represented ice. This was not merely a simple temperature clash, but a profound symbol of inner spirit. The seething, molten intensity of emotion contrasted with the unwavering, frigid resilience of will. The choreographer, inspired by this concept, crafted a duet filled with tension, an array of pulling, resisting, chasing, and ultimately merging movements. "Here, teacher Lin Yi, your gaze must be cold, like eternal ice. No matter how fervently teacher Song Si tries to approach and ignite, you must remain unmoved," the choreographer explained. Lin Yi nodded, attempting to enter the state required. As he suppressed all emotion, his expression became vacant, emanating a detached chill that seemed to lower the air pressure in the entire rehearsal room. Following the choreography, Song Si was to approach him with an almost desperate passion, his fingers striving to brush against Lin Yi's cheek, only to be met with Lin Yi's indifferent turn. Each attempt, whether once or twice, was met with rejection, as Song Si's movements gradually conveyed genuine agitation and frustration, blurring the lines between performance and the remnants of his sensitive emotions. His chocolate pheromones began to unconsciously permeate the air, radiating a searing warmth. "Stop," Lin Yi suddenly interjected, interrupting the rehearsal. He glanced at the choreographer and staff. "Apologies. We need 5 minutes." The others discreetly exited the rehearsal space. Once the door was shut, Lin Yi turned to Song Ci, his brow slightly furrowed. "Control your pheromones." Song Ci was taken aback, realizing his aura had leaked out. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain composure. "I'm sorry. Am I acting or genuinely anxious?" Lin Yi queried directly, his gaze sharp as a scalpel, seemingly capable of dissecting all pretense. Song Ci faltered, awkwardly averting his eyes, a bit of both. He could not deny that Lin Yi's complete coldness and rejection, even knowing it was a performance, easily evoked his deep-seated fear of being pushed away. Lin Yi s'était put closer, near enough to discern his own reflection in Song Ci's eyes. "Song Ci, this is work." His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. "Bringing personal emotions into this will cloud professional judgment and disrespect your collaborator." His words rang like a clarion call in Song Ci's heart. Indeed, what was he doing? Nearly sabotaging their stage due to his own instability. "I comprehend, and I shall not err again, Teacher Lin." Song Ci lifted his head, his gaze becoming clear and resolute once more. He endeavored to draw nearer, this time with an ardent look in his eyes, imbued with fiery pursuit and yearning. Yet his movements were considerably more restrained. The chocolate pheromones also receded, only detectable in the closest proximity, offering a hint of richness. His performance transformed into a precise interpretation, resonating from within outwardly. In contrast, Lin Yi epitomized the essence of ice. His eyes were vacant and indifferent, his body language rigidly rejecting, each evasion executed with impeccable timing, akin to a meticulously programmed sequence. However, as the narrative progressed, the fire's persistence began to breach the ice's defenses, revealing subtle fissures in the hardened depths of his gaze, which gradually widened, ultimately melting into a complex blend of resignation and delicate sentiment. As the dance approached its final fusion phase, their movements shifted from confrontation to intertwining. Arms entwined, bodies aligned, spinning upon the stage. The boundaries between ice and fire blurred, leaving only the extraordinary and harmonious beauty birthed from the collision of two extreme forces. This time, there was no loss of control during the sensitive phase, only two consummate performers before the camera, narrating a tale of opposition and attraction through their bodies and eyes. Their synergy seemed to reach unprecedented heights in this fiery clash of ice. At the conclusion of the rehearsal, the choreographer could not contain their applause. "Marvelous. That is precisely the feeling. The ultimate contradiction, the ultimate attraction." Teacher Lin Yi's coldness and that fleeting moment of softness, alongside Teacher Song Ci's warmth and restraint, create an exquisite depth. Song Ci exhaled deeply, gazing at Lin, his eyes reflecting the exhilaration of overcoming a challenge and a barely perceptible curiosity. Was that a motive glance from Lin Yi merely a performance, or something more? Lin Yi accepted the water handed to him by his assistant, taking a sip while sensing Song Ci's gaze upon him. He turned to look at him, his eyes regaining their usual tranquility, as if the person who had melted upon the stage moments ago was merely an illusion. "Well performed," Lin Yi remarked nonchalantly. Song Ci smiled, leaning closer to his ear and whispering in a voice only they could hear, "You too, but Teacher Lin, that last look you gave me almost made me think the act was genuine." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, casting a neutral glance in his direction. "You are overthinking it." He turned and walked toward the dressing room, leaving Song Ci behind, watching his retreating figure, the smile on his lips deepening gradually. Was it mere pretense? Perhaps. Yet, he preferred to believe that it was a slight softening beneath Lin Yi's hardened exterior, a subtle shift even he himself had not fully recognized. The tumult of the sensitive phase and the trials of ice and fire on stage had made Song Ci acutely aware that what he desired was not merely Lin Yi's companionship and indulgence, but also the fervent heart concealed beneath the layers of ice. Chapter 67. The Marked Boundary, the second performance of Extreme Creation Camp, ignited fervent discussions once again. as the stage of ice and fire captivated audiences. The artistic tension of Lin Yi and Song Si's performance was edited into various clips circulating online, garnering both professional acclaim and public enthusiasm. Their stunning performances, repeated twice, nearly secured them the championship title of the program, with both commercial value and industry recognition soaring to new heights. The intense work period has finally come to a pause, allowing Su Xian the rare opportunity to carve out 3 fleeting days of respite. A week prior, Song Si had enigmatically reserved a stay at a highly secluded hot spring resort on the outskirts of the city, ensuring an absence of paparazzi and fans. Leaving only the 2 of them. Before their departure, Song Si fervently promised, his eyes sparkling like a large dog eagerly anticipating an outing. Lin Yi held no particular attachment to the vacation itself. Yet, seeing Song Si's enthusiasm, he decided to indulge him. The continuous work and the emotional turbulence surrounding Song Si indeed warranted a moment for adjustment and reflection. Nestled within a valley, the resort boasted a tranquil environment, with each private villa featuring its own outdoor hot spring. After the weariness of travel, immersing oneself in the sulfur-scented warmth of the water was truly rejuvenating. As night deepened and the mountain air turned cool, the hot spring enveloped their bodies in comforting warmth. Leaning against the edge of the pool, Lin Yi closed his eyes to rest, droplets cascading down his neatly cropped hair and defined muscle contours. The steam from the spring softened the sharp angles of his typically austere visage. The gentle ripples occasionally brushed against his skin, offering a subtle tickle. Across from him, Song Si observed him through the hazy mist, the restlessness from days prior seemingly calmed, yet a deeper, more clandestine yearning quietly burgeoned in the serene solitude. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the nape of Lin Yi's neck, smooth and devoid of any traces of glands. This peculiar trait emerged after Lin Yi. As a time traveler, merged with the original body, he possessed the physique of an alpha and the rich aroma of wine-like pheromones, yet lacked the glands typically used for marking. Song Si had recognized this anomaly early on, initially puzzled, later relieved. Relieved that Lin Yi would not be subjected to the coercive influence of any alpha's pheromones, nor bound by the so-called marking. However, at this moment, gazing at that unguarded neck, a complex emotion, mingling possessiveness with a sense of loss, surged within him. He was unable to mark Lin Yi. This realization pricked at his heart like a fine thorn, often unnoticed, but painfully sharp in certain moments, such as now. For an alpha, marking represents not merely a physical union, but a profound psychological need to declare ownership. He longed to leave an indelible mark upon Lin Yi, one that was uniquely his. Lin Yi seemed to sense the intensity of Song Si's gaze and opened his eyes. The steam rendered his expression softer than usual, yet still clear. "What are you looking at?" Song Si swam closer, settling beside him as the hot spring water lapped at his chest. Rather than responding directly, he extended a finger, gently caressing the smooth skin at the nape of Lin Yi's neck. Lin Yi's body subtly tensed for a moment, but did not withdraw. He turned to look at Song Si, a questioning glint in his eyes. Here, Song Si's fingertips grazed that skin tenderly, his voice low and husky amidst the steam. "There are no glands." Lin Yi responded, seemingly perplexed by the sudden mention of it. "So I can never mark you." The voice of Song Si carries a subtle hint of grievance and regret. The intense aroma of chocolate pheromones permeates uncontrollably, transforming from the anxiety of a sensitive period into a profound yearning tinged with sadness, gently enveloping Lin Yi. At last, Lin Yi comprehends the origin of his emotions. He silently gazes at Song Si, observing the unmistakable disappointment lingering in his eyes. He understands the AO rules of this world, yet he has never placed himself within their confines. For him, the act of marking has never been a measure of emotional depth. Song Si, Lin Yi speaks, his voice softened by the moisture in the air, losing some of its usual hardness. "What do you believe a mark is?" Song Si pauses for a moment. "It is when an alpha injects pheromones through their glands, leaving a unique imprint. It is physiological, instinctual." Lin Yi interrupts, his gaze calm, yet resolute, locking eyes with Song Si. For me, marking is not as simple as a bite. He lifts his hand, fingertips resting against his temple. Here, what you leave behind is far more profound than any pheromone. It is the trust shared in the wilderness, the guidance on set, the indulgence during the sensitive period, and the unspoken understanding forged through countless battles fought side by side. His fingers move to his heart. Here, too, those moments shared, the trust bestowed upon each other, and the silent understanding have inscribed a mark on his soul far more enduring than any physiological trace. Song Si stands transfixed, gazing at him in astonishment. Lin Yi seldom speaks in such a manner. He is accustomed to expressing everything through actions. At this moment, his almost candid response shines like a brilliant light, instantly dispelling the shadow cast by his inability to mark. The bitterness within the chocolate pheromones quietly dissipates, reverting to a state of purity and warmth. Infused with overwhelming emotion that closely envelopes and intertwines with Lin Yi's red wine aura. Song Si's voice is somewhat hoarse as he leans in abruptly, pressing his forehead against Lin Yi's, their breaths mingling. The ripples in the water arise gently from his movement. You are right, he concedes. He realizes he has been narrow-minded, constrained by the rules of this world. To him, Lin Yi's mere existence is the most profound mark. It is his powerful, calm, and unique soul that has etched an irreplaceable stroke in the canvas of his 19 smooth-sailing years. He bows his head and kisses Lin Yi. This kiss differs from the desperate theft during the sensitive period and is not merely a playful brush like their usual banter. It is tender and deep, imbued with immeasurable appreciation and a sense of settled confirmation. Lin Yi closes his eyes, reciprocating the kiss. Warm springs envelop them, and the mist blurs their boundaries. The pheromones intertwine silently, with the sweet richness of chocolate perfectly merging with the crisp fragrance of red wine, indistinguishable from one another. As the kiss concludes, they both breathe lightly. Song Si gazes at Lin Yi's cheeks, slightly flushed from the steam, at his moist lips, eyes brimming with unwavering affection. No need for glance. Song Si murmurs, their fingers entwined tightly beneath the water. You are here, right here. He guides Lin Yi's hand to rest over the rhythmic heartbeat of his left chest. A powerful heartbeat resonated through the warm skin and pool water, reaching Lin Yi's palm. He felt the vibrant life force pulsating within him. And as he gazed into Song Si's eyes, which clearly reflected his presence, he nodded in acknowledgement. The mountain breeze swept through, stirring the bamboo leaves by the poolside into a gentle rustle. Yet it could not disperse the intangible imprint that lingered in this realm, capable of overturning so-called rules. From the moment they chose each other, the mark was made, bound by their souls, transcending the need for glands and pheromones. Chapter 68. The invisible arena, the brief respite at the hot spring resort, served as a cushion meticulously embedded within the gears of high-speed operation, effectively smoothing the last ripple caused by Song Si's sensitive period, and allowing the two to reach a deeper consensus regarding their bond that transcended instinct. Upon returning to work, their relationship seemed to enter a new stable phase. Their tacit understanding remained intact, yet the tension that enveloped them shifted from overt fervor to a more subdued tranquility. The competition in Extreme Creation Camp had surpassed the halfway mark, intensifying into a fierce battleground. Lin Yi and Song Si, having secured their positions at the pinnacle of popularity and strength through their stunning performances, found themselves becoming targets of envy. While overt attacks were easily dodged, the covert ones were far more insidious. The theme for the third public performance was a tribute to the classics, requiring each group of participants to adapt and reinterpret a scene from a classic film or television work. Lin Yi and Song Si chose a Hong Kong police drama from the 1990s, where the complex relationship of confrontation and collaboration between the two protagonists resonated with their own traits. Rehearsals proceeded as usual, but Lin Yi keenly sensed a hint of something amiss. It seemed that someone was frequently passing by their rehearsal room, casting inquisitive glances. Some previously confirmed details regarding costumes and props often encountered last-minute discrepancies, necessitating repeated confirmations. Even their usual soundproof vocal practice room was suddenly declared out of order, requiring a change. Someone was up to mischief. During a break, Lin Yi unscrewed the bottle cap and spoke to Song Si in a calm tone. He was not complaining. He was merely stating an observed fact. Song Si scoffed, her gaze tinged with disdain and a hint of irritation. It's normal. There's an increase in jealousy. The last ranking announcement left us far ahead, disrupting many people's plans. She leaned closer to Lin Yi, lowering her voice. I had Xian investigate. There's some intel suggesting involvement from Xingyao's side. Xingyao was another major agency in the industry with a competing group that had consistently ranked second. It was not surprising for commercial rivalry to extend into the show. Lin Yi nodded, refraining from further inquiries, trusting in Su Xian and Song Si's ability to handle the situation. His focus was more on how to navigate potential unexpected challenges. The experience from his previous life taught him that rather than passively awaiting trouble, it was wiser to prepare a contingency plan in advance. Indeed, during the rehearsal for the third public performance, an unexpected incident occurred. Their performance relied on a crucial prop, a specially treated toy gun used in a pivotal confrontation scene. In a scripted scene, as Song Si aimed the prop gun at Lin Yi and pulled the trigger, rather than emitting harmless colored smoke, a small burst of sparks unexpectedly shot forth, accompanied by a faint explosion and a sharp, acrid smell of burnt material. Suddenly, the unforeseen incident startled the director and crew below. At the moment the sparks erupted, Song Si's pupils constricted, and he instinctively moved to shield Lin Yi with his body. Yet there was someone swifter. Almost simultaneously with the spark's emergence, Lin Yi sprang into action. Instead of retreating, he advanced with the agility of a cheetah, accurately intercepting Song Si's wrist. In a blur of speed, he swiftly removed the magazine from the prop gun, and with a firm press of his thumb on a specific part of the weapon, a soft click resonated as he disassembled the firearm into several key components, rendering it inoperative. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, occurring in the blink of an eye, exuding an extraordinary efficiency. By the time everyone comprehended the situation, they beheld Lin Yi, expressionless, holding the disassembled gun parts, while Song Si remained half-protected behind him, his wrists still firmly grasped. The rehearsal space fell into an eerie silence, all present struck by Lin Yi's sudden display of skill that transcended mere acting. It was not just speed, it was a visceral reflex honed by experience, imbued with the essence of smoke and real combat. Lin, sir? The director's voice trembled, still shaken. Lin Yi released Song Si's wrist and gently placed the disassembled components on the ground. His tone remained steady, yet his gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through to the prop staff, who inspected this gun. His look was not menacing, but it bore an unsettling weight of scrutiny. The young props technician, under his gaze, turned pale, lips quivering, rendered speechless. It was only then that Song Si shook off his shock, casting a deep look at Lin Yi, his eyes a mixture of relief, gratitude, and an indescribable stir of emotions. Turning to the director, his expression darkened, exuding the undeniable pressure of a top alpha and scion of a prestigious family. Director, this matter requires a clear explanation. If it were not for Lin Yi's swift reaction, the consequences could have been far graver. His voice, though not raised, carried a chilling weight that rendered the atmosphere in the rehearsal room stifling. The once warm chocolate pheromones now felt frigid. The director, perspiring profusely, stammered, "We will investigate. We will conduct a thorough inquiry. This is a grave oversight. My sincerest apologies, Song Sir, Lin Sir, for the fright you endured." Subsequent handling of the matter was left to Su Xian and the production team. Once in the temporary resting room, the door was shut, isolating them from the outside clamor. Song Si grasped Lin Yi's hand, scrutinizing him from head to toe, confirming he was unscathed, before exhaling a long sigh of relief, his previously tense body relaxing as he leaned against the wall. "You nearly scare me to death." Song Si's voice quivered slightly, not from fear, but as a remnant of the heart-stopping moment that had transpired. He envisioned the consequences had Lin Yi not possessed that inhuman reaction speed. Imagining the Martian debris splattering against his face or into his eyes, a chill rising from the depths of his heart. Lin Yi allowed himself to be led. observing the pale hue of his companion's visage. He clasped his hand in return, squeezing firmly. "I am unscathed." After a brief pause, he added, "Such trifles cannot harm me." His tone bore an air of nonchalance, as if the recent perilous episode was merely a trivial interlude. "Next time, allow me to shield you." Song Si regarded him with a stubborn gaze. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain you are swifter than I?" Song Si replied. "It is unpleasant to be choked by reality." Witnessing his discomfort, a fleeting hint of amusement flickered in Lin Yi's eyes, barely perceptible. "Your sentiments have been duly noted." He released his grip and handed Song Si a bottle of water, saying, "But safeguarding yourself is the greatest assistance you can provide me." Song Si accepted the water, twisting off the cap and taking several refreshing gulps, the cool liquid quelling the turmoil within his heart. He understood Lin Yi's intent. They were united, and any injury to one would be a loss for both. Over at Xingyao, Song Si's expression turned icy. This would not be overlooked. As anticipated, Lin Yi's tone remained steady. Competition is acceptable, but if one resorts to underhanded tactics, one must bear the consequences. His gaze was calm, yet imbued with an unassailable authority. Song Si recognized that Lin Yi was not one to endure humiliation. He possessed his own boundaries and methods of retaliation. Under the stringent suppression of the production team, the incident involving the props did not leak extensively, merely brushed aside under the pretext of equipment malfunction. The negligent prop master was dismissed, yet uncovering any instigator behind the scenes proved to be a challenging endeavor. Nonetheless, following this incident, the production team's attitude towards Lin Yi and Song Si's partnership became more cautious, even tinged with a semblance of reverence. During the third official recording of the performance, they utilized more reliable props, culminating in a flawless presentation that once again drew thunderous applause. Yet, all present could sense that the dynamic duo exhibited a more solidified aura on stage than during rehearsals. Their exchanged glances imbued with a silent trust and commitment forged through the crucible of real combat. In this arena devoid of visible conflict, they had secured yet another victory. However, Lin Yi was acutely aware that the true tempest might be just beginning. The higher he and Song Si ascended, the more complex the gazes directed towards them became. The next challenge might not merely involve trivial sabotage. Chapter 69. Scandal. The third performance concluded smoothly, with Lin Yi and Song Si undoubtedly reclaiming the top position. Just as the team exhaled in relief, preparing for the final sprint, a meticulously orchestrated storm of public opinion swept in unexpectedly. A well-known gossip forum erupted in the early hours with a sensational post, its title alarmingly provocative. Shocking. Top-tier Song Si spotted with mysterious Omega. 3 hours together in a hotel. Suspected romance exposed. ECICP may be in business. The content of the post was richly illustrated. Although the photos were of low resolution and taken from awkward angles, they unmistakably captured Song Si's profile as he bowed his head, entering a luxury hotel with a slender figure clad in a mask and hat. The post meticulously detailed the time and location, fervently asserting that the enigmatic figure was a female Omega, whose pheromones were sweet, and that she had spent over 3 hours with Song Si in a hotel room before departing. This revelation sent ripples through the community. Fans of the ECI couple were thrown into a frenzy, with some in disbelief, others heartbroken and unfollowing, while still others staunchly insisted it was mere slander. Song Si's devoted fans quickly took to controlling the narrative, emphasizing the photograph's blurriness as inconclusive evidence, and accusing others of malicious defamation. Meanwhile, fans and detractors who had long resented the ECI couple's rising popularity seized the opportunity to propel the topic into trending discussions. With a glaring exclamation following the entry, Song Si's romance, the ECI couple has collapsed. Song Si meets Omega. In the early morning, Lin was roused by the incessant ringing of Su Xian's phone. He answered, listening as Su Xian urgently explained the situation, his gaze gradually sharpening with clarity. The photograph was indeed authentic, and the time and place corroborated. Su Xian's voice was laced with suppressed anger, but he clarified that the individual was Song Si's cousin, who had just returned from abroad. That day had been a family gathering. Song Si merely went to pick her up and chatted briefly in the hotel restaurant. It was hardly a 3-hour rendezvous. I verified the room number. It was the restaurant's private dining area. Lin Yi listened, his expression stoic, though his fingers tightened around the phone. The other party was exceedingly well prepared. No, it was more than that. This was a calculated ambush. Choosing the moment before the program's finale was intended to disrupt their rhythm and tarnish the couple's image. Su Xian was livid. Song Si's side was already drafting a clarifying statement and a lawyer's letter. But you know how easily rumors spread, and to fully dispel them takes time. There will always be those who only believe what they wish to. Do you know what I should do? Lin Yi's voice remained steady. For now, do not respond. Maintain silence. We will wait for Song Si's statement before proceeding, Su Xian advised cautiously, concerned about the potential impact on Lin Yi. Understood. Lin Yi ended the call. The dawn light began to filter through the window, and the apartment was enveloped in silence. Song Si had left early for a morning magazine shoot and was likely already grappling with the sudden upheaval. Lin Yi rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city below as it gradually awakened. His emotions were peculiar. He felt neither the fury of betrayal nor the unease of suspicion. He could even calmly analyze that the timing of this assault was precise, the methods underhanded, yet there were many flaws. As long as Song Si presented compelling evidence, a reversal would not be difficult. He believed in Song Si. This trust was not blind. It was rooted in their long-standing companionship and mutual understanding of each other's character. Song Si might be young and occasionally impulsive, yet in matters of principle, he exhibited an extraordinary clarity and sense of responsibility beyond his years. However, rational clarity could not entirely shield him from the subtle emotional tremors that arose. As he opened his phone and beheld the meticulously edited, misleading photographs, and the overwhelming discussions and speculations flooding the internet, a strange, bittersweet sensation quietly crept into his heart. It was a feeling of being excluded, the realm of familial ties, social circles, and a life beyond his own remained for Song Si a domain shrouded in an information barrier. He had never contemplated delving into or mastering these aspects. Yet when they abruptly intruded upon his perception in a distorted and negative manner, thereby impacting the shared enterprise and relationships he held dear, he became acutely aware that there existed between them certain fissures. This was not a matter of trust, but rather a tangible reality necessitating their mutual confrontation and resolution. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Song Si's studio issued a solemn statement, accompanied by stills from the hotel restaurant surveillance footage, transaction records, and a lawyer's letter, explicitly identifying the so-called mysterious Omega and vehemently condemning the dissemination of falsehoods. Song Si's personal Weibo account also shared the statement, captioned succinctly with the word, absurd. With irrefutable evidence at hand, public opinion began to swiftly reverse. Fans expressed their exhilaration, while bystanders derided the lowly tactics of the rumormongers. By noon, after wrapping up his work, Song Si hurried back to his apartment. As he entered, traces of lingering anger marked his visage. However, upon encountering Lin Yi, who stood calmly awaiting him in the living room, that anger swiftly transformed into tension and concern. He approached Lin Yi, contemplating an embrace, yet hesitated, ultimately opting instead for an urgent explanation. Lin Yi, that was my cousin, my aunt's daughter. I know her. Lin Yi interrupted him, his tone devoid of tumult, stating, Su Xian has spoken to me. Song Si scrutinized Lin Yi's expression, seeking any hint of displeasure or skepticism. But what he discerned was the tranquil depths of a calm sea. You're not angry, are you? He inquired. Angry? At what? That you were ensnared by deceit? Lin Yi retorted. A sigh of relief escaped Song Si, though an inexplicable unease lingered in his heart. I fear you might misunderstand. I'm not easily misled. Lin Yi replied, meeting his gaze. However, Song Si, this incident has illuminated a crucial truth. What truth? Our union is not merely a matter of two individuals. Lin Yi articulated with cool composure. Your family, your background, your social standing could all become targets. Today, it was your cousin. Tomorrow, it could be someone else. We must cultivate a heightened sense of crisis awareness and formulate contingency plans. He refrained from casting blame or expressing grievances, instead offering an objective analysis of the situation along with potential solutions. This overly rational demeanor, while comforting to Song Si, also stirred within him an indescribable pang of bitterness. He would have preferred Lin Yi to exhibit a hint of concern, a touch of possessiveness. I understand. Song Si stepped closer, grasping Lin Yi's hand, his expression earnest and remorseful. This time, I was negligent. In the future, for similar occurrences, I shall inform you in advance, ensuring that such nonsensical rumors find no foothold. He paused, lowering his voice. I do not wish for anything or anyone to disrupt us. Lin Yi, feeling the warmth and firmness of his hand, gazed into Song Si's eyes, which reflected clear remorse and commitment. The heart, stirred by the tempest of public opinion, gradually regained its tranquility. He acknowledged, returning the grip on Song Si's hand, ready to face the challenges together. Rumors, like tides, surge swiftly and recede just as quickly. Under the weight of undeniable evidence and robust legal measures, this disturbance was swiftly quelled. Yet, between Lin Yi and Song Si, there lingers an imperceptible essence, not a crack, but rather a heightened awareness of the complexities of their environment and the necessity of erecting a more formidable barrier against the tempests of the outside world. Simultaneously, it cast a small stone into the tranquil lake of Lin Yi's usually composed demeanor, prompting him to ponder whether, beyond trust and tacit understanding, a more proactive declaration is required amidst the intricate web of relationships intertwined with capital, influence, and familial ties. Chapter 70. The flicker of the heart's wall. Although the storm of rumors has subsided, the residual dampness will require time to dry. Song Si senses that, while Lin Yi appears unaffected, an invisible barrier seems to have risen higher than before. This is not alienation. It resembles a more cautious observation and self-protection, a sentiment he detests. A few days later, the final media group interview before the Ultimate Creation Camp finale takes place. The atmosphere backstage is subtly charged. The glances from other guests and teams are a mixture of sympathy, curiosity, and schadenfreude. Throughout, Song Si maintains a stoic expression, exuding an aura that discourages approach, softening only when his gaze meets Lin Yi, who is quietly reviewing the process notes beside him. As the interview commences, the initial segment proceeds smoothly, with questions revolving around the finale stage and competition insights. However, during the open questioning segment, a bespectacled male journalist seizes the microphone with a pointed inquiry. Song Si, regarding the recent rumors about your romantic involvement that have circulated online, despite their clarification, will this make you more cautious in handling personal relationships and public image in the future? Or will this affect your collaborative rapport with teacher Lin Yi during the program? Upon the utterance of this question, an instantaneous silence envelopes the room. All cameras trained on Song Si and Lin Yi. Song Si's brow tightens, poised to respond, when a calm and unwavering voice emerges from Lin Yi's side. My dear journalist. Lin Yi raises his gaze, his eyes locking onto the questioning reporter with a weighty conviction, devoid of anger, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The premise of your question is flawed. This is not a rumor of a romantic relationship, but rather a maliciously edited and distorted fabrication. Mr. Song Si and his studio have taken legal measures to protect their rights. His tone is as cool and methodical as the recitation of legal statutes, causing the journalist to instinctively flinch. Lin Yi continues, surveying the room. As for our collaborative rapport, it is built upon professional stage performance and mutual trust. If external, unfounded noise can disrupt that rapport, then it is inherently fragile. He pauses slightly before adding, his voice not loud, but resonant. I believe in Song Si, just as he believes in me. This has nothing to do with any rumors. He states, I believe in Song Si, not as a mere affirmation of their good relationship, nor as a dismissal of the rumors, but as a straightforward and resolute declaration. I believe in Song Si. In that moment, Song Si turned sharply to Lin Yi, his heart jolted as if struck by an unseen force, a bittersweet blend of anxiety and elation surging forth, instantly dissolving the unease that Lin Yi's calm had previously instilled in him. He had never anticipated that he would hear Lin Yi's unreserved support and affirmation in such a scrutinizing public setting. Lin Yi did not glance at him, maintaining a calm demeanor as he observed the restless journalists below, yet his hand, resting at his side, subtly curled for a fleeting moment. After a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted into a fervent flurry of shutter clicks and hushed whispers. The reporters, clearly taken aback, had not expected the typically reserved Lin Yi to deliver such a direct and powerful response. Song Si quickly regained his composure, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. He took over the conversation, his expression restored to that of a poised and confident top-tier alpha, though the brilliance in his eyes was striking. Teacher Lin spoke quite well. The pure remained clear, while the impure remained muddied. Our tacit understanding and relationship require no validation from anyone and will not be swayed by malicious speculation. With the finals approaching, I hope everyone can focus more on our stage. As he spoke, he subtly leaned half a step closer to Lin Yi, their shoulders nearly touching. The scent of chocolate pheromones wafted through the air, intertwining with the crisp aroma of red wine that enveloped Lin Yi, creating a silent yet formidable barrier. Subsequent questions failed to stir any further turmoil, and once the group interview concluded and the door to the lounge was closed, Song Si immediately turned to envelop Lin Yi in a tight embrace, his grip so firm it felt as though he wished to meld him into his very being. Lin Yi buried his face in the crook of Song Si's neck, his voice muffled and trembling with uncontainable excitement. "You just said you believe in me." Lin Yi found it slightly difficult to breathe under the intensity of the embrace, but did not push him away. Instead, he raised his hand to gently pat Song Si's back. "It is merely a matter of fact." His tone remained steady, though the tips of his ears flushed slightly. "Not just a matter of fact." Song Si lifted his head, his eyes sparkling as if filled with the entirety of the galaxy. "You stood by my side in front of everyone." The sensation of being publicly defended and firmly chosen was far more exhilarating than any whispered, sweet nothings shared in private. Observing Song Si's unmasked joy, the last vestige of subtle separation born from the barriers of information within Lin Yi seemed to dissolve under the warmth of that gaze. He was not accustomed to expressing emotions so candidly, but in that moment he felt compelled to do so, not to assert dominance, but to convey to Song Si and to those prying eyes that his trust was beyond question. Lin Yi acknowledged with a slight nod, conceding to the sentiment. He gently pushed Song Si back a bit, adjusting his wrinkled collar in preparation for the upcoming filming. His demeanor swiftly reverted to a professional mode. Yet Song Si sensed that the invisible barrier had vanished. Lin Yi had opened a crack, allowing the sunlight to pour in. Song Si smiled as he released him, his spirits soaring to an unprecedented clarity. All right, he understood that Lin Yi's trust was as solid as a mountain. Once bestowed, it would not be easily retracted. What remained for him was to forever be worthy of that trust. Chapter 71. Finals night. On the night of the finals, during the live broadcast, all eyes were upon them. Having navigated through the turmoil of props and public scrutiny, Lin Yi and Song Si's duo bore the weight of more complex gazes than any other team. Some eagerly anticipate their resurgence to glory, while others await their inevitable missteps under intense pressure, eager to witness their fall from grace. The design of the final stage adopts an unprecedented immersive concept, with the production team crafting a bespoke piece entitled Mirror Cage. This concept draws from their own circumstances as public figures exposed to countless gazes. They find themselves ensnared in a cage of mirrors, where every angle is scrutinized, interpreted, and distorted. They must seek their authentic selves within this confinement, as well as the connections between them that remain untainted by external definitions. The stage setting is ingeniously designed, employing an abundance of mirrors, lighting, and projection techniques to create a bizarre, surreal space where reality and illusion intertwine. Lin Yi's attire is a somber black, symbolizing the shadows cast upon him and his inner resilience. Conversely, Song Si dons pure white, representing the brilliance pursued by the spotlight and the labels imposed from without. As the music begins, an electronic rhythm filled with an eerie cadence emerges, interspersed with samples of shattering glass, camera clicks, and the din of the crowd. The two navigate the labyrinth of mirrors, chasing and confronting one another. Their dance movements exude strength and struggle, their gazes fluctuating between confusion and sharp intensity. The mirrors reflect countless versions of themselves, some indifferent, others fervent, some distorted, symbolizing the myriad voices and images projected by the outside world. "Look at you, such a perfect pair." A pre-recorded voice, dripping with sarcasm, resonates alongside the frenzied screams of fans and the venomous curses of detractors. As Song Si's movements grow increasingly frantic, he attempts to shatter the mirrors, only to find it futile. The reflections multiply, revealing even more shattered images. His white attire appears blinding under the lights, as though it might be consumed by the myriad reflections. Meanwhile, Lin Yi maintains an almost icy composure. He weaves through the reflections with steady steps and an unwavering gaze. When Song Si falters amidst the chaos, Lin Yi is ever present, providing timely guidance through a precise movement or a steadfast look, drawing him back into the rhythm. Their duet transcends mere intimacy or conflict. It becomes a quest for the soul, authentic connection amidst the disorienting images. As the music reaches its climax, all mirrored surfaces become overwhelmingly brilliant, threatening to engulf the two performers entirely. Momentarily blinded by the intensity of the light, Song Si instinctively closes his eyes, his movements stalling. In that instant, Lin Yi springs into action. Deviating from the predetermined choreography, he strides protectively forward, positioning himself between Song Si and the most blinding source of light. Simultaneously, he reaches out, not to grasp Song Si's hand, but to gently cover his eyes, shielding him from the disorienting glare. This action was unplanned in rehearsals. Song Si feels a sudden darkness before recognizing the familiar warmth and strength of Lin Yi's hand, momentarily isolating him from the chaotic interplay of light and shadow. He senses Lin Yi's solid presence before him, attuned to the steady rhythm of his breath and heart. On stage, all the mirrors dimmed in that moment, leaving only a solitary spotlight illuminating the two figures nestled together. Lin Yi gently lowered his hand, and Song Si opened his eyes, meeting his tranquil gaze. In that gaze, there were no myriad reflections as in the mirrors, only the clear echo of his own self. The music transformed into a soothing and ethereal melody. Under the singular spotlight, they commenced an exquisitely slow and intimate duet. There were no vigorous movements, only the closeness of their bodies, the intertwining of their gazes, and the silent fusion of unspoken feelings. The warm aroma of chocolate mingled with the crispness of red wine, lingering in the air as if proclaiming, regardless of the multitude of reflections and cacophony from the outside world, only their breaths and heartbeats represented the ultimate reality. Finally, Lin Yi took Song Si's hand, guiding him to touch the nearest mirror. The moment Song Si's fingertips brushed against the surface, the mirror rippled like water, then shattered silently, revealing the true, unreflective, dark, and tranquil space behind it. Hand in hand, they stepped into that darkness, completely discarding the bizarre mirrored cage that lay behind them. The performance concluded. The audience fell into a silence lasting 3 seconds before erupting into applause and cheers that threatened to lift the roof of the studio. While the live chat went into a frenzy, I cried, "This is not merely a stage. This is art, a denunciation, a rebellion." That final gesture of blocking light and shielding eyes. Lin Yi is Song Si's light. He also shields him from malice. They are not performing. They are narrating their own stories. The name mirror cage is so apt. Yi and Ci have traversed such an environment. Their final hand-in-hand departure. They have found each other, discovered their truth. Seated among the judges, several esteemed artists were so moved they struggled for words, lauding the artistic depth and societal reflections of this piece. Undoubtedly, Mirror Cage triumphed overwhelmingly, claiming the championship title of Extreme Creation Camp. As the trophy was placed in their hands, under the spotlight and amidst countless gazes, Song Ci gripped one end of the trophy tightly, turning to Lin Yi, his eyes slightly reddened, his voice tinged with a hoarse exhilaration. Lin Yi, we did it. Lin Yi held the other end of the trophy, gazing at him, at this young alpha who continued to shine with an indomitable light, even within the cage. The last vestige of ice within the depths of his eyes finally melted away. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, a smile imbued with warmth. Yes, we did it. Though he did not utter the word we, everything was understood without words. In the audience, Su Xian excitedly dabbed at the corners of his eyes, while Song Bai, unusually devoid of teasing, simply observed the two standing side by side on stage, his expression intricate, ultimately transforming into a barely audible sigh, carrying a hint of subtle acknowledgement. As the finale night drew to a close, the chapter belonging to Extreme Creation Camp ended. Yet the journey of Lin Yi and Song Ci was evidently just beginning, stepping onto a broader, inevitably more complex stage. This time, however, they held the trophy in their hands, with each other at their backs, and ahead lay the shared thorns and brilliance they would carve through together. Chapter 73. The birthday banquet. The grand celebration for the venerable elder Song's 80th birthday was hosted at a private lakeside estate owned by the Song family. As dusk fell, the estate glimmered with a myriad of lights, resembling a scattering of brilliant stars along the lakeshore. Various luxury vehicles glided in silently. Their occupants, dressed impeccably, bore meticulously chosen gifts, their faces adorned with polite smiles as they stepped through the gilded gates, a symbol of wealth and power. Lin Yi arrived alongside Song Ci, clad in a perfectly tailored deep gray suit, understated yet elegant, with a simple platinum lapel pin gracing his collar, accentuating his tall stature and composed demeanor. Song Ci, in a classic black tuxedo, wore his bow tie impeccably, his youthful exuberance slightly tempered, revealing an air of nobility and poise befitting a scion of a prestigious lineage. Upon exiting the vehicle, he naturally extended his hand towards Lin Yi. Without hesitation, Lin Yi placed his hand in Song Ci's outstretched palm. The moment their fingertips brushed, Lin Yi felt the warm, steady strength emanating from Song Ci's grasp. This silent gesture conveyed a clear statement of their companionship. A subtle smile graced Song Ci's lips as he tightened his grip, their fingers intertwining as they entered the banquet hall together. The soothing strains of classical music floated through the air, mingling with the sense of exquisite perfumes and pheromones. Their presence instantly captivated numerous gazes, some curious, others scrutinizing, a few envious, and some laced with veiled hostility, enveloping them like an invisible web. Song Ci appeared unfazed by the attention, maintaining his composure as he nodded slightly to a few familiar elders, yet he did not release Lin Yi's hand. The warmth of chocolate pheromones gently enveloping them, creating an imperceptible shield. Lin Yi remained even more serene, his gaze sweeping across the crowd with the precision of a skilled scout, quietly assessing the environment and mentally cataloging the sources of the more malevolent stares. Xiaoqi, Lin Yi, over here, called Song's mother, gracefully attired in an elegant purple qipao, as she approached with a warm smile. She affectionately took Lin Yi's other hand, guiding him toward the main table. Your grandfather was just inquiring about you too. This undoubtedly signaled a strong message, causing the surrounding glances to grow even more intricate. At the main table, Elder Song appeared vigorous, clad in a dark red tang suit, engaged in lively conversation with several peers of similar age, while Song's father sat beside him, his expression consistently serious. Upon their arrival, Elder Song paused mid-sentence, his gaze settling on Lin Yi, imbued with a mix of familial warmth and a subtle scrutiny. Grandfather, may you enjoy longevity as boundless as the eastern sea and vitality surpassing the southern mountains. Song Ci offered cheerfully, presenting an ancient wooden box. This is a gift from Lin Yi and me, a fine scholar's inkstone from an old quarry. We hope you like it. Elder Song accepted the gift, peering inside with a satisfied glint in his eyes, nodding in approval. Thoughtful of you, he remarked, turning to Lin Yi with a gentle tone. So you're Lin Yi? Xiao Ci often speaks of you. Indeed, you are a steady young man. Your praise is too generous. Grandfather, I wish you enduring happiness and longevity. Lin Yi replied with a slight bow, his words polite and measured, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Father Song nodded slightly in his direction, acknowledging him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mother Song directed them to seats somewhat removed from the main table. No sooner had they settled in than a steady stream of individuals approached to greet Song Ci, casting curious glances at Lin Yi in the process. Song Ci handled the interactions with effortless grace, introducing Lin Yi with a natural familiarity that spoke volumes about his regard for him. For the most part, Lin Yi remained quietly seated beside him, occasionally offering a succinct remark when Song Ci's eyes sought his input, maintaining an air of calm composure. He sensed that the scrutiny directed at him was tinged with not only curiosity, but also a hint of veiled provocation from the younger alphas present. His pheromones, reminiscent of fine red wine, were well contained, yet the aura forged through trials of life and death radiated a presence that rendered the probing pheromones of others ineffective, as if they were colliding with an invisible wall, dissipating quietly. Quite the spectacle, young Master Song, a somewhat flamboyant voice interjected. A young alpha clad in a gaudy pink suit, his hair slicked back, approached with a glass in hand, his gaze unabashedly roving over Lin Yi before settling on Song Ci. Is this the illustrious Mr. Lin Yi? I've heard he possesses quite the skill. The insinuation in his words was subtle yet palpable, suggesting a view of Lin Yi as merely a bodyguard or brute. This was the sort of veiled disdain Lin Yi occasionally encountered in certain so-called elite circles since his arrival in this realm. Song Ci's smile faded, his eyes cooling perceptibly. Young Masterly, mind your phrasing. The young man, seemingly undeterred by Song Ci's admonition, chuckled and appeared poised to retort. At that moment, Lin Yi raised his gaze, calmly addressing him. May I inquire which industry you are engaged in, Mr. Li? The question came unexpectedly, his tone as neutral as if conducting market research. Young Masterly hesitated for a moment, instinctively responding, My family is involved in real estate and finance. Ah, Lin Yi nodded, his tone remaining even. Mr. Li must possess considerable insights into risk assessment and crisis management, considering the unpredictable nature of both real estate projects and financial investments. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Li. Much like now, it appears Mr. Li may have underestimated the social risks inherent in casually commenting on someone else's field of expertise. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly among those nearby who had been straining to listen. Young Master Li's expression soured instantaneously. He opened his mouth to retort, but realized that Lin Yi had merely stated a fact, devoid of any derogatory language, rendering his earlier provocation rather juvenile. Song Ci nearly laughed aloud, suppressing his amusement as he raised his glass to take a sip, concealing the upward curl of his lips. His esteemed Lin Yi, capable of vanquishing foes not with weapons, but through logic and presence. Young Masterly shot Lin Yi a disgruntled glare, but ultimately chose silence, retreating in defeat. This small incident did not cause a significant stir, yet it compelled some of those who had previously regarded Lin Yi with disdain to temper their judgments. This Lin Yi appeared to be far more than the mere vessel of luck and superficiality they had presumed, not simply a performer reliant on Song Ci's favor. As the banquet progressed, Song Ci was summoned by his father, Song Fu, to entertain several important business partners. Lin Yi relished the tranquility, holding a glass of champagne as he wandered to the lounge area beside the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the shimmering lake outside. Not accustomed to such occasions? A deep voice resonated beside him. Lin Yi turned to see Song Bai, who had approached unnoticed, a glass of wine in hand, leaning nonchalantly against the window frame. It's fine, Lin Yi replied. I simply dislike it. It's not that I cannot cope. Song Bai scrutinized him, a glimmer of appreciation in his sharp gaze. You handled that well just now. That dandy was trying to belittle you, and ignoring him was the perfect response. Lin Yi inclined his head slightly, accepting the compliment. That kid, Song Ci, has always had it easy. He seems astute, yet can be surprisingly naive at times. He is fortunate to have encountered you, Song Bai mused. swirling his glass, his gaze drifting towards his brother, who navigated the crowd with ease, his tone laden with complexity. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment before responding. Likewise. Songbei raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by his response, then chuckled softly. Indeed. He tilted his head back and drained his glass. Rest assured, with the old man's word, no one from the Song family will dare to obstruct you. As for the outside, he cast Lin Yi a knowing glance. You are aware of your own circumstances. At that moment, Su Xian managed to extricate himself from the mingling, approaching with a hint of fatigue, though the sharpness in his gaze behind his gold-rimmed glasses remained undiminished. Upon seeing Songbei, he instinctively tried to avoid him, but Songbei effortlessly draped an arm around his shoulder. What are you hiding from? Songbei leaned down, whispering in his ear with an undeniable familiarity. Su Xian's ears flushed slightly as he nudged him away, but to no avail. Resigned, he turned to Lin Yi and remarked, There are a few scripts that caught my eye. I'll send them to your email later. Also, Director Chun from Silent Realm would like to meet with you next week for a detailed discussion. Thank you for your efforts, Su Gu. Lin Yi acknowledged with a nod. Just then, Song Ci completed his previous engagements and hurried back, seamlessly positioning himself beside Lin Yi, his arm casually draping around his waist. A hint of possessiveness in his demeanor as he addressed Songbei and Su Xian. Brother, Su Gu, what were you discussing? About how clingy you are. Songbei retorted without hesitation. Song Ci huffed in response, disregarding him, and leaned closer to Lin Yi, asking softly, Are you tired? Do you want to sit in the lounge for a while? No, thank you, Lin Yi shook his head. The longevity banquet approached its conclusion amidst an atmosphere of superficial harmony, concealing undercurrents of tension. After sending off the majority of the guests, Old Master Song specifically summoned Lin Yi and Song Ci to his side. Looking at Lin Yi with gentle and penetrating eyes, the old man declared, Lin Yi, this child. Song Ci, once he sets his mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. He has chosen you, and the Song family acknowledges you. From now on, when you encounter any challenges, the Song family will stand as your support. These words, though spoken plainly, carried immense weight, signifying the formal recognition and acceptance from the patriarch of the Song family. Lin Yi felt a stirring in his heart and bowed respectfully. Thank you, grandfather. Song Ci's face beamed with joy as he tightly grasped Lin Yi's hand, leaving the estate and settling into the car for the journey home. Song Ci remained exuberant, leaning against Lin Yi's shoulder, chattering animatedly about amusing anecdotes from the banquet and how delighted he was by his grandfather's words. Lin Yi listened quietly, his gaze cast towards the swiftly receding nightscape outside the window. The lingering sensation of the cool crystal glasses from the banquet still tinged his fingertips, while the air was infused with the opulent blend of pheromones and perfumes from another realm. He understood that, after this night, his name, Lin Yi, would be irrevocably entwined with the Song family, bringing with it a more steadfast support, but also a web of complexities and heavier scrutiny. Turning his head, he gazed at Song Ci, who had fallen into an unguarded slumber against him, his youthful face reflecting both contentment and fatigue. Lin Yi reached out gently to tuck a rebellious lock of hair away from Song Ci's forehead. Inside the vehicle, the scents of chocolate and red wine merged silently, weaving a warm and dense cocoon that temporarily shielded them from the world's disturbances. Chapter 72. Rising tension. The crown of the Extreme Creation Camp champion was heavy and resplendent, symbolizing the culmination of months of shared toil and strategy. During the celebratory banquet, amidst clinking glasses and a tapestry of compliments and subtle probing, Lin Yi and Song Ci navigated the social intricacies, maintaining decorum while struggling to conceal their weariness. It was only upon entering the chauffeur-driven vehicle for their return, isolating them from the clamor of the outside world, that they truly relaxed. The interior was dimly lit, with only the flickering city lights outside casting transient shadows across their faces. Song Ci reclined against the back of the seat, yet his fingers were tightly entwined with Lin Yi's, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the palm of Lin Yi's hand. The exhilaration of victory had not fully dissipated, but a deeper, more intimate yearning began to permeate the quiet enclosed space, mingling with the familiar scent of chocolate pheromones. Lin Yi closed his eyes, acutely aware of the rising warmth of the body beside him and the increasingly assertive aura surrounding them. He did not withdraw his hand nor open his eyes. He merely felt his breath momentarily falter. The final gaze exchanged on stage that night, the almost searing intensity in Song Si's eyes, and his own uncontrollable smile foreshadowed that this night would not conclude peacefully. Morning light filtered through the heavy drapes, casting a slender beam onto the floor. Lin Yi awoke enveloped in warmth, his body feeling as if it had been disassembled and reassembled, each muscle tinged with the ache of overuse. In contrast, he experienced a peculiar sense of relaxation and tranquility in his mind. He shifted slightly, immediately sensing the arm around his waist tighten, followed by Song Si's sleepy murmurs behind him, his warm breath grazing Lin Yi's nape. Just a little longer. The voice was hoarse and languid, imbued with a satisfied resonance, akin to a large dog content after a hearty meal. The potent chocolate pheromones, having mingled wildly throughout the night, had lost their aggressive edge, transforming into a warm embrace akin to melted dark chocolate, enveloping Lin Yi's red wine essence and creating an atmosphere of intimate closeness. Lin Yi remained still, closing his eyes, savoring the steady heartbeat emanating from the chest behind him and the warmth radiating through the thin fabric of his sleep attire. Fragments of last night's wild escapades surged uncontrollably into his mind, from the foyer to the bedroom, and then to the bathroom. He was not a man driven by carnal desires. His previous profession had conditioned him to maintain absolute rationality and bodily control. However, being with Song Si consistently breached certain boundaries. The sensation of being completely overwhelmed by desire, which initially left him at a loss, gradually revealed a taste of indulgence. It was as if he had discovered simmering magma beneath a frozen lake. After lying there for nearly half an hour, the pressure of his biological clock and bladder compelled Lin Yi to gently shift Song Si's arm and rise from the bed. The moment his feet touched the carpet, his legs wobbled, nearly causing him to falter. He steadied himself against the bedside table, taking a few seconds to compose himself before unsteadily making his way to the bathroom. In a mirror, he beheld a reflection marked by faint shadows beneath his eyes. Yet his complexion was not haggard. His collarbone and chest bore ambiguous red marks, silently narrating the fervor of the previous night. Lin Yi stared expressionlessly for a few seconds before turning on the faucet and splashing cold water on his face. Upon finishing his morning routine, he emerged to find Song Si already awake, reclining against the headboard, a phone in hand, his gaze following Lin Yi's movements. The morning light accentuated his smooth shoulder line and the muscles of his forearm. Beneath tousled black hair, his eyes sparkled with an unmasked affection and pride. "Are you awake? Feeling unwell?" Song Si inquired, setting his phone aside and extending his hand towards him. Lin Yi approached, opting not to take his hand. Instead, sitting at the edge of the bed and picking up his own phone that was charging on the bedside table. Fortunately, Su Xian had sent several unread messages along with a new work schedule. The impact of winning the Extreme Creation Camp was immediate, with a flurry of endorsements, magazine features, and script invitations arriving like snowflakes. After filtering through, Su Xian had retained a few high-quality collaborations that aligned with their current positioning. "Brother Xian has sent over some new scripts. Take a look," Lin Yi said, turning the phone screen toward Song Si. Leaning closer, Song Si rested his chin on Lin Yi's shoulder, lazily glancing at the screen. "You decide. I trust your judgment." His attention was evidently not on work. As he nuzzled against Lin Yi's neck, still damp from washing, inhaling deeply and murmuring, "You smell delightful." Lin Yi tilted his head to evade the distraction, tapping on one of the documents with his fingertip. This film script, Silent Realm, directed by Chun Kaiga, is a suspenseful art film. The male lead is a patient with aphasia, presenting a considerable challenge. Song Si then adopted a more serious demeanor, taking the phone to scrutinize the story synopsis and character profiles. "A mute?" He raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Yi, his expression rich with inner dialogue and unspoken emotions. "There is hardly any dialogue. It's even more challenging than Gu Huaiqin. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded, but if executed well, it could lead to the next award. He relished challenges, accustomed to transforming impossibilities into realities. The role held a fatal allure for him. Do you wish to take it on? Song Ci asked. I'm considering it. I need to meet with the director for a thorough discussion. Lin Yi replied cautiously. Absolutely, take it. Song Ci suddenly perked up, his eyes shining. I believe you'll excel. I'll get to see you receive an award at the ceremony. His tone suggested a joy that seemed to surpass even Lin Yi's potential triumph. Lin Yi gazed at the unwavering trust and support radiating from him, feeling a warmth bloom within. It's not guaranteed. Surely it will be. Song Ci, with a furrowed brow, contemplated something momentarily before expressing his concern. However, such a film requires a lengthy shooting period and demands the actors to be fully immersed. Are we destined to be separated for an extended duration again? His tone unmistakably conveyed reluctance. Since their relationship had been established, they had scarcely been apart, save for necessary work commitments. We can coordinate our work schedules. Lin Yi replied calmly, and a bit of distance may not be detrimental. That may be someone else's theory, but it does not apply to us, Song Ci promptly countered, wrapping his arms around Lin Yi's waist and drawing him closer. I do not wish to be apart from you for even a minute. His candidness often rendered Lin Yi slightly at a loss. Lin Yi, resigned to being held, continued to scroll through the screen, reviewing other work arrangements. There was an invitation to be global ambassadors for a premium chocolate brand, specifically requesting both of them. This is quite suitable for you, Lin Yi remarked as he opened the offer. Song Ci glanced at it, smiled, and leaned closer to Lin Yi, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Indeed, chocolate and red wine are a perfect match. He emphasized the final two words, his warm breath brushing against Lin Yi's ear. Lin Yi felt a slight warmth creeping to his ears, but maintained his composure, gently nudging back with his elbow. Let us discuss serious matters. This is serious. Song Ci chuckled lightly, finally loosening his embrace a little. We can accept this endorsement. It aligns perfectly with our image and meets the standard. The two of them briefly discussed several other work invitations, establishing a few preliminary directions to hand over to Su Xian for further negotiation. Once they set down their phones, the room fell into a temporary silence. The sunlight shifted again, casting its glow on the dark-colored duvet. Lin Yi, Song Ci suddenly spoke, his voice lower than before. I was very happy yesterday. He did not elaborate on the reason for his happiness, but they both understood. It was not solely due to their championship victory, but rather, it was the unreserved acceptance and response Lin Yi had shown him thereafter. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment before responding with a simple He was not particularly adept at addressing such direct expressions of emotion. However, Song Ci was unfazed. He observed the faint flush on Lin Yi's ears, feeling increasingly elated. He knew that for someone like Lin Yi, action spoke far louder than words. Everything that transpired last night was the clearest answer. Oh, I just remembered, Song Ci continued. In a couple of days, it's my grandfather's 80th birthday. We're having a celebration at home, and my mother specifically asked me to ensure you come along. Lin Yi posed imperceptible. He had already gained the approval of the Song family, with Song's parents treating him kindly. Yet attending such a family-oriented formal birthday banquet held a different significance. It meant he would need to present himself before all of Song Ci's relatives, friends, and business associates as Song Ci's partner. What should I prepare? He inquired, his tone remaining steady, though his gaze carried a hint of caution. There is no need for anything special. Just your presence will suffice, Song Ci assured him, taking hold of Lin Yi's hand and gently scratching the palm with his fingertips as a gesture of comfort. It's merely a meal and a chance to meet people. With me there, no one would dare to give you a cold shoulder. Though he spoke lightly, Lin Yi understood that such occasions were far from being merely about having a meal. It resembles a formal internal announcement, firmly linking Lin Yi's name to Song Ci within the intricate web of the Song family's relationships. This reminded him of the recent, humorous rumors surrounding his cousin and the ensuing reflections on the barriers of information. Attending the birthday banquet undoubtedly signifies a deliberate effort to shatter these barriers and delve deeper into the realm of Song Ci. He glanced at Song Ci. who was gazing at him with intense anticipation, her beautiful eyes reflecting a blend of hope, anxiety, and unwavering trust. Very well, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Having chosen this person, he would embrace her world, be it the dazzling stage or the labyrinthine corridors of high society, and walk alongside her. In an instant, a radiant smile blossomed on Song Ci's face, as if she had received the most precious treasure in the world. She leaned in and quickly pressed her lips to his, exclaiming, "It's settled." The sunlight intensified, streaming through the gaps in the curtains and turning the floating dust particles into golden motes. A new day had begun, bringing with it fresh professional challenges and impending familial trials to face together. Yet at this moment, the air between them was filled solely with a warmth forged through their intimate connection and the clear reflections in each other's eyes. The shadows of the past seemed to be gradually fading, but deep within Lin Yi's heart, a part remained vigilant. He understood that the higher one stands, the more splendid the view, yet the path beneath is inevitably fraught with hidden reefs and tempests. Chapter 74. The silent challenge. The ripples from the birthday banquet quietly spread within the circle. As Lin Yi's identity as Song Ci's acknowledged partner was adorned with a more illustrious yet intricate aura, this inevitably attracted more scrutinizing gazes and subtle attempts from those seeking to leverage his connection to the Song family for their own benefit. Lin Yi maintained a courteous yet distant demeanor towards these encounters, channeling the majority of his energy into studying the new script and preparing for his meeting with director Chun Kaiga of Silent Realm. Their meeting was arranged at a secluded tea house, where Chun Kaiga, having surpassed 50, donned a simple, traditional garment. His sharp yet tranquil gaze belied his stature as a celebrated director, projecting instead the aura of a well-read scholar. He eschewed small talk, diving straight into the matter at hand. "Lin Yi, I have watched all your works. From Conquest of the Wilderness to Blade Bearer, and then to the Rising Wind in Longxi." Chun's voice was calm, yet imbued with a penetrating strength. "Your performance possesses a rare quality, not mere technique, but rather a steadiness born from the trials of life and death, coupled with an almost instinctual authenticity. This is exceedingly uncommon among young actors." "Thank you, Director Chun." Lin Yi slightly inclined his head, not allowing the praise to induce complacency, for he knew the crux of the discussion lay ahead. The protagonist of Silent Realm, Chun Mo, is a patient of aphasia. He lost his ability to speak due to childhood trauma, yet his inner world is profoundly rich, sensitive, and tumultuous. Director Chun presented a more intricate character analysis along with select script excerpts to Lin Yi. This character possesses almost no lines. All emotions and narratives must be conveyed through your gaze, subtle expressions, and body language. This presents a formidable challenge for any actor. Lin Yi picked up the script fragments and skimmed through them quickly. The story unfolds as Chun Mo, rendered mute after witnessing a tragedy related to him, years later confronts a similar shadow encroaching upon his small town. He must break free from the confines of his heart,